Chapter 1. Crossing into Marvel? Awakening the Black Technology Evolution System. In the depths of Brooklyn Industrial City, within a clandestine laboratory, Lin Xuan abruptly opened his eyes. The blinding glare of the incandescent lights compelled him to squint. He realized he was lying on a cold metallic examination table, every cell in his body screaming in protest, transmitting unbearable waves of excruciating pain. Lin Xuan gasped, attempting to move his fingers, only to find that even this simple action was accompanied by a tearing agony. The unfamiliar surroundings, the intense suffering, and the fragments of memories that surged into his mind, memories that did not belong to him, overwhelmed him. Did I cross over? Lin Xuan's heart raced with astonishment, followed by a wry smile. This was an exceedingly grim start indeed. He quickly endeavored to organize the chaotic information swirling in his mind. Was he in the Marvel Universe? And he himself was lying on the examination table designated as HY-15. Hi, quite a peculiar designation indeed. The fragments of memory flooded in like a tide, elucidating the sequence of events. The original owner, a common young expatriate residing in Brooklyn Industrial City, had unfortunately been captured by Hydra and made a subject in their covert experiments on the super serum. Regrettably, the original owner's luck was deplorable. The serum induced a violent rejection response, leading to the disintegration of his body, ultimately resulting in a death steeped in relentless agony. And here he was, a soul from a parallel world, fortuitously occupying this near-death vessel at that very moment. A failed experiment, what a glorious identity, Lin Xuan mused, attempting to lift his arm, but the battered body was utterly unresponsive. The pain surged again, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Damn it, Lin Xuan silently screamed within. He couldn't help but mentally grumble. In other stories of crossing over, one either becomes a wealthy heir, a brilliant scientist, or at the very least, a mutant. But here I am, a failed experiment of Hydra, on the verge of being disposed of. This stroke of misfortune was akin to descending into the depths of hell. Not only was he incapable of fleeing, but even blinking felt laborious. It's over him. Doomed despair washed over Lin Xuan. Just as he wallowed in self-pity, contemplating ways to survive this dire predicament, footsteps and voices echoed from outside the laboratory. "How is HY-15 faring?" inquired a low, gravelly voice, distinctly accented with a Swiss intonation. It was Dr. Lister, the researcher in charge of this experimental sector. "Report, sir," another voice responded. "Vital signs are continuously deteriorating, and the rejection response is excessively severe. It can be deemed a failure." "Humph, another dose of serum wasted. Dispose of it according to protocol. Clean up, and prepare for the next batch." Dispose of? Clean up? Lin Xuan's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. This signified they were coming to eliminate him, this failed specimen. Move. Move now, Lin Xuan fervently urged himself, exerting every ounce of will to command his body. However, the extent of his injuries was too severe. Apart from inducing more intense pain, he was utterly incapable of movement. The footsteps grew ever closer, reaching the threshold of the laboratory. Alas, was this to be the end for me, having just traversed dimensions? Surely, I would be the most short-lived traveler in history. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm Lin Xuan in this critical moment, a clear and chilling electronic voice abruptly resonated deep within his mind. Ding. Life signs of the host detected to be below critical threshold. Survival environment extremely perilous. Activation conditions met. The high-tech evolution system has been successfully activated. A system? My golden finger. Lin Xuan's spirit surged, igniting a flicker of hope amidst the despair. The system is randomly generating initial technological means for the host. Generation complete. The system's voice echoed once more. The technological advancement generated for the host is Super Divine Academy Xiongxin. Xiongxin. Lin Xuan momentarily stood in stunned silence, followed by an overwhelming joy. That was a super gene engine capable of defining reality and deciphering all things. Host detected to be in a crisis environment. A beginner's package. Technological blessing has been automatically issued. Technological blessing grants 1 free deep analysis and optimization of a designated target for the host. Xiongxin engine has been initially activated. Significant residual amounts of mutated super serum failed product detected within the host cells. Its unstable structure is continuously jeopardizing the host's vitality. Shall optimization commence immediately? Yes. Analyze at once. Right now? Lin Xuan shouted resolutely in his heart. Xiongxin command received. Target locked. Failed version of super serum mutated. Lin Xuan felt an indescribable wave of energy radiating from the depths of his soul. It was as if countless invisible eyes were scrutinizing every cell, every gene chain within him at a microscopic level. Xiongxin command execution, redefining the rules of matter. Commencing deconstruction of serum molecular structure. Identifying unstable factors. Analyzing the root of rejection reactions. This sensation was wondrous, not magic, but a pinnacle of science. Xiongxin resembled a superprogrammer, rewriting the error code within him that had led to impending collapse at the atomic and molecular levels. Analysis of failure reason. Insufficient gene matching of serum, resulting in rejection reaction. Re-encoding DNA sequence. Adjusting protein folding structure. Optimizing neurotransmitter reactions. Deconstruction rate. 35, 78, 100. Unstable factors have been locked and isolated rejection reaction model has been established. Commencing reverse compilation. Redefining the rules of matter. Target. Optimized super soldier serum stable version. Redefinition successful. Almost instantaneously upon the system's notification, Lin Xuan felt an overwhelming torrent of energy, surpassing mere warmth, almost ferociously vibrant, yet teeming with life, erupt from the deepest recesses of his being. The previously excruciating pain ebbed away like a receding tide, replaced by a sensation of warmth and comfort that left no trace behind. In its stead, that it is a sensation difficult to articulate, a tingling that intertwines with a potent pulsation emanating from the very marrow of one's bones. Xiongxin has successfully transformed that perilous serum of failure into a stable and effective super soldier serum. He could distinctly hear the cells reassembling, feeling the severed nerve fibers reconnect as if they were living entities. He could even perceive the muscle fibers becoming robust and resilient at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was not merely the absence of pain, but rather a profound rebirth from within. His physique had been markedly enhanced, becoming considerably stronger. Lin Xuan also perceptively recognized that the original body was severely damaged. The majority of the energy generated during this transformation was devoted to mending bodily injuries, with only a minimal portion truly allocated for enhancement. Nevertheless, Lin Xuan could clearly sense that his strength was increasing, transcending the realm of ordinary individuals. At that moment, a holographic projection materialized, displaying several lines of information. Name, Lin Xuan. Status, mildly weak repairing. Acquired ability, Super Soldier Serum Basic, Optimized Version. Bound System, Black Technology Evolution System. Possessed Technology, Xiongxin Basic Functions activated. Technology points, 0. Just then, the metallic door of the laboratory slid open. Two fully armed Hydra soldiers entered, clad in deep green combat attire, their expressions devoid of emotion. Assault rifles trained on the laboratory table. Target confirmed, preparing to execute cleanup protocol, one of the Hydra soldiers declared, raising a hand as if to press a device on the table. Chapter 2. Escape from the laboratory time seemed to freeze at that moment. Lin Xuan scarcely had the chance to fully appreciate the surging power within him, as the instinct for survival compelled him into action. With a sudden twist, he leapt down from the examination table, his movements swift as lightning. The two Hydra soldiers were evidently taken aback by the unexpected agility of this failed specimen, momentarily caught off guard by his remarkable speed. Lin Xuan offered them no opportunity to react. In a single stride, he advanced, delivering a precise elbow strike to the side of the neck of the soldier on his left. A sharp crack resonated, and the soldier crumpled to the ground without uttering a sound. In swift succession, Lin Xuan lowered his body, evading the right soldier's instinctive swing of the rifle butt. Seizing the soldier's arm, he executed a powerful twist, using the soldier's own momentum to hurl him violently against the metallic wall. The dull thud echoed through the chamber as the second soldier also collapsed, losing consciousness. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, efficient and decisive. Leaning against the edge of the examination table, Lin Xuan took a moment to catch his breath. The explosive exertion had nearly depleted the scant energy he had just regained. A lingering sense of weakness resonated deep within him, but it was a stark contrast to the near-fatal state he had previously endured. Just then, the chilling electronic voice sounded once more. System notification. First battle won. 2 Hydra soldiers defeated. Reward, 5 tech points. Tech points? Lin Xuan pondered, intrigued. What could this be used for? Upgrading the core engine's capabilities? Enhancing his newly acquired extraordinary physique? Or perhaps unlocking more advanced technologies. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Yet this was not the moment for contemplation. He was acutely aware that the downfall of these two soldiers would soon attract attention. The distant footsteps and the imminent threat of an alarm loomed overhead like a sword poised to strike. He had to leave this place swiftly. Without further hesitation, Lin Xuan hastily stripped one of the Hydra soldiers of his combat uniform. The fabric still bore the warmth of its former wearer, mingled with a faint scent of sweat and disinfectant. He clumsily donned the uniform, which was slightly ill-fitting but serviceable, grasping a fallen assault rifle from the ground. The cold metallic feel instilled him with a modicum of reassurance. Though he had little experience with real firearms, possessing one was certainly better than being unarmed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xuan donned the combat helmet, obscuring his features. He mimicked the stance of a Hydra soldier, striving to appear as inconspicuous as possible. His intention was to masquerade as a Hydra soldier and navigate his way out of this wretched laboratory. Holding his breath, Lin Xuan cautiously approached the metallic door of the laboratory, peering through the observation window to survey the corridor beyond. The corridor was brightly lit and, for the moment, deserted. However, faint voices could be discerned in the distance, accompanied by the hum of machinery. Lin Xuan needed to act quickly, seeking an escape route before Hydra detected any irregularities. Just as he was about to push the door open, the system prompt reappeared in his mind. Mission activated. Escape to freedom. Mission objective. Successfully flee the confines of the Hydra underground laboratory base. Mission reward, 20 tech points. Indeed, a mission awaited him. Lin Xuan's eyes sharpened, and he hesitated no longer. He gently pushed open the laboratory door and swiftly stepped out. The moment his foot touched the corridor, a piercing alarm abruptly echoed throughout the entire base. The red warning lights flashed wildly, casting a scarlet hue across the corridor. Damn it, he had been discovered. Lin Xuan cursed inwardly. Was it the two soldiers who failed to report in time, or had the internal life sign monitoring system of the laboratory detected an anomaly? He had no time to ponder further and immediately quickened his pace. Just a few steps into his run, 3 armed Hydra soldiers burst into view from around the corner, their dark gun barrels aimed directly at him. Halt! State the password. Password? How on earth would I know any password? Lin Xuan's mind raced. Yet his expression remained calm as he vaguely replied, for Hydra. Before his voice had even faded, he had already darted forward like a cheetah. The 3 Hydra soldiers, evidently taken aback by his sudden aggression, momentarily froze, giving Lin Xuan the opportunity to close the distance. His speed was astonishing. The body enhanced by the optimized super soldier serum granted him reflexes and velocity far beyond the ordinary. With his right hand gripping the gun, his left became a blur. He blocked, disarmed, elbowed, and kneed with a fluidity that melded strength and technique, as if he had been forged through relentless training. Crack! Bang! After a few sharp sounds and muffled groans, the 3 Hydra soldiers followed their comrade to the ground, rendered incapacitated. Lin Xuan shook his slightly numb arm, glanced at the fallen soldiers and their discarded weapons, and couldn't help but mutter within 10 paces, "My fist is swifter than your guns." Without a moment's pause, he oriented himself and sprinted toward the most probable exit he recalled from a base. The alarm blared louder, and footsteps echoed ominously from all directions. He needed to move quickly. Meanwhile, deep within the base, in a dimly lit monitoring room, only the screens emitted a cold glow. Baron Strack, one of Hydra's high-ranking officials, stood before a massive monitor, his expression impassive as he observed the rapidly moving figure on the screen. Beside him stood Dr. Lister, who had previously ordered Lin Xuan's termination. At this moment, his complexion was somewhat pale. "Baron, has he succeeded?" Dr. Lister's voice trembled with disbelief. The corner of Baron Strack's mouth twisted into a chilling arc, his eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity. "Fascinating, truly fascinating," he murmured. "It appears our experiment is not a complete failure." He absorbed the serum and survived, even exhibiting unexpected combat prowess. He turned to the squad leader beside him, informed the others, mobilized the elite agents and combat teams from the base to pursue him. However, Baron Strack hesitated momentarily, a glint of cruelty flickering in his eyes. Capture him alive, if possible. I wish to ascertain the limits of this successful experiment. Yes, my lord. Dr. List immediately stood at attention, a spark of fervor igniting in his gaze. An invisible net was being cast towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan moved swiftly through the shadows. The enhancement brought by the super soldier serum was comprehensive, augmenting not only his strength and speed, but also his sensory perception and cognitive abilities. He could hear sound from afar and analyze routes with remarkable speed. Yet, concurrently, the toll on his body was immense. A fierce hunger ignited within his stomach like flames. This was a standard reaction following the awakening of super soldier capabilities. Such formidable strength necessitated a vast reservoir of energy, and he had been nearly drained on the experiment table. The recent battle had only exacerbated his condition. He urgently needed to replenish his energy. Otherwise, he would not only fail to escape, but might succumb to starvation before long. He needed to find a place to procure some sustenance and restore his strength. Chapter 3. The Tavern Disturbance. The appearance of Hydra agents the night in Brooklyn's industrial district was perpetually infused with the scent of rust and oil. Lin Xuan's silhouette flitted like a specter amidst the intricate shadows of warehouses and containers. The enhancements from the super soldier's serum sharpened his senses, enabling him to effortlessly catch the distant sounds of footsteps and the low growl of vehicle engines. Fragments of the original owner's hazy memories came into play, granting him an almost instinctual familiarity with the area. The alarm continued to echo in the distance, but he had momentarily shaken off the footsteps of his pursuers. He required energy, substantial energy. The burning sensation in his stomach intensified, a stark reminder of his body's significant depletion. As his gaze swept around the corner, a dimly lit tavern with flickering neon signs caught his eye. The sign read Old Man's Barrel, a typical haunt for the working class. This would suffice. Lin Xuan slowed his pace. In a concealed corner, he swiftly shed the conspicuous Hydra combat jacket and helmet, leaving only a dark, fitted undersuit. He tidied his slightly disheveled hair and took a deep breath, striving to present himself as an ordinary worker just off duty, before pushing open the creaking wooden door of the tavern. A strong aroma of tobacco, cheap alcohol, and sweat mingled in the air, enveloping him upon entry. The dimly lit tavern was shrouded in swirling smoke. At the bar, patrons with weary expressions or vacant gazes occupied the corner booths. No one paid heed to the well-built, slightly fatigued Asian youth at the door. Lin Xuan strode directly to the bar and, in reasonably fluent English, ordered double cheeseburger, large fries, and a pint of lager, please. The bartender, a burly bald man, glanced at Lin Xuan and muttered, "Another starving ghost," before turning to prepare the order. Soon, a mountain of food and frothy beer was presented before Lin Xuan. He chose a discreet corner to sit down, eagerly seizing a hamburger and devouring it with fervor. He ate rapidly, as if attempting to compensate for all the hunger and exhaustion he had endured. The food nourished his nearly depleted body like a sweet rain. That profound sense of weakness was swiftly dissipating, replaced by a solid feeling of renewed strength. His cells seemed to rejoice, greedily absorbing every morsel of energy. In his mind, the system's notifications chimed in at just the right moment. Status monitoring, energy replenishment in progress, physiological recovery efficiency enhanced, current status, mild weakness, recovery in progress, status, basic recovery, low energy reserves. Lin Xuan felt his strength, speed, and reflexes steadily returning. Although his energy reserves remained low, he had at least regained his fundamental combat capability. He slowed his pace, took a sip of the draft beer, and felt the cool liquid glide down his throat, bringing a refreshing sensation, just as he sensed that he had regained about 70 to 80% of his strength. The tavern door swung open once more. 4 men entered, dressed in ordinary casual jackets. They exuded an aura entirely distinct from the weary or rugged patrons around them. They stood tall and poised, their steps deliberate, with eyes sharp as hawks, silently scanning each individual in the tavern. Professionalism, Lin Xuan thought, alarm bells ringing in his mind. This demeanor was not characteristic of ordinary folk. Their hands, seemingly casually positioned in pockets or hanging at their sides, were subtly positioned near their waist or the inner side of their jackets. One of the leading men paused slightly as his gaze swept over Lin Xuan, then nonchalantly shifted away. Yet the fleeting intent to lock onto him did not escape Lin Xuan's heightened perception. Hydra's agents. They had come for him. Lin Xuan's heart raced, but his expression remained composed. He did not immediately rise to flee, as that would only alert them. He leisurely finished the last bite of his hamburger, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and then rose to approach the bar to settle his bill. "How much?" he inquired. $15, replied the bald bartender without lifting his gaze. Lin Xuan rummaged through his pocket, producing a few crumpled bills, change he had scavenged from the previous Hydra soldier, and paid his dues. Rather than heading straight for the exit, he turned and ambled toward a passageway marked with a sign indicating the restroom and back alley exit. His steps were unhurried, even deliberately slow, as if he merely intended to use the restroom or exit through the back door. The four agents exchanged subtle glances, confirming their suspicions. Two of them immediately followed him, while the other two trailed at a leisurely pace, forming a loose encirclement. Clearly, they intended to act in the secluded alley, resolving their target in the quietest manner possible. A cold smile tugged at the corners of Lin Xuan's mouth. Just as I had hoped. The passage was narrow and dimly lit, filled with barrels of beer and assorted debris, the air heavy with a damp, moldy scent. Just after turning a corner, having ensured he was out of sight of the tavern's main hall, Lin Xuan abruptly halted and turned on his heel. The two agents leading the pursuit were evidently taken aback by the target's sudden and decisive counterattack, their pupils dilating in shock. Almost instinctively, their hands flew to their waists. A flash of cold steel. Two sharp, tactical daggers appeared in their grasp. Yet Lin Xuan was swifter. The strength and speed he had just regained erupted in that moment. He surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, closing the distance to the agent on the left before the dagger could fully strike. Without hesitation, his fist, cutting through the air, landed squarely against the agent's jaw. A crisp crack echoed. The agent fell backward like a marionette with its strings severed, toppling over a heap of empty bottles. Simultaneously, the agent on the right lunged with his dagger aimed at Lin Xuan's ribs. Lin Xuan lowered his center of gravity, driving his left elbow backward with the force of a steel whip, striking the wrist of the agent wielding the knife. A sharp sound resonated as the dagger was deflected, crashing into the wall. The agent winced in pain, letting out a muffled groan. Lin Xuan's elbow strike did not cease. It rose sharply, crashing into the agent's chest. The agent gasped as he staggered back, colliding heavily with a grease-stained wall before collapsing to the ground. The dagger slipped from his grasp. The two agents behind, witnessing the scene, swiftly drew their weapons, a dagger and an extendable baton. They attempted to flank him from either side. However, in the confines of the narrow passage, Lin Xuan moved like a wraith, elusive and unpredictable. He kicked a half-full trash can toward the agent with the baton, hindering his advance. Immediately thereafter, Lin Xuan propelled himself forward, charging at the agent wielding the dagger. The blade glinted menacingly as it lunged toward Lin Xuan's face. Chapter 4. The Emergence of the Winter Soldier. Evading the blade, Lin Xuan's gaze turned icy as he faced the dagger aimed directly at him. Rather than retreating, he advanced. His body slid to the side at an astonishing angle, narrowly evading the lethal thrust. At the same time, his left hand clamped down on the agent's wrist with an iron grip, forcefully twisting and pressing downward. A sharp crack of bone echoed through the narrow corridor. The agent let out a suppressed cry of pain as the dagger slipped from his grasp. Before he could react further, Lin Xuan's right fist, propelled by a gust of force, struck his temple with ferocity. The agent's eyes rolled back, and he crumpled to the ground, incapacitated. Having dealt with the dagger wielder, Lin Xuan turned to confront the last agent, who was now wielding the extendable baton. The agent had just regained his footing after being momentarily obstructed by the trash can Lin Xuan had kicked, and now swung the baton with a whistling arc aimed at Lin Xuan's head. Without a glance, Lin Xuan raised his left arm to block, producing a dull thud. In that same instant, his right leg shot out like lightning, striking the agent squarely in the abdomen. The agent crumpled to the ground, his body curling up like a shrimp, the baton falling weakly from his grasp. Lin Xuan did not afford him a moment's respite. He brought his elbow down with precision, striking the agent's nape. With a muted thud, the final agent succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing onto the floor. In mere seconds, all four well-trained Hydra agents were swiftly neutralized by Lin Xuan, rendered completely incapable of further combat. The entire sequence was executed with a brutal elegance, embodying the aesthetic of violence. The system notification chimed once more. Defeated 4 Hydra agents, gained 10 technology points. Current technology points, 15. Current mission, escape in progress. Lin Xuan took a moment to catch his breath, casting a glance at the sprawled agents on the ground. He had no time to assess his spoils or search for any equipment they might have possessed. An instinctual warning urged him that a greater peril was imminent. He swiftly turned and dashed deeper into the corridor, toward the direction marked as the alley exit. Pushing open the rusted iron door, he was greeted by a rush of air that, while relatively fresh, still carried the pungent stench of refuse. This was the narrow alley behind the tavern, cluttered with discarded beer barrels and trash bins. As he reached the mouth of the alley, ready to merge with the bustling street outside, suddenly, an overwhelming, bone-chilling aura of lethal intent surged from the shadows at his side, akin to a viper striking with lethal precision. This malevolent presence was far more potent and pure than that of the 4 agents combined. Lin Xuan felt the hairs on his body stand on end. His heightened reflexes were pushed to their limits. He barely had time to ponder the threat before his body instinctively reacted. A blinding flash of metallic sheen sliced through the dim light. A powerful metal arm, imbued with the terrifying strength to annihilate, hurtled toward his head with a piercing rush. It was too swift. Lin Xuan's pupils constricted. He summoned all his strength, arching his body backward in an extreme maneuver. The metal limb grazed past his nose. Boom! The brick wall behind him was struck by the metal arm, creating a horrifying dent, debris scattering in all directions. The mere rush of wind from the near miss stung Lin Xuan's cheek. He straightened up like a coiled spring, his gaze filled with astonishment as he turned to confront his assailant. From the shadows, a figure emerged slowly. His shoulder-length brown hair obscured part of his face. Yet the exposed gaze was hollow and cold, devoid of any semblance of human emotion. Most striking was his left arm, glinting with a chilling metallic sheen. It was this very arm that had nearly reduced Lin Xuan's skull to fragments. The Winter Soldier, known also as James Barnes, or simply Bucky, this name flashed through Lin Xuan's mind like a bolt of lightning. Hydra had dispatched their trump card to hunt him down. Lin Xuan's heart plummeted into despair. He could sense the palpable pressure and murderous intent radiating from his opponent, a terrifying aura born from countless acts of slaughter and relentless brainwashing. To engage in a direct confrontation, that would undoubtedly lead to a fatal outcome. Lin Xuan immediately assessed that, given his current strength, he possessed the capability to engage in combat with such a battle-hardened elite assassin. However, it was likely that a decisive outcome would take considerable time to ascertain. Nevertheless, the primary objective was to avoid prolonging the encounter. Thus, he resolved to flee directly, determined to exploit every advantage in his escape. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xuan swiftly turned and dashed toward a nearby construction site, replete with rebar, bags of cement, and various building materials, where the intricate terrain might serve him well. Bang! Just as Lin Xuan had taken a few strides, a dull thud resonated behind him. The Winter Soldier moved with astonishing speed, his enhanced physique exceeding that of an ordinary human, effortlessly outpacing Lin Xuan, who had only recently acquired his newfound abilities. Lin Xuan pushed his speed to the limit, weaving through the obstacles of the construction site. The silhouette of the Winter Soldier pursued him relentlessly, cold and efficient. The sounds of metal clashing, heavy objects collapsing, and Lin Xuan's hurried footsteps and labored breaths echoed sharply in the stillness of the night. The relentless pursuit left Lin Xuan with little respite, and he realized that, if this continued, he would inevitably be caught. His mind raced at its limits, desperately searching for a solution, even if it was only a temporary hindrance. At that moment, He caught a glimpse of a massive, rusted billboard hanging from the exterior wall of an adjacent dilapidated building. The supports of the sign appear to be in a state of decay, swaying slightly in the night breeze. An opportunity. Seizing the moment, Lin Xuan swiftly picked up a stone roughly the size of half a brick from the ground. After narrowly dodging the Winter Soldier's metallic arm with a roll to the side, he hurled the stone with all his might at the third corroded bolt connecting the billboard. The stone traced a precise arc through the air. Thud! With a sharp sound, it struck the rusted connection point exactly. The already precarious billboard seemed to collapse under the weight of this blow. As if it were the final straw for the weary camel, the connection gave way instantly. With a creaking crash, the enormous metal billboard came crashing down, its heavy steel frame mingling with the tattered advertisement material, descending like a small mountain towards the ground, effectively blocking the Winter Soldier's path and kicking up a cloud of dust. But this was sufficient. Taking advantage of the brief moment the Winter Soldier was impeded, Lin Xuan summoned his remaining strength and surged forward with renewed speed. Farewell. I look forward to our next encounter. Like a gliding fish, he slipped into a narrower, darker alley nearby, quickly vanishing into the shadows of the complex streets. A few minutes later, Lin Xuan leaned against the cold wall of an abandoned warehouse, breathing heavily, sweat soaking through his undergarment. His heart raced wildly, and the adrenaline rush slowly began to wane. The fact that Hydra had dispatched such a formidable pursuer astonished him. Clearly, as a successful experiment, his value in their eyes was far greater than he had ever imagined. The task of escaping from captivity proved to be significantly more arduous than anticipated. Chapter 5. The Abandoned Warehouse, an encounter with a Black Widow. In the shadowy depths of the dilapidated warehouse, Lin Xuan leaned against the cold, rough brick wall, his chest heaving violently. Each breath was laden with a searing weariness. Sweat trickled down his brow, soaking into the skin-tight tactical undersuit. The brief, yet harrowing confrontation with the Winter Soldier had nearly exhausted the strength he had only recently regained. He gasped, struggling to calm his racing heart and the tumultuous energy coursing through his veins. The potent regenerative properties bestowed by the Super Soldier Serum were indeed at work, yet the fatigue and substantial energy depletion were painfully tangible. He scanned his surroundings with vigilance. The warehouse was cluttered with discarded wooden crates and dusty mechanical parts, the air thick with the scent of rust and dust. Shattered windows allowed a few feeble beams of moonlight to slice through the darkness, casting alternating patches of light and shadow upon the floor. For the moment, he was safe. Yet Lin Xuan understood that this safety was fleeting. The relentless pursuers of Hydra, especially the Winter Soldier, would not easily relent. He needed to vacate this place swiftly, seeking a truly secure refuge. Just then, a faint sound emanated from above. It was scarcely louder than a whisper, nearly imperceptible. Were it not for the enhanced auditory senses granted by the serum, Lin Xuan would have entirely missed it. His instincts blared a warning, and he jerked his gaze upward. A lithe shadow descended from the high beams, akin to a weightless feline, landing silently a short distance before him. It was a woman, clad in a form-fitting black tactical suit that elegantly accentuated her powerful yet graceful physique. Her fiery red hair was neatly tied back into a sleek ponytail. In the dim light, her features appeared sharp and striking. Yet, most arresting were her piercing eyes, now coldly fixed upon Lin Xuan. Her gaze immediately fell upon his dark, distinctly Hydra-style undersuit. The Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Lin Xuan's heart raced uncontrollably once more. She seemed to mistake him for a member of Hydra. This was unexpected. Surely S.H.I.O.D. would not be active against Hydra at this juncture. Alas, just when he had escaped the jaws of one predator, he encountered a top operative of S.H.I.O.D. What kind of day was this? Had he not consulted the calendar before venturing out? Natasha's expression swiftly turned frigid. To her, S.H.I.E.L.D. had always kept a watchful eye on the movements of the once formidable Hydra organization, yet their covert operations had often yielded no results. She had not anticipated encountering a Hydra operative in this remote warehouse. The Asian youth, adorned in Hydra attire, was likely a remnant hiding in this desolate refuge. Without any warning or superfluous motion, Natasha's body sprang into action. Her speed was astonishing, akin to a streak of black lightning, as she lunged swiftly toward Lin Xuan. With hands slightly bent and fingertips converging, they transformed into lethal claws that aimed directly at Lin Xuan's throat. This strike was swift and fierce, imbued with a deadly intent. Almost simultaneously with Natasha's attack, Lin Xuan's enhanced soldier senses emitted a sharp alarm. His body's instinctive response transcended even the speed of his thoughts. He abruptly slid half a step to the left, simultaneously raising his right arm in a flash to block in front of him. Thud! A dull collision echoed. Natasha's claws were firmly intercepted by Lin Xuan's forearm. The tremendous impact rendered Lin Xuan's arm slightly numb, stirring a tempest within his mind. Such astonishing speed, such a cunning angle of attack. Failing to land her strike, a flicker of surprise crossed Natasha's eyes, yet her movements did not falter in the slightest. Utilizing the force of the collision, she deftly twisted her body, her left leg sweeping like a whip towards Lin Xuan's lower body. At the same time, her right elbow propelled upwards, targeting Lin Xuan's ribs. The relentless barrage of attacks was suffused with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lin Xuan dared not slacken his efforts. He too sank into a stance, stepping back with his left leg to stabilize his center of gravity, while his left hand pressed down to block Natasha's sweeping kick. Leaning back ever so slightly, he narrowly evaded the elbow strike that could shatter bones. The two engaged in a brief yet intense clash within the dimly lit warehouse. Natasha's assaults were like a tempest, each move succinct, efficient, and lethal. Chokes, groin kicks, eye gouges, and elbow strikes flowed effortlessly from her, exuding the precision and efficiency of a seasoned operative, all aimed at the human body's vulnerable points. Her combat prowess seemed to have been honed to perfection, ingrained in her very marrow and instinct. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan relied solely on the enhanced capabilities bestowed by the optimized super soldier serum, which granted him speed, strength, and reflexes far exceeding those of an ordinary human. He possessed no intricate techniques. Each block was delivered with immense force, and every counterattack resounded with a whooshing of wind. Although his movements appeared somewhat clumsy and lacked finesse, they were imbued with primal strength and combat instinct. Bang! Crack! Thud! The muffled sounds of fists and feet colliding reverberated throughout the warehouse. Within mere seconds of engagement, the two had exchanged dozens of attacks. Natasha grew increasingly alarmed. The physical prowess of the man before her was far from ordinary. His speed was astonishing, and his strength was unfathomable. Her attacks, landing upon him, felt akin to mere tickles. Conversely, each of his blocks, or counterattacks, carried a force that sent tingles through her arms. He was no ordinary Hydra soldier. He resembled some of the enhanced individuals she had faced before. Lin Xuan, in turn, found himself in a daunting predicament. Natasha's combat skills were truly formidable. Each move targeted vital areas, executed with impeccable angles and timing. Several times, he narrowly avoided being struck in vulnerable spots. Were it not for his super soldier instincts reacting swiftly, he would likely be lying on the ground by now. This sensation of dancing on the brink of life and death heightened his nerves to an acute tension. After a brief yet intense exchange, both leapt back simultaneously, creating distance between them. In a secluded corner of the warehouse, two figures stood watchfully, their gazes locked in a tense standoff. An atmosphere thick with apprehension enveloped them. Natasha's chest rose and fell slightly, her expression grave. She realized that the person before her was a formidable opponent, far beyond her expectations. Lin Xuan also panted heavily, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. He understood that prolonging the confrontation would yield no advantage against an agent of Black Widow's caliber. Moreover, who knew when Hydra's pursuers would arrive? He needed to clarify the misunderstanding immediately. Seizing this fleeting moment of confrontation, Lin Xuan hastily began to explain, his voice slightly hoarse from the recent skirmish. I am not one of Hydra. He gestured towards his attire, which bore no insignia of the organization, merely a dark tactical lining reminiscent in style. His tone was tinged with urgency. I escaped from their laboratory. This outfit was taken from one of their soldiers. Upon hearing this, Natasha's brow furrowed slightly. She halted her intent to attack once more, her keen eyes reassessing Lin Xuan. Indeed, during their earlier clash, although he exhibited remarkable strength and speed, his moves were largely unrefined, relying more on instinct and physical prowess than on any systematic combat training typical of Hydra agents. His strikes were predominantly defensive, lacking lethal intent. Most importantly, his reaction speed and strength did not resemble those of an ordinary Hydra soldier. A flicker of doubt crossed Natasha's mind. Could he be telling the truth? At that moment, an abrupt, jarring screech of tires pierced the air outside the warehouse, followed by the thunderous roar of engines and the synchronized, heavy footsteps of approaching figures. These sounds swiftly enveloped the abandoned structure. Suddenly, with a deafening crash, a tall, cold figure stepped into the scene, his left arm glinting with a chilling metallic sheen, each joint seemingly harboring devastating power. Beneath his medium-length brown hair, his eyes were hollow and indifferent as they scanned the interior of the warehouse. It was the Winter Soldier. Trailing closely behind him were several Hydra soldiers clad in deep green combat gear, armed with assault rifles, entering in rapid, precise formation. They quickly secured advantageous firing positions, their weapons aimed at the center of the warehouse. The instant Natasha Romanoff caught sight of that metallic-armed figure, her pupils constricted in alarm. On her face, which always bore a hint of playful expression, for the first time, an unprecedented gravity emerged. Natasha's gaze darted quickly over the Winter Soldier before returning to Lin Xuan, then shifting towards the Hydra soldiers aiming their firearms in their direction. She recalled her previous mission in Iran, safeguarding nuclear operations, which had met with failure. Thanks to the Winter Soldier, in that fleeting moment, she made a decisive judgment. The identity of the individual who could invoke the Winter Soldier's personal pursuit was undoubtedly of great significance. Moreover, their skills rivaled her own, precisely what the S.H.I.E.L.D. agenda urgently required. Natasha's voice dropped to a hushed tone, her subtly moving lips conveying vital information, yet her tone carried an undeniable resolve. It seems they are coming for you. Follow me. We cannot remain here. In an instant, she abandoned her original mission of infiltrating and investigating the Hydra stronghold. At this moment, the immediate priority was to ensure the safe return of this fugitive, who might possess crucial secrets held by Hydra. To us, HLD, his value could exceed expectations. Lin Xuan also deemed it wise to leave this place post-haste. The complexities within S.H.I.E.L.D. could prove advantageous to him. The more intricate the environment, the better it suited his purposes. In that moment, their thoughts aligned seamlessly. Meanwhile, not far from the abandoned warehouse, in a concealed high-rise, Strucker coldly observed the unfolding events through a high-powered telescope. The screen displayed real-time infrared imagery relayed by drones, the Winter Soldier's intrusion, the deployment of Hydra soldiers, and the tense standoff between the two individuals within the warehouse were all vividly apparent. Upon spotting Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow of S.H.I.L.D., seemingly preparing to extract Lin Xuan, he furrowed his brow slightly. S.H.I.E.L.D. has intervened? This is rather unexpected. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Many within S.H.I.E.L.D. were in his employ. You will not escape my grasp. Yet Baron Strucker exhibited no sign of panic. He picked up a nearby communicator and issued a command in a voice devoid of emotional fluctuation. Winter Soldier and the operational team retreat. Avoid direct confrontation with Natasha. Do not let a mere test subject jeopardize our more significant plans. The strength of Subject 15 far exceeds our estimations. However, you will not elude my control. His voice was chillingly resolute. Within the warehouse, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Bucky's cold gaze swept between Lin Xuan and Natasha, his metal arm slightly raised, seemingly poised to unleash a devastating strike at any moment. The Hydra soldiers maintained their steady aim, fingers resting on triggers, awaiting a command. Lin Xuan's muscles tensed. His heart raced, adrenaline coursing through his veins. Faced with Bucky and several armed soldiers, along with a Black Widow of indeterminate allegiance and unfathomable prowess, he felt ensnared in a seemingly inescapable predicament. Just as the tension reached its zenith, Bucky's movements suddenly hesitated. He seemed to have received some information through the built-in communication device, and in his vacant gaze, a fleeting glimmer of an almost imperceptible fluctuation appeared, only to vanish in an instant. He cast a deep look at Lin Xuan. "I remember you." His eyes remained frigid, hollow, devoid of any human emotion. Yet they seemed to carry a hint of predatory intent. Following this, he glanced at the vigilant Natasha, who was on high alert. Under the astonished gazes of both Lin Xuan and Natasha, Bucky turned without hesitation. Retreat. Their footsteps swiftly faded into the night outside the warehouse, as if they had never existed. This sudden turn of events left Lin Xuan somewhat bewildered. What was going on? Were they just leaving? What about the earlier display of wanting to devour him alive? Was Hydra's modus operandi so capricious? However, Natasha seemed far less optimistic than Lin Xuan. Her brow furrowed even tighter. Hydra, especially Bucky, would never abandon a target without reason. Such an unusual retreat must conceal deeper motives, perhaps even a conspiracy. But now was not the time for further investigation. They needed to leave swiftly. "This way, follow me." Natasha showed no signs of relaxation, firmly grasping Lin Xuan's arm with a tone that was both urgent and commanding. Her hand, though not large, possessed an astonishing strength, compelling Lin Xuan to move in tandem with her. Natasha was evidently well acquainted with the area. They passed through a concealed door at the back of the warehouse, entering a more complex and shadowy maze of alleys. The two navigated quickly through the narrow passages and corners cluttered with debris, Natasha's movements agile and swift. Lin Xuan, utilizing his enhanced physical capabilities, kept closely behind her. The surrounding environment rapidly receded, the clamor of the city seemingly isolated from them. After running for about 10 minutes and confirming that there were no signs of pursuers, Natasha led Lin Xuan to the edge of an abandoned dock. Not far ahead, in the shadows, a sleek outline lay in wait. Even without having seen it with his own eyes, Lin Xuan could guess that it was a Harley motorcycle, a favored steed of the Black Widow. Only then did his taut nerves begin to relax slightly. It appeared they had indeed momentarily evaded Hydra's direct pursuit. Just as his thoughts turned, the cold system notification echoed in his mind, finally arriving belatedly. Ding! Mission accomplished. Escape to safety. Mission description. Successfully escaped the confines of Hydra's underground laboratory base and survived the subsequent pursuit. Mission reward, 20 technology points. Lin Xuan let out a barely perceptible sigh of relief. At last, it was not a fruitless endeavor. Natasha halted, glancing back at Lin Xuan. Her gaze still held an air of scrutiny and inquiry, betraying no sign of easing her vigilance. Get on the motorcycle. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan mounted the bike. Internally, he silently posed a question to the system. System, what exactly can these 35 technology points be used for? Chapter 7, Assessing Gains. A newcomer to S. H. I. L. D. This cannot be a prolonged stay. The engine of the Harley-Davidson emitted a deep, resonant roar. Lin Xuan sat on the rear seat, instinctively gripping the slender waist of Natasha in front of him. Her form-fitting black combat attire conveyed an astonishing sense of resilience and strength, intermingled with a faint, elusive femininity. The intense force of speed nearly threatened to hurl him off. Surrounding scenery rushed by in a blur, transforming into a cascade of fleeting light. The suffocating aura of danger behind them gradually dissipated as distance increased. The sound of the wind filled his ears, yet Lin Xuan's mind remained unsettled, not entirely calmed by the motorcycle's exhilarating speed. He had just escaped a life-and-death chase, fleeing from the clutches of Hydra's elite assassin. Now, he found himself taken away by a mysterious red-haired female agent of equally unfathomable prowess, with an uncertain future ahead. However, more fervent than these concerns was the chilling system notification echoing in his mind, along with the newly acquired 35 technology points. System, how should I utilize these 35 technology points? Surely, they cannot merely be numbers for idle contemplation. The system's voice almost instantaneously resonated within his consciousness. Current technology points, 35, can only be used for in-depth analysis and information extraction of special targets in close proximity. The depth of analysis is directly proportional to the consumption of technology points. Lin Xuan paused momentarily. Is it necessary to touch Iron Man's armor or pluck a hair from the Hulk to acquire technology? Yet, the subsequent message from the system illuminated his gaze. To unlock more advanced technological functions, such as technology blueprint simulation, material energy conversion, item-oriented manufacturing, and ability simulation loading, requires the expenditure of technology points and specific rare resources, or an upgrade to the system's core. So that is how it works. Lin Xuan comprehended instantly. He quickly accounted for the gains since his arrival in this world. Surviving was the most fundamental achievement. Although he had obtained the coveted extraordinary power, merely an initial optimized version of the super soldier serum as defined by the laboratory. Its effects had far exceeded expectations. He had acquired a cutting-edge system known as the core, along with an initial fund of 35 technology points. Having gained a technological edge, he found it ironic that he had not yet encountered Tony Stark, yet he must first make contact with him. Remaining with S.H.I.L.D. could not be a prolonged endeavor. For the moment, he had eluded Hydra's pursuit. However, being marked by the Winter Soldier, who ominously declared, "I remember you," left a lingering sense of dread. Although the road ahead remained uncertain and fraught with peril, with Hydra's threat ever looming, this beginning did not seem too dire. At least, for now, he was still alive. Just as Lin Xuan's thoughts swirled, the speed of the Harley gradually diminished. They traversed an unremarkable underground tunnel entrance, where dim light transformed into brightness. The tunnel walls were smooth, reflecting a cold, white glow. At least 2 concealed red laser beams swiftly scanned the motorcycle and the 2 individuals. Invisible scanning waves rippled outward, conducting identity verification and security checks. The motorcycle glided into a vast, brilliantly illuminated underground space. Rather than a mere base, it resembled a clandestine high-tech fortress concealed beneath the earth. Numerous personnel clad in matching deep blue uniforms hurriedly navigated through the expansive corridors and an array of sophisticated equipment. The air was suffused with a distinct, chilling essence unique to advanced technological facilities, mingling ozone with metallic undertones. Lin Xuan vaguely recognized that the design bore a striking resemblance to the temporary S.H.I.E.L.D. base where Tony Stark had once met Nick Fury. Natasha had directly brought him to a crucial stronghold of S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha deftly steadied the motorcycle, gracefully dismounting with her long legs. Without uttering a word, she signaled Lin Xuan to follow with a glance. The 2 of them traversed several heavy alloy gates, as imposing as a bank vault door. Each gate closed with a resonant thud, underscoring its impenetrable defense. They continued their descent in a high-speed internal elevator. The elevator walls were as smooth as mirrors, reflecting Lin Xuan's somewhat disheveled figure adorned with the dust and damage from battle, alongside Natasha's cool, vigilant visage. At last, the elevator emitted a soft chime and came to a halt on a certain floor. The doors slid open silently, revealing a broad, brightly lit metallic corridor, with soft blue light strips embedded in the walls. Natasha led Lin Xuan, her steps steady, to the end of the corridor, where a door marked Command Center 03 awaited. She paused, positioning herself beside an embedded communication panel. The screen illuminated, displaying a complex verification interface. With her slender fingers, she deftly tapped on the virtual keyboard, inputting a lengthy sequence of intricate access codes with remarkable proficiency. A green light signaled successful verification. Speaking into the communicator, she adopted a succinct, efficient tone devoid of any personal emotion, her voice resonating clearly and steadily through the quiet corridor. Agent Romanoff reporting. After a brief pause, a similarly cold electronic synthetic voice responded, devoid of any inflection. Access confirmed. Agent Romanoff, please proceed. Anomalies detected in the target area. Natasha continued, her voice steady and measured. encountered a Hydra operative team, along with the target Bucky Barnes. Upon mentioning Bucky's name, even through the communicator, Lin Xuan sensed the air momentarily stagnate. That name evidently held significant meaning and posed a formidable threat within SHIELD. During the operation, an unidentified individual was discovered, suspected to have escaped from a Hydra facility. Natasha cast a quick, scrutinizing glance at Lin Xuan and continued, "This individual possesses extraordinary physical capabilities, with strength and speed far exceeding normal standards." They engaged in a brief confrontation with the Winter Soldier and successfully evaded capture. Having returned to the base, I request further instructions. Natasha's report was succinct and devoid of any subjective conjectures, merely stating the facts. A few seconds of silence lingered on the other end of the communicator, yet those moments felt interminable to Lin Xuan. "Bring him in," the deep, gravelly voice commanded, imbued with an undeniable authority. The technologically advanced black door of Command Center 03 slid silently open. Inside, the lighting was soft. It could not dissipate the intangible pressure emanating from the imposing figure standing at the center. A tall, bald man of African descent, clad in a perfectly tailored black long coat, stood there quietly. The most striking feature on his face was the black eye patch covering his left eye. The remaining right eye was now fixed intently on Lin Xuan, unwavering. Chapter 8, Proving Worth. Joining SHIELD. Lin Xuan took a deep breath and stepped into the command center. Although the room was not particularly large, it was meticulously organized. Natasha swiftly approached, standing beside Fury, and added a few words in a low yet clear voice. Upon hearing her, Fury nodded slightly, redirecting his gaze to Lin Xuan. To have escaped from Hydra's laboratory and emerged unscathed under Bucky's command, you have demonstrated extraordinary abilities, even potential. His single eye narrowed slightly, intensifying his scrutiny. "We need to conduct an assessment battle." An assessment battle? Lin Xuan's mind stirred. Nick Fury did not grant him much time for contemplation. Directly pressing a button on the communicator, "Summon Ward to the training area for an assessment." His command was succinct and direct. The side door of the command center opened, and a Caucasian male agent entered. Grant Ward, the future undercover Hydra operative embedded within SHIELD. But for now, he remained one of Fury's most capable subordinates. Once again, the system notification chimed in Lin Xuan's mind. Ding! Mission triggered. Prove worth. Mission objective. Achieve victory in SHIELD's assessment battle and gain preliminary recognition for subsequent operations. Mission reward, 15 tech points. Here it comes. A flicker of barely perceptible brilliance flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes. His brief encounter with Natasha had been more a contest of skill and reflexes, while the chase with Bucky had been a desperate flight under extreme conditions. This was an excellent opportunity to test his true capabilities. Very well, Lin Xuan replied decisively, without a moment's hesitation. His gaze met Nick Fury's with the audacity of a fearless newcomer. The group swiftly proceeded to a small training area deeper within the base. Nick Fury and Natasha entered the observation room, watching through thick bulletproof glass. Agent Ward stretched his limbs, the joints cracking lightly as his focused and sharp gaze locked onto Lin Xuan. "Are you ready?" Ward's voice was steady. Lin Xuan nodded slightly and assumed a simple fighting stance. Although lacking in formal technique, his body instinctively adopted the most effective posture for exerting force. Within the observation room, Fury stood with arms crossed, his single eye narrowed, his expression devoid of any discernible change. Natasha leaned forward slightly, her fiery red hair cascading over her shoulders. Her sharp gaze fixed intently on Lin Xuan, seemingly unwilling to miss a single detail. "Begin." Fury issued the command through internal communication. The moment his words fell, Ward sprang into action. He lunged forward like a cheetah, moving with astonishing speed, his steps steady and rhythmic. Lin Xuan felt a powerful gust of wind rushing towards him, the heightened senses of a super soldier alerting him to danger. Without a moment's thought, his body reacted instinctively. He crouched low, narrowly evading a devastating elbow strike capable of rendering a person unconscious. With a right leg that snapped out like a steel whip, he delivered a fierce, sweeping kick aimed at the knee of Ward's supporting leg. Thud! A dull thump resonated through the air. Ward grunted, feeling an unimaginable force collide with the side of his knee. What immense power! Ward's mind raced in shock, struggling to withstand the excruciating pain while disbelief flooded his thoughts. This seemingly unremarkable Asian youth possessed such terrifying strength. In the observation room, Natasha's pupils dilated in surprise. The explosive power unleashed in that brief moment exceeded her expectations. The instinctive grasp of timing and innate combat intuition stirred a tempest within her. She instinctively glanced at Fury, only to find his expression remained calm, though a glimmer of heightened interest flickered in his solitary eye. The battle continued unabated. Seizing the moment, Lin Xuan pressed forward without hesitation. He unleashed a ferocious straight punch, which Ward barely managed to block with crossed arms. The immense impact forced Ward to slide back 2 steps, a painful sensation coursing through his arms as if his bones might shatter. Is this guy a monster? Ward thought, overwhelmed with terror. In the observation room, Natasha's lips parted slightly, her eyes wide with astonishment. She had initially believed she had overestimated Lin Xuan, yet it was now evident that she had underestimated him. Fury solitary, I remained fixed on the contest, but a barely perceptible smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. What a find! In the arena, the fierce exchange persisted. After deftly sidestepping one of Ward's sweeping kicks, Lin Xuan keenly detected a minuscule opening exposed by his opponent's continuous blocks. An opportunity. A flash of brilliance ignited in Lin Xuan's eyes as he pounced forward like a predator. His speed reached its zenith, nearly transforming him into a blur. Ward, caught off guard, barely had time to react before he felt Lin Xuan's iron grip tighten around his right arm. With a powerful twist of his waist, Lin Xuan executed a sudden maneuver. Crack! The sickening sound of dislocated bone echoed through the air. Immediately, Lin Xuan executed a precise shoulder throw, forcefully slamming the towering Ward to the ground. The resounding thud echoed throughout the training facility. Victory! Although the journey was not devoid of challenges, his opponent's experience and skill posed considerable difficulties. Lin ultimately triumphed decisively, leveraging his overwhelming strength to secure a clean win in this assessment battle. A profound silence enveloped the training arena. Ward lay on the ground, struggling to rise. Yet his dislocated joints and excruciating pain rendered him incapable. His gaze towards Lin Xuan was filled with astonishment and resentment. The door to the observation room creaked open, and Nick Fury emerged, followed closely by the still-shocked Natasha. Fury approached Lin Xuan, his solitary eye scanning him thoroughly before lingering on his somewhat youthful yet promising visage. Well done. Fury's tone was inscrutable, yet a subtle sense of approval flickered in his eye, perhaps accompanied by deeper calculations. His speed, strength, and reflexes far exceeded the norm, and his combat intuition was remarkably keen, truly a promising candidate. He paused, shifting his tone significantly. Considering your unique circumstances, as well as Hydra's unusual interest in you. He emphasized the word interest, S-H-I-E-L-D, can offer you sanctuary. He added, of course, it is not without cost. A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in his eye. We do not harbor idlers here. We will assign you a temporary position. At that moment, a notification chimed in Lin Xuan's mind. Ding. Task completed. Prove your worth. Task reward. 15 tech points. Chapter 9. Adjusting one's state. Contemplating future plans. Employment? Sanctuary? Upon hearing Nick Fury's proposition, Lin Xuan's thoughts raced. He was currently alone, regarded by Hydra as a crucial asset to be reclaimed, and was also under Bucky's scrutiny. While S-H-I-E-L-D was rife with its own undercurrents, it remained the only substantial organization capable of countering Hydra in the open. Temporarily seeking refuge here, utilizing S-H-I-L-D's resources and intelligence to comprehend this world and enhance himself seemed to be the only viable and optimal choice at this juncture. He needed time and a relatively secure environment to assimilate the potential brought forth by the core system. I accept. Lin Xuan lifted his head, meeting Fury's deep-set eye with a calm, yet resolute tone. A barely perceptible smile widened slightly at the corner of Fury's mouth. He refrained from elaborating further, instead turning to Natasha. Agent Romanoff. Fury's voice resumed its customary gravitas. Please escort him to the logistics department to obtain a standard set of gear. His gaze swept over Lin Xuan's tattered, dust-streaked inner garment, his tone carrying an undeniable command. I do not wish to see S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel parading about in Hydra's attire. Natasha inclined her head slightly, her fiery hair swaying gently at her shoulders, her expression still sharp. Understood, sir. She turned, signaling Lin Xuan to follow her as she led the way out of the training arena. Two individuals, one ahead of the other, traversed once more through the alloy corridor imbued with a palpable sense of futuristic technology. The corridor walls emanated a gentle blue luminescence, while personnel clad in deep blue uniforms hurried by, casting curious or scrutinizing glances in their direction. Natasha appeared to stroll nonchalantly in front, her gait steady and her posture erect. Yet, Lin Xuan could sense that the piercing gaze behind him had never truly drifted away. Her perception functioned like the most sophisticated radar, perpetually assessing his condition, emotions, and even the slightest muscular reactions. This silent pressure was far more nerve-wracking than the earlier skirmish. Before long, they arrived at a metallic door marked as the Logistics Equipment Department. Natasha conducted another identity verification and procured a temporary access pass for Lin Xuan. As the scanning beams swept over him, confirming the absence of dangerous items, the door glided open. The interior space was spacious and well-lit, with various standardized equipment meticulously organized on metallic racks. A logistics staff member, utilizing the temporary authorization provided by Natasha and the body data gleaned from the scan, swiftly retrieved a brand-new combat suit for Lin Xuan. The suit, in a deep gray hue, appeared both resilient and elastic, with a design that was simple yet functional, featuring a discreet S.H.I.E.L.D. emblem on the chest and arms. The changing room is over there, indicated the logistics personnel. Lin Xuan accepted the combat suit and entered a small, private cubicle adjacent to him. Closing the door, he isolated himself from the outside world. He promptly removed the tattered and sweat-stained Hydra undergarment, carelessly discarding it aside, and rinsed himself off in the nearby restroom. The formidable regenerative properties bestowed by the super soldier serum had already alleviated most of the minor abrasions and muscle soreness from the previous battle. His physical condition was rapidly recovering. After washing up, he dried himself off. Before donning the new attire, Lin Xuan plunged his consciousness into his mind. The cold system panel materialized distinctly within his awareness. Name, Lin Xuan. Template, optimized super soldier serum. Preliminary success. Capabilities, enhanced physical abilities, accelerated healing, augmented senses, technological means. Xian Core, tech points. 50 tech points. How should these be utilized? What should be analyzed? The array of advanced technology within S.H.I.L.D. was dazzling. Should he focus on the agent equipment he had just glimpsed, or perhaps the engine of the Quinjet? Lin Xuan shook his head, feeling that those options were not particularly reliable. Analyzing such conventional equipment would provide limited enhancement to his current prowess. However, unlocking required upgrading the Xian Core or consuming specific rare resources. What did upgrading entail? What constituted rare resources? Vibranium? The Tesseract? The information was too scant to make a definitive judgment. Alternatively, should he use these 50 points to analyze himself? To delve deeper into the mysteries of the optimized super soldier serum? Perhaps to explore the potential for further enhancement? Or should he analyze Natasha? The thought flashed through Lin Xuan's mind, bold yet quickly extinguished. The risks were considerable, and there was no certainty that anything useful would be revealed. It might merely yield physical data. For a moment, Lin Xuan found himself at an impasse. These 50 technological points must be utilized judiciously. Perhaps it would be best to reserve them for my encounter with Tony. He suppressed the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind and swiftly donned the pristine uniform of SHIELD. The attire fit him impeccably, its specialized fabric clinging to his skin without constraining his movements, while also offering a degree of protection and temperature regulation. Adorned in his new gear, he felt revitalized. However, the restoration of his physical state brought forth another powerful signal: hunger. Having escaped the laboratory and endured a harrowing chase in combat, his energy had been severely depleted. Now, his stomach was completely empty, and an overwhelming wave of hunger surged within him. As he stepped out of the changing room, he spotted Natasha leaning against the opposite wall, her arms crossed, seemingly having waited for some time. Upon seeing Lin Xuan emerge, she appraised him from head to toe. He could not deny that, clad in the fitted uniform, this young man appeared far more presentable, shedding some of his previous dishevelment while gaining an edge of determination. "Follow me." Natasha appeared to have anticipated his condition, her tone remaining succinct. "You need to replenish your energy." She gestured toward the opposite end of the corridor. "The nutritional meals here are quite palatable," she added, a rare instance of amiable advice. The two arrived at a simple yet bright employee cafeteria. It was not mealtime rush, so the place was relatively empty. Natasha skillfully selected a rather bland-looking vegetable salad and a glass of water. Lin Xuan, however, showed no restraint, heading straight for the station offering high-calorie, high-protein synthesized foods. He paid little heed to the taste. His sole desire was to satiate his hunger. Before long, Lin Xuan sat down across from Natasha, a mountain of food piled on his tray, and began to devour it ravenously. His manner of eating stood in stark contrast to Natasha, who nibbled elegantly on her salad. While Natasha appeared engrossed in her meal, her peripheral vision remained fixed on Lin Xuan. This mysterious youth, having escaped the clutches of Hydra, exhibited extraordinary physical prowess and remarkable combat instincts. Now, he displayed an astonishing appetite. What was his true origin? What experiments had Hydra conducted on him? What considerations did Fury have in retaining him within SHIELD? Within her mind, Natasha's thoughts whirled, her gaze harboring an unwavering vigilance and curiosity. Chapter 10. An Encounter with Tony? The energy points have found their purpose. Lin Xuan set down his utensils, leaning back slightly to feel the strength within him rekindle. In his mind, those 50 technological points lay dormant, akin to a treasure waiting to be unearthed. At that moment, a slight tremor disrupted the relative tranquility of the cafeteria. Natasha raised her wrist, where her sleek black communication device flickered to life. A deep, gravelly voice, imbued with undeniable authority, pierced through the subtle silence between them. "Romanov, bring our new asset and proceed immediately to Strategy Room 1. It was Nick Fury. New asset? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow, finding the term rather blunt. A flicker of understanding flashed in Natasha's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she set down her fork and rose with grace. "Let us proceed." Her voice was succinct and devoid of unnecessary elaboration. Lin Xuan promptly stood as well, invigorated by the energy he had just absorbed. The duo swiftly exited the employee cafeteria, navigating through the futuristic alloy corridors once more. The first strategic conference room lay deeper within the base, its access evidently more restricted. The heavy alloy doors slid open silently after authentication. Inside was a spacious circular chamber, dominated by a massive round conference table, with intricate holographic projection devices hovering above. At that moment, the main screen displayed a continuous loop of video clips. Figures clad in red and gold battle armor streaked across the sky like meteors, deftly maneuvering amidst a hail of gunfire, their chest-mounted circular reactors emanating a dazzling blue light. That was Iron Man. Beneath the screen, a stream of footage showcased Tony Stark at various press conferences and commercial events, his face always adorned with that signature, irreverent smile. Nick Fury stood with his back to the enormous holographic display, the hem of his black trench coat resembling a frozen shadow. He did not turn, as if already aware of their arrival. An intangible pressure filled the air, more palpable than the tension of combat training. Director Natasha broke the silence first. Fury slowly turned, his single eye sharp as a hawk's, initially sweeping over Natasha before locking on a Lin Xuan with unwavering intensity. His gaze seemed capable of piercing through all facades, delving deep into the human soul. The next priority, Fury's voice was deep and commanding, cutting straight to the matter without pleasantries. Target, Tony Stark. He gestured towards the figure in armor on the holographic screen. We require someone to engage with him closely to assess his condition in that armor. We need to determine his potential for our subsequent plans. Fury's tone was calm, yet Lin Xuan discerned the underlying significance. SHIELD was keenly interested in Iron Man, or rather, the technology that Tony Stark possessed, infused with a profound wariness. Director, I am prepared, Natasha promptly replied, her voice steady and professional. I will assume the identity of Natalie Rushman to infiltrate Stark Industries' legal department. The preliminary action plan has been submitted and is ready for execution. Her response was impeccably crafted, clearly indicating she had made thorough preparations. Fury nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He had never doubted Natasha's capabilities. Then, his singular gaze turned sharply towards Lin Xuan, as if it were a tangible force, exerting an undeniable pressure upon him, akin to an immense weight resting upon his heart. Romanoff has her professional channels. Fury's voice carried an air of unassailable authority. And you, young man, it is time to demonstrate that you possess value beyond mere combat prowess. His words struck Lin Xuan like a heavy hammer, resonating deep within him. SHIELD. Never engaged in ventures that lack profit. Protection was never granted for free. You must approach Stark in your own manner. Fury's single eye narrowed slightly, intensifying his scrutiny as he sought to establish a preliminary trust. This was a dual test of your capabilities and loyalty. As Fury's words lingered in the air, it felt as if the atmosphere in the conference room had solidified. Natasha turned her head, intrigued, watching Lin Xuan, eager to see how this young man, who had just displayed astonishing combat prowess, would tackle this seemingly insurmountable task. To approach Tony Stark? That arrogant, egotistical genius billionaire, shielded by countless bodyguards and high-tech defenses? And to earn his trust? It sounded utterly ludicrous. However, to Natasha and Fury's astonishment, Lin Xuan's expression revealed neither confusion nor fear. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed. The notion of approaching Stark stirred something within Lin Xuan. It seemed that what one desires can indeed come to fruition. He had thought such an opportunity was out of reach. The arc reactor of Iron Man Stark was a veritable treasure trove of technology. If he could get close enough, even decipher his innovations. Lin Xuan envisioned the dazzling glow of 50 technology points in his mind, seeing the potential for unlocking further capabilities within the core system. This opportunity was akin to a pillow arriving just as one felt drowsy. He suppressed his excitement while maintaining a facade of calm, even allowing a hint of well-placed confidence to shine through. I understand. Lin Xuan met Fury's keen gaze with steadiness, a glimmer of confidence flashing in his eyes. I can approach him as a scientist. A scientist? Natasha blinked in surprise, her red lips parting in astonishment. Fury's eye flickered with an imperceptible change. Perfectly timed. Lin Xuan continued, his thoughts clear and coherent. Stark Industries is about to host its annual Stark Expo. I can fabricate a resume, presenting myself as an independent researcher. A confident smile graced his lips. I can attempt to showcase some research findings that may pique his interest, thereby capturing Stark's attention. Upon hearing this, Natasha's expression towards Lin Xuan underwent a complete transformation. Previously, their assessments had focused solely on his extraordinary physical capabilities and combat instincts. They had never considered that this experimental subject who escaped from Hydra's laboratory possessed knowledge of scientific research. Moreover, judging by his tone, it seemed that his understanding was not merely superficial, but rather infused with considerable confidence and assurance. Fury's demeanor shifted to one of intrigue, as he scrutinized Lin Xuan as if truly seeing him for the first time. After a few moments of silence, only the faint hum of the holographic projection equipment filled the strategic conference room. Oh, Fury finally spoke, his voice laced with evident surprise and keen interest. You also dabble in research? That indeed catches me off guard. He took a step forward, his single eye fixed intently on Lin Xuan, seemingly searching for even the faintest hint of insecurity or pretense upon his face. Yet, Lin Xuan's gaze remained calm and confident. Very well. Fury's lips curled into an elusive smile. Let me witness what you, this scientist, can bring forth. He deliberately emphasized the word scientist, intrigued by the surprises that might unfold from this mission. Chapter 11. A bet? Capturing Tony's attention? A few days later, in New York, the atmosphere at the Stark Industries Expo's opening ceremony was electric, filled with an almost palpable fervor for technology and the future. Lin Xuan blended seamlessly into the eager crowd, his dark gray combat suit harmonizing perfectly with his surroundings, his composed gaze sweeping over everything, absorbing it all. He recalled a few days prior, at the SHIELD Command Center, when he proposed approaching Tony Stark under the guise of a scientist. Natasha's barely concealed astonishment and the fleeting amusement in Fury's single eye were still fresh in his memory. Natasha had raised an eyebrow, a curious smile playing on her lips. A scientist? How intriguing. Shall we make a bet? A bet on what? Lin Xuan inquired, intrigued. Let us wager on who can get closer to Tony Stark more quickly and effectively. Natasha's tone was laced with challenge. If I win, you will comply with all subsequent arrangements made by SHIELD. And if I win? Lin Xuan countered. With a charming smile and a glimmer in her eyes, Natasha replied, If you win, I shall grant you a modest request. Deal. Lin Xuan readily agreed, aware that Natasha sought to test his abilities and the value he possessed. He, too, was in need of an opportunity to demonstrate his worth to SHIELD and Nick Fury, proving that he was more than just remarkable physical prowess. By the way, Agent Romanoff, Lin Xuan suddenly recalled, adding, should I emerge victorious, I hope you can attend to the gunshot wound on your waist. Natasha's smile faltered slightly, her expression becoming complex as she regarded him intently. An old injury. It is of no consequence, she replied, her tone calm, seemingly unfazed. Yet Lin Xuan understood that the scar was far more than a trivial matter for Natasha. It was a haunting reminder of the Winter Soldier, a wound from a year prior, an indelible shadow in her heart. His somewhat audacious request was not merely for gratitude. It was also an attempt to bridge the gap between them. In the unfamiliar environment of SHIELD, having one more ally was preferable to acquiring another enemy, especially one as formidable and beautiful as Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. Today marked the moment he would unveil his surprises. Natasha had her own Natasha Rushman, and he needed to approach Tony Stark in a manner that was more direct and befitting a scientist. Notification. Mission triggered. Expo debut. Mission objective. At the Stark Industries Expo, capture Tony Stark's attention as a scientist. The system's notification tone arrived as expected. The surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement. The massive stage illuminated brilliantly, resembling daylight. All eyes were fixated on the center of the stage and the sky above, eagerly anticipating the man's appearance. Lin Xuan could feel the almost worshipful fervor in the air. A young man wearing a Stark Industries cap shouted excitedly to his companion, Hey, have you heard? Insider news. This time, Tony Stark will directly don his Iron Man suit and jump from 10,000 meters high, delivering a stunning opening act. Is that true? Iron Man's suit? His companion exclaimed, his voice brimming with incredulous excitement. Of course it's true. My cousin works in the Stark Industries security department. He said himself, Tony Stark has invested heavily for this expo, aiming to create a sensational headline. The young man vividly described the scene as if he had witnessed it firsthand. Lin Xuan, upon hearing this, could not help but smirk subtly, thinking to himself, it is indeed Tony Stark style, never missing an opportunity to flaunt and attract attention, narcissism to the core. Shortly after, amidst the deafening rock music and the crowd screams, a red and gold meteor streaked through the night sky, plummeting right onto the stage. Boom! A tremendous roar, accompanied by a powerful shockwave, instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the audience. The red and gold Iron Man's suit gleamed under the dazzling lights, radiating a unique metallic sheen. Brimming with strength and technological allure. It was none other than Tony Stark, clad in the latest Mark IV armor. The crowd erupted. Cheers, screams, and whistles coalesced into a colossal wave of sound, nearly overturning the entire venue. Lin Xuan stood amidst the throng, his gaze calmly fixed on Iron Man at the center of the stage. That Iron Man suit is truly a remarkable piece of technology. He delved into his thoughts, silently urging Core, analyze the Mark IV armor. Ding. Initiating target analysis. Mark IV armor. Analysis successful. Mark IV armor data sample acquired. It is suggested that the host combine this with other armor data samples to forge a personal suit. Other armors? At this moment, Lin Xuan's mind began to formulate an idea, that being the whip. Just then, on stage, Tony Stark smoothly completed the disassembly of his armor. Amidst the fervent cheers, he commenced his classic, captivating opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2010 Stark Industries Expo. I, Tony Stark, am honored to announce that after enduring a long night, Stark Industries, along with the technology we represent, will once again illuminate this world. We shall harness the most cutting-edge technology and limitless imagination to forge a brighter future. A future devoid of fear and war, filled solely with progress and hope. Tony's voice resonated with fervor and confidence, each word seemingly imbued with enchantment, captivating the gaze of everyone present. Amidst the crowd, Lin Xuan observed calmly, absorbing every nuance of Tony's expressions and movements. With his enhanced senses, he could even discern a subtle hint of loneliness lurking in the depths of Tony's eyes. As the speech approached its conclusion, Tony reveled in the audience's applause and cheers, his face adorned with a characteristic, irreverent smile. A glint of insight flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes. The backstage area starkly contrasted with the glitz of the front, suffused with an atmosphere of chaotic busyness. Various equipment and cables intermingled with hurried staff. Several seemingly stringent security checkpoints were rendered ineffective by his extraordinary speed and agility. His objective was clear. The man who had just concluded his impassioned speech, Tony Stark, who was now taking a moment to catch his breath. Outside a relatively secluded makeshift lounge, Lin Xuan halted. The door was ajar, leaving a narrow gap. He glimpsed Tony Stark with his back to the entrance. The once radiant genius now bore an unmistakable trace of fatigue on his face. Tony extended a finger and gently prodded a device, collecting a drop of blood. The screen flickered with a rapid succession of numbers before settling on a reading: palladium toxicity detection. The results were far from promising. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xuan hesitated no longer and gently pushed the door open. The subtle creak of the door broke the silence in the lounge. Tony Stark abruptly turned, his brow furrowing at the sight of an unfamiliar young man standing in the doorway. A flicker of irritation flashed in his azure eyes, tinged with an instinctive wariness toward strangers. "Hey kid," Tony's voice carried his signature haughty tone. "If you want an autograph or a picture, you'll have to queue outside. I'm not in the mood to deal with fans right now." He waved his hand dismissively, signaling Lin Xuan to leave. Lin Xuan, however, exhibited no signs of the excitement or nervousness typical of a fan encountering his idol. He stood there calmly, shaking his head gently. "I apologize, Mr. Stark, but I'm not here for an autograph." His gaze was steady and penetrating, meeting Tony's inquisitive and impatient eyes directly. After a brief pause, he spoke clearly, enunciating each word. "I am here to discuss the arc reactor that sustains your life, as well as the palladium toxicity that is slowly eroding it." In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Tony Stark's irreverent demeanor faltered, replaced by a mixture of shock, disbelief, and acute vigilance. He abruptly straightened from the table he had been leaning against, his eyes sharpening like a blade, fixed intently on Lin Xuan. "Who are you?" Tony's voice deepened, tinged with a barely perceptible rasp. "How could you possibly know this?" Palladium poisoning. This was his most closely guarded secret. Who was this suddenly appearing young man? Lin Xuan seemed oblivious to the rising hostility and wariness emanating from Tony. He disregarded the piercing gaze that could penetrate the soul. He continued, adopting a tone akin to discussing an academic conundrum, calmly stating, "Finding a substitute for palladium is quite a challenge, is it not? After all, within the known periodic table, It appears that no element can perfectly replace palladium while consistently providing energy and posing no harm to the human body. Lin Xuan spoke with an ease reminiscent of discussing the weather. He shifted his tone, a glimmer of wisdom illuminating his eyes. However, Mr. Stark, since known elements cannot resolve the issue, why not consider the creation of an entirely new element? The notion of creating a new element startled Tony at first, only for him to soon perceive it as the most amusing jest of the century, unable to suppress a scoff. The wariness in his gaze receded, replaced by profound derision and disdain. Kid, do you think this is akin to playing with Lego bricks? Creating a new element? You are utterly delusional. That is sheer folly. Tony's voice rose, saturated with contempt for the stranger's wild ideas and the arrogance of a seasoned scientist. Do you think the periodic table is your backyard, where you can plant whatever you desire? Before Tony could continue his mockery, Lin Xuan's gaze drifted past him, focusing on the grand center of the exhibition hall. There stood a colossal globe, a testament to the illustrious history of Stark Industries. I believe, Lin Xuan returned his gaze to Tony, his tone resolute. The key to solving this dilemma may lie within the legacy left by your father, Howard Stark, particularly that model which documents the original blueprint of Stark Industries. Howard Stark. The mention of this name momentarily halted the derision on Tony's face, a complex and inscrutable emotion flickering in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by impatience. My father's legacy? That old model? Tony scoffed. Don't burden me with those antiquities. Kid, I'm not interested in history. I only create the future. He seemed to have lost all patience for further discourse with this young man, spouting nonsense. Lin Xuan refrained from attempting to argue further with words. Facts, after all, are far more compelling than rhetoric. In his mind, he silently intoned, System, expend 20 technology points to analyze and simulate the core structure and energy output model of the arc reactor for conceptual demonstration. Beep. Command received. Target locked. Arc reactor. Concept simulation. 20 technology points expended. Remaining technology points. 30. Command executed. Simulating arc reactor energy core structure. In the next moment. Just as Tony Stark was about to call security in his impatience, an unexpected transformation occurred. Lin Xuan slowly extended his right hand, palm open. The pale blue energy particles, seemingly drawn by an invisible force, coalesced from the air above his palm, swiftly rotating and condensing. Within merely a couple of seconds, a minuscule yet intricately complex three-dimensional projection materialized above Lin Xuan's hand. It was a continuously rotating, circular energy core, emitting a soft and stable blue light. The intricate energy circuits within were vividly discernible. Even the direction and rate of energy flow were meticulously mimicked. It was indeed the projected core structure of the arc reactor. Although the energy fluctuations were exceedingly faint, barely detectable by conventional instruments, the unique energy frequency it radiated, along with the technical principles embedded within, understood solely by the creator of the arc reactor, were instantly recognized by Tony Stark. The sardonic smile on Tony's face froze at the corners, as if the pause button had been pressed. His azure pupils constricted suddenly, nearly reducing to the size of a pinprick. He fixated on the miniature energy core projection emanating a ghostly blue glow from Lin Xuan's palm, his body leaning slightly forward as if striving to imprint every detail of that projection into his memory. Breathing, at that moment, felt almost suspended. Ding! Mission completed. Debut at the expo. Mission evaluation. Perfect. Successfully captured Tony Stark as profound attention and shock. Mission reward. 20 tech points. 1 upgrade authorization fragment for the core. The system's notification echoed in Lin Xuan's mind, yet his attention was wholly captivated by the genius billionaire across from him, who was utterly astonished. This was no mere holographic projection. Far from being a cheap magic trick, the distinctive energy fluctuations, the near-perfect simulation of the core structure. This suddenly emerged young man had not only accurately discerned his closely guarded secret regarding palladium poisoning, but also possessed an intelligence system akin to Jarvis, deeply comprehending and to some extent replicating his core technology of the arc reactor. How could this be possible? Following the initial shock, a deeper sense of intrigue and scrutiny took hold. Tony Stark inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure from the overwhelming impact. His gaze toward Lin Xuan became extraordinarily complex. The previous arrogance and impatience vanished without a trace, replaced by an intense seriousness and curiosity. He realized that this seemingly ordinary young man was anything but simple. The information and technology he wielded could potentially pertain to his very life. Here, Tony's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet remarkably clear, underscored by an undeniable resolve. This was not a conversation to be held in public. His keen eyes scanned the surroundings as if concerned about eavesdroppers. "Come with me." Tony Stark invited Lin Xuan. "Let's out-discuss at my place." Chapter 13. The Narcissistic Tony. A delayed summons? Hearing Tony Stark's suggestion to converse at his residence, Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. His gaze bore a hint of amusement as he observed the once confident, now somewhat eager, genius billionaire. So direct? Lin Xuan's tone carried a touch of perfectly timed teasing as he invited Tony Stark to his home upon their first encounter. Indeed, the man was as extraordinary as rumored, never adhering to conventional norms. This jest seemed to elicit no discernible reaction from Tony, whose mind was entirely consumed by the revelation of the palladium poisoning and the astonishing energy projection emanating from Lin Xuan's palm. Tony appeared oblivious to any impropriety in his invitation, treating it more like a natural command. Without waiting for Lin Xuan to offer an affirmative response, he turned and strode towards an internal passage marked for employee access. Without glancing back, he called out into the air, "Happy, prepare the car. We'll take the back exit." His directive was clear, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a tall, robust man with a serious demeanor, clad in a well-fitted suit, approached briskly. It was Happy Hogan, Tony Stark's driver and bodyguard. Happy's sharp eyes immediately registered the unfamiliar face of Lin Xuan, a complete stranger. A flicker of caution and inquiry passed through his gaze as he discreetly assessed Lin Xuan. However, he was more acutely attuned to the unusual urgency and gravity in Tony's tone. Anyone who could compel Tony Stark to treat the situation with such solemnity, even interrupting subsequent arrangements at the expo to whisk him away, was undoubtedly significant. Happy quickly suppressed his questions, merely nodding slightly before leading the way for the two men. The trio traversed the relatively quiet backstage corridor, where the only sounds were the low hum of equipment and the hurried footsteps of staff. The air still carried remnants of the thunderous excitement from the front hall, creating a peculiar sense of disconnection. Their destination was a discreet exit located at the side rear of the expo venue, where Happy likely had arranged for a vehicle to await them. Yet, it seemed that plans were ever susceptible to change. Just as they approached the staircase leading to the back exit, an uncontrollable surge of sharper, more fervent screams erupted from below. "Mr. Stark! It's Mr. Stark! Oh my God! I see him! Alive! Tony, look over here!" A throng of exceptionally well-informed fans had somehow circumvented security and blocked the non-public exit passage. The dense crowd surrounded the staircase, each face alight with frenzied enthusiasm, brandishing phones, autograph books, and even homemade support signs. Among the crowd, a particularly conspicuous young boy, perhaps 7 or 8 years old, stood out. He donned a noticeably oversized, somewhat clumsily crafted Iron Man helmet that obscured nearly half his face. The little fellow was straining on his tiptoes, desperately peering through the gaps in the throng. His eyes, visible beneath the helmet, sparkled with adoration. This sudden turn of events furrowed Happy's brow, instinctively prompting him to step forward to obstruct the crowd. However, the fervor of the fans clearly exceeded all expectations. Soon, a portion of the crowd's attention shifted to Lin Xuan, who was closely following Tony. "Look, who is that person beside Tony?" A girl holding a cell phone whispered to her companion. "I've never seen him before. He seems so youthful and handsome. Could he be a newly discovered genius from Stark Industries? The future heir?" No, interjected another boy, adjusting his glasses with certainty. "I believe I saw him in the crowd during the opening ceremony. He was just a short distance in front of me, quite low-key." Various speculations arose, accompanied by curious and probing glances directed at Lin Xuan. Amidst this chaotic scene, Tony Stark seemed to undergo an instant transformation. The earlier gravity and urgency appeared to be momentarily cast aside. A signature, slightly narcissistic and nonchalant smile resurfaced on his face. He even waved to the crowd, eliciting a higher pitch of screams. Clearly, he relished the sensation of being the center of attention, akin to a king on stage, graciously accepting the adulation of his subjects. Tony paused, gracefully accepting a few items from the nearest, luckiest fans, books and posters, and signed them with flamboyant strokes. He even remembered to pose for several classic shots that were bound to make headlines the next day. Not everyone, however, was immersed in this atmosphere. In the shadows at the edge of the crowd stood Justin Hammer, the head of Hammer Industries, watching everything with a complex and brooding gaze. As he observed Tony Stark easily basking in the accolades and attention that rightfully belonged to him, a flicker of unmistakable jealousy crossed Hammer's eyes. "Enjoy it while you can." Stark, Hammer sneered inwardly, tightening his jaw. "Soon enough, at the Senate hearing, let us see how arrogant you remain. Your core technology will have to be surrendered for the sake of national security." He could hardly wait to unite with those senators to completely bring Tony Stark down. Seizing everything he possessed, Lin Xuan stood a step behind Tony, calmly observing the unfolding scene. He understood Tony Stark's almost instinctive desire for performance and enjoyment of the limelight. It was both his nature and perhaps a means to mask his inner unease and pressure. Amidst the commotion, a few fans, swept up by the fervent atmosphere, mustered the courage to approach Lin Xuan, believing that anyone walking alongside Tony must also be of significance. With tentative hope, they extended their autographed books and pens towards him. "Sir, could you possibly sign for us as well?" asked a girl who appeared to be a university student, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Xuan was somewhat taken aback, yet his face revealed nothing. With a composed gaze, he scanned the eager faces of the fans. He simply nodded gently, took the pen, and signed his name, Lin Xuan, on the proffered book. His handwriting was clean and decisive, exuding a sense of steady strength. As Tony basked in the adoration of his fans, Happy managed to clear a narrow path for passage, preparing to escort the two to the car. "Mr. Tony Stark," a clear, commanding female voice, imbued with an unmistakable official tone, pierced through the din of the crowd. A woman clad in a well-tailored Navy uniform, exuding an air of seriousness with piercing eyes, swiftly navigated through the throng of eager onlookers. She approached Tony Stark directly, presenting a folded document without hesitation. Her tone was official and resolute. "I hereby serve you a subpoena on behalf of the United States Senate Military Committee." In that instant, the smile on Tony Stark's face vanished without a trace, replaced by a complex expression of extreme impatience and profound disdain. He let out an exaggerated groan, seemingly overwhelmed by the burdensome legalities. All he yearned for was to return to his seaside villa with Lin Xuan and engage in a serious discussion about the arc reactor and palladium poisoning, rather than being entangled here with tedious legal documents and loquacious senators. Tony cast a swift glance at Lin Xuan standing beside him, his eyes conveying a hint of apology. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and affectionately patted the broad shoulder of Happy Hogan beside him. "Happy, my good friend, I leave this lady in your capable hands. You know what to do." Chapter 14. Directly replicating the arc reactor? A shock to Tony Malibu Beach. Within Tony Stark's futuristic seaside villa, perched atop a cliff, it resembled more of a dreamland for a leading scientist than a mere home. The opulent, high-tech private laboratory was filled with ethereal blue holographic projections floating gracefully in the air, while an array of unidentifiable precision instruments glimmered with a metallic sheen, meticulously arranged and awaiting their master's command. Tony promptly led Lin Xuan to the center of the laboratory, to the most spacious and well-lit workbench. This area was adorned with various robotic arms, laser-cutting devices, and an array of high-precision tools and material samples. He casually shed his expensive coat, now dusted from the earlier chaos, tossing it onto a nearby chair. "All right, kid." Tony turned around, arms crossed, his striking blue eyes refocusing on Lin Xuan. The scrutiny was palpable. "Now, this is absolutely safe. No fans, no reporters, and certainly no bothersome legal officials. You can finally explain who you truly are. How do you know about the palladium poisoning? And what was that display earlier?" He gestured to his chest, and mimicked Lin Xuan's earlier demonstration of the energy projection. Lin Xuan surveyed the surroundings, his gaze calmly sweeping across the equipment representing the pinnacle of current technological advancements on Earth. From molecular reassemblers to high-energy particle collision simulators, every piece of equipment here would drive any physicist or engineer to the brink of ecstasy. Yet, within his eyes, there was neither astonishment nor envy, as if he were merely observing mundane tools. At that moment, a crisp system notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Task triggered. Core reproduction. Task objective. In the presence of Tony Stark, successfully manufacture a functional arc reactor core using the materials and equipment provided. Task reward. 30 technology points. Lin Xuan took a deep breath. The system task had arrived. He withdrew his gaze and turned to Tony. Mr. Stark, idle chatter serves no purpose. Lin Xuan's voice was clear and steady. If you wish to ascertain the veracity of my claims, it is quite simple. He extended a finger, casually gesturing towards the array of rare materials gleaming with metallic luster and the precision tools poised nearby. You provide the materials, and I shall replicate an arc reactor core for you, right now. Replicate? Here? Now. Tony was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly recover, as if he had just heard an exceedingly absurd joke, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. His expression was a blend of incredulity and a hint of disdain, as if to say, "Are you jesting?" Yet, this expression was soon supplanted by a burgeoning curiosity and an underlying desire for challenge. This young man before him was rather intriguing. He scoffed, his tone laced with the innate arrogance and confidence of a geniusaire. Replicate? Huh, I dare say. When it comes to materials and equipment, I, Tony Stark, am never lacking. He stepped forward abruptly, almost invading Lin Xuan's space, fixing him with a gaze imbued with palpable pressure. Very well. I shall witness how you intend to replicate my reactor. With a dramatic sweep of his hand, he gestured towards the entire workspace, his motion both graceful and commanding. Use anything you wish. All permissions are granted. Enlighten me. He was eager to see just how much substance lay behind the bravado of this audacious youth. Lin Xuan felt a surge of determination within. This was precisely what he desired. In his mind, he decisively issued a command. Core, conduct a deep simulation based on the previously modeled structure of the arc reactor. Commence physical construction immediately. Core command received. Technology points 50, current technology points 0. Deep analysis and construction program initiated. Optimizing energy circuit design, matching material properties. Simulating energy output curve. Warning. Computational demands exceed current threshold limits. Processing core overload. Warning. In an instant, Lin Xuan experienced a slight yet distinct pain deep within his brain, akin to countless tiny currents leaping and colliding between neurons. The computational power of the core system was evidently struggling under the immense data flow required for such a precise and intricate task, demanding immediate physical execution. The temperature of the processing core was rising sharply. Tony Stark stood nearby, arms crossed, intrigued and ready for the spectacle. He observed Lin Xuan, who had merely closed his eyes, standing still as if in meditation. What was this? Did he need to first invoke the deity of science? A playful curve appeared at the corner of Tony's mouth, but in the next moment, that playful expression froze on his face. Lin Xuan abruptly opened his eyes, and it seemed as if invisible sparks flickered within them. He did not touch any physical control interface. However, the several high-precision robotic arms above the workbench sprang to life, as if endowed with consciousness. They deftly grasped various rare metallic materials, such as palladium and titanium alloys, even utilizing certain special alloys stored in Tony's laboratory that had yet to be publicly disclosed. Blinding blue laser beams shot forth, tracing intricate trajectories in the air as they executed micron-level cutting and shaping of the materials. Sparks flew. Various powders and scraps were instantly cleared away by the adjacent suction apparatus. Under Lin Xuan's silent guidance, or rather, under the direct control of the Xiongxin system within his mind, the cut and shaped components began to assemble, splice, and interlock at a dazzling yet remarkably precise speed. The entire process flowed seamlessly, embodying a beautiful fusion of technology and power. Tony's expression transformed from initial amusement to astonishment, then to disbelief, until only sheer stupefaction remained. He could discern that this was no pre-programmed sequence. The movements of those robotic arms exuded a certain intuitive calculation, seemingly adjusting the angle and force of each action based on real-time feedback. Could this young man's mind be connected to these machines? A few minutes later, amidst Tony's bewildered gaze, a stable and rhythmic hum of energy resonated. At the center of the workbench, a brand new circular device, emanating an exceptionally pure, ethereal blue light, began to rise slowly and eventually hovered steadily in midair. Its size was slightly smaller than the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest, yet its structure appeared more intricate and streamlined, with internal energy circuits radiating a brighter and more stable glow. A surge of unadulterated energy waves emanated from it, instantly filling the entire laboratory. Ding! A system prompt resonated in Lin Xuan's mind, bringing a wave of triumphant joy. Task completed. Core reproduction. Task reward. 30 tech points. At that moment, a holographic projection materialized, displaying several lines of information. Name: Lin Xuan. Acquired ability: Super Soldier Serum. Initial optimized version. Possess technology: Xiongxin. Basic functions activated. Tech points: 30. Item: Xiongxin Upgrade Permission Fragment 1, Chapter 15. Exploring Technology. A first encounter with Pepper. All expressions vanished from Tony Stark's face in that instant, leaving behind a state of near stupor and incredulous shock. His eyes widened, those orbs that always sparkled with wisdom and cunning now solely reflecting the perfect creation hovering in midair, radiating an ethereal blue glow. His body stiffened, as if ensnared by a binding spell. He fixated on the object that this enigmatic young man had crafted in mere minutes. He expended countless efforts and sacrificed his health to barely sustain the core of his arc reactor, a creation seemingly more perfect than his own. The energy fluctuations emanating from it were purer and more stable than those of Tony's reactor, and its power appeared to be even greater. How could this be? In the air, only the newly suspended arc reactor core remained, emitting a steady and rhythmic hum of energy. The ethereal blue light danced, illuminating Tony Stark's face, which was etched with astonishment and disbelief. His azure pupils nearly shrank to the size of pinpoints, fixated intently on the core. The life essence he had painstakingly maintained, even at the cost of his own health, was replicated in mere minutes by this young man, perhaps even surpassed. A faint gasp broke the silence of the laboratory. Tony abruptly turned his head to see Lin Xuan, his complexion somewhat pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He supported his forehead with one hand, his body swaying slightly, as if struggling to maintain his balance. The other hand braced against the workstation, his breaths coming in rapid succession. Deep within his mind, a sharp pain and dizziness surged from the overburdened calculations of the core, crashing over him like relentless waves, threatening to engulf his consciousness. Yet he gritted his teeth, suppressing the discomfort. Tony Stark gradually emerged from the depths of his astonishment regarding the flawless reactor. His keen gaze swept over Lin Xuan's somewhat weakened state, and his brows instinctively arched. The subtle irritation he felt from having his core technology so effortlessly surpassed dissipated significantly. Beep. Detected abnormal state of host. Excessive mental energy consumption. Neural overload. Warning. Current operational capacity of the core has reached its limit. Continued overload may cause irreversible damage to the host. Suggestion. The host should expedite the upgrade of the core. The cold warning from the system pierced through Lin Xuan's forcibly suppressed dizziness. He inwardly chuckled wryly. It appeared that the current computational ability of the core was still insufficient, struggling even to replicate an optimized version of the arc reactor. An upgrade was urgently needed. Otherwise, when faced with more complex analysis or construction tasks in the future, he might truly risk a system failure that could damage his mind. Hey kid. Tony's voice regained some of its signature teasing tone, though it carried a heavier undertone of scrutiny. Are you all right? Did you tire yourself out with a little invention? Your stamina seems lacking. Lin Xuan raised his head and waved his hand at Tony, managing a somewhat forced smile. It's just a minor issue. The calculations were a bit extensive, leading to excessive energy consumption. Extensive calculations? Energy consumption? Tony keenly seized upon these two phrases, observing the young man before him, who had indeed created a miracle, yet appeared somewhat fragile at this moment. The last vestiges of his wariness vanished, replaced by a burgeoning sense of camaraderie. An exhilarating thrill surged within him, an electrifying encounter with a worthy adversary, a fervent connection with a kindred spirit. This young man was undeniably a genius, perhaps even more extraordinary in certain aspects. It was simply astounding, almost beyond belief. Tony strode over to Lin Xuan, excitement radiating from him as he pointed at the levitating new core, as though he were about to unleash a torrent of accumulated astonishment. How did you accomplish this? The optimization of the structure and the layout of the energy circuits are nothing short of perfection. It far surpasses my own. His cerulean eyes sparkled with fervor, reminiscent of a child who has just discovered their beloved toy, unabashedly displaying his exhilaration. Moreover, the notion of creating new elements. It is utterly audacious. Suddenly, Tony grasped Lin Xuan's arm with considerable force, as if fearing he might vanish in the next moment. Tell me, what's your thought process? What specific ideas do you have regarding the new elements? He dragged Lin Xuan along, pacing excitedly through the spacious laboratory, wholly immersed in the fervor of scientific exploration, momentarily casting aside Lin Xuan's earlier frailty. Palladium is far too unstable, and its toxicity. Let's not dwell on that. We require an entirely new element, one with a higher atomic number, greater stability, and enhanced energy output. Theoretically, it might be achievable through high-energy particle collisions, but how do we control the synthesis process? How do we ensure its stability, its harmlessness? Tony's excitement crescendoed, his thoughts cascading forth like a flood unleashed. Although neither possessed a definitive synthesis pathway for the new element, the exhilarating spark generated by their intellectual exchange remained undiminished. As their discussion reached a critical juncture, both men simultaneously turned their gazes toward the ethereal, yet seemingly attainable answer contained within Howard Stark's exposition model. Indeed, the answer must lie within that model. Tony clapped his hands with sudden inspiration, his eyes aglow. My father would never have left behind something devoid of significance. Lin Xuan nodded in agreement. Based on his understanding of the narrative, the blueprint for the new element was indeed concealed within that model. However, the thrill on Tony's face dissipated almost instantaneously, replaced by a look of vexation as he scratched his head. Wait a moment, I think I may have stored that model in some warehouse. Or perhaps I left it in a corner of my office. The billionaire genius suddenly resembled a child who had misplaced their keys, his expression a portrait of bewilderment. This unexpected lapse of memory doused their fervent discussion with a cold splash of reality. The impulse to immediately embark on empirical verification was abruptly stymied. Tony realized it had been a long time since he had engaged in such an invigorating technical discussion with anyone. Ever since Obadiah Stane's exposure, there had been almost no one with whom he could share such a level of intellectual discourse. He regarded Lin Xuan with unmasked admiration, tinged with a hint of yearning. A yearning for more such intellectual collisions, a desire to transform this audacious idea into reality. Just as their minds raced with fervent thoughts, itching to mobilize all of Stark Industries' resources to commence the new element synthesis experiment, the technologically sophisticated glass door of the laboratory slid silently to the sides. Pepper Potts, clad in a well-tailored black business suit and stepping gracefully in her sharp high heels, entered with a professional smile adorning her exquisite face. She had come to remind Tony of some follow-up matters concerning the exhibition. However, upon crossing the threshold into the laboratory, she instinctively halted at the sight before her. Tony Stark, the man she perceived as perpetually energetic and exuding a confidence bordering on narcissism, was engaged in an intense discussion with a completely unfamiliar young Asian face. Their expressions were focused, and a myriad of intricate technical terms occasionally erupted from their conversation. Though Pepper could not grasp the specifics, she could sense the palpable fervor that accompanies the clash of brilliant minds. Tony's face bore an expression of unparalleled enthusiasm and immersion, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only him, this stranger, and the enigmatic technological theories they were dissecting. A peculiar device, suspended between them and radiating a cerulean glow, captivated Pepper's attention. What was that? It bore a resemblance to the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. It seemed distinctly different. Standing at the entrance, her finely arched brows lifted slightly, a flicker of surprise coursed through her mind. It was rare for Tony to engage so openly in technical discourse with someone he had just met. Who was this person? And what was so extraordinary about him that could elicit such regard from Tony? It appeared that Tony had finally noticed Lin Xuan, who was gently rubbing his temples. His complexion paler than before. In a buoyant mood, Tony couldn't resist teasing once more. The atmosphere relaxed as if they were longtime acquaintances. I must say, your physical condition leaves much to be desired, young man, he remarked, giving Lin Xuan's shoulder a playful pat, his touch neither too firm nor too gentle, infused with Iron Man's characteristic humor. Even scientists need to exercise. Otherwise, how can one endure the late nights of research? Just look at you. I feel like Jarvis could blow a breeze and knock you over. As their discussion seemed to reach a temporary conclusion, Pepper approached with an elegant stride, a smile gracing her lips. Her gaze lingered on Lin Xuan for a moment, a blend of professional courtesy and unmistakable curiosity evident in her demeanor. She gracefully positioned herself beside Tony, her voice melodious and imbued with a subtle inquiry. Tony, it seems you've truly encountered a kindred spirit today. Pepper Potts' arrival momentarily interrupted the intellectual exchange between the two men. Lin Xuan turned to regard this poised and competent woman, destined to wield great influence over Stark Industries. This must be the renowned Miss Pepper Potts, he thought. Sister-in-law, a pleasure to meet you. He paused before adding, you may call me Lin Xuan. Sister-in-law? Pepper's finely arched brows rose slightly, quickly followed by a laugh elicited by Lin Xuan's somewhat playful yet endearing address. Her impression of this young man, who could engage Tony's attention so profoundly, improved considerably in that instant. She turned to Tony, her tone regaining its usual sharpness. Tony, Happy just called to remind you not to forget the Senate Armed Services Committee hearing tomorrow morning. You need to confirm the relevant materials as soon as possible. The mention of the hearing caused Tony's excitement to dissipate instantly, as if doused with cold water. He exaggeratedly clasped his forehead and let out a pained groan. Oh, damn it. I almost forgot about that bunch of old fossils. He complained. I have to go to Capitol Hill and listen to them drone on about whether my toys are indeed weapons of mass destruction. It's utterly maddening. Beep. Side quest triggered. The Puppet Master. Quest objective. Assist Tony Stark in the Senate hearing to uncover and preliminarily identify the hidden forces attempting to seize the arc reactor technology. Quest reward. 50 tech points. The system's prompt chimed in at an opportune moment. Lin Xuan felt a stir within, yet his face remained impassive. He glanced at the visibly agitated Tony and pondered aloud. Mr. Stark, this hearing may not merely be a simple matter of those senators seeking to trouble you. Tony halted his complaints and turned to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan continued. The value of the arc reactor technology is immeasurable. Those coveting it are certainly not limited to the obvious contenders. The grand scale of this hearing suggests that other organizations may be covertly orchestrating it, seeking to apply pressure on you through official channels or even create opportunities. Tony furrowed his brow. Lin Xuan's words illuminated his thoughts, leading him to recall the 10 rings he encountered in Afghanistan and Obadiah Stane's betrayal. Those experiences made him acutely aware that the eyes coveting his technology and wealth had never truly vanished from the shadows. Are you suggesting someone intends to fish in troubled waters? Tony's gaze sharpened. Pepper, initially only reminding Tony of his schedule as part of her duties, found herself drawn into contemplation, her expression turning serious. She understood better than anyone the potential threats facing Stark Industries. Lin Xuan nodded. It is highly probable. Since they desire your core technology, perhaps we can offer them an opportunity. He cast a glance at the brand new micro-arc reactor core hovering on the workbench, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. They want the arc reactor? Then I shall present another one for them to see during the hearing. You? Present? Tony paused, then quickly grasped Lin Xuan's intent, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Lin Xuan elaborated on his plan. Tomorrow, at the hearing, I will seize the chance to unveil this new reactor core, demonstrating to everyone that the mastery of this technology does not rest solely with you, Tony Stark. Those lurking in the shadows, seeing that I possess this technology and that it appears more accessible with me, do you think they won't be tempted? After the meeting concludes, I will find a reason to depart alone. If there truly are those secretly coveting it, this would undoubtedly be their prime opportunity to strike or make contact with me. This plan could be deemed audacious, even somewhat perilous, placing oneself in potential danger as bait. Tony gazed intently at Lin Xuan, his expression a tapestry of complexity. This young man not only possessed astonishing skills, but also exhibited a remarkable audacity that was almost frightening. Yet, Tony could not deny that this plan struck at the very heart of the matter, aligning perfectly with his own inclinations. How intriguing! He stroked his chin, a renewed glimmer of excitement and adventurous spirit illuminating his face. Quite exhilarating. I relish this. He promptly declared, excellent. Let us proceed. Tomorrow, I shall bring along my briefcase. Just in case. He referred to the swiftly deployable portable Iron Man armor. Mark V. Pepper, standing nearby, felt a surge of trepidation. Yet she could not help but notice the identical spark of exhilaration in the eyes of both Tony and Lin Xuan. She realized that she could not deter these two madmen and silently resolved to bolster security measures for the following day. With the plan firmly established, Lin Xuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. The rewards for this mission were exceedingly generous, particularly the technology points, which were precisely what he urgently required. Seizing the opportunity while Tony and Pepper arranged the itinerary for the next day, he quietly inquired of the system. System, what are the requirements for upgrading the Zyok? Beep. Detecting host permission requirements. Analyzing upgrade conditions for Zyok. Condition 1. Acquire fragments of Zyok upgrade permissions. Partially satisfied. Condition 2. Accumulate sufficient technology points. Current technology points. 30. Not satisfied. Condition 3. Analyze and master at least one epic-making core technology. Satisfied. Optimized arc reactor. Condition 4. Insufficient permissions cannot display. Condition 5. Insufficient permissions cannot display. Tip. Please continue to strive, unlock more permissions, and acquire the necessary resources for the upgrade. Chapter 17. The Hearing. A mutual mockery to see who the clown is the following day. In Washington, D.C., the atmosphere within the Senate Armed Services Committee hearing was solemn and oppressive. An invisible scent of gunpowder hung in the air. The flash of cameras erupted continuously within the venue, capturing every moment that might become headline news. Tony Stark, clad in a meticulously tailored, luxurious suit, bore his signature expression, a blend of nonchalance and profound confidence. Beside him stood the ever-capable and charming Pepper Potts, her demeanor slightly tense. Lin Xuan sat quietly, his gaze sweeping calmly across the assembly. He appeared to be an ordinary young man, filled with curiosity about this monumental hearing. However, beneath his tranquil exterior, his mind was anything but calm. The previous night, in Tony's opulent seaside villa, he had remarked with his usual jest, "We must project a bit of arrogance. Let them know that the realm of geniuses is beyond their comprehension." Lin Xuan had merely smiled in response. Recollecting the extraordinarily soft bed, the dazzling starry sky visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the boundless sea view, along with Pepper Potts' kind smile as she offered to introduce him to the most beautiful girl in Los Angeles, a subtle smile crept onto Lin Xuan's lips. Being reborn into the Marvel Universe, starting out as a friend and technical partner of the top-tier billionaire Iron Man, this sensation was quite delightful. His reverie was abruptly interrupted by a stern voice. The hearing was officially underway. Senator Stern took the initiative to challenge. He tapped the microphone before him, his voice resonating through the amplifiers and filling the entire hall. "Mr. Stark," Stern's gaze fixed upon Tony. "The central issue we convene this hearing for pertains to national security. The Iron Man suit, a formidable technology under your personal control, is fundamentally a weapon. We demand that you relinquish this technology to government oversight for the sake of America's national interests." Stern's voice was unwavering, imbued with an undeniable authority. A murmur of low discussions and the clicking of cameras erupted within the assembly. Tony languidly leaned back in his chair, even casting a flirtatious glance towards the audience. He exchanged a knowing look with Lin Xuan from a distance, a silent communication understood only between them. Slowly, Tony lifted the microphone, his tone laced with sarcasm and arrogance. "Senator, if I may be so bold, your understanding of my attire is somewhat misguided. Firstly, this suit is not a weapon. It is a high-tech prosthesis, intricately intertwined with my very existence." He paused, a grin spreading across his face. "Even if it were a weapon, I would not hand it over to you. For in my possession, it remains secure. In yours, I cannot guarantee such safety." Stern's expression darkened, a flicker of cold amusement flashing in his eyes. "Tony Stark, you remain ever so conceited," he scoffed inwardly. "Do you truly believe I am unprepared? Although Justin Hammer, that fool, may be unreliable, his collaboration with the military has birthed formidable contraptions that could at least stir some trouble and divert public attention." He gestured, and a middle-aged man clad in ostentatious attire, slick-back hair and a broad smile, eagerly stood from a nearby seat and approached with haste. It was none other than Justin Hammer, the head of Stark Industries' arch-rival, Hammer Industries. Simultaneously, the large screen at the front of the hall illuminated, displaying a meticulously edited montage of images and video clips. The visuals showcased various cumbersome, crudely painted armor prototypes, yet brimming with apparent firepower. "Esteemed senators, distinguished members of the media," Hammer proclaimed from the podium, his voice booming with exaggerated confidence. "For far too long, Mr. Stark has monopolized cutting-edge soldier armor technology, posing a potential threat to national security. But today, I am honored to announce that Hammer Industries, with robust support from the military, has successfully developed a series of reliable, powerful new combat armors." Hammer's words flowed with fervor as he pointed to the impressive iron behemoths on the screen, boasting of his technology's superiority and unwavering reliability. "Our products can entirely replace Iron Man, offering a more stable and controllable option for maintaining world peace and national security." His fervent rhetoric suggested he was on the brink of leading America into a new era of glory. Tony Stark crossed his arms defiantly. Observing Hammer's abysmal performance and the shoddy visuals on screen, a look of unabashed disdain and mockery crossed his face. He could scarcely be bothered to articulate a rebuttal. Instead, leisurely retrieving his Stark smartphone, his fingers dancing across the screen with remarkable speed. Almost instantaneously, the meticulously crafted promotional video of Hammer Industries came to an abrupt halt. In its place, unedited, disaster-laden test footage unfurled on the grand screen. There, an armored vehicle stumbled after just 2 steps, flipping over in a most comical fashion. A flying suit took off only to lose control, careening about like a headless fly, ultimately crashing into the testing facility wall in a plume of black smoke. Even more absurd, a drone aimed its cannon at its own operators, sending them into a panic. One scene displayed a tester trapped within the armor, desperately shouting for help. A montage of chaos, explosions, malfunctions, and operational blunders, accompanied by the frantic cries of onlookers, transformed the event into a grand comedic catastrophe. An eerie silence enveloped the room, momentarily stunning the journalists before they erupted into uncontrollable laughter and a frenzy of clicking shutters. Even those who had initially maintained solemn expressions could not suppress their smirks. Chuckling softly, Justin Hammer's smile faded instantly, his brow slick with cold sweat, rendered speechless. Stern's face turned an alarming shade of crimson, his finger trembling as he pointed at Tony. "Tony Stark," he nearly bellowed. Yet, Tony appeared oblivious to his fury, rising to stand before the screen. Pointing at the ludicrous failures, he began to deliver his sardonic commentary. "Senator, is this the alternative you hold in such high regard? Frankly, should these metal coffins see battle, I dare say our own troops would be dealt with before the enemy even strikes." Turning to the ashen-faced Hammer, Tony shrugged. "I can only say your capacity for innovation has once again redefined my understanding of mediocrity." Tony unleashed a torrent of biting critiques that left Stern and Hammer utterly humiliated. transforming what was meant to be a serious hearing into a farcical spectacle. Trembling with rage, yet powerless to retaliate, Stern prepared to forcibly adjourn the meeting amidst the chaos Tony had incited. At that moment, seated among the audience, Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled with determination. This was the moment. He rose slowly, his calm gaze sweeping over Stern and Tony at the podium. Under the astonished gaze of all present, he withdrew an object from his pocket, a ring-like device emanating a pure, stable, cerulean glow. A brand-new, miniature arc reactor core. Chapter 18. Harmonious Cooperation. The fish is hooked, but who is ensnared? The tumult in the hall ceased abruptly at the sight of Lin Xuan's cerulean halo, as if someone had pressed the mute button. In the previous moment, the hearing room was rife with laughter, debate, and the click of cameras. In the next, an eerie silence enveloped the space. All eyes were drawn to the object suspended above Lin Xuan's palm, radiating a pure and stable azure glow reminiscent of a nebula deep within the cosmos, mysterious and captivating. A subtle yet rhythmic hum of energy replaced the cacophony, resonating clearly in everyone's ears. Lin even found leisure to wear a hint of a teasing smile. Arching an eyebrow at Tony Stark and inquiring silently, "What do you think, Mr. Stark? Is my replica to your liking?" Tony deciphered the shapes of his lips, his own mouth curving into a broad grin as he silently replied, "Splendid. 1,000 times superior to some people's iron coffin." This wordless exchange transpired in an instant, yet it brimmed with a tacit understanding and a sense of pride only they could comprehend. The reporters reacted swiftly. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a frenzy ensued. Click, click, click. The flashes erupted like a daytime thunderstorm, illuminating Lin Xuan and the core in his hand as if they were the focal point of a grand stage. Countless cameras, both long and short, were fixated on this sudden, paradigm-shifting marvel. Tony Stark raised an eyebrow. The mockery and impatience that once adorned his face had vanished, replaced by a knowing smile laden with anticipation for the unfolding drama. At the podium, Senator Stern's face, once flushed with anger, now displayed a kaleidoscope of colors. His pupils constricted upon catching sight of the azure core, a wave of shock washing over him, an unparalleled astonishment. What followed was not anger or confusion, but a euphoric greed that threatened to burst forth. An arc reactor, another arc reactor, and it appeared even more stable and pure than the one nestled in Stark's chest. Stern's heart raced with fervor as he grasped the implications of this object. If he could deliver this technology, or the individual who wielded it, to Hydra or Baron von Strucker, the rewards would be monumental. It could elevate him to unprecedented power and status. Stern's breath grew labored, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Xuan, as if he had spotted the ultimate prey. Meanwhile, Justin Hammer, the arms dealer who had just been clumsily attempting to usurp Stark, now stood as if struck by an invisible bolt of lightning, frozen in place. His comical, greasy visage was etched with disbelief. Jealousy, raw, unrestrained jealousy and desire filled his mind in an instant. He fixated on the core in Lin Xuan's hand, his eyes wide as saucers. The azure glow appeared to him as a pathway to wealth, fame, and a chance to utterly surpass Tony Stark. How could he possess such a thing? This was impossible. Hammer screamed internally. How could this Asian upstart, emerging from seemingly nowhere, possibly command such technology? A sinister thought flickered through his mind. However, this young lad appeared so inexperienced, surely not as formidable as Stark. To reveal himself was nothing short of foolishness, a reckless gamble. Hammer greedily licked his lips. After a brief silence, chaos erupted entirely. The reporters, akin to sharks sensing blood, descended into madness. Who are you? Sir, what is it that you hold? Is it another arc reactor? What is your relationship with Tony Stark? Did you develop this technology? Are you willing to share it with the government? An avalanche of sharp, urgent inquiries surged toward Lin Xuan. The journalists began to jostle one another, striving to get closer, thrusting microphones toward Lin Xuan's lips. Security personnel endeavored to restore order. Yet the scene had spiraled completely out of control. The flashbulbs blinded, and the cacophony of questions was deafening. Stern, recognizing the situation, understood that this hearing could no longer proceed as planned. The question regarding the ownership of the Iron Man suit paled in significance before the newly revealed arc reactor. A new, more alluring, and valuable target had emerged. He forcibly suppressed the excitement and greed swelling within him, striving to maintain an appearance of composure. Bang, bang, bang. He struck the table forcefully, attempting to drown out the uproar. Silence, silence. Stern's voice boomed through the megaphone, imbued with undeniable authority. Due to unforeseen circumstances, this hearing is temporarily adjourned. Related matters will be discussed at a later date. He announced the recess, yet his gaze discreetly darted toward the young man standing at the center of the turmoil, who remained remarkably calm. Lin Xuan seemed oblivious to the surrounding clamor. He quietly retracted his hand. The miniature arc reactor core, radiating a bluish glow, vanished as if by magic, likely tucked away in his pocket. He adjusted his collar with unhurried grace. Then, amidst the throng of cameras, he strode directly through the chaotic crowd toward Tony and Pepper. Upon reaching them, Lin Xuan slightly turned to the side and whispered in a voice meant only for their ears, "Mr. Stark, I have some personal matters to attend to. I won't be returning with you." Tony instantly comprehended. The bait plan was officially underway. A glimmer of approval crossed his eyes, tempered by a hint of unnoticeable concern. This lad was playing a dangerous game. Tony raised his hand and gave Lin Xuan's shoulder a hearty pat. No words were spoken, but the message was clear: tread carefully. Don't let it slip away. He then wrapped an arm around the worried Pepper Potts, donning an exaggerated smile as he faced the throng of reporters. With the protection of his bodyguards, he was the first to turn and depart from the chaos. Lin Xuan watched Tony and Pepper's retreating figures, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his lips. Excellent. The bait had been cast. Now, it remained to be seen whether the fish beneath the surface were greedy enough, bold enough. He turned around, preparing to leave the venue alone. At that moment, two almost imperceptible yet fervently desirous gazes simultaneously fixed upon him. Senator Stern, after announcing the adjournment, did not immediately vacate the podium. He feigned the act of organizing documents. Yet his eyes, through the lenses, sharply scrutinized Lin Xuan's movements. Justin Hammer, on the other hand, pretended to be lost in thought, slumped in his chair. However, the glinting eyes of his did not waver from Lin Xuan's figure for even a second. Seeing Tony Stark depart with Pepper, and noticing Lin Xuan indeed preparing to leave alone, the opportunity had arrived. Excitement ignited in the eyes of both Stern and Hammer. Almost simultaneously, they discreetly signaled their respective subordinates, hidden among the crowd or in corners of the venue, to prepare for action. The silent command quietly circulated through the chaotic hearing. Several furtive glances, akin to venomous serpents, locked onto Lin Xuan as he readied to depart. An imperceptible net was quietly unfurling. Chapter 19. Reactions from all sides. The moment of Lin Xuan's performance. In the frigid, snow-laden expanse of Siberia, deep within an abandoned heavy industrial base, lay a secret stronghold unbeknownst to many. The biting cold wind howled through the steel ruins, yet the interior of the stronghold presented a starkly contrasting scene. Ivan Vanko stood bare-chested, scars littering his skin, with bulging muscles illuminated by dim light with each movement. Sweat cascaded down his somewhat grim visage, dripping onto the frigid metal workbench. Sparks flew. The sound of hammering echoed through the vast workshop, pulsating with a primal and ferocious rhythm. Scattered across the workbench were various metal parts and intricate cables. Beside it lay a yellowed blueprint, detailing a complex and perilous design. His father's lifelong labor, the foundation of his vengeance. The arc of a welding torch sizzled across the metal, leaving behind a blinding light. Nearby, an old cathode ray television flickered, the screen displaying static while intermittently broadcasting news footage from across the ocean. The image froze. Washington, Senate hearing. A tumultuous crowd, flashing magnesium lights, and at the center of the storm stood the young Asian man, Lin Xuan. Suspended in his hand was a perfect device emanating a ghostly blue light, the core of the arc reactor. Ivan Vanko halted his work, breathing heavily. his bloodshot eyes fixated on the young face on the screen and on the technological marvel that should have belonged solely to his father, to the Venko family. His sinister gaze froze the air around him like the icy grip of Siberia. A faint, chilling smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, mingled with boundless hatred. "Stock," he rasped through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse like sandpaper against wood. "You thief! You have stolen not only my father's glory, wealth, and even his life." His chest heaved violently, the flames of revenge nearly consuming him. "Now you dare to entrust it to such an obscure novice. Unforgivable." Bang! A resounding crash. Ivan fiercely brought the heavy hammer down upon the metal component before him. Sparks erupted, akin to the explosive fury raging within his heart. A mad glint flickered in his eyes as he grasped his tools once more, hammering, welding, and assembling with greater speed and force. The two prototypes of energy whips crackled with perilous electric light, while the miniature reactor core, rough yet exuding an ethereal blue glow, lay prominently at his chest. His whip-armored suit was rapidly taking shape. Tony Stark and that lad named Lin Xuan, just wait and see. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., near Capitol Hill, Lin Xuan emerged from the Senate building, a symbol of power and contention. The afternoon sun was somewhat blinding, and the air still resonated with the tumult and tension of the hearing. Although most reporters were kept at bay by security, many still attempted to breach the barriers, rushing towards anyone who might be linked to the event. Lin Xuan paid no heed to the chaos around him. He strolled along the street with the nonchalance of an ordinary tourist or staff member emerging from a tedious meeting, hands tucked into his pockets. As he turned a corner, he seemingly glanced casually at the polished glass window of a boutique nearby. In a reflection, the scene behind him was vividly mirrored. Several men, clad in ordinary jackets or trench coats, appeared to be nonchalantly dispersed among the crowd. Yet their movements, occasionally casting surreptitious glances toward his back, bore the unmistakable hallmark of trained focus. The super soldier serum had endowed him with acute perception, granting him a godlike vantage point. Such clumsy tracking techniques were transparent to him. A subtle smile crept upon Lin Xuan's lips, his heart comprehending the situation. "They have come, huh? It seems my bait possesses quite the allure." He chuckled inwardly, clearly discerning that the pursuers hailed from at least two distinct factions. One group exhibited somewhat rigid movements, their coordination appearing forced, akin to a hastily assembled rabble or mere hired muscle. The other group, however, was markedly more professional, deeply concealed, with movements, gazes, and distances maintained impeccably, bearing the refinement of soldiers or agents. It appears this enticing prey has attracted more than one set of eyes. Lin Xuan smirked internally. The clown, Hammer, has indeed lost his composure, hasn't he? Excellent. It saves me the trouble of seeking them out individually. This system task should be flawlessly executed. He eschewed the bustling thoroughfare, which would hinder his cleanup efforts, instead opting for a quieter side street, moving leisurely into a less trafficked alley. Flanked by towering office buildings and old-style apartments, the street was sparsely populated, with sunlight fragmented into dappled shadows by the structures above. More importantly, this area contained numerous blind spots for surveillance cameras. It was, without a doubt, a perfect hunting ground. Lin Xuan's steps remained steady, even more relaxed than before. He resembled an unsuspecting prey, gradually walking into the meticulously crafted trap he had set. As he reached the midpoint of the alley, a relatively open area devoid of pedestrians, he encountered several overflowing trash bins emitting a faintly sour odor. Suddenly, Lin Xuan halted. He slowly turned around, his calm gaze piercing through the shadows like a sword, sweeping towards those behind him. A group of pursuers, who had just emerged from the corner of the building and the shadow of the porch, froze instantly. They had not anticipated their target would stop so abruptly, nor had they expected the sharpness of his gaze, which seemed to have already discerned their intentions. This group was the more brutish faction among them, led by a burly man with a face full of coarse features and fierce eyes. Initially taken aback, he quickly realized his exposure, a flash of menace flickering in his eyes. "Damn it! Discovered!" He muttered a curse under his breath and abruptly gestured to his companions. "Go! Capture him!" The boss wants him alive. Before his words could fade, 7 or 8 intimidating figures dispersed from different directions, forming a loose encirclement as they advanced toward Lin Xuan. They were hired thugs, brought in by Stingham to retrieve Lin Xuan and extract the technology of the arc reactor. Just as the thugs were about to launch their attack, the scarred-faced leader's pupils contracted sharply. He instinctively reached for his gun from his pocket, but was already too late. Boom! Lin Xuan's fist struck first, accompanied by a dull whoosh, landing precisely on the thug's abdomen. The scarred man felt an overwhelming force that he could not resist, collapsing to the ground and losing all combat capability. 2 others, wielding daggers and batons, rushed forward. Lin Xuan lowered his center of gravity, evading the baton while his left hand shot out like lightning, deftly grasping the wrist of the dagger wielder. With a twist and a pull, a sharp crack echoed, followed by a brief cry of agony as the dagger flew from the man's hand. Lin Xuan's right elbow followed suit, crashing into the opponent's chest like a battering ram. Thud! The man coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed limply. In a matter of mere seconds, 4 ferocious thugs lay scattered on the ground, either moaning or unconscious, entirely devoid of threat. The entire sequence was executed with remarkable precision, barely raising any dust. Lin Xuan stood in place, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. His breathing remained undisturbed. He raised his head, directing his gaze once more towards the deeper shadows where he sensed the hidden watchers. All right, the warm-up is over. His voice remained tranquil, echoing in the silent alley. The next wave should be emerging now. No need to hide. My time is limited, and I have some personal matters to attend to. If you intend to make a move, let's do so together. Chapter 20. The hidden puppet master emerges. Has Hydra joined the fray? As Lin Xuan's words fell, in the shadowy depths of the alley, akin to melting ice, several figures silently emerged. Their movements were fluid and agile, each step landing with utmost precision. Although their positions were dispersed, they subtly formed an angular formation, exuding a chilling, assembly line efficiency in their lethal intent. In stark contrast to the earlier raucous and blustering henchmen, their demeanor was markedly different. Their gazes were sharp as blades, fixated intently on Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan scrutinized these individuals, his eyes discreetly scanning their waists and underarms. Beneath their ordinary attire lay a robust physique, their movements exhibiting a remarkable tactical coordination, and a familiar coldness glimmered in their eyes. There was no mistaking it. They were elite operatives of Hydra. It appeared that Senator Stern's identity was far more intricate than the facade of a seemingly righteous politician. A deeper, more sardonic smile crept across Lin Xuan's lips, imbued with unabashed provocation as he spoke again. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the narrow alley. What is this? Has Stern sent you mere fodder to meet your demise? Where is Bucky? That iron-armed brute hasn't come to play, has he? I was hoping to engage him in a proper bout. This time I have no intention of fleeing. As his words hung in the air, it seemed to freeze for a moment. The leading Hydra operative's previously icy demeanor shattered in an instant. His pupils dilated sharply, disbelief coursing through him like an electric current. The target had not only accurately named Senator Stern, but also recognized their affiliation with Hydra. Even more alarming was his awareness of the Winter Soldier's existence. From his tone, it seemed he had even crossed blades with the Winter Soldier. This was a stark deviation from the image of the young scientist depicted in the intelligence reports, who was supposed to be an unexpectedly emerging figure with core technological expertise. The intelligence had proven fatally flawed. After a brief moment of shock, their ingrained professionalism quelled the tumultuous emotions within them. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the lead operative as he exchanged a resolute glance with his comrades. The mission must be accomplished. Regardless of the target's hidden cards or background, he must be subdued today. Engage. Came a low command. The 5 Hydra operatives surged forth like arrows released from a bow, moving without the slightest hesitation and displaying perfect synergy. 2 feigned an assault head-on. 1 launched a flank attack. Another circled to encircle from behind, while 1 raised his hand, seemingly poised to deploy some form of restraining or anesthetic device, an archetypal special operations assault tactic. Their attack was efficient, precise, and lethal. The glint of daggers, the whoosh of batons, and even the crackling sound of stun devices converged from various angles towards Lin Xuan's vital points. Close-quarters combat erupted instantly. Faced with an assault far more professional than the previous hammer henchman, Lin Xuan stood his ground, unflinching. The strength, speed, and neural reflexes bestowed by the super soldier serum were brilliantly displayed in that moment. His figure flickered like a specter within the confined space. Bang! With a swift maneuver, he deflected the agent's dagger aimed directly at his heart, the tremendous force reverberating through the opponent's arm, nearly causing the blade to slip from their grasp. Simultaneously, Lin Xuan's right elbow struck like lightning, landing squarely beneath the ribs. The agent emitted a muffled grunt, instinctively arching his body. Before he could regain his posture, Lin Xuan's knee collided violently with his jaw. The sound of cracking bones echoed sharply as the agent crumpled to the ground. A baton came hurtling down from above, accompanied by a fierce whoosh. Without lifting his head, Lin Xuan's left arm, muscles taut, intercepted it with sheer strength. The impact resonated with a dull thud, sending the baton soaring into the air. Seizing the moment, Lin Xuan extended his right hand, fingers curling like claws, expertly grasping the opponent's wrist, and with a brutal twist, another crack echoed as the wrist contorted unnaturally, the baton clattering to the ground. Followed by a precise and forceful jab, Lin Xuan's fist met the agent's face. The agent's nose crumpled, blood spraying forth, and he followed in the footsteps of his fallen comrade. Meanwhile, another agent, attempting to sneak up from behind with a stun gun, found himself thwarted. Lin Xuan, as though he possessed eyes in the back of his head, executed a swift spinning kick. The air whistled as his legs swept with tremendous force, striking the opponent's side. The sound of heavy impact reverberated through the air. The last agent, sensing impending doom, attempted to retreat and create distance. Yet, Lin Xuan's speed surpassed his own. With a deft push off the ground, he launched himself like a cannonball, instantly covering several meters. In the astonished gaze of the agent, Lin Xuan's hand grasped his wrist where the gun was held, and with a gentle squeeze, a cry of agony erupted as the firearm fell helplessly to the ground. Lin Xuan's other hand transformed into a blade, slicing gently against the side of the agent's neck. The final agent's eyes rolled back, and he too succumbed to unconsciousness. In the blink of an eye, a mere span of 10 seconds elapsed. 5 highly trained, well-coordinated elite agents of Hydra had failed to elicit Lin Xuan's true prowess. Dispatched with ease, as if they were mere vegetables being chopped, their esteemed combat skills and tactical coordination appeared woefully inadequate in the face of overwhelming strength and speed. Lin Xuan stood poised, casually rolling his wrist, his breathing remaining utterly undisturbed. He even took the liberty to nudge the leg of a fallen agent at his feet. TSK, a notch above the last 4, but still limited. In his mind, the system's notification chimed in timely fashion. Defeated 5 Hydra elite agents, earned 10 tech points. Current tech points, 40. Lin Xuan brushed off his hands as though dusting away non-existent particles, observing the scene strewn with groaning or unconscious adversaries. The mix of Hammer's henchmen and Hydra's agents created a rather spectacular tableau. Just then whoosh boom, accompanied by the familiar sound of a propulsion engine slicing through the air. A figure clad in red and gold descended from the heavens. The jet streams from the thrusters stirred up dust and debris from the ground. Tony Stark, adorned in his flamboyant Mark IV Iron Man's suit, landed steadily at the alley's mouth. The helmet clicked open, revealing Tony's face, adorned with sunglasses. He had initially harbored concerns that Lin Xuan might struggle. Thus, he made a detour to provide support. However, upon landing, he was met with an astonishing sight. Lin Xuan stood unscathed in the center, surrounded by a multitude of incapacitated individuals. Tony raised his eyebrows in surprise and let out a whistle. "You finished this so swiftly? I thought I would have the chance to assist you in dealing with the oblivious ones. Your efficiency surpasses even mine." He stepped forward, the armor emitting a faint mechanical hum. His gaze swept over the attire and equipment of those on the ground, particularly noting the distinct demeanor of several professionals among them. The relaxed expression on Tony's face gradually faded, replaced by a sharper gaze. He crouched down to inspect the gear of one of the unconscious agents and scrutinized their concealed tattoo markings. Wait a moment, these guys. Their gear and operational patterns. Damn it, they're Hydra. Tony abruptly stood up, looking at Lin Xuan with a hint of gravity in his tone. Lin Xuan nodded in affirmation. It appeared that our esteemed Senator Stern was not as clean as he seemed. As the two conversed, a notification from the system echoed in Lin Xuan's mind. Side quest. The Puppet Master completed. Quest reward, 50 technology points. Current technology points, 90. 50% of the quest reward. Lin Xuan felt a surge of excitement. Tony and Lin Xuan exchanged a glance, each perceiving a shared understanding and seriousness. A congressional member, entangled with Hydra, this was a revelation. Hammer's foolish involvement surely could not be divorced from Stern or, rather, Hydra's influence. Chapter 21. Tidying up the battlefield. Preparing to upgrade the core? Tony surveyed the scattered components in the alley, his brow furrowing. These individuals were evidently not mere thugs. A more professional approach was required to deal with them. He raised his hand to press the communicator beside his armor, his tone returning to its customary casualness, yet laced with an undeniable command. Happy. Bring the cleanup crew to the alley. Same protocol as always. Leave no trace. I do not wish to see any news regarding brawls or unidentified armed personnel in tomorrow's papers. This was Stark Industries' standard procedure for managing various troubles, efficient and discreet. Happy on the other end of the line was evidently accustomed to such directives and responded promptly. In the alley, Lin Xuan felt the surge of power within him from the battle gradually subside. The enhancement from the super soldier serum exceeded his expectations. Dealing with these so-called elite agents was akin to an adult confronting a child. Yet, his attention was wholly focused on the thoughts swirling in his mind. The system's crisp notification sounded like divine music. Side quest. The Puppet Master completed. Quest reward. 50 technology points. Current technology points. 90. 90 technology points. This substantial influx made a long-considered plan suddenly clear and feasible. Upgrading the core. The super gene core he had exchanged from the gene bank of the Divine River held boundless potential. However, the computational power of the current version 10 was beginning to lag behind his increasingly ambitious technological concepts. An upgrade was imperative to completely resolve the computational bottleneck. To pave the way for future advancements in technology research, Lin Xuan immediately engaged in communication with the system within his consciousness. System, I currently possess 90 technology points. Are they sufficient to initiate the upgrade procedure for the Xiongxin? His thoughts were clear and resolute. I wish to integrate my optimized microarc reactor as its exclusive, deeply integrated energy core. System response. Permissions confirmed. Technology points are adequate. The Xiongxin 10 upgrade procedure can be initiated. Detected compatible energy module. Microarc reactor. Optimized version. Commencing integration analysis. Warning. Integration of the energy module involves a core architecture reconstruction, necessitating an absolutely stable, high-cleanliness environment and high-precision atomic-level operational equipment. Estimated foundational construction and debugging time, 72 standard hours. The System S response was precise and efficient, yet it also imposed stringent conditions. A high-cleanliness environment, atomic-level operational equipment, and a full 3 days' time. Upon hearing the system's demands regarding the environment and time, Lin Xuan's gaze turned towards Tony, who was finalizing details with Happy. He approached, waiting for Tony to conclude the call before speaking directly. Tony, I require a laboratory. His tone was calm, but carried an undeniable seriousness. It must be top tier, absolutely quiet, equipped with the highest precision micro-operational devices and an independent, robust energy supply. I am embarking on a critical technological upgrade that may require several days of uninterrupted focus. Having just ended his call, Tony displayed a knowing expression upon hearing Lin Xuan's series of requests. With a grand gesture of his hand, he regained his characteristic confidence and flamboyance. A trivial matter. Tony grinned, his eyes sparkling behind his sunglasses. My Malibu beachfront villa's underground lab is at your disposal. It absolutely meets all your requirements, and the scenery is superb. Moments later, a sleek Audi sped through the streets of Washington. Tony Stark, somewhat distracted, gripped the steering wheel and occasionally glanced in the rearview mirror to ensure no unwelcome flies were tailing him. The car's intelligence system was projecting a holographic display of Stark Industries' various business reports and emails before him. From time to time, Pepper Potts would appear on the communication screen with a look of concern, laced with mild reproach. As Tony raced along, deftly juggling various pieces of information, he appeared both in control and slightly overwhelmed. Lin Xuan, seated in the passenger seat, observed Tony's demeanor and suddenly spoke. "Tony." His voice was soft yet distinctly audible to Tony. "Have you ever considered that Pepper might be more adept at managing the daily operations of Stark Industries than you are?" Tony's grip on the steering wheel tightened imperceptibly as he caught a glimpse of Lin Xuan in the rearview mirror. Lin Xuan continued, his tone steady. "You should liberate yourself to focus on those matters that only Tony Stark can accomplish. For instance, evolving your armor." Tony fell silent for a few seconds before regaining his irreverent demeanor, flashing a grin. "Oh, does it sound like advice from another genius?" He paused, unusually refraining from an immediate retort. "Well, Pepper is indeed irreplaceable. Perhaps you have a point." Rarely did he forego a jest to dismiss the matter, and a flicker of genuine contemplation seemed to cross his gaze. Perhaps the mutual admiration among geniuses lent a gravity to Lin Xuan's seemingly casual suggestion. The sports car raced through the winding roads, swiftly arriving at a strikingly modern luxury villa perched upon the cliffs of Malibu, California. Sunshine, sandy beaches, crashing waves, and a fortress of steel imbued with a sense of advanced technology. Lin Xuan followed Tony into the underground private laboratory, which boasted an unrivaled ocean view. The familiar holographic interface floated in midair, shimmering with a soft azure glow. Various mechanical arms and intricate instruments stood silently, akin to dormant sentinels of steel. At the center of the laboratory, a compact model of a self-sustaining energy reactor steadily radiated power. The technological prowess here appeared to have advanced since his last visit, infused with Tony Stark's signature flair and practicality. "How do you find the environment? Satisfied?" Tony proclaimed, spreading his arms wide as if unveiling a masterpiece. Lin Xuan nodded in approval, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Truly, Tony Stark had provided a laboratory that perfectly met the system's requirements. Taking a deep breath, he no longer hesitated and approached the main control console. Skillfully, he connected his portable personal terminal to the laboratory's main system. A stream of pale blue data surged forth, seamlessly integrating with the laboratory's framework. Lin Xuan accessed the system, retrieving two intricately complex design schematics. One was the complete blueprint of the miniaturized arc reactor, meticulously optimized and showcasing a flawless energy output curve. The other was an elaborate internal structure design of the Xiongxin, reminiscent of a cosmic star map, interwoven with countless intricate nodes and energy pathways, embodying unimaginable computational potential. Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened with focus as his consciousness delved into the system, issuing the final command. "System, secure the laboratory environment and activate the highest level of physical and information protection. Commence the upgrade of Xiongxin 10, synchronizing the arc reactor's energy core." Command confirmed. Technology points, 90. Current technology points, 0. Xiongxin upgrade initiated. Chapter 22. Xiongxin upgrade complete. The next step, armor production. Malibu, Tony Stark's private seaside villa, underground laboratory. 3 days slipped by unnoticed. At the center of the operation platform, the once tumultuous energy light, akin to a small storm, now underwent its final transformation. The energy's hum gradually crescendoed to its peak before abruptly retracting inward. The brilliance dimmed swiftly, akin to a receding tide, ultimately stabilizing. A core of energy, intricately designed and emanating a soft, pure white light, quietly hovered in midair. Lin Xuan suddenly opened his eyes wide. Deep within his pupils, it seemed as if an immense torrent of data cascaded like a waterfall, washing over his consciousness. In his mind, the system's notification echoed clearly. The Xiongxin 10 upgrade is complete. Deep integration with the optimized micro-arc reactor successful. Current computing power, exponentially enhanced. Energy supply, stable and surging. Unlocked capabilities, real-time combat analysis, and opponent modeling. Lin Xuan felt acutely aware that the super gene core, known as Xiongxin, had undergone a transformative evolution. The velocity of thought, bandwidth for information processing, and the capacity for multi-threaded parallel computation. All metrics displayed explosive growth. More significantly, the microarc reactor, which he had meticulously optimized, now functioned like a second heart, perfectly intertwined with Xiongxin. It provided an almost ceaseless surge of energy, empowering Xiongxin to perform computations at an unimaginable speed. As he activated Xiongxin through sheer will, Lin felt as if he had metamorphosed into a living superquantum computer, brimming with infinite potential. With a mere thought, this unparalleled mastery over information and terrifying computational speed led him to experience an illusion of omniscience and omnipotence. He quickly suppressed this delusion, inhaling deeply as he savored the overwhelming power coursing through him and the unprecedented clarity of his mind. With the bottleneck in computing power thoroughly resolved and energy supplies more than sufficient, a confident smile graced Lin's lips. It was time to design a truly personal exoskeleton armor. As this thought crystallized, a multitude of ideas regarding the system erupted in his mind like a starburst. Ideally, he would have an advanced prototype for reference to analyze and reverse engineer. Meanwhile, in the private gym on the top floor of Stark Industries headquarters, the sound of fists colliding echoed. Thud, thud, thud. Tony Stark, bare-chested, with sweat trickling down his bronze muscles, was intensely engaged in a vigorous spar with his bodyguard and driver, Happy Hogan. Each punch, dodge, and block resonated with a palpable sense of power. Tony was channeling the pent-up energy and stress accumulated from recent hearings and the mess left by Hydra. He also felt the need to keep an eye on Lin Xuan's activities. What on earth was that kid up to? It had been 3 days, and there had been not a whisper of news. As Tony deftly avoided Happy's jabs, he mused internally. Just then, at the height of their sweaty, intense bout, the modern frosted glass door of the gym slid open silently. Pepper Potts entered, clad in a meticulously tailored cream-colored suit. Her face bore a professional smile, yet her brow revealed a touch of resignation at the scene before her. Following her was a tall, voluptuous woman, exuding a cold, sharp aura. Her signature, shoulder-length red hair flickered like burning flames, instantly capturing the attention of every man in the room. Under the guise of Natalie Rashman, Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, has successfully passed the background check by the Department of Justice and secured a position as Tony's new personal assistant at Stark Industries. Pepper, her voice tinged with a subtle hint of fatigue, spoke up, "Tony, this is your new assistant, Miss Natalie Rashman. There are some notarial documents concerning asset transfers that require your immediate signature." Natasha's calm gaze swept over the two individuals in the boxing ring. It seemed that her initial infiltration had gone smoothly. Perhaps she had already won her little wager with Lin Xuan. Just as Tony deftly sidestepped Happy's powerful punch, he paused at her words, casually wiping the sweat from his brow before turning around. When his eyes landed on Natasha, a fleeting yet piercing evaluation flickered in his brown eyes, which usually held a hint of mockery and arrogance. This complex emotion lasted barely half a second before it was perfectly masked by his trademark, slightly roguish smile. "Oh, miss?" He raised an eyebrow at Natasha, his tone playful. "Welcome to my private domain. Care to join me in a round? Boxing is good for both body and mind." He gestured towards the ring, as if it were an enticing amusement. Happy, standing nearby, scrutinized the newly arrived assistant with unabashed skepticism, surveying her from head to toe. Pepper, exasperated, rubbed her forehead. She had long since grown accustomed to Tony's incessant display of testosterone. "Tony, mind your words. This is Natalie, as I mentioned earlier, and I wanted to introduce her to Lin Xuan as well." She attempted to remind him to maintain decorum while subtly hinting at Natasha's background. Before Tony could respond, Happy, with a hint of arrogance and barely concealed disdain, extended an invitation to Natasha. "Beautiful lady, would you like to learn a few moves? I can teach you some self-defense techniques." Before he could finish, Natasha, wearing an impeccable smile, nodded gently. At that moment, as Happy slightly relaxed his guard, intending to offer further guidance, she moved with the swiftness of a striking rabbit. Her movements were fluid and executed with an explosive power and skill that surpassed ordinary imagination. Leaning forward, she glided towards Happy's side, her trajectory nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In an instant, her long, powerful legs ensnared Happy's stout neck like a pair of scissors. Utilizing momentum, she spun and pressed down. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, elegant as ballet, yet laced with lethal efficiency. Thud! Happy Hogan, a seasoned former professional boxer and battle-hardened bodyguard, had no time to utter a sound of surprise before Natasha cleanly and decisively brought him down to the floor with a perfectly executed rear-naked choke. As he lay on the cold floor, he was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. In the ring, Tony's smile had vanished entirely. Instead, there was an air of playful intrigue, coupled with a heightened sense of vigilance in his gaze. He observed Natasha, who stood effortlessly upright, elegantly adjusting the hem of her attire, as though she had merely swatted a fly moments before. This woman was undoubtedly formidable. The atmosphere in the gym grew subtly tense and stagnant. At that moment, a soft chime from the communication device on Tony's wrist signaled the incoming connection of Lin Xuan's call to his private system. "Tony, your laboratory is absolutely magnificent." Chapter 23. Participating in the Monaco race. The armor template is secured. The atmosphere within the gym was palpably charged. The voice emanating from Tony's communicator shattered the stillness. Lin Xuan's tone was brimming with excitement, imbued with the satisfaction characteristic of a technological breakthrough. "Tony, your laboratory is simply outstanding. I have successfully overcome the energy computation limitations, and the upgrade has been a resounding success." At that instant, he faintly detected Pepper's voice in the background of the communicator, tinged with exasperation as she seemed to confirm Tony's itinerary. "Everything is arranged for Monaco. But Tony, are you truly certain you want to personally participate in that vintage car Grand Prix? Stark Industries, Monaco, a race?" Lin Xuan's mind raced. The upgraded core swiftly accessed and correlated relevant fragments of information. Ivan Vanko, the man who discovered the blueprints for the arc reactor among his father's legacy and created the energy whips. According to the original trajectory, he would appear on the Monaco track, seeking vengeance against Tony Stark. A smirk involuntarily curled at Lin Xuan's lips. Fortune had smiled upon him. He was in dire need of a sufficiently advanced yet relatively primitive power exoskeleton as a reference point for reverse engineering, laying the groundwork for his bespoke first-generation armor. Ivan Vanko's whiplash armor was the perfect starter kit. Although rudimentary, its energy system and propulsion method possessed immense research value. "Monaco?" Lin Xuan's voice resonated through the communicator, perfectly interrupting Pepper's persuasion. His tone was laced with keen interest. "That sounds fascinating, Tony. May I join you? I happen to have some new ideas regarding the armor that I wish to discuss in person, and perhaps catch a glimpse of the race." "Splendid. Ivan Vanko, your whiplash armor will serve as the ideal analytical blueprint for my first-generation custom armor. Truly, fortune has favored me." Almost as soon as the thoughts settled in his mind, a chilling system prompt reverberated clearly in his consciousness. Mission triggered. Technological reference. Mission objective: successfully defeat Ivan Vanko during the Monaco Grand Prix event and acquire his basic whiplash armor as a technological analysis sample. Mission reward: 50 technology points. Indeed, Lin Xuan suppressed his excitement, maintaining a casual tone as if the idea had merely come to him spontaneously. "Where are you now?" "I just completed the preliminary upgrade tests, and I feel fantastic. Should I come and meet you?" "Stark Industries headquarters, Jim." Tony announced the address, his tone laced with his characteristic urgency. "Hurry up, I want to wait for you." "Perfect timing. Let me introduce you to my new assistant, Natalie." His gaze subtly swept over Natasha, clearly impressed by her earlier performance. He ended the communication. In the gym, within 10 minutes, the modern frosted glass door slid open silently. Lin Xuan entered, clad in simple casual attire, a relaxed smile adorning his face, as if he had just concluded a delightful morning workout rather than sequestering himself for 3 days in a top-tier laboratory to complete a technological upgrade. The moment he stepped inside, his gaze instinctively fell upon Tony. The upgraded core silently activated. Its formidable information processing capability instantaneously transforming the states of the individuals before him into data within his consciousness. Target locked. Tony Stark, physiological state. Elevated heart rate, normal post-exercise range, moderate adrenaline levels, overall energy high. Emotional fluctuation, excitement, regarding Lin Xuan's upgrade and the Monaco trip. Curiosity tinged with a hint of inquiry towards Natasha. Threat assessment, low, unarmored. Finally, his gaze settled upon the strikingly attractive, coolly composed new assistant, Natasha Romanoff. The Black Widow. Almost simultaneously with Lin Xuan's entrance, Natasha turned her gaze towards him. Their eyes met, devoid of surprise, only a tacit understanding passing between them. Natasha maintained her professional yet slightly detached smile reminiscent of Natalie Rushman, yet a barely perceptible ripple of acknowledgement flickered in her eyes, as if silently greeting him. In the midst of the mission, Lin Xuan reciprocated with an equally subtle gesture of goodwill, wishing her success. He glanced at Natasha, standing poised with an air of restraint, who had just astonished everyone with her skills. He then took note of Happy on the floor, rubbing his neck and wearing a look of existential doubt. This exchange transpired in a flash, so swift that Tony and Pepper were oblivious to it. When Lin Xuan confidently approached Tony, even casually patting Tony Stark's shoulder as if they were old friends, a flicker of incredulity crossed Natasha's eyes. Just a few days? This newcomer to S.H.I.E.L.D. Not only had he garnered Tony Stark's admiration on a technical level, but he had also infiltrated the social dynamics to such an extent. This pace was astonishingly more efficient than her own skills as a top-tier agent. Lin Xuan was acutely aware of Natasha's scrutinizing gaze, yet he remained unfazed. Standing before Tony, he completely disregarded Happy's struggles on the ground, as well as Natasha's watchful eyes. He looked at Tony, his smile radiant. "Monaco, let's go. Consider it a celebration of my successful emergence." He paused, adding with an implied significance, "Moreover, I have a feeling that there might be surprises awaiting us on the track this time." His tone was light, yet his eyes held a mysterious depth, as if he perceived all. Surprises? Tony Stark revels in surprises and thrills. Lin Xuan's unwavering demeanor, seemingly capable of foreseeing the future, instantly ignited his intense curiosity. Surprises? I adore surprises. He chuckled heartily, sweeping his hand grandiosely, embodying the extravagant spirit of a billionaire. Excellent. Then let us embark together. Pepper. He turned to the exasperated Pepper. Make arrangements of the highest caliber. Our exclusive vehicle must not be overlooked. Also, bring the Mark V. Pepper Potts stood aside, listening as the two geniuses exchanged words, solidifying this journey brimming with uncertainty. She could feel a throbbing in her temples. One Tony Stark was already a handful. Now, there was another who seemed equally unpredictable, perhaps even more deranged than Tony himself, Lin Xuan. And then there was this new assistant, who had just felled Happy with a single move, shrouded in mystery. Pepper rubbed her temples, a wave of intense unease washing over her. This trip to Monaco would undoubtedly be anything but tranquil. She had even begun to mentally tally the number of public relations strategies she would need to prepare in advance, as well as how many spare hearts she would require. Chapter 24. The first battle after the core upgrade. Mission accomplished? Monaco, Monte Carlo. At the starting line of the Monaco circuit, the thunderous roar of engines reverberated from the racetrack. The sun blazed upon the asphalt, and the cheers from the spectators surged like a tidal wave. Tony Stark, clad in an ostentatious racing suit, flashed a thumbs up and a broad grin toward Lin Xuan, who was in a neighboring car, equally attired. Lin Xuan casually rested his hands on the steering wheel. The signal lights illuminated, extinguished. The race commenced. A dozen racing cars shot forth like arrows released from a bow, roaring across the starting line. The deafening engine roars filled the air, and the tires screeched against the ground, releasing a burning scent of scorched rubber. Lin Xuan maintained a leisurely pace behind, yet his gaze remained fixed on the energy anomaly points reflected in the rear view and side mirrors. Having navigated just 2 turns, A piercing metallic screech, sharp enough to make one's teeth ache, abruptly sliced through the engine's thunder, accompanied by the panicked screams from the audience. A figure burst onto the narrow track, as if summoned from the depths of hell. He was clad in a crude, gray metal exoskeleton, bearing a miniature reactor pulsating with unstable blue light on his back. In each hand, he wielded a long energy whip, the tips sparking with dangerous blue arcs, crackling and distorting the very air around him. Ivan Vanko, his eyes, visible through the tattered mask, fixated fiercely on Lin Xuan's car, which trailed closely behind Tony. A seething hatred seemed to take on a tangible form. "Stock, and you, the thief's little sidekick, return my father's belongings." Amidst his furious roar, the energy whip in his right hand lashed out like a venomous serpent, striking with devastating force toward the cockpit of Lin Xuan's racing car. In a flash, Lin Xuan's expression hardened. Core directive: analyze Ivan Vanko. Target locked. Ivan Vanko. Physiological data scan. Heart rate 145, anger state. Respiratory rate 35 breaths per minute. Peak muscle stress response. Adrenaline levels extremely high. A real-time dynamic model is being established. The moment Ivan made his appearance, the energy fluctuations reached their zenith, and the advanced system had already predicted the trajectory of the impending attack. With an energy whip poised just in front of him, Lin Xuan abruptly yanked the steering wheel to the left, forcefully kicked open the car door, and with an agility that surpassed ordinary human comprehension, he rolled out of the speeding vehicle. His movements were fluid and precise, as if calculated through countless iterations. Boom! The energy whip struck the out-of-control car with tremendous force. The sturdy chassis crumpled like paper, instantaneously severed, torn, and deformed. Blue electric sparks erupted as the car flipped and crashed into the guardrail, disintegrating completely. Lin Xuan executed a roll on the ground to dissipate the force and stood up steadily. He dusted himself off and lifted his gaze to Ivan Vanko, who was advancing menacingly with the energy whip in hand. Exoskeleton structure analysis. Material is a hybrid titanium alloy with design flaws at the joint connections. Power source. Micro-arc reactor with a noticeable energy output curve dip and poor heat dissipation. Weapon system analysis. Energy whip with a core arc generator. Output through flexible conductive cables. Energy output mode analysis in progress, predicting the trajectory of the next strike, calculating energy fluctuation cycles. Comprehensive threat assessment. High. Weakness identification. The protective level of the chest reactor casing, with an unstable energy output cycle of approximately 18 seconds, exposing the control unit's circuit interface. Tactical simulation. Employ high mobility evasion, utilizing the attack gaps and energy output troughs to prioritize the destruction of the chest reactor. The upgraded system operated at a terrifying velocity. Every muscle movement of Ivan, every breath, the angle and speed of the energy whip, the power of energy output, and even the energy flow patterns of his rudimentary armor, along with its internal structural weaknesses, were instantaneously analyzed and quantified into an exquisitely clear data stream in Lin Xuan's perception. Tony Stark witnessed this harrowing spectacle through the rearview mirror, his pupils constricted in shock. First came Ivan's frenzied assault, then Lin Xuan. He had evaded that lethal energy whip solely with his physical prowess. Moreover, it appeared he was preparing to confront that monster head-on. Tony couldn't help but utter an expletive, nearly losing his grip on the steering wheel. What kind of creature was this? Was this the physical prowess expected of a researcher? The speed, strength, and reflexes Lin Xuan had just displayed were beyond the limits of human capability. This utterly overturned Tony Stark's understanding of biological individual potential. Almost simultaneously, within the banquet hall of the Monaco Hotel, the large screen was broadcasting the race live. As Ivan Vanko stormed onto the track, wielding the energy whip in attack, and Lin Xuan abandoned his car, showcasing his astonishing agility to evade and prepare for a counterattack. Natasha's professional smile abruptly stiffened and vanished. In her ice blue, serene gaze, a profound incredulity and a deeper scrutiny emerged for the first time. She was aware that Lin Xuan had injected himself with the super soldier serum, endowing him with extraordinary physical capabilities. Yet, what unfolded on the screen before her transcended mere enhancement. The evasion and movement exhibited were not merely swift. They conveyed an uncanny insight. It was as if he could foresee the trajectory of the energy whip, always finding the singular path to survival at the most critical moments. Moreover, the look he directed at Ivan was terrifyingly calm. This was far beyond what simple physical augmentation could achieve. Had his combat abilities evolved further? Natasha's heart trembled. No, this was not merely an enhancement of strength and speed. It was an acute combat awareness, an analytical mastery of the battlefield. It was as though he could directly perceive his opponent's vulnerabilities. Had he merged combat techniques with technology? The secrets residing within Lin Xuan's body were far more extensive than she had initially anticipated. On the racetrack, facing the relentless Ivan Vanko, who wielded two energy whips with menacing precision, Lin Xuan sprang into action. His movements were ghostly swift, relying on the formidable real-time analysis and predictive capabilities of the Xiongxin. Along with the super soldier serum's superhuman prowess, he navigated through the deadly net formed by the two whips. Each evasive maneuver was impeccably timed, akin to dancing on the edge of blade. The energy whips, trailing scorching currents of air, grazed the hem of his clothing, leaving deep char marks on the ground and railings. Ivan grew increasingly alarmed. His opponent was as slippery as an eel, and the sensation that Lin Xuan could anticipate his every move was utterly frustrating. Once again, in a fit of rage, Ivan crossed the two whips in an attempt to seal off all of Lin Xuan's escape routes. The attack missed. In that fleeting moment, as Ivan's strength waned and the energy output from his chest reactor dipped, Lin Xuan seized the ephemeral opportunity calculated by Xiongxin. He suddenly crouched and surged forward, closing the distance to Ivan in an instant. His right fist clenched tightly, unleashing the full force of the super soldier serum in a terrifyingly powerful straight punch. With pinpoint accuracy, it struck the crude exterior of Ivan's miniature arc reactor. Crack! A sharp sound of shattering echoed. The alloy casing fractured, revealing the erratically flickering energy core within. The core pulsated with unstable brilliance. The scent of burnt residue and smoke permeated the racetrack. Ivan emitted a pained grunt, as if struck by a speeding truck. He staggered backward several steps, colliding with the railing. The energy whips in his hands flickered out as their energy supply was abruptly cut off, falling limply to the ground. Lin Xuan afforded him no respite. He moved in swiftly, applying pressure with his elbow, executing a clean and decisive throat hold that rendered the defenseless Ivan Vanko utterly subdued. Almost as Ivan hit the ground, a cold, mechanical notification resonated in Lin Xuan's mind. Lin Xuan knelt beside Ivan Vank, observing the anguished struggle of the man as he gasped for breath, suffering from the damage to his chest reactor. His gaze flickered to the remnants of the energy whip, still crackling with faint sparks scattered on the ground. Lin Xuan assessed the situation rapidly, taking in the sight of Ivan, now thoroughly subdued and panting in desperation. The concept of utilizing a micro-reactor as the core energy source for an exoskeleton, thereby powering energy weapons, held significant value. At the very least, it provided an excellent starting point, an opportunity to refine and construct the foundational framework for his own first-generation battle armor. A piercing screech of brakes echoed as Happy Hogan maneuvered the elegant lines of a Rolls-Royce, drifting chaotically onto the tumultuous racetrack before halting nearby. His expression was one of shock and relief, as he hastily retrieved a silver briefcase from the back seat. "Sir, quickly!" Happy exclaimed, rushing towards Tony, offering him the Mark V suit. However, Tony merely stood there, staring at Lin Xuan, who appeared unscathed, his attire barely marred, then glancing at the incapacitated Ivan on the ground. The initial shock on Tony's face gradually morphed into an expression of profound complexity. Was this individual truly merely a researcher? Could he dismantle a Gundam with his bare hands? No, it seemed he had effortlessly dismantled a low-tier energy whip exoskeleton. Once again, Tony found his worldview shaken. Suddenly, another vehicle door swung open. Pepper Potts and Natalie hurriedly arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the devastation of the racetrack, the wreckage of cars, the fallen assailant, and Lin Xuan, who had single-handedly subdued him, both women were rendered speechless. Pepper instinctively covered her mouth, her face etched with concern and trepidation. Meanwhile, Natasha's icy blue eyes, for the first time, revealed a departure from her calm facade. Instead, they were filled with an intense scrutiny and astonishment as she fixed her gaze on Lin Xuan. It was not merely his superhuman strength and speed that captivated her attention. It was the manner in which he fought. His evasion was so precise, and he consistently capitalized on the fleeting moments of his opponent's energy output for counterattacks. This was not simply the result of brute force or speed. It resembled a real-time analysis and prediction based on formidable computational power. The rapid acceleration of his combat prowess sent a shockwave through Natasha. This was not something easily explained by mere physical enhancement. His fighting style was akin to data analysis. Had he merged technology with instinctual combat? The secrets Lin Xuan harbored were far more profound than S.H.I.E.L.D. had assessed. Tony's gaze shifted from the flickering, damaged reactor embedded in Ivan's chest to Lin Xuan, his expression growing grave. He turned to Lin Xuan, his tone carrying a subtle weight. It seemed that our energy dilemma had now presented us with yet another cautionary tale. The specter of palladium poisoning loomed ominously once more. Ivan's rudimentary reactor is capable of powering an energy whip, revealing its potential. However, it also underscores the paramount importance of the stability of the energy core. Once this mess is sorted out, Tony gazes at Lin Xuan, his expression resolute. We must act swiftly. We need to procure that new element. In the distance, the wailing of sirens grows louder, drawing nearer. Several police cars and ambulances, their red and blue lights flashing, rush to the scene, quickly establishing a perimeter and cordoning off the area. A few Monaco police officers stride forward, surveying the chaotic scene with grave expressions. What transpired here? Tony immediately shifts back into his persona as the charming playboy billionaire. He pats Happy on the shoulder, signaling him to remain calm, then steps forward to place himself between Lin Xuan and the officers, wearing his signature smile that conveys both exasperation and control. Just a minor incident, officer. There is a slight issue on the track, but it has been resolved. We will assume all losses and responsibilities. Tony adeptly begins negotiating with the police, leveraging the immense influence of Stark Industries to minimize the repercussions. Pepper quickly joins him, assisting in managing the aftermath. The scene becomes a flurry of activity, organized and bustling. While everyone's attention is drawn to Tony and the police, Lin Xuan remains stationary, his gaze calmly fixed on Ivan Vanko, who is still growling and struggling under police restraint. His consciousness quietly delves deep within his mind, connecting with the upgraded, computationally powerful core. System, Lin Xuan inquires within his consciousness. What is required to construct a suit of exoskeletal armor that truly belongs to me under my current conditions? The cold, mechanical voice of the system responds almost instantaneously. System response. Detected reference technology. Ivan Vanko's initial exoskeleton and energy whip system. Damaged version. To construct a bespoke black armor prototype, the following foundational conditions must be met. Condition 1. Complete a thorough reverse engineering and data optimization of the reference technology. Estimated cost, 20 technology points. Lin Xuan contemplates the 50 technology points he has just acquired, understanding the implications. Analyzing Ivan's crude technology incurs minimal cost. Condition 2. A stable and efficient energy core that surpasses current known standards is required. System recommendation. Prioritize the research and stabilization of the new element to serve as the core energy supply unit for the black armor. Lin Xuan swiftly processes the system's feedback. The new element. The reverse engineering of Ivan's rudimentary, yet insightful equipment requires only 20 points, effectively saving him considerable foundational exploration time. As for the second condition, the new element aligns perfectly with Tony's earlier thoughts. To forge a truly powerful first-generation bespoke armor, resolving the energy issue is of utmost importance. Left behind as a clue by Tony's father, Howard Stark, It requires collaboration between him and Tony to create this new element, destined to be the beating heart of the black armor. Lin Xuan raised his head, his gaze gliding over Tony, who was amicably negotiating with the police. A knowing smile gracing his lips. It seems that following the surprises in Monaco, our laboratory is poised to become bustling once again, Tony. The priorities have been clearly established. Once we resolve the immediate troubles, we shall devote ourselves entirely to conquering the new element. Chapter 26. Farewell, Fury, and acquire Howard's research footage. The chaos on the racetrack gradually yielded to order amidst the blaring sirens. Tony Stark was leveraging his billionaire resources and public relations acumen, engaging with the Monaco police to minimize the fallout from this unexpected assault. Pepper stood by, assisting with the aftermath, her complexion still pale. Happy, shaken but resolute, remained close to Tony, casting wary glances at Ivan Vanko, who was handcuffed and muttering curses under his breath. In the midst of the wreckage on the racetrack, Lin Xuan's gaze calmly swept over Ivan. System. Immediately execute Condition 1. Spending 20 technology points to commence reverse engineering Ivan Vanko's technical data. Command confirmed. Technology points, 20. Current technology points, 30. A cold prompt echoed in his mind. Reverse engineering program initiated for Ivan Vanko's original exoskeleton and energy whip system. Data stream analysis in progress. Structural blueprint scanning, energy circuit tracing, control protocol deciphering. Estimated completion time, 3 hours. A torrent of data flowed through Lin Xuan's consciousness like a galaxy unfurling as the core began to astonishingly dismantle, analyze, and quantify this rudimentary yet profoundly instructive weaponized suit. At that moment, a figure approached silently. It was Natasha. The professional smile that once adorned her face had vanished, replaced by a complex expression mingled with suspicion and scrutiny. Lin Xuan, Natasha's voice was lowered, laced with a hint of inquiry and undeniable authority. Your performance just now was quite unusual. Her gaze was sharp as a knife, seemingly piercing through Lin Xuan's very essence. Come back to New York with me. Director Fury wishes to see you. Lin Xuan understood immediately. His conduct on the racetrack had evidently surpassed the DS expectations for personnel who had been injected with the super soldier serum, particularly his almost prescient combat style, which must have raised the utmost vigilance of this top-tier agent. Meanwhile, Tony had temporarily concluded his initial discussions with the police. He approached Lin Xuan and Pepper, his brow furrowed. I need to check on this guy at the precinct, he said, indicating Ivan Vanko, who was being escorted into a police vehicle. I need to ascertain who he truly is and why he came after us. There must be more to this. The shadow of palladium poisoning, along with the emergence of this adversary, who also possessed microreactor technology, weighed heavily on him. Lin Xuan nodded, seizing the opportunity. He turned to Tony and spoke naturally. Tony, I also have some new data that requires immediate analysis. He subtly gestured towards Natasha. He naturally employed Natasha's alias, Natalie Rushman. I intend to return and focus on research, so I will leave with Natalie for now. Research? Tony paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping between Lin Xuan and Natalie. Could it be that they had already? Although he found it somewhat peculiar, he considered Lin Xuan's remarkable scientific prowess in the pressing issue of the new element. He nodded. Very well, do exercise caution, Tony advised. We shall discuss the matter of the new element upon my return. It is of utmost importance at present. Hours later, a sleek, stealthily painted Quinjet sliced through the clouds at supersonic speed en route to New York. Inside the cabin, Lin Xuan rested with his eyes closed, seemingly in a state of repose, yet his consciousness was deeply engrossed within the core of the project. Reverse analysis complete. Acquired technical dossier. Ivan Vanko's original exoskeleton design principles and defect analysis report. Acquired critical technological nodes. Application scheme for the microarc reactor, unstable version. Principles of energy whip cable propulsion, basic exoskeleton transmission structure. A torrent of optimized data and design concepts flowed into his knowledge base, laying the cornerstone for the construction of the black armor. Despite Ivan's technology being rudimentary and fraught with flaws, Its core idea of utilizing the reactor as a power source to directly drive the exoskeleton and energy weapons was immensely valuable. The core was utilizing this foundation, integrating Lin Xuan's super soldier physique data for preliminary adaptive simulations. Natasha sat opposite him, silently observing. Throughout the hours of travel from Monaco, Lin Xuan had remained largely silent, maintaining this meditative state. Yet the faint sensation emanating from him, as though he were processing information at high speed, only reinforced Natasha's conviction. This man had somehow merged physical enhancement with high technology. It was his intellect, or rather the mastery of his technology, that constituted his most formidable asset. The Quinjet landed smoothly on the rooftop of an unassuming industrial building in New York, one of SHIELD's secret outposts. As the cabin door opened, the distinctive atmosphere of a high-tech facility enveloped them. Natasha rose, gesturing for Lin Xuan to follow. They traversed several alloy gates requiring advanced authorization, arriving at a stark, austere office. A man clad in a black trench coat, wearing an eye patch, stood with his back to them, gazing out at the New York skyline. Nick Fury, the overseer of SHIELD. Upon hearing their footsteps, Fury slowly turned to face them. The keen intelligence and caution in his solitary eye scrutinized Lin Xuan, as if seeking to comprehend him entirely. Director, Natasha stated, standing at attention, her tone succinct and efficient. She promptly briefed Fury on Lin Xuan's introduction to Tony as a researcher and detailed the events that transpired on the Monaco racetrack, leaving no detail unmentioned. She particularly emphasized Ivan Vanko's method of attack, Lin Xuan's unexpectedly impressive combat performance, and his uncanny ability to analyze and anticipate his opponent's actions. Fury listened intently, the depth of his gaze growing ever more profound. He turned his gaze towards Lin Xuan, his tone inscrutable. Lin Xuan, it appears your performance during the internship has been quite remarkable. Natasha mentioned that you require assistance from Stark to research a new element. Lin Xuan nodded, his expression calm. Yes, sir. The palladium core material currently utilized in Tony Stark's arc reactor poses a lethal toxicity to him. The clues to resolving this issue lie within the research materials left behind by his father, Howard Stark. This is crucial for my upcoming research. I am confident that I can assist Stark in thoroughly addressing the palladium poisoning issue. He did not conceal his intentions, simultaneously demonstrating his value. Maintaining a cooperative relationship with SHIELD would benefit him in acquiring resource information and preparing for greater crises in the future. Fury remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. This suddenly emerging young man from the East exhibited immense potential and peculiar abilities, presenting both an opportunity and a potential risk. However, it appeared that he was vital in resolving Stark's predicament, and a healthy, unburdened Iron Man would play an irreplaceable role in Fury's future Avengers initiative. Ultimately, Fury seemed to have made a decision. He approached his desk and retrieved a highly classified document from a device secured with multiple encryptions. Fury handed the storage device to Lin Xuan. Perhaps this will assist you. These are some research images and notes left by Howard Stark. Chapter 27, Bet? The launch of new energy research. Outside SHIELD. Lin Xuan gripped the inconspicuous storage device in his pocket, feeling its cold touch against his fingertips. The materials provided by Fury contained critical clues to the new element. This was not only Tony's lifeline to escape palladium poisoning, but also an indispensable heart for his black armor prototype. Without a stable and powerful energy core, all visions would be mere castles in the air. Lin Xuan took a deep breath, his gaze sharp. Tony, it seems we're to fight alongside each other once more. He pulled out his phone and dialed Tony's number. Hello. Tony's voice came through, tinged with the fatigue of having just dealt with some troubles. Are you done over there? Come to my office, Stark Industries' top floor. There are matters to discuss in person. Okay, I'll be there shortly. Lin Xuan succinctly ended the call. At the pinnacle of Stark Industries, in Tony Stark's exclusive office, Lin Xuan arrived to find Tony with his back to the door, quickly finalizing subsequent arrangements with Pepper. Pepper Potts stood nearby, rapidly recording notes on a tablet, though a hint of worry lingered on her brow. Upon seeing Lin Xuan enter, Pepper paused her actions, offering him a polite nod, her eyes reflecting a mixture of complexity. The seemingly refined researcher had made quite an impact on the Monaco racetrack. Lin Xuan exchanged no pleasantries. He walked directly to Tony's desk and gently placed the special storage device he had received from Fury upon the surface. Tony turned around and noticed the storage device, raising an eyebrow. What is this? A new music player? Lin Xuan disregarded his jest, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. I acquired this through some unique channels. It is said to contain Howard's deeper research on the arc reactor. It may hold the key to resolving your health issues. This aligns with our previous conjectures and should be related to the model from the Stark Industries Expo. The ease on Tony's face vanished in an instant. He almost snatched the storage device, connecting it to the holographic projection system by his desk without a moment's hesitation. Jarvis, highest authority, analyzed this device. Yes, sir. A gentle blue light illuminated the room as complex encryption protocols were swiftly unraveled. A figure marked by the unmistakable imprint of time emerged in the holographic projection. It was a younger Howard Stark, dressed in a sharply tailored suit, his hair impeccably styled. His gaze radiated confidence and a vision for the future. If you can see this, Tony, the ultimate goal of my lifelong research is to create a practically inexhaustible source of clean energy. The arc reactor is merely the first step. The true answer, a new element capable of transforming the world, is concealed within my magnum opus. The imagery flickered rapidly. An object, tightly covered by a massive white dust sheet, sat in the office, cloaked in dust, clearly untouched for quite some time. Lin Xuan's voice carried an air of understanding. Tony, Howard's magnum opus is likely this. Tony's gaze shifted accordingly, his breath quickening. He strode forward without hesitation, yanking down the long dusty cover with fervor. With a flourish, a meticulously crafted grand model, astonishing in its detail, was unveiled before them. It perfectly replicated every corner, building, road, and greenery of the 1974 Stark Industries Expo. Even the miniature exhibition booths were distinctly visible. Dust cascaded down, revealing the model's original colors. Tony stared at the model, his expression a tapestry of nostalgia, confusion, and the thrill of impending revelation. Lin Xuan approached the model. Invisible streams of pale blue data began to flicker rapidly in his eyes. Indeed, Howard was a genius and a playful spirit. He did not leave behind the chemical formula or atomic structure of the new element directly. Instead, he ingeniously disassembled it like a puzzle, concealing it within the overall layout of this park model. Every building's position, every road's trajectory, and even the height differences among various regions corresponded to different parameters of the atomic structure. Lin Xuan lifted his gaze to Tony. Let me scan it. Jarvis should have backup design blueprint from the expo and Howard's notes from that time. By combining this information, we should be able to reverse engineer the complete atomic structure of the new element. Xiongxin Command. Initiate high-precision 3D structural scan. Target 1974 Stark Industries Expo model. Data collection begins, synchronizing relevant historical materials from Jarvis's database. Cross-referencing Howard Stark's legacy notes. Encrypted section. Initiating the new element atomic structure model restoration program. Estimated time for preliminary construction, 15 minutes. The heart of Tony, burdened by palladium poisoning, seemed to pulsate with newfound vigor. A sense of urgency, curiosity, and the competitive spirit inherent in a leading scientist ignited simultaneously at this moment. Well done. Tony clapped his hands with fervor, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. He immediately headed to the laboratory, abruptly turning to Pepper, who stood frozen in place. He could hardly contain his excitement. My dear, I leave those pesky competitors to you. We are about to create a miracle. Without waiting for Pepper's response, Tony grasped Lin Xuan's arm with one hand and snatched up the storage device with the other. Let us go. To my lab. It is equipped with the finest apparatus. He nearly dragged Lin Xuan along, rushing towards the exclusive elevator, leaving Pepper standing alone, gazing at the disarray and the massive model, letting out an amused and resigned sigh. In the underground laboratory of the Malibu seaside villa, A colossal holographic projection screen displayed the intricate model data being constructed in real time. Countless lines, symbols, and nodes interwove like a vast celestial map. Fragments and sketches from Howard Stark's notes were projected alongside. Tony stood before the projection, his gaze intense and fervent, his mind racing at an unprecedented pace, attempting to uncover the key to this vast sea of information. The lab was enveloped in silence, save for the low hum of instruments and the virtual sound of flowing data. Tony turned his head to observe Lin Xuan, who was also swiftly processing information. Care to make a bet? Let us see which of us can first determine the correct structure of the new element from this trove of ancient blueprints, and he emphasized, be the first to synthesize it. Lin Xuan lifted his gaze, meeting Tony's battle-ready stare. Almost simultaneously, the cold prompt of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Task activated. The race of science. Task objective. Determine the correct atomic structure of the new element before Tony Stark and complete the initial stable synthesis. Task reward, 100 technology points. Chapter 28. The emergence of the new element? A winning bet. Lin Xuan felt a stir within, 100 technology points. This reward was a fortuitous boon for the impending Black Armor project. Once the energy core was resolved, this funding could be immediately allocated to the construction of the armor framework and the development of functional modules. I'm in, Lin Xuan replied calmly, a glimmer of determination igniting in his gaze. Hearing this, Tony grinned widely, as if he had already foreseen an extraordinary scientific showdown. He surveyed the surroundings, noting that although the laboratory was advanced, it felt somewhat cramped for the ambitious endeavor of synthesizing a new element from scratch. It seems we require a larger space for this chemical swar. Tony stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping across the array of expensive equipment and the walls surrounding him. He turned to Lin Xuan, revealing a mischievous grin laced with a hint of destruction. Could you lend a hand? Shall we embark on a quick renovation? Let's make some space for our new friend. Lin Xuan immediately grasped his intention. No problem, he nodded. In the next moment, a chaotic yet exhilarating demolition operation commenced. Tony eagerly activated a portable laser cutter along with several small explosive devices, directing them towards the non-load-bearing walls and equipment platforms designated for removal, sparks flying with fervor. Lin Xuan, however, opted for a more straightforward approach. He approached the alloy supports that needed dismantling, grasping them with both hands and easily twisting them apart as if bending a thick wire. The wall modules were then disassembled with his bare hands and neatly stacked aside. Tony watched in astonishment, his eye twitching at the sight, nearly dropping the cutter from his hands. He couldn't help but exclaim, I take back what I said earlier. Are you certain you were merely engaged in theoretical research before? With your physical prowess, you could win a championship in a world strongman competition. No. Demolition crews would be clamoring for your services. Under their efficient collaboration, the opulent laboratory, once filled with intricate instruments, was transformed into a scene of utter chaos. Yet, they successfully cleared a vast expanse of open space. Tony rubbed his hands together in excitement, his face radiant with anticipation for the impending endeavor. JARVIS. Deploy the Large Particle Collider module. Adjust the power of the energy confinement field to maximum. Prepare the matter synthesis unit for connection. He directed the intelligent assistant, JARVIS, with enthusiasm, initiating the rapid deployment of a vast and intricate system of equipment. Various pipelines were connected, energy indicators lit up sequentially, and the air was thick with the scent of high-energy particles poised for activation. Tony intended to utilize his most familiar methods, powerful energy and precise physical control, to create this new element. Lin Xuan, however, refrained from engaging in the more labor-intensive tasks. After clearing the area, he stood to the side, his consciousness fully immersed in the core of the operation. New element atomic structure model analysis completion. 100. Optimal synthesis pathway calculation in progress. Connecting and calibrating the laboratory's precision instruments. High-precision particle source, phase modulator. Quantum entanglement stabilization field. He directly interfaced with the core, bypassing the cumbersome physical operation interface. In an almost magical manner, He constructed and optimized the synthesis lines on a virtual plane. The various precision instruments within the laboratory, under his silent command, began self-checking, calibrating, and pre-operating with an efficiency and accuracy that transcended conventional logic. Meanwhile, Tony was busy with the clanging and buzzing of welding sparks, the whir of mechanical arms, and the hissing of hydraulic rods, creating an atmosphere imbued with the vigor of the industrial age. Occasionally, he caught a glimpse of Lin Xuan, who was simply meditating with his eyes closed. Yet, the most cutting-edge instruments surrounding him appeared to come alive, operating with a visibly perfect synchronization and extraordinary efficiency. Tony watched with a tinge of envy and couldn't resist muttering, "What is it like to resolve everything with your mind? Do you feel like a wizard? Must be quite effortless, right?" As time slipped by, within the heart of the laboratory, the vast apparatus, meticulously controlled and calibrated by Tony, displayed an alarming surge in energy readings. The flickering of various indicator lights intensified, and the brilliance of the core reaction zone grew ever more radiant. They were nearing a critical threshold. A triumphant smile broke through Tony's face, his finger poised just above the button designated for the final infusion of excitation energy, ready to embrace the elation of success. At that moment, as he was about to press the button, a faint yet distinct hum of energy resonated from Lin Xuan's direction. Within the small energy confinement field operated by Lin Xuan, a diminutive core of energy, roughly the size of a fingernail, emanated a soft and pure blue glow, forming a stable triangular structure in silence. It hovered steadily at the center of the confinement field, radiating an unprecedented and vibrant energy fluctuation. Gazing at the flawless new elemental core, Lin Xuan's inner tumult belied his outward calm. This accomplishment not only resolved Tony's palladium poisoning dilemma, but also served as a pivotal validation of his technological trajectory. From deciphering Howard's concealed information to precisely controlling laboratory instruments for atomic-level synthesis, all of this was supported by the upgraded and surging computational power. The benefits of enhanced processing capacity were immediately apparent. Faster analysis, greater control precision, and exponentially improved capabilities for simulating and constructing complex systems. This signified that he not only possessed the perfect energy source required for the black armor, but also gained the confidence to master more intricate and cutting-edge technologies. The assurance of creating the black armor had significantly strengthened. Energy, and even combat analytics, all depended on a more robust computational foundation, a reality Lin Xuan had come to deeply appreciate. His path toward technological evolution was now clearer and more defined. Almost simultaneously, the familiar system prompt resonated within his mind. Ding! Task completed. The race of science. Task reward, 100 technology points. Current technology points, 130. Tony's hand, which had been ready to press the button, froze midair. He stared, dumbfounded, at Lin Xuan's newly stabilized elemental core, which radiated an enchanting blue light. He glanced down at his own colossal apparatus, still wildly accumulating energy, mere moments away from success. Wait, this is unfair, Tony protested internally, feeling akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. While he toiled with welding, debugging, boosting, and colliding, Lin Xuan merely manipulated a few controls and achieved results. The instruments must have been the reason for my delay. Yes, that must be it. Though he stubbornly sought excuses, his gaze towards Lin Xuan betrayed an undeniable awe and a hint of genuine admiration. Sighing, he raised his hands in surrender. "You win. You monster. However, you executed it splendidly." Though he lost the wager, resolving the palladium poisoning issue left Tony in remarkably high spirits. Lin Xuan's gaze deepened, as if he could already envision the blueprint of the future. The energy conundrum had been resolved. Next, I shall commence the creation of a suit of armor that truly belongs to me. Chapter 29. The Cosmic Cube Isotope. The Birth of a New Element. Seclusion to forge armor. As Lin Xuan's words resonated, the pure joy that illuminated Tony Stark's face, born from the emergence of a new element, dimmed slightly. He scrutinized Lin Xuan with a blend of astonishment, curiosity, and a hint of caution as a seasoned veteran. Tony crossed his arms, adopting a demeanor that oscillated between his usual irreverence and a newfound seriousness. "Hey, I admire your ambition, truly," he remarked, his tone shifting to a more solemn note. However, embarking on the journey to forge an entirely new suit of armor from scratch, it is not akin to a child assembling building blocks haphazardly. The energy core is merely the first step, the most fundamental one. Material science, structural mechanics, aerodynamics, weapon system integration, and most crucially, a neural interactive operating system. Tony counted on his fingers, his expression growing increasingly grave. The complexity of this endeavor far exceeds your imagination. Be cautious not to take strides too large, lest you find yourself ensnared. His words were not entirely a dampening of spirits, but rather a kind-hearted admonition. The inception of the Iron Man suit was predicated on Stark Industries' vast resources, a premier team, and Tony's decades of accumulated knowledge in engineering and physics. Lin Xuan's ambition to replicate or even surpass this feat single-handedly was, without doubt, a monumental challenge. At that very moment, as Tony's voice faded, a system notification echoed in Lin Xuan's mind. High-purity, ultra-stable new energy core detected. Would you like to designate it as the exclusive energy supply unit for the Xiongxin? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xuan's consciousness responded affirmatively. Yes. A low hum resonated as the small, triangular core, suspended within a confinement field and radiating a pure azure glow, seemed to have found its ultimate purpose. An indescribable surge of energy, vast as the cosmos, erupted from the diminutive core. It transcended mere physical energy, flowing with impeccable precision into the computational core of the Xiongxin. Countless dormant computational units within the foundational architecture were activated, interconnected, and restructured. Tony remained preoccupied with his earlier failure and Lin Xuan's extraordinary performance, entirely oblivious to the subtle transformation occurring within Lin Xuan. Yet Lin Xuan had already taken action. He stepped forward to the massive apparatus before him, still roaring with power, its edges flickering with perilous arcs of electricity. Through the Xiongxin, whose computational capacity had surged following its upgrade, Lin Xuan precisely accessed the core control layer of this intricate system. Xiongxin command. Assume control permissions of the target device. Permission verification complete. Jarvis highest authority granted. Real-time analysis of target device operational data flow. Structural stress model reconstruction. Dynamic optimization of energy confinement field parameters. Correction of redundant commands. Optimization of energy flow direction. Stabilization of core reaction interval. A series of instructions, intricate enough to bewilder even the most esteemed engineers, manifested within Lin Xuan's consciousness with an efficiency that transcended the speed of light, executing and providing feedback instantaneously. In the laboratory, the once erratic blinking lights, accompanied by piercing alarms, suddenly stabilized at a visibly discernible pace. The perilous arcs of electricity, as if soothed by an invisible hand, quietly extinguished. The once tumultuous radiance emanating from the core reaction zone swiftly transformed into a state of stability and convergence. Tony's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, as he beheld this astonishing spectacle. Moments prior, he had been grappling with how to safely shut down the nearly uncontrollable apparatus, even bracing himself for the worst-case scenario of redecorating the laboratory. Yet now, under the gaze of his incredulous eyes, the once ferocious, beast-like energy core, which threatened to explode at any moment, had remarkably stabilized. The light coalesced, the structure redefined. At the center of the device's confinement field, a second triangular energy core, identical to the one Lin Xuan had previously synthesized, emerged. Tony was rendered speechless. He glanced at the newly stabilized floating core, then at Lin Xuan, who appeared to have merely offered a few casual suggestions. Shock, disbelief, and a medley of complex emotions flooded Tony's mind. He opened his mouth, ultimately managing to utter, "Your research methods are truly remarkable." Lin Xuan smiled faintly, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He released control of the equipment through the core and gestured towards the freshly minted energy core. "Take it, Tony." Tony approached cautiously, gazing at the blue core that symbolized rebirth and the future, his excitement beyond words. not one to be stingy, especially after witnessing Lin Xuan's near-miraculous abilities. He waved his hand grandly, his tone imbued with an unmistakable flair. All right, you have completely won. I am thoroughly impressed. This laboratory, the West District area, from this moment forth, belongs to you. Energy supply, equipment interfaces, and material library permissions are all yours. Whatever you need, just tell Jarvis. Your access will be set to the highest level. Don't be shy. Tony was genuinely inspired by Lin Xuan's efficient research methodology. He was incredibly eager to see what astounding innovations such a prodigy could create once endowed with top-tier resources and absolute freedom. Lin Xuan nodded in gratitude. This was precisely what he needed. Almost simultaneously, the gentle yet efficient voice of the laboratory's intelligent assistant, Jarvis, resonated. Sir, the isolation modification program for the West District Laboratory has been initiated and is expected to complete within 15 minutes. Mr. Lin Xuan's highest access privileges have been confirmed, and the relevant resource allocation interfaces have been synchronized and opened. The efficiency was astonishing. Tony looked at Lin Xuan, his expression complex, and patted him on the shoulder. Go on, Lin. Show me what surprises you can bring to me and to this world. Lin Xuan chose not to elaborate further. He turned and strode toward the independent research area that was about to wholly belong to him, a realm brimming with boundless possibilities. His steps were steady, and his gaze resolute. Deep within the recesses of his consciousness, the core was operating at an unprecedented and terrifying speed. The immense computational power provided by the new elemental core roared like the mightiest engine, producing a deafening cacophony. Based on the data gleaned from reverse engineering Ivan technology and a profound adaptation to his own super soldier physique, the system generated the initial blueprint for the black armor design, a creation that transcended the boundaries of time. Within Lin Xuan's cognitive space, this innovative construct was rapidly taking shape. Core Directive: initiate the design program for the black armor prototype's main framework. Nanotechnology selection successful. Energy core module adaptation complete. Constructing the energy transmission network. Basic structural material selected. Nanocomposite armor simultaneously conducting mechanical simulations. Neural interaction interface protocol optimization in progress. Objective: to forge the first generation of intelligent power armor with self-evolution potential. Chapter 30. Ivan's counterattack. The birth of the black armor. Several weeks slipped by quietly. At the New York Expo, Justin Hammer, the long-standing rival of Stark Industries, stood in the spotlight, reveling in what he perceived as his moment of glory. In the VIP section, Pepper Potts, clad in a sharp professional outfit, wore a composed smile. Beside her, Natasha Romanoff scanned the crowd with keen, penetrating eyes. Still no word from Lin Xuan? She inquired softly, a hint of concern etched on her brow. In recent weeks, Lin Xuan had seemingly evaporated from the world. As they conversed, Justin Hammer had already begun his incessant speech on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Hammer exclaimed, arms spread wide, his tone exaggerated, behold the future of warfare. He proudly gestured toward the enormous screen behind him and the orderly array of metallic creations on the display. Land, sea, air, a comprehensive battalion of unmanned combat robots. The cold metallic soldier models gleamed ominously under the lights, exuding an air of menace. Sparse applause erupted, mostly from Hammer Industries' own affiliates. Unfazed, Hammer cleared his throat and raised his voice. But that is not all. Today I am honored to introduce our crowning achievement, a result of deep collaboration with the United States military, the War Machine. As he shouted, a towering figure slowly ascended from one side of the stage. It was a heavily modified suit of armor, brimming with heavy artillery aesthetics, cloaked in a deep gunmetal gray. As the helmet retracted, the resolute visage of Colonel James Rhodes was revealed. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and gasps of astonishment. Just as Hammer basked in this delayed glory, poised to continue his boast, a sudden whoosh and explosion reverberated through the air. A streak of crimson and gold tore through the night sky, descending with audacious ferocity, crashing heavily in the center of the stage. The ground trembled slightly, and dust billowed forth. It was Tony Stark. He donned a brand new Iron Man suit. The arc reactor on his chest transformed into a striking triangle. Indeed, it was Mark 6. With effortless grace, he lifted his helmet and waved to the mesmerized audience and reporters below, revealing his signature smile. However, upon closer inspection, a subtle hint of anxiety lurked in the depths of his eyes. At the Expo's control center, Ivan Vanko coldly observed the spectacle through a surveillance wall composed of countless screens. A sinister smile crept across his lips as he watched Tony Stark descend from the heavens. His gaze swept across the venue, but failed to locate a familiar figure. Where was Lin Xuan? Had he not shown up? Ivan paused momentarily, then let out a low, mocking chuckle. Coward! It seems you two are afraid? Very well. Let you taste the bitterness of losing everything. His icy stare once again fixed on the anxious Tony on the screen. This opportunity for vengeance he would not let slip away. Stark, what are you doing here? Justin Hammer seethed, his face turning an unflattering shade of green. Tony, utterly disregarding him, strode directly towards Rhodey, who remained encased in his armor. He lowered his voice. Speaking rapidly, Rhodey, listen, Ivan Vanko is alive. He aims to destroy this place. He has taken control. Before Tony could finish his sentence, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Rhodey's war machine suddenly illuminated with a foreboding red light. In the next instant, the Gatling gun on his shoulder and the missile launcher on his arm swiftly elevated, the cold weaponry locking onto Tony at point-blank range. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. Meanwhile, far away at his Malibu seaside villa, in a subterranean laboratory within the independent research area, Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes amidst an absolute silence. Before him floated a suit of armor, entirely black, seemingly capable of absorbing all light. Its lines were sleek and imbued with a sense of power, each curve glimmering with a restrained metallic glow. Unlike Iron Man's ostentatious metallic assembly, this armor resembled a seamless work of art, exuding an air of mystery and elegance rooted in futuristic technology. With a thought, the black nanomaterials surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping his entire being in an instant. The helmet closed at last, leaving only a pair of sensors glowing with a faint blue data stream. Cold, solid, yet perfectly attuned to his body. The surge of energy provided by the isotope core flowed like a gentle torrent through the nanonetwork embedded within the armor. The unyielding strength and resilience granted by the nanomaterials filled Lin Xuan with an unprecedented sense of confidence. This was the true power that belonged to him. Just then, a notification chimed. Ding! An encrypted communication request from an unknown source has been detected. Signal tracking is difficult. Do you wish to answer? Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened. Yes. The communication connected, and a hoarse, chilling voice filled with deep-seated hatred and madness echoed through the encrypted channel. Lin Xuan, Ivan Vanko. Did you think hiding would keep you safe? Today, I shall consign all of Stark Industries, including you, to the depths of hell. Revel in this cataclysmic feast prepared for you and Tony Stark. Lin Xuan's gaze instantly turned as frigid as ice. The blue light emanating from the ocular sensors of the nano-black armor blazed with intensity. In the next moment, he transformed into a blur of black lightning, shattering the specialized glass of the laboratory and soaring skyward. His target, New York, the Hammer Industries Expo. At the Expo venue, chaos reigned supreme. The drone battalions manufactured by Hammer Industries had spiraled into utter mayhem. They emitted a red glow akin to that of the war machine, mercilessly sweeping the crowd with gunfire and launching small missiles. The cacophony of explosions, the tearing of metal, the anguished screams of the crowd, and the crashing of buildings coalesced into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The war machine, akin to a rampaging beast, unleashed its full arsenal, relentlessly pursuing Tony. Tony, piloting the Mark 6, desperately maneuvered to evade the onslaught while attempting to dismantle the drones to protect the civilians. Yet he found himself overwhelmed, struggling against insurmountable odds. The red and gold armor was now marred with numerous charred marks and scratches. Just as Tony narrowly dodged a barrage of heavy fire from the war machine, a pitch-black meteor descended from the heavens. Boom! The shadow landed, kicking up a cloud of dust, and stood resolutely between Tony and the war machine. The sleek black armor exuded a chilling aura that starkly contrasted with the surrounding turmoil. Tony was taken aback. Who is this? Lin Xuan disregarded the surrounding chaos and Tony's astonished gaze. His focus was unwavering, locked onto the war machine, driven by hatred. Core directive. Thoroughly analyze the control protocol of the war machine. Target system. Hammer Industries. Backdoor program detected during protocol vulnerability scan. Establishing reverse data link. Injecting interference commands. Disengaging external control. A series of commands flashed through Lin Xuan's consciousness like lightning. Almost simultaneously, the war machine, which had been roaring in fury and unleashing its firepower upon Tony, abruptly froze. The ominous red light in its eyes flickered erratically, akin to a poor signal, before extinguishing completely. In its place, a normal blue standby glow emerged. The weapon systems of the war machine drooped down, reverting to standby mode. What has transpired? A bewildered voice echoed from within the armor, belonging to Rhodey. Tony, witnessing this dramatic turn of events and glancing at the imposing black armor, instantly comprehended the situation. His voice brimmed with incredulity. Lin Xuan, is this your armor? Chapter 31. The Black Armor's Whip. Who will emerge victorious? Tony's voice resonated with disbelief. Lin Xuan had indeed succeeded. This was an armor crafted from a revolutionary concept. Remarkably, he had transformed this theory into reality in such a brief span of time. As the words left his lips from a distant observation platform, Natasha Romanoff lowered her high-powered binoculars and whispered to Happy Hogan beside her. It seems that a visit to the Hammer Industries headquarters is no longer necessary. A glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. She had initially prepared to infiltrate the Hammer Industries backend to manually reboot the locked combat system of the war machine. However, unexpectedly, that sudden dark figure had resolved the issue directly. The fluid and explosive movements perfectly aligned with Lin Xuan's terrifying close-quarters combat prowess, starkly contrasting with Tony's reliance on ranged firepower. In just a few short weeks of seclusion, he had remarkably crafted an armor that suited him so well from scratch. The speed and quality of this achievement were simply astonishing. Just as Tony was about to inquire further about the details of Lin Xuan's impressive new appearance, a piercing wail echoed through the sky once more. Ivan Vanko, piloting an even larger and more heavily armed version of the Whiplash Mark II armor, thunderously descended. Behind him, dozens of originally downed or silent hammer drones reignited, their red lights glowing ominously as they regrouped to ascend once more. New drones emerged from the shadows, forming an even tighter encirclement, effectively trapping Lin Xuan, Tony, and the recently regained control of Rhodey in the center. The party had only just begun. Ivan Vanko's chilling voice resonated throughout the square, laced with unabashed malice. The energy whip in his hand crackled with electricity. Lin Xuan, and you too, Stark. Ivan's gaze fixated on the sleek, all-black, high-tech armor. It appears to be of a higher caliber than my own creation. Yet, it seems I see no external weaponry. Is it merely a highly defensive tin can? My whip can easily shred it apart. I still have a fighting chance. If all else fails, I have one last trump card. At worst, we all perish together. With a sinister grin, he lashed the energy whip towards Lin Xuan. Your armor looks promising, but alas, today you shall all accompany me to the grave. The remaining drones swiftly dispersed, occupying advantageous shooting positions to create a crossfire net with the Whiplash Mark II armor. The atmosphere dropped to a freezing point. In Lin Xuan's consciousness, the analysis results from the Xiongxin system rapidly unfolded. Scanning target, Whiplash armor. Energy core reaction significantly enhanced. Suspected use of an improved miniature arc reactor technology. Weapon system, dual high-energy particle whips, power increased by approximately 300 compared to the first generation, with an added electromagnetic pulse effect. Armor material, high-strength titanium alloy composite, with reinforced treatment in critical areas. Weakness analysis, driver's emotional state highly unstable. Lin Xuan calmly made his judgment. My nano armor can theoretically withstand his primary attacks. Tony, leave this guy to me. My defenses can endure his whip. You all focus your fire and quickly eliminate those annoying minions. Upon hearing this, Tony grinned widely. a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes. All right, I've been itching to deal with these buzzing flies. He turned to Rhodey, who had just regained his composure. Looks like we have some heavy lifting to do. The Gatling gun on War Machine's shoulder began to spin and warm up, emitting a deep, resonant hum. Rhodey's voice was tinged with trepidation, yet more so with a rekindled spirit of combat. No problem. Leave it to us. In the next moment, the battle erupted. Lin Xuan crouched low, his figure akin to an arrow released from a bowstring, transforming into a streak of black lightning as he charged toward Ivan Vanko. Seeking death, Ivan roared, his arms flailing. Two energy whips, shimmering with blinding white lightning, lashed out toward Lin Xuan, one from the left and one from the right, with a piercing shriek that tore through the air. Sizzle. The electric whips struck the black armor with a resounding impact, erupting in dazzling sparks and energy shockwaves. The black armor merely paused momentarily, absorbing, conducting, and dissipating the force. Lin Xuan even utilized this momentum to accelerate further. In an instant, he closed the distance to Ivan, his physique enhanced by super soldier serum, unleashing a terrifying display of strength and speed. His armored fist, propelled by the force of a tempest, targeted the relatively vulnerable junction of Ivan's chest and abdomen. Meanwhile, in the skies above, the red gold Mark VI and the gunmetal gray War Machine unleashed their firepower without restraint. Palm cannons, energy pulses, missiles, and Gatling guns unleashed a torrent of weaponry, engaging in a fierce skirmish with the swarming hammer drones. Explosions illuminated the night sky like festive fireworks, sending metallic debris and sparks flying in all directions. On the ground, the close-quarter struggle between Lin Xuan and Ivan grew increasingly perilous. Each strike of the electric whips bore devastating force, rending the earth and melting metal. Yet, thanks to the battlefield analysis and precise predictions provided by the Corps, Lin Xuan adeptly evaded critical strikes at pivotal moments. The rapid response capability and formidable defense of the nano-black armor allowed him to withstand some non-lethal blows, trading injuries as he pressed closer to Ivan. "How long can your turtle shell protect you?" Ivan screamed madly, swinging the electric whips with increasing speed, forming an impenetrable web of electricity. Lin Xuan's eyes glimmered with blue light as the Corps instantaneously detected a flaw in Ivan's central axis caused by an overzealous whip strike. Now was the moment. He deftly sidestepped a whip aimed at his head. Whoosh! Lin Xuan's arm moved like lightning, precisely severing the energy supply line of Ivan's left arm whip. A cascade of electric sparks erupted, and the whip's brilliance dimmed, falling limply to the ground. Ivan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Xuan clenched his left fist tightly, energy surging and coalescing from core. The nanoparticles enveloping his fist glimmered with a blinding blue light. It's over. Boom! A colossal punch, infused with superhuman strength and core energy, struck the chest plate of the WhipSocket's second-generation battle armor with tremendous force. Crack! The heavy chest plate buckled under the impact, fissuring. Ivan Vanko was sent hurtling backward, shattering several decorative displays along his path, ultimately crashing heavily onto the distant ground. Sparks and black smoke emanated from the damaged armor. Coughing, Ivan Vanko struggled to raise his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth beneath his visor. Yet, a sickly, maniacal smile spread across his face. Is it over? No, this is just the beginning. With his last ounce of strength, he pressed a concealed button hidden within the inner side of his gauntlet. In an instant, a blinding red light erupted from all the debris and intact drones, including the remnants of Ivan's own battle armor. The core energy readings skyrocketed, akin to a wild beast breaking free. This was Ivan's pre-programmed self-destruct sequence, designed for mutual destruction. The target area was instantly engulfed. Core alert. Large-scale synchronized self-destruction command detected. Detonation expected in 3 seconds. Chapter 32. The battle concludes, assessing the gains. Enhanced serum? Lin Xuan's pupils dilated in alarm, the urgency suffocating. Core directive. Extreme overclocking. Forcibly infiltrating and overriding all drones' final commands. Executing emergency energy release. A torrent of data surged from the core, rapidly spreading to every out-of-control drone. This was a gamble against death itself. The data stream forcibly suppressed, overrode, and rewrote the self-destruct commands within the drones. Those that had been pulsating with a deadly red light began to flicker erratically, their illumination waning. Ultimately, one by one, they extinguished like flames snuffed out. Deprived of energy, countless drones plummeted to the ground like raindrops, crashing down in a cacophony. The surface of Lin Xuan's black armor flickered with frantic blue light, suggesting an overload of energy. He sank to one knee, the surface of his nanomaterial armor displaying fine cracks, gasping for breath. The fatigue from excessive expenditure of mental energy washed over him. Core directive. Sleep protocol initiated. Energy core power reduced to 30. Nanomaterial armor shifted to low-power maintenance mode. Several days later, at a villa by the Malibu coast, within the Western District's independent research area, Lin Xuan had successfully thwarted the synchronized self-destruction of the drones, but could not prevent Ivan's own battle armor from disintegrating in a catastrophic explosion. In a violent conflagration, the whip-like armor was torn to shreds, and Ivan was reduced to ashes, his life of malevolence extinguished, consumed by hatred for Stark. In the ensuing tranquility, Lin Xuan sat cross-legged. Not far in front of him, the entirely black nanomaterial armor floated quietly. Lin Xuan exhaled a deep breath, a hint of fatigue lingering in his gaze. With a mere thought, a holographic projection materialized before him, clearly displaying his current status. Name: Lin Xuan. Acquired abilities: Super Soldier Serum, initial optimized version. Nanomaterial black armor, prototype. Bound system, black technology evolution system. Own technology, core Vibranium core energy upgrade. Technology points, 100. Fortunately, the initial battle with the black armor had yielded satisfactory results, whether in suppressing the whip-like armor or in the critical moment of halting the drone's self-destruction. Its performance advantages were evident. However, the extreme operation of the core, forcibly overriding the final commands of dozens of drones, had drained him nearly to the brink. The super soldier's physique felt an unprecedented strain. The core remained in a low-power dormant recovery state. This battle has starkly revealed his current limitations in mental endurance and physical capacity. The door to the laboratory slid open silently. Tony Stark entered, cradling a steaming cup of coffee, and upon seeing Lin Xuan, who had just concluded his meditation, he let out a sharp whistle. All charged up? Tony circled the hovering black armor, his eyes reflecting unabashed awe and curiosity. Honestly, your outfit is incredibly impressive, far superior to my Mark VI. He leaned in closer, nearly prodding it with his finger, only to retract it in annoyance. And that particle base coverage and restructuring, is that nanotechnology? How did you manage to stabilize those damn particles? Lin Xuan rose, stretching his limbs, the joints emitting faint cracks. Tony, your resource support has been crucial in rapidly finalizing the black armor and the new element. Lin Xuan did not entirely conceal his thoughts from Tony's curiosity. With a thought, he summoned a portion of data from the core processor's low-power mode. A soft blue holographic projection materialized between them, displaying simplified and sanitized theoretical models regarding the stabilization of nanostructures, along with fragments of experimental data. This is a framework of my ideas on nanoparticle stabilization. Perhaps it will prove useful to you. Tony's eyes lit up instantly. He stepped forward, nearly pressing his face against the hologram, muttering to himself. Energy field constraint information directives. Can it really work like this? A glimmer of surprise and epiphany flashed in his eyes, followed by a slap to his thigh. I knew you were hiding something good. If this could be applied to my armor, it might make it more portable, even capable of manifesting at any time and place. Tony's thoughts began to spiral, his face illuminated with the fervor characteristic of a tech enthusiast. At that moment, the laboratory's intelligent assistant, Jarvis, chimed in with a soothing voice. Sir, Director Nick Fury requests a call, priority, highest. The main screen of the laboratory lit up in response. Nick Fury's iconic, serious visage, adorned with an eye patch, dominated the screen. The background revealing a command center of S.H. I-E-L-D, Stark, Lin Xuan, Fury's deep and powerful voice cut straight to the point. The New York Expo has once again substantiated my viewpoint. This world is becoming increasingly perilous, and our current strength is insufficient to confront future threats. His sharp gaze swept over the two. The world requires a more formidable protective force. I formally invite you both to join the Avengers Initiative. Tony held his coffee cup, shrugging nonchalantly, a hint of irreverence returning to him. Sounds appealing. However, my appearance fee is quite steep, Director Fury. Lin Xuan, however, nodded calmly. I accept. His response was succinct and unhesitant. Tony glanced at Lin Xuan, their eyes meeting, each reading the same understanding reflected in the other's gaze. Ivan Vanko is merely the beginning. Whether it is the lurking hydra in the shadows or the potential extraterrestrial threats that may arise in the future, their current strength is still woefully inadequate. They must grow stronger. An invisible competition surrounding technology and personal power is quietly intensifying between the two. Excellent. Fury seems to have anticipated their reactions, and a designated liaison will follow up with you. Coulson will manage the media-related matters. As the communication concluded, the screen darkened, and the laboratory returned to silence. Tony was still savoring Fury's words and the shared thoughts on nanotechnology with Lin Xuan. However, Lin Xuan had already turned away from the core experimental area. He found Natasha Romanoff in the corridor, briefing the staff on post-event matters. Natasha, Lin Xuan called out. She turned, and upon seeing him, a fleeting, imperceptible shift crossed her eyes before she resumed her composed demeanor. Do you need something? Do you remember our agreement? Natasha paused, seemingly recalling something significant. It pertained to a wager they had made regarding her engagement as a researcher related to the old injury she sustained during the Winter Soldier's ambush. Lin Xuan extended his palm. Core directive. Activate the super serum self-healing factor within the target. Directive confirmed. Technology points, 30. Current technology points, 70. Target. Repair of soft tissue contusions and nerve terminal damage. Lin Xuan gently placed his palm over Natasha's clothing at the site of her old injury from the Winter Soldier's attack. A soothing energy permeated through the fabric, precisely targeting the wound. Natasha distinctly felt a warm current infiltrating her. In no more than a few seconds, her astonished gaze met Lin Xuan's. Filled with incredulity, your abilities are truly surpassing all expectations. Thank you, Lin Xuan responded, his tone taking on a more solemn note. It was a mere effort. The super soldier physique is the foundation of his strength. Yet, in the face of increasingly severe challenges, it is far from sufficient. He must further enhance himself. Core analysis. Host enhancement requirement detected. Current super soldier serum has reached a stable equilibrium. Further enhancement requires the introduction of heterologous biological factors to disrupt the existing balance and guide beneficial reconstruction. Database matching in progress. Searching for high-energy biological samples. Heterologous biological factor screening. Target locked. Bruce Banner's blood sample, gamma-ray mutation. The special biological factors contained within have the theoretical potential to disrupt equilibrium and stimulate latent abilities. Chapter 33. Natasha's helplessness? No, this is the self-awareness of a cultivator. Lin Xuan's consciousness was now immersed in the core feedback report on genetic optimization. The report clearly delineated the unique biological factors birthed from the intense gamma-ray irradiation present in Bruce Banner's blood. They serve as a key capable of breaking the existing stable balance of the super soldier serum within him, guiding his body towards a beneficial reconstruction and an ascension to a higher plane of existence. The potential is immense, yet it also signifies unknown risks. A flicker of resolute light flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes. To grow stronger. This was his innermost and most urgent desire. Whether to confront the imminent threat of Thanos or to fully master and unleash the potential of the nano-black armor and the Xiongxin, he required a more formidable physique and mental fortitude. His goal was clear, to locate Bruce Banner and obtain a sample of his blood. This was the optimal path deduced by Xiongxin based on existing data, and the most likely choice for him to transcend his limits. Just as he resolved this, A cold system notification echoed deep within his consciousness. Task triggered. Foundation of evolution. Task objective. Acquire a blood sample for Bruce Banner. Task reward. 100 technology points. Task suggestion. Based on current intelligence network analysis, it is advised to seek out Dr. Samuel Stern, known by the alias Mr. Blue, at his laboratory. Lin Xuan collected his thoughts and turned to Natasha, who had just regained her composure. A hint of astonishment lingered on her face, clearly incredulous about the miraculous healing effect just witnessed. Natasha, Lin Xuan spoke, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable determination. I need to be away for a while. The battle at the New York Expo made me realize that I am not strong enough. I must seek ways to further enhance myself. His demeanor was unassuming, as if stating an established fact. Natasha momentarily paused, intending to inquire further about the details, even contemplating whether to follow Fury's earlier instructions to pursue or offer assistance. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Lin Xuan had already nodded at her, a silent farewell. In an instant, dark nanoparticles surged forth from his body like a living tide, enveloping him completely. The sleek and powerful black armor reformed around him, and the ocular sensors illuminated with a soft blue stream of data. The next moment, Lin Xuan's figure blurred slightly before transforming into a streak of black lightning, crashing through the villa's specialized glass walls and vanishing into the distant skyline. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, as if meticulously choreographed. Only the curtains, stirred by the forceful gust, and a bewildered Natasha remained in his wake. She stood frozen for several seconds before suddenly recalling the task Nick Fury had entrusted her with, to bring Lin Xuan and Tony Stark to S.H.E.L.D. for the initial integration of the Avengers. Now, one of her targets had unceremoniously gone offline. When had Lin Xuan become like this? Did he truly believe that he could transcend through mere seclusion and cultivation like a martial arts master? This fellow had transformed into a training fanatic. Rubbing her temples in resignation, Natasha shook her head and turned back towards the core laboratory. Perhaps Tony Stark would be easier to communicate with? Upon entering the lab, the scene that greeted her rendered her speechless once more. Tony Stark was suspended in mid-air, his hands conducting as if orchestrating a symphony, surrounded by several enormous holographic screens. The screen was filled with simplified model diagrams of nanotechnology, energy flow simulation data, and conjectures about particle stability shared by Lin Xuan earlier. Tony's eyes gleamed with excitement as he became fully immersed in the content, muttering enthusiastically to himself. Energy field constraint information directives guiding? How marvelous! Liquid metal? No. Something even more advanced. Portability. Instant attire. The Mark series can finally bid farewell to cumbersome boxes. He commanded Jarvis establish a new simulation project immediately. His fervent enthusiasm for technology was palpable, completely oblivious to Lin Xuan's earlier departure. Natasha sighed, walked to the corner, and activated the encrypted communication channel with a tap of her fingers. The screen flickered to life, revealing Nick Fury's one-eyed visage, set against the backdrop of the bustling S.H.E.L.D. command center. Natasha succinctly reported, "Director, there has been a change. Lin Xuan claims he is seeking ways to enhance himself and has left the Malibu villa of his own accord, destination unknown. Mr. Stark is currently engrossed in studying some nanotechnology materials left by Lin Xuan and is unlikely to participate in the subsequent Avengers meetings for the time being." On the other end, Nick Fury fell silent for a few seconds, and the one eye on the screen seemed to twitch. A sigh, tinged with fatigue, helplessness, and a hint of frustration escaped him. "I wonder, have I recruited a group of superheroes or a collection of the world's most difficult-to-manage anomalies? They agree to join, but fail to take action." After a brief pause, he regained a semblance of the director's authority. "Keep a close watch on Stark's movements. As for Lin Xuan, let him reveal himself in due time. Coulson will manage the aftermath of the Expo's public relations." The communication was abruptly severed. Natasha gazed at the dimming screen, shaking her head in resignation once more. It seemed that the Avengers' initiative had been destined for turbulence from the very beginning. Meanwhile, in a somewhat secluded area near University Town in New York City, a shadowy figure silently descended upon the roof of an aging biological laboratory, some windows of which were even broken. It was Lin Xuan, hurrying to his destination. His keen gaze swept across the scene below. This building housed the laboratory of Dr. Samuel Stern, also known as Mr. Blue, as suggested by the system. From the outside, the laboratory appeared to have suffered considerable damage. Cracks marred the walls, and the ground bore unnatural depressions, as if impacted by heavy objects. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xian's figure flickered like a specter as he slipped through a damaged ventilation shaft into the interior of the laboratory. Inside, chaos reigned. Shattered glassware, toppled experimental apparatus, torn documents, and strange-colored, congealed liquid stains were scattered about, all bearing the marks of violent conflict. The air was thick with a faint metallic tang mingled with the acrid scent of chemical reagents. There was not a soul in sight. Had he arrived too late? Command: initiate environmental scan. Objective: residual blood sample of Bruce Banner mutated by gamma rays. A pale blue data stream darted across Lin Xian's vision as the formidable information processing capabilities of the core began a comprehensive search and analysis of the entire laboratory. Soon, the scan focused on a corner of the lab, where a heap of smashed centrifuges and incubators lay in disarray. Amidst the chaos, the core identified a target. Lin Xian stepped forward, gently moving aside some metallic debris. In the shadows of the corner, a glass test tube lay shattered, its remnants quietly resting. Inside the tube, a few drops of viscous liquid, exhibiting an eerie green hue, remained. This was indeed Bruce Banner's blood sample. Lin Xian gazed into the broken vial, fixating on the few remaining drops of that strange, viscous green liquid. Bruce Banner's blood sample, the key containing the chaotic power of gamma radiation. Ding! Almost instantaneously, the cold notification from the system echoed within Lin Xian's consciousness. Mission: Cornerstone of Evolution completed. Mission objective: acquire Bruce Banner's blood sample. Mission reward: 100 technology points. Current technology points: 170. An uncontrollable surge of excitement coursed through his veins like electricity. He had anticipated that procuring this sample would entail a protracted and perilous pursuit, potentially requiring him to contend with General Ross's forces. Yet, to his astonishment, what he sought lay quietly amidst the ruins, as if a gift from fate. Opportunity, once lost, may never return. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xian's desire for strength eclipsed all concerns. He resolved to utilize the core system right here and now to analyze and absorb this invaluable sample. According to the hidden regulations of the advanced evolution system, the more technology points invested in analysis and guidance, the more favorable the outcomes, with risks remaining relatively manageable. This absorption of gamma factors was crucial for him to break through his limitations and achieve further evolution. He had to give it his all. Core, commence analysis and absorption. Command confirmed. High-energy biological sample detected, gamma ray mutation. Sample exhibits high activity, but is scarce. Energy structure is highly unstable. Executing deep gene sequence analysis, risk assessment, and optimization guidance program. Based on the system's optimal strategy, recommended technology point expenditure, 50, ensuring foundational effectiveness and safety. Note: the host may choose to invest additional technology points to pursue superior enhancement effects, but should be wary of diminishing returns and increased potential risks. The core's cold notification resonated within his consciousness. After a brief contemplation, Lin Xian recognized that consuming 50 of his 170 technology points for basic absorption was evidently not the optimal choice. He required greater power to confront the uncertainties of the future. Core: allocate 150 technology points for maximum optimization guidance. Instruction confirmed. Consuming 150 technology points to initiate the highest specification gene optimization guidance. Current remaining technology points, 20. Warning: high investment will significantly amplify the potential of the sample, but may also subject the gene chain to overwhelming stress, concurrently increasing the risk of mutation. Do you confirm execution? Confirm execution. The light in Lin Xian's eyes radiated only determination and resolve. Risk? The path to power has never been a smooth one. initiating the highest specification gene optimization guidance program. The moment the command was issued, 150 technology points evaporated in an instant, leaving only 20. The core processing unit of the Xiongxin surged to its utmost limit. An invisible energy field, akin to the most delicate tweezers, meticulously extracted the few drops of green blood from the shattered test tube, suspending them before Lin Xuan. A cascade of light blue data streams washed over Lin Xuan's retina, denser and more intricate than before. The complex genetic information chain was rapidly read, disassembled, analyzed, simulated, and reassembled. Xiongxin, surpassing the limits of human comprehension, dissected the mysteries of gamma rays, seeking the safest, most efficient, and potential maximizing path to integrate them into Lin Xuan's being. Subsequently, under Xiongxin's precise guidance, those few drops of green blood transformed into the most primal stream of biological energy, a force far more ferocious and raw than that of super soldier serum, imbued with a destructive aura, began to slowly infuse Lin Xuan's body. Strangely, this force, though wild, was firmly restrained and guided by a gentle yet formidable power, akin to a tamed beast, seamlessly blending into every corner of his body along a predetermined trajectory. Lin Xuan could distinctly perceive. Gamma mutagen factor analysis completed, initiating targeted insertion into the gene sequence. Cellular energy metabolism pathways being reconstructed, mitochondrial activity peaking. Neuron synaptic linkage reinforced, optimizing the conduction rate of bioelectric signals. Gamma energy fusion degree 2155-89-100. High energy repulsion reaction detected, initiating dynamic balance stabilization protocol. Exotic biological factors stabilized and anchored. Objective: preliminary construction of super soldier serum gamma enhanced. Construction complete. Physiological structure being reshaped. Every minute structure underwent violent, earth-shattering transformations. It was as if invisible hands were using gamma factors as ink, painting a new blueprint of life upon his body. This sensation was immensely powerful. The reinforcement process did not last long, as the sample content was limited. Minutes later, the tumultuous energy flow gradually subsided, perfectly merging with his body, becoming an integral part of him. Xiongxin prompt. Highest specification gene optimization completed, successfully integrating gamma ray mutagen factors. Body entering adaptation phase, with physiological indicators enhanced by approximately 250 based on the original super soldier serum, exceeding expectations. Warning: moderate emotional fluctuation amplification effect detected. Please ensure the host regulates mental state to avoid loss of control. Lin Xuan slowly rose to his feet, experimentally clenching his fists. Crack! A series of crisp, resonant pops erupted from his bones, reminiscent of beans sizzling in a pan. An unprecedented surge of explosive power coursed through his limbs, instilling within him a fleeting illusion that a mere gentle punch could obliterate the imposing load-bearing wall before him. Accompanying this newfound strength was an overwhelming, uncontrollable impulse for destruction, alongside an intense yearning for battle. He felt an urgent need for a thrilling confrontation to unleash this nascent power and test the limits of his current capabilities. Name: Lin Xuan. Acquired abilities: Super Soldier Serum Gamma Enhanced. Nano Black Armor Prototype. Bound System: Black Technology Evolution System. Held Technology: Xeon Core Isotope Core Energy Upgrade. Technology points 20 at that moment. A sudden hum emanated from the encrypted communication channel embedded within the Nano Black Armor, and a familiar connection request appeared. It was Natasha Romanoff. With a flicker of thought, Lin Xuan connected the call. Natasha's voice, tinged with curiosity and a subtle hint of unease, reached him. Lin Xuan, your movements have been somewhat erratic. Based on your previous mention of seeking to enhance yourself, combined with the intelligence network of S.H.I.E.L.D., I surmise that your target may be related to Bruce Banner. Am I correct? Before Lin Xuan could respond, Natasha accelerated her speech, diving straight into the matter. We have just intercepted urgent communications from General Ross's forces in Harlem. They're engaged in fierce combat with a massive green target. The level of destruction is astounding. Preliminary assessments strongly indicate it is the Hulk in an uncontrolled state. The location is not far from where you currently are. Harlem? The Hulk. Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled with a bright azure data stream. This was an extraordinary opportunity. What could possibly compare to confronting that furious green giant? Whether it be the Hulk himself or the Abomination, who had similarly absorbed Banner's blood and the super soldier serum. Nothing could better validate the enhancements he had just undergone than this encounter. The fervent desire for battle within him ignited like wildfire. Understood. Lin Xuan's voice was deep and powerful, laced with an unmistakable thrill. Harlem, you say? I shall head there immediately to assess the situation. Chapter 34. Thrill? Side effects? Battle imminent in just a few minutes. The chaotic scenes of Harlem lay before him. Even before approaching fully, Lin Xuan was struck by the hellish sights below. The deafening roars of combat, the thunderous blasts of military firepower, and the desperate screams of civilians melded into a cacophony, painting a portrait reminiscent of the apocalypse. The streets below were unrecognizable, resembling a battlefield ravaged by ancient beasts. Burning wreckage of vehicles littered the area, twisted steel rebar lay exposed, and shattered building debris piled high. Panicked crowds fled like headless flies, their cries echoing amidst the chaos. In the chaotic epicenter, two colossal figures engaged in the most primal and savage combat. One was the hulking, muscle-bound giant known as Hulk, his entire form enveloped in a verdant hue. The other was a creature of even greater size, skin the color of earth, with a spine adorned with menacing bony protrusions, Abomination. Each heavy collision of their fists and feet sent tremors through the ground. A furious roar erupted from Hulk as he seized a charred bus, reduced to mere skeletal remains, wielding it as an improvised gauntlet to smash against Abomination's head. The impact resonated like thunder, reverberating through the air. Yet Abomination merely staggered slightly, displaying a cunning and brutality that surpassed Hulk's own. After enduring that blow, a sinister grin flickered in his bloodshot eyes. He retaliated with a whip-like kick infused with terrifying power, striking Hulk squarely in the chest. The resounding boom echoed as Hulk's massive frame was sent hurtling back like a projectile, crashing through half of a precariously leaning building before coming to a halt in the rubble. Having temporarily repelled Hulk, Abomination refrained from pursuit. He raised his gaze, noticing a military helicopter circling above, unleashing a barrage of firepower from its heavy-caliber machine guns. The presence within it filled him with revulsion. With a malevolent roar, Abomination plunged his massive hand into the earth, uprooting a concrete slab the size of a tabletop. Channeling all his strength, he hurled a heavy block like a javelin towards the helicopter. The shrill sound of slicing air was piercing. The pilot inside the helicopter desperately attempted to evade, but it was too late. The concrete slab struck the tail rotor with pinpoint accuracy. With a crack, the rotor twisted and shattered, causing the helicopter to lose balance, billowing thick black smoke as it spiraled helplessly toward the ground. Inside the cockpit, General Ross's face turned ashen as he clutched the handrail tightly. Beside him, Betty Ross let out a piercing scream of terror. The shadow of death loomed ominously as the helicopter plummeted, destined to erupt into a fireball upon impact. A dark streak of lightning sliced through the smoke-laden sky. Lin Xuan. He had calculated the descent trajectory and explosion timing with precision, crashing through the reinforced glass of the cockpit just before the helicopter hit the ground. "Hold on," he commanded, his movements as swift as lightning. One arm encircled the still-reeling Betty's waist like a vice, while the other gripped General Ross's combat uniform with unwavering strength. In the next moment, the nano-armored suit's engine roared to life, propelling them away from the impending wreckage. Just as they escaped, the helicopter plummeted to the ground with a thunderous crash, unleashing a violent explosion. Flames soared into the sky, and a searing shockwave, mingled with metal fragments, swept outward. The force of the blast pushed Lin Xuan slightly, yet he maintained a steady hover in midair, ensuring the safety of both individuals as they distanced themselves from the heart of the explosion. Not far off, The door of another aircraft slid open silently. Natasha Romanoff, with a high-powered telescope in hand, captured Lin Xuan's divine rescue operation in its entirety. Her crimson lips parted slightly, and her pupils constricted in disbelief. A tempest surged within her. How could he have grown so powerful in such a brief span? Did he truly resort to Banner's serum? Such impulsiveness is fraught with peril. Natasha was nearly certain that Lin Xuan had come into contact with and absorbed gamma factors. The velocity of his strength augmentation was akin to a rocket's ascent. This was no mere enhancement. It resembled a profound transformation. Could he control it? Would such power bring catastrophic side effects? On the ground, General Ross, who had been placed on a relatively safe rooftop by Lin Xuan, was panting heavily, still shaken. In that fleeting moment, he genuinely believed his demise was imminent. He gazed up at Lin Xuan, suspended in midair, his eyes a tapestry of complex emotions, shock, fear, and a hint of incredulity. Who was this young man clad in peculiar black armor? A member of S.H.I.E.L.D. That speed, that strength. It was comparable to the Hulk he had pursued for years, perhaps even more formidable than that uncontrollable green behemoth. This world was truly spiraling into madness. Betty clung tightly to her father's arm, her complexion pale as she stared at the black armor hovering above, her expression intricate. She recognized it as the enigmatic suit that had appeared at the New York Expo. Meanwhile, the abomination, having been kicked away, was now struggling to rise from the rubble. Debris and dust cascaded from his massive green form as he shook off the fog of confusion, spotting the approaching abomination and the unfamiliar, powerful black silhouette in the air. Rage once again commandeered his reason. Hulk charged forth. A deafening roar reverberated throughout the neighborhood. The colossal green figure tore across the ground like an out-of-control tank, indiscriminately barreling toward both the abomination and the airborne Lin Xuan. The abomination, grinning menacingly, readied himself to resume their unfinished battle. At that moment, Lin Xuan found himself confronted by the dual assault of two rampaging titans. Yet, he exhibited no sign of retreat or fear. Instead, he felt an uncontrollable surge of exhilaration and a thirst for combat emanating from the depths of his very blood. This was the initial manifestation of the gamma factor S side effects. The nanoparticles enveloping his body pulsed slightly, glimmering with a dangerous light. In the distorted air behind him, a shadowy figure resembling a Hulk, brimming with explosive power, quietly emerged. Core analysis. Target: abomination. Biological energy response exceedingly high, far exceeding conventional super soldier standards. With explosive growth in strength, endurance, and recovery. Primary attack method: superhuman physical strikes, utilizing bone spikes for piercing and cutting. Biological exterior: exceptionally resilient, boasting high resistance to conventional physical and energy assaults. Skeletal structure: abnormally proliferated, particularly in the spine and dorsal bone spikes, forming the core defensive and offensive points. Weakness analysis: the junction of the vertebrae and bone spurs serves as a critical structural support, suspected to be a vulnerability. The mental state is exceedingly unstable. Warning: abnormal fluctuations in the host's physiological indicators have been detected. Levels of adrenaline and dopamine are surging dramatically, with excitement nearing its threshold. Please exercise caution in controlling combat urges to avoid emotional instability. At this moment, Lin Xuan seemed oblivious to the final warning from Xiong Xi. The newfound power within him roared, yearning for release. Chapter 35. Suppress the abomination. Unbelievably, he still possesses combat skills? Lin Xuan craved an exhilarating outlet. Ding. Task triggered. Suppress the frenzy. Task objective: defeat or incapacitate the abomination, Emil Blonsky's mutant form. Task reward: 100 tech points. The task had arrived. The nanoparticles covering his body shimmered slightly, as if a shadowy Hulk-like figure, brimming with explosive power, synchronized its breath with his. Target locked on the abomination. In the instant the Hulk charged forward with a roar, Lin Xuan sprang into action. Buzz. He shot forth like a black arrow released from a bow, striking first at the yellowish creature that had just knocked the Hulk away and was momentarily distracted. The target was astonishingly clear. The critical structural point connecting the abomination's spine and back spurs, as analyzed by Xiong Xin. Quick. Too quick. The abomination's relatively sluggish reflexes failed to register the shadow that had already closed in. What? The abomination gasped in surprise, realizing this speed far surpassed that of the brutish green figure. Before the violent pupils could capture Lin Xuan's movement, a hand, clad in streamlined nano-armor, had firmly grasped one of the particularly robust bone spurs protruding from its back. At that moment, the uncontrolled Hulk finally arrived. In the Hulk's furious mindset, anything in his path was an enemy. The green form crashed into the abomination's side like a rampaging battering ram. Boom! The terrifying impact erupted. The hard ground instantly cracked and sank, shockwaves flinging nearby wreckage and debris into the air. The abomination's massive body was destabilized by this tremendous force, causing it to stagger sideways, releasing a howl that mingled pain with rage. The arm gripping the bone spur leveraged the Hulk's destructive force, creating a terrifying synergy that abruptly twisted backward. Crack! A chilling, bone-cracking sound resonated through the chaotic battlefield, sending shivers down spines. The abomination emitted a heart-wrenching wail as searing pain surged throughout its body. In disbelief, it sensed that its hardest bone spur had been snapped by this armored figure utilizing the Hulk's momentum. How could this be possible? The Hulk only knew to smash with brute force. This being actually seized the opportunity. With a gasp, the excruciating agony forced the abomination into an unprecedented, piercing scream, its massive body quaking violently from the unimaginable pain. Lin Xuan maintained an impassive expression, his movements unwavering. Without a moment's hesitation, he firmly grasped the jagged bone spur that he had just wrenched from the abomination. Witnessing this scene, the abomination's pupils contracted in disbelief. What does he intend to do? Is he truly using my own bone against me? At that moment, Lin Xuan's arm muscles surged as he aimed the makeshift spear at the abomination's previously battered flank, where Hulk's blows had left him vulnerable, and thrust it mercilessly into the wound. The sound of the sharp weapon piercing flesh resonated with a dull yet distinct thud. The hardened bone spur effortlessly tore through the abomination's already damaged muscle and internal organs, plunging deep into his body. A guttural roar escaped the abomination, short and incredulous, as his strength ebbed away like a receding tide. This individual possessed not only terrifying power, but also combat skills that far surpassed the brutish Hulk. In the distance, a helicopter hovered at a safe altitude. Natasha, peering through powerful binoculars, observed the unfolding spectacle with astonishment. To her shock, even in this near-chaotic state, Lin Xuan maintained an extraordinary precision in exploiting the dynamic battlefield conditions created by Hulk's charge. He accurately targeted the identified weakness and even remained composed enough to transform the broken bone of his enemy into a weapon in an instant. He is not a beast blinded by rage, Natasha murmured to herself, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. He retains an unsettling level of rationality, calculation, and skill amidst the fray. This fusion of calmness and ferocity is far more disconcerting than sheer brute strength. Meanwhile, on a rooftop nearby, General Ross stood in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting the terror of his recent escape. His mouth agape, he watched as the shadowy figure dealt a crippling blow to the abomination, a creature that even heavy military firepower struggled to subdue. The sheer force was unbelievable. A flame of unmasked greed ignited in his eyes. Astonishingly, this being understood the art of combat, how to seize opportunities and exploit weaknesses, far better than Banner's reckless onslaught. Ross's heart raced as he fervently calculated the possibilities. If he could recruit this armored figure, controlling the Hulk and forming a truly invincible super soldier army under his command would no longer be an unattainable dream. At the center of the battlefield, the abomination, gravely wounded with his spine compromised and abdomen pierced, could no longer withstand the onslaught. With one final defiant wail, his massive form collapsed to the ground. Ding! Mission, suppress fury completed. Mission objective, Defeat or incapacitate the abomination. Mission reward, 100 tech points. Current tech points, 110. With the abomination dealt with, Hulk's fury seemed not entirely quelled. He panted heavily, his green gaze shifting towards Lin Xuan, suspended in midair, as if he still sought to attack this formidable presence. Just then, Betty Ross, disregarding her father's protests, dashed from the relatively safe edge of the rooftop, racing into the chaotic streets, bravely positioning herself in front of the Hulk despite the looming danger. As the Hulk's colossal fist was poised to strike, it abruptly halted, his immense green head bowing slightly to gaze upon the diminutive yet valiant figure before him. Betty's call was akin to a bucket of cold water doused upon a raging inferno, momentarily quelling the Hulk's fury. The sheer madness that once filled his eyes began to ebb, and he recognized the person standing before him. A low, indistinct murmur emanated from the depths of the Hulk's throat. He let out a few guttural growls, gradually lowering his massive fist, turning to glance at the vanquished abomination. Lying motionless on the ground, now devoid of threat, he shifted his gaze back to Betty, who stood unharmed before him. Raising his head, he cast a profound look at Lin Xuan, who hovered in midair, still emanating a formidable aura. Though his consciousness was muddled, the Hulk seemed to grasp, albeit vaguely, that it was Lin Xuan who had rescued Betty and vanquished the more grotesque and loathsome creature. He chose not to engage further. With a powerful push, his enormous green form launched into the sky like a cannonball, tracing an astonishing parabolic arc before disappearing into the shadows cast by distant skyscrapers. He opted to distance himself from the crowd, steering clear of any potential harm to Betty, striving to master his uncontrollable, volatile powers. With the Hulk's departure, the most significant crisis was momentarily averted. General Ross quickly gathered his wits and, accompanied by a cadre of shaken soldiers, hastened toward the site where Lin Xuan had landed. "Sir, I am General Thaddeus Ross of the United States Army, representing the military," he exclaimed, eager to engage with this formidable unknown force. However, before he could finish, a striking and agile figure had already arrived at Lin Xuan's side. It was Natasha Romanoff, who had just descended from the helicopter. She interrupted Ross decisively. "General, I appreciate your troops maintaining order at the scene. This is our special consultant from SHIELD, and I will be taking command here. Future matters will be coordinated between SHIELD and the military. Lin Xuan, the mission is complete. It is unwise to linger here. We must depart." Chapter 36. A hammer? My exclusive weapon is secured. At the SHIELD headquarters in a minimalist lounge, Lin Xuan reclined on the sofa, his eyes closed yet his consciousness vibrantly active. His mind was linked with the Xian core, akin to a director wielding supreme authority, replaying the riveting footage of the battle on the streets of Harlem. Every intricate movement, each collision of energy, the analysis of the abomination's weaknesses, and the Hulk's berserk mode flashed through his retina in a torrent of data, undergoing profound review and optimization by the Xian core. Combat data analysis complete. Under gamma factor enhancement, the host's overall reaction speed has increased by 280, peak strength has risen by 310, and impact resistance has improved by 265. Combat intuition has significantly enhanced. Warning: emotional excitation peaked at 92 during combat, triggering the Gamma Emotion Suppression Protocol, costing technology points. 10. Forcibly stabilizing mental state. Lin Xuan gradually opened his eyes, calling up the updated personal status panel. Host: Lin Xuan. Physique: Super Soldier, Gamma Factor Primary Fusion. Mental Strength: Enhanced. Technological Mastery. Nanoparticle Battle Armor. Black Armor Gamma Adaptive Adjustment. Special Ability: Excitement. Gamma Factor Activation. Passive and active guidance required. Risk of loss of control exists. Tech points: 110. In the depths of Lin Xuan's being, he felt a relentless surge of power, accompanied by a primal, tempestuous impulse lurking deep within, akin to a ferocious beast from ancient times. He vividly recalled the battle in Harlem. The adrenaline surge, teetering on the brink of chaos, elevated his combat instincts to an unprecedented zenith. Yet, It was precisely this sensation that nearly consumed him, as his insatiable desire for battle threatened to overwhelm his senses. Had it not been for the timely activation of the stabilization protocol by Xiongxin, forcibly suppressing that rampaging emotion, he might have indeed transformed into a mindless creature of destruction. Much like the Hulk, albeit in green or perhaps black. Such is the duality of risk and reward. Lin Xuan mused softly, a faint smile gracing his lips. The path to strength has never been devoid of challenges. After all, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. In order to confront future crises that could obliterate the world, what is this bit of risk worth? He felt no regret for his choices, only an insatiable yearning for greater power. In the replay of the battle, images of the Hulk using a car as a fist and snapping off Abomination's bone spikes to serve as javelins flashed before him. Lin Xuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. With the exponential growth of his power relying solely on hand-to-hand combat, while direct seemed to lag in efficiency. It is akin to a soldier armed with a rocket launcher, who cannot persistently engage in close combat with a knife, can he? It was time to craft a weapon tailored to his needs. Energy weapons? Perhaps a laser sword or an energy cannon? Or would a tangible cold weapon suffice, such as a blade infused with technological might or a heavy hammer? Alternatively, why not merge the two concepts? Lost in contemplation, he had yet to arrive at a definitive conclusion. At that moment, a soft beep echoed, and the metallic door of the lounge slid open silently. Director Nick Fury, accompanied by the impeccably dressed Natasha Romanoff, entered the room. Fury's singular eye, sharp as a hawk's, scrutinized Lin Xuan, his tone laced with equal parts exasperation and jest. Advisor Lin, I have recently discovered an intriguing pattern. It seems that the more chaotic the circumstances, the more likely you are to be at the epicenter. The commotion in Harlem was certainly not inconsequential. Even Lin Xuan, known for his composure, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Rubbing his nose. Ahem, Director, I may have acted a tad impulsively this time. He paused before adding, it was primarily due to the urgency of the situation. Saving lives comes first. Regarding his voluntary absorption of the gamma factor, he deemed it prudent to keep this matter confidential for now, to spare the concerned director from sleepless nights. Fury gave a non-committal grunt, begrudgingly accepting this explanation. Impulsiveness is a devil, Advisor Lin, especially when you wield the power to easily level an entire block. He approached Lin Xuan, a serious glimmer reflecting in his singular eye. Given your uninvited arrival this time, nearly turning yourself into a second Hulk, I expect you to remain at S.H.I.E.L.D. for the foreseeable future. Accompany Agent Romanoff and engage in some, well, relatively routine tasks. Familiarize yourself with our standard operational procedures and allow your recently acquired, albeit unstable, powers to settle down. Fury's tone brooked no dissent. Lin Xuan shrugged in acceptance. He too required time to adapt to and master this newfound strength, while simultaneously contemplating his new weaponry. Time flowed like sand through fingers, slipping away quietly. In the ensuing months, Lin Xuan temporarily bid farewell to solitary endeavors. He commenced operations alongside Natasha as a special consultant for S.H.E.L.D. Together, they addressed several minor incidents involving the leakage of supernatural artifacts, pursued technology criminals pilfering Stark Industries innovations, and even disrupted a secret gathering of Hydra remnants in Europe. From initial awkwardness to eventual seamless cooperation, Natasha handled intelligence, infiltration, and precision strikes, while Lin Xuan, equipped with his upgraded nano-armor, took charge of direct assaults and resolving significant troubles. Their partnership proved remarkably efficient, leading Natasha to gain a deeper appreciation for Lin Xuan's ever-evolving gadgets and rapidly expanding prowess. Outside an abandoned warehouse in Queens, New York, Lin Xuan and Natasha were surveilling an illicit arms deal involving remnants of extraterrestrial technology. Everything seemed to be proceeding according to plan when suddenly, beeping, a frantic encrypted alert resonated in Natasha's earpiece. She swiftly connected, listened intently for a few seconds, and her previously calm expression turned grave. After concluding the communication, she immediately turned to Lin Xuan, relaying the information at a rapid pace. Emergency. A high-priority alert from Coulson. In the desert region near a small town called Bridge in New Mexico, an unusually strong spatial energy response and localized atmospheric disturbance has just been detected. According to initial reports, an unidentified high-density metallic object has breached the atmosphere, crashing to the ground and creating a crater several dozen meters in diameter. Natasha hesitated momentarily, seemingly gathering her thoughts, then added a crucial piece of information. Eyewitnesses described the object as resembling a hammer. A hammer? A hammer falling from the sky. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan's pupils constricted, a fleeting brilliance flashing in his eyes. In an instant, a fragment of a long-buried memory illuminated his mind like lightning. Asgard Thor. He had been struggling to find suitable materials and inspiration to forge his own weapon. This was akin to a pillow delivered just as one was drifting off to sleep. And not just any pillow, but one adorned with gold and diamonds, the very pillow of the god of thunder. That hammer, forged from the core of a dying star, imbued with divine runes and unparalleled power, might just be the perfect weapon he had been searching for, now presented to him on a silver platter. Chapter 37. The first encounter with Thor, who could actually make his hammer quiver. In the shadowy corners of an abandoned warehouse in Queens, New York, Natasha swiftly stowed her weapons after dispatching several inconsequential arms dealers and turned to Lin Xuan. Leave the cleanup to the follow-up team. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated in Lin Xuan's mind. Beep. Quest triggered. Unknown source of divine power. Quest objective. Scan and acquire the structural and energy data of Thor's hammer. Quest reward. 150 tech points. Lin Xuan's tone brimmed with undeniable excitement. The mess in Queens could be entrusted to others. New Mexico, let us proceed. Natasha observed his expression, akin to that of someone who had stumbled upon a treasure, and with a resigned shrug, pressed the communicator. She contacted the command center to request the fastest aircraft available destination, the vicinity of Bridgetown, New Mexico. Hours later, the latest Quinjet of S.H.I.E.L.D. glided like a specter beneath the heavy clouds. The desert night in New Mexico was tumultuous, with howling winds and torrential rain. Large raindrops pelted the jet's windows, producing a cacophony of sounds. The previously desolate desert was illuminated by a sprawling temporary base, where dozens of high-powered searchlights converged on the center, revealing a massive impact crater. At the heart of the pit, an ancient, powerfully designed war hammer lay quietly embedded in the muddy earth, as if it had existed there since time immemorial. Coulson is remarkably swift, Natasha murmured, gazing through the window at the nascent research facilities below. Lin Xuan's attention, however, was drawn further afield. At the edge of the base, atop a towering temporary crane, a figure braved the tempest, bow in hand, surveying the area like a hawk. That is Clint Barton, codename Hawkeye, Natasha elucidated. Coulson summoned him urgently from Budapest. It seems the agency places great importance on this hammer. Familiarity simplifies matters, Lin Xuan remarked, flexing his wrist. Let's descend directly to him. Descend directly? Natasha raised an eyebrow. We are still at least 70 to 80 meters above ground, and the wind before she could finish. The rear door of the jet slid open silently. The ferocious winds and rain immediately surged inside, sending Natasha's red hair swirling wildly. With a hum, dark nanoparticles enveloped Lin Xuan like a tide, coalescing into a sleek, powerful black suit of armor. Before Natasha could react, Lin Xuan extended his arm, deftly encircling her slender waist. Steady, he commanded softly, and with that, he leapt from the aircraft, carrying Natasha from the several dozen-meter-high Quinjet. The nanosuit's microvector engines on Lin Xuan's back and soles emitted a soft blue glow, precisely adjusting their angle and descent speed. Amidst the tempest, the pair descended like elegant black feathers, silently and accurately landing just a few meters away from Hawkeye Barton atop the crane. They touched down with such grace that not a single sound was produced. Clint Barton was wholly absorbed in gazing down into the abyss below, startled by the almost spectral manner of their arrival, instinctively drawing back his bowstring. However, upon recognizing Natasha and the man beside her clad in an unfamiliar black armor, He exhaled in relief and lowered his weapon. Natasha? Who is this? Barton wiped the rain from his face, curiously scrutinizing Lin Xuan's strikingly futuristic armor. Natasha provided a brief introduction and extricated herself from Lin Xuan's embrace. Lin Xuan, special consultant for SHIELD. She inquired urgently. What is the situation down there? Hawkeye shrugged, gesturing toward the pit below. What else could it be? Not long before you arrived, a hulking blonde wreaked havoc here. He sent the temporary shelter that Coulson set up, along with several unfortunate agents, flying. Now, he is attempting to lift that hammer. Following his gaze, Lin Xuan looked down and beheld a broad-shouldered man with long blonde hair, forlornly kneeling before the weapon in the muddy depths, soaked to the skin and utterly disheveled. He was none other than Thor, the god of thunder, stripped of his powers and exiled to Earth. The prompt from the core system echoed once more. Target item approaching. Gungnir. Warning, high-intensity spatial anchoring and conceptual permission protocols detected. Suggestion, conduct a contact scan promptly to obtain core data. A slight smile crept across Lin Xuan's lips as he turned to Natasha and Hawkeye, declaring, I shall attempt to lift the hammer. You? Hawkeye paused, then advised. Don't bother. That thing is quite peculiar. Natasha regarded him with a questioning glance. Lin Xuan merely smiled, leaping into the air. The black armor seemed to possess a life of its own, swiftly disassembling and reclaiming itself during his descent. By the time he landed firmly at the edge of the pit, he had transformed into a dry, casual outfit, ignoring the astonished gazes of the surrounding agents. He strode directly toward the dejected Thor at the bottom of the pit. Lin Xuan's voice, laced with a hint of mockery, rang clear amid the rain. Big guy, you seem to be struggling with that hammer for quite some time. It doesn't appear to be going well. Thor slowly lifted his gaze, his azure eyes reflecting confusion and resentment from his banishment, and furrowed his brow upon seeing Lin Xuan approach. Standing before him, Lin Xuan's gaze fell upon Gungnir, a playful smile gracing his lips. How about a wager? Let us see who can lift it. At this declaration, Thor's pride seemed reignited, and disdain washed over his features. He cast a scornful glance at Lin Xuan. You have no idea what you're saying. You? Not only can you not lift it, but you lack even the right to make it budge. Is that so? Lin Xuan remained unfazed by Thor's derision. His aim was never about merit, but rather the technology contained within the hammer. He approached the weapon, disregarding Thor's furious gaze. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted the energy within him, slightly heightened by gamma particles, all under Thor's contemptuous scrutiny. Lin Xuan extended his right hand, firmly grasping the leather handle of Gungnir. The hammer of Thor, which, though drenched by the rain, still emanated an ancient aura. Hero Core Directive, target Gungnir. Initiating maximum computational analysis program. Scanning rune matrix structure, unknown higher energy circuit detected, tracking energy flow. Attempting to decode value concept authority protocol. Conducting sampling of URU metal atomic structure, data uploading. Warning, residual Odin's divine power signature detected, high difficulty in decoding. Almost instantaneously upon gripping the handle, a flicker of barely perceptible excitement flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes. It was a sign that the gamma factor was faintly stimulated by the immense energy contained within the hammer. A remarkable artifact. Undoubtedly a remarkable artifact. Data streams cascaded like a waterfall within the hero core. Huh. Lin Xuan uttered a low growl, his arm muscles instantly bulging with vigor. A formidable force surged from within him, channeling into his arm. He exerted a sudden upward thrust. Time seemed to slow at that moment. The keen-eyed onlookers instinctively held their breath. Natasha focused intently, not missing any detail. Meanwhile, Thor, kneeling beside them, still bore the expression of arrogance and disdain. Under the scrutiny of all present, the hammer, deeply embedded in the earth and impervious even to Thor's immense strength, stirred ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly, as if it were merely an illusion. Yet it indeed moved. The haughty expression on Thor's face shattered like ice upon impact, transforming into sheer disbelief. His eyes widened, fixed intently on Lin Xuan's hand gripping the hammer. as if witnessing the most improbable occurrence in the world. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 38. Can one acknowledge the god of thunder as a brother? Assist Thor in lifting Mjolnir. Lin Xuan released the handle. The resonating hum from another dimension ceased abruptly. Mjolnir returned to its silent repose, lying quietly in the mire, as if the earlier subtle movement had never transpired. Deep within his gaze, the rapidly refreshing data streams gradually calmed. Hero Core Report. Scanning interrupted. Partial rune matrix structure data and higher dimensional energy transmission patterns of Mjolnir acquired. Based on current data, preliminary weapon concept model generated. Storm Converger, concept phase. Warning, critical material URU metal atomic structure, sample missing. Inability to conduct in-depth simulation and reverse engineering. Ding. Task. Unknown source of divine power completed. Task objective. Scan and acquire structure and energy data of Mjolnir. Task reward. 150 technology points. Current technology points, 260. Lin Xuan understood that. Although he had not fully deciphered it, the gains from this encounter had exceeded expectations. Even the partial structure and energy patterns were sufficient to provide immense inspiration for his weapon design. As for the URU metal sample, it seemed he would need to devise another approach. He rose to his feet, brushing off non-existent dust from his hands, his expression serene, on the towering, makeshift crane platform. The fierce winds mingled with torrential rain, nearly toppling Hawkeye Barton. Yet, at that moment, he paid no heed to such matters, his eyes wide with astonishment. Almost voicelessly, he exclaimed to Natasha beside him, "My heavens! He truly made that thing move." Rainwater streamed down his cheeks, mingling with an expression of disbelief. Earlier, a local had attempted to drag the hammer away with a chain as thick as a finger, using his pickup truck. Hawkeye gestured animatedly, his tone fervent. And guess what? The axle of that old truck was nearly deformed from strain. Yet that hammer didn't budge an inch. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart. Our team also tried every conceivable method. Not only could we not lift it, but we couldn't even make it shift slightly. Hawkeye's gaze was fixated intently on the edge of the deep pit below, where Lin Xuan had just risen. Who exactly is he? His voice brimmed with confusion and an indescribable sense of awe. When did S-H-I-E-L-D come across such a creature? Natasha did not respond to Hawkeye's inquiry. Her sharp green eyes were likewise riveted on Lin Xuan below, her pupils imperceptibly narrowing. The instant Lin Xuan exerted his power, she distinctly sensed a formidable aura. This aura was reminiscent of the dark figure on the streets of Harlem, skillfully reaping lives on the brink of fury. In the depths of the pit containing Thor's hammer, the god of thunder gradually regained his composure from the brief, yet paradigm-shifting shock. The hammer had been stirred by a Midgardian mortal. Even if it was merely a fleeting motion, it was sufficient to obliterate his remaining pride and contempt for mortals. The way he regarded Lin Xuan underwent a complete transformation. The previous arrogance, disdain, and scorn vanished entirely. In their place emerged a profound sense of astonishment, scrutiny, and perhaps even a flicker of hope he had not previously acknowledged. This mortal was extraordinary. Thor meticulously recalled the instant Lin Xuan exerted his strength. That ephemeral yet potent aura. It was undoubtedly not Asgardian power. The systems were entirely different. Yet that sensation of power, that wildness, evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Perhaps this individual could truly assist him? Thor inhaled the air, imbued with the mingling sense of rain and earth, forcefully suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. He endeavored to straighten his posture, attempting to present himself less like a banished, fallen prince. He took several steps forward, approaching Lin Xuan. A somewhat awkward yet relatively calm smile emerged on his face as he spoke in a tone more akin to mortal communication, cautiously saying, "Hey, friend, that was quite impressive what you just did." Thor carefully chose his words, casting a brief glance at the hammer on the ground. "I mean, moving this hammer, even slightly, is truly remarkable. I tried, and it completely ignored me." His tone bore an almost imperceptible hint of despondency. Lin Xuan turned around, calmly observing the future god of thunder. In this moment, Thor exuded none of the divine arrogance typically associated with deities. Instead, he appeared as a powerful yet aggrieved young man, somewhat bewildered. Out of mere curiosity, Lin Xuan decided to test the waters. His response was composed and unruffled, and it seemed that he indeed possessed a distinct personality. He too was scrutinizing Thor. This prince of Asgard appeared, perhaps, a tad more composed than he did upon his initial arrival on Earth in the films. Could it be the impact of Lin Xuan's earlier demeanor? Noticing Lin Xuan's lack of hostility and his calm tone, Thor felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. A faint smile graced his lips as he endeavored to establish a deeper connection. I am Thor. It seems we both share a keen interest in this artifact. He gestured toward Mjolnir. Perhaps we could find a place to converse. Together, we might unravel the mystery of this situation. He astutely refrained from immediately revealing his identity as the Prince of Asgard, preferring to engage Lin Xuan as a fellow enthusiast of the hammer. At that moment, a notification chimed in Lin Xuan's mind. Ding! Quest triggered. Assist the god of thunder in reclaiming Mjolnir. Quest objective. Aid Thor Odinson in regaining Mjolnir's recognition. Quest reward. 300 technology points. Assist Thor? Reclaim recognition? A flicker of understanding crossed Lin Xuan's eyes. This quest arrived most opportunely. Moreover, the reward was exceedingly generous. 300 technology points? A delightful surprise. He regarded the Thor before him, who was striving to present himself as an ordinary individual, and a thought suddenly emerged in Lin Xuan's mind. To acquire URU metal, one must undoubtedly involve the god of thunder. Furthermore, establishing a rapport with Thor could prove advantageous. Perhaps fostering a friendship with the god of thunder would yield benefits in future encounters. At the very least, if Asgard were to visit Earth for an educational exchange, having an insider would be invaluable. The thought of Thor's subordinates addressing him as older brother upon their arrival on Earth was thrilling to contemplate. With this in mind, Lin Xuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he nodded in agreement. Very well. He glanced around at the muddy surroundings and the curious gazes of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents not far away. Shall we find a drier place to sit and converse at our leisure? Lin Xuan's gaze shifted back to Thor, imbued with just the right amount of intrigue. I'm quite curious about you and the, stubborn old hammer you mentioned. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy and relaxation flickered in Thor's azure eyes. After a brief hesitation, he nodded enthusiastically, yes. Of course. He followed Lin Xuan, turning towards a relatively dry tent hastily erected by Coulson near the edge of the pit. Before departing, Thor cast one last glance at the hammer, silently embedded in the earth, his expression fraught with complexity. There was profound sorrow at the loss of his beloved weapon, yet the arrival of this enigmatic man kindled a faint, almost unbelievable glimmer of hope within him. He hoped that he could truly assist himself in once again wielding Mjolnir. Chapter 39. The Potential Crisis. High-level behavioral assessment. Lin Xuan, accompanied by Thor, made his way towards the temporary command center of S.H.I.E.L.D. Behind Thor, the hammer appeared as if it had been forsaken by the entire world. Yet, Thor's gaze, unlike before, was no longer filled with despair. On the elevated makeshift crane platform, Hawkeye, Barton, stared in bewilderment at the two figures approaching the tent below, instinctively loosening his bowstring. Is this it? He wiped the rain from his face and turned to Natasha beside him, incredulity evident in his voice. They just walked away? I thought he would extract that hammer directly. Natasha withdrew her scrutinizing gaze, her tone returning to its usual calm, laced with a hint of amusement. It seems our special consultant intends to engage in diplomacy first. Let's join them, Clint. Coulson must be eager to discern the true nature of this new acquaintance. Exchanging a knowing glance, they prepared to descend from the slick crane platform. Meanwhile, deep within a concealed, heavily guarded mountain base in New York, a cold, lethal atmosphere permeated the air. Wolfgang von Strack, one of the leaders of Hydra, stood with his hands clasped behind his back before a row of enormous holographic screens. The screens flickered with an eerie blue light, illuminating his grim and wrinkled visage. The heavy alloy doors of the base slid open silently, accompanied by a deep rush of air. A figure gracefully entered, exuding an inherent arrogance. It was none other than Loki Laufeyson, the god of mischief from Asgard. Loki surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the stern guards and the advanced technology illuminating the base, a flicker of disdain passing through his eyes. The strength of mortals is ultimately limited. Yet, he was rapidly calculating. No matter what I do, my father is unlikely to pass the throne to me, especially with that foolish brother still alive. Rather than languish in Asgard, waiting for an elusive opportunity, it would be wiser to take proactive measures. Midgard, Earth, might serve as a launching pad for my ascension, paving a path to power. Before Strack, the holographic screens displayed a continuous loop of edited video footage. The fierce clash at the New York Expo with Whiplash, the ghostly harvest of loathsome lives in Harlem, and even some blurred surveillance clips from a covert operation in Europe, showcasing Lin Xuan and Natasha in partnership. At the core of all these images, without exception, stood the enigmatic figure clad in black nano armor, Lin Xuan. Strack watched the ghostly figure on the screen, his expression darkening further, his knuckles turning white as he clenched his fists. He scoffed inwardly. If it weren't for the delicate orchestration of the Inside Initiative and that incompetent fool, Stern, prematurely stirring the pot, he would have approached matters differently. The power of Lin Xuan may not always surge uncontrollably like a wild stallion. He should have been entirely under the dominion of Hydra long ago. Strack inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the fury within him, and deactivated the holographic screen. He turned to face Loki, who had approached him. Loki halted, a playful, cat-and-mouse smile adorning his face. His voice flowed like silk, yet bore an icy undertone. "Baron Strack, I hear you have encountered some intriguing troubles of late?" His gaze subtly flickered towards the screen that had just played Lin Xuan's video, laden with implication. Leaning slightly closer, Loki lowered his voice, imbued with an irresistible allure. "That mortal clad in black armor seems to be quite a headache for your Hydra, does he not? No matter how advanced your technology may appear, it ultimately has its limitations." Loki's smile deepened, a cunning glint sparkling in his eyes. "I possess powers and knowledge beyond your mortal comprehension. Let's collaborate. I can assist you in controlling him." His fingers lightly tapped the tip of his scepter, producing a crisp sound that resonated like a heartbeat in Strack's chest. In the tempestuous New Mexico, within the makeshift command tent erected by S.H.I.E.L.D., bright lights shielded them from the howling winds and torrential rain. Lin Xuan and Thor sat across from one another. The previous tension, embarrassment, and confrontational atmosphere had dissipated significantly. Coulson thoughtfully brought 2 steaming cups of beverages, dispelling the chill that had enveloped them. The ambience in the tent was surprisingly amicable. Lin Xuan patiently listened to Thor's grievances, though the god of thunder deliberately concealed his crucial identity as a prince of Asgard and deity. His words brimmed with frustration over his unfortunate circumstances and a profound perplexity regarding his rebellious, obstinate hammer. "It was never like this before," Thor declared, taking a large gulp of his hot drink, his tone fervent and his voice slightly hoarse from restraint. "It is my most loyal companion, an extension of my power, a part of me." He set down his cup, his hands restlessly tugging at his damp golden locks. "But now it completely disregards me." His cerulean eyes brimmed with a mixture of grievance, bewilderment, and a hint of barely perceptible fear. The loss of Mjolnir was far more than merely losing a weapon for him. Lin Xuan nodded occasionally, signaling understanding and sympathy while discreetly observing Thor. Internally, he rapidly calculated. Odin had placed a worthiness enchantment upon Mjolnir, fundamentally rooted in value. This notion seemed esoteric, yet at its core, it revolved around one's mental state and moral conduct. To restore Thor's recognition, the key lay in guiding him to acknowledge his previous recklessness and arrogance, to cultivate humility, sacrifice, and guardianship. This could not be achieved merely through discourse. He needed to undergo personal trials to confront the harsh realities head-on. How might he steer Thor in this endeavor? Should he awaken him directly, or allow him to discover it for himself? Lin Xuan pondered silently, his expression inscrutable, as he casually handed Thor a tissue. "Wipe your face. You look like a drenched golden retriever," he teased lightly. Thor paused momentarily, accepting the tissue and wiping his face haphazardly. the jest alleviating some of the heaviness in the air. Not far from the tent, Natasha and Hawkeye had quietly descended from the crane. Agent Coulson approached briskly, wearing his signature gentle smile, though his eyes betrayed a sense of gravity. "What's the situation?" Natasha inquired softly, her gaze sweeping over the brightly lit yet tense makeshift command center. Coulson lowered his voice and swiftly reported, "The hammer remains utterly immovable. We have tried every conceivable method, physical, energy-based, even hypnotic suggestion." He shrugged helplessly, completely ineffective, as if it possesses its own consciousness. Hawkeye raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards the nearby tent. "What about that advisor in plain clothes? He seems to be getting along famously with that blonde giant." Natasha turned her gaze towards the tent, contemplatively remarking, "Lin Xuan always manages to bring surprises, doesn't he?" Coulson smiled, a hint of anticipation in his tone. "Let us hope this surprise can assist us in resolving our predicament." Just then, a notification chimed in Lin Xuan's mind. Scanning analysis. Subject Thor Odinson's current mental state assessment. Confusion, disappointment, self-doubt, longing for validation. Suggestion. Guide the subject to confront their inner void, stimulate their protective instincts, and expedite the process of self-restoration. A flicker of understanding crossed Lin Xuan's eyes. The system was subtly indicating that he should actively create an opportunity for Thor to rediscover his self-worth. He set down his cup, raised his head, and fixed a calm gaze upon Thor. "Thor," Lin Xuan's voice was deep and resonant, imbued with a soothing quality. "Perhaps you should consider it from a different perspective. That hammer is not merely a weapon, is it? Perhaps it is not waiting for a mighty warrior, but rather a person worthy of its recognition." Chapter 40. The first confrontation with Loki, acquiring samples of mind magic. Thor sat on a rudimentary chair, his brow furrowed. Lin Xuan's words echoed in his mind. Worthy of recognition? What does that truly mean? His azure eyes brimmed with unprecedented confusion and turmoil. Was courage and invincibility not sufficient? Lin Xuan observed the contemplative Thor and calmly added, "Perhaps the answer lies within the words your father once spoke to you. Reflect on it. Sometimes, strength is not the key." With that, Lin Xuan said no more. He rose and exited the tent, leaving Thor to confront his inner thoughts alone. Odin's trial struck at the very core of his being. Such a test ultimately required Thor to find his own understanding. No external voice could illuminate the path as clearly as his own realization. Lin Xuan proceeded to the adjacent, slightly larger temporary command tent. Coulson, Natasha, and Hawkeye were engaged in discussion, while agents around them busily operated their equipment. As Coulson observed Lin Xuan's entrance, he promptly approached him, wearing his customary gentle smile. His voice, though not loud, managed to rise above the ambient noise within the tent. "Consultant Lin, that gentleman over there, might we inquire about his origins? Which country does he hail from? Or to which organization does he belong? We ought to establish a foundational profile for him." Lin Xuan did not respond directly. Instead, he retorted, "Do you truly believe that his origins are of paramount importance at this moment? Once he's able to wield that hammer again, I am confident Director Fury will eagerly include him in the Avengers Initiative, regardless of where he comes from." Natasha, standing nearby, listened intently to their exchange, a flicker of intrigue passing through her sharp green eyes. She had initially assumed Lin Xuan was merely a figure of great strength. Yet she was taken aback by his adeptness in verbal sparring and his ability to steer the conversation. With a mere flick of his words, he had deftly deflected Coulson's probing inquiries while subtly hinting at Director Fury's possible long-term strategies. Within the confines of Thor's tent, the disheartened prince of Asgard wrestled with anguish, tormented by Lin Xuan's parting words and his own dire predicament. He found himself repeatedly recalling the teachings of his father, Odin, which now appeared hazy and distant. At the entrance of the tent, shadows danced slightly, and a familiar figure emerged silently, his brother, Loki. In this moment, Loki bore none of his usual cunning or mockery. Instead, he was enveloped in profound sorrow and gravity. "Brother," Loki's voice was low and hoarse, burdened with immense grief. Thor shot up, his gaze landing on Loki, A flicker of surprise crossed his features, swiftly overshadowed by a foreboding sense brought forth by his brother's expression. Loki, what brings you here? Father, Loki stepped closer. His eyes filled with sorrow as he gazed at Thor. Father is heartbroken due to your reckless actions, which have exacerbated his old ailments. He has passed away. This revelation struck Thor like a bolt from the blue, shattering his composure. No, it cannot be, he murmured, his face drained of color. Loki continued, his tone heavy with pain. Mother Frigga, fearful that you might reignite the war with Jotunheim, has forbidden your return to Asgard. For the sake of stability, I will temporarily assume the throne. As he observed Thor's expression of despair, a flicker of concealed satisfaction and coldness glimmered in Loki's eyes. He gently placed a hand on Thor's shoulder, his voice laced with false comfort. Brother, take solace in this time of reflection. I shall manage all matters of Asgard. With that, Loki's figure, adorned with a feigned expression of sorrow, faded from sight as silently as he had arrived, leaving Thor engulfed in utter despair and self-reproach. Simultaneously, beside the massive crater where the hammer of the thunder god lay, the rain continued to pour unrelentingly. Loki's silhouette emerged through the misty rain, adjusting the collar of his drenched attire. A hint of determined arrogance graced his features as he strode purposefully toward the battle hammer, embedded in the mud at the heart of the deep pit. Mjolnir, the emblem of Asgardian royalty, stands as the source of unparalleled power. The moment Loki grasps it, a confident smile graces his visage. He extends his right hand, elegantly and resolutely clutching the cold, damp leather handle of the hammer. Drawing a deep breath, he channels strength into his arm, attempting to lift this legendary artifact. Yet, the hammer remains immovable. Loki's smile falters slightly. Confidence and arrogance ebb away like the tide, replaced by disbelief and a flicker of unmistakable irritation. How is this possible? Even I cannot wield it? Just as Loki wrestles with this unforeseen failure, plotting alternative schemes in his mind, he catches sight of a figure in his peripheral vision. Not far above, Lin Xuan emerges from the command tent, seemingly surveying the surroundings and facilities of the base with casual interest. Loki quickly suppresses his displeasure, donning an elegant yet enigmatic smile once more. He adjusts his appearance and strides gracefully toward Lin Xuan. This is rather intriguing, Loki muses, as a subtle mental force, akin to invisible tendrils, reaches out toward Lin Xuan. He intends to probe him first. Just as this mental energy is about to brush against Lin Xuan's consciousness, a series of alert tones resonates within Lin Xuan's mind. Core command, detecting unknown high-frequency mental energy fluctuations, assessed as an external interference attempt. Command executed. Consuming 50 tech points, initiating deep scan and data sampling protocol. Analyzing energy characteristics, data recording in progress, preliminary assessment of energy source, psychic magic. Interference path analysis complete, establishing temporary mental disruption barrier. Energy data sample collection successful. Lin Xuan is observing the various detection devices set up by SHIELD agents when he suddenly hears an urgent alarm in his mind. It feels as though a cold needle attempts to pierce his thoughts, bringing a fleeting moment of confusion and dizziness. However, the sensation arrives swiftly and departs even more rapidly. Lin Xuan whirls around, locking his gaze on the Loki below. Is he about to make a move? At that moment, Loki's smile momentarily stiffens. He distinctly senses that his mental control power, upon contact with the other, is repelled by an unknown force. This Lin Xuan can resist my power. A flicker of uncertainty flashes in Loki's eyes. Just then, the roar of a car engine grows louder, shattering the tense silence within the base. A recreational vehicle halts beside the perimeter of the base. A middle-aged man, clad in a plaid shirt and exuding a scholarly demeanor, appears somewhat anxious. It is none other than Dr. Eric Selvig, Jane Foster's mentor, a renowned astrophysicist. He has evidently come at Jane's behest, armed with forged identification, eager to retrieve Dr. Donald Blake, who has been detained by SHIELD. Selvig's sudden arrival draws the attention of those nearby. The mental duel between Lin Xuan and Loki was abruptly interrupted, and in that fleeting moment, Loki vanished without a trace. Chapter 41. Assessing the current situation. When will the destroyer arrive? Within the confines of the base, Lin Xuan remained rooted in place, his gaze penetrating as he stared towards the direction from which Loki had just disappeared. The air in that vicinity seemed to still vibrate with a lingering trace of spatial fluctuations. A mental probe? Lin Xuan mused with a wry smile. It was indeed characteristic of Loki. However, the fact that the core could repel that mental assault while simultaneously intercepting some energy data samples of the mind magic was unexpected. The collection of energy data samples was successful. This turn of events was a boon, countering Loki's intentions in a manner he likely never anticipated. Lin Xuan withdrew his thoughts. The distant sounds of Coulson negotiating with Dr. Shavig reached his ears, yet he paid little heed. His concern lay with another individual. Loki's appearance was not merely a trivial attempt to grasp the hammer. The master of deception had undoubtedly sought an audience with Thor. Lin Xuan turned, his footsteps resolute as he made his way to the isolated tent where Thor was housed. He needed to ascertain the mental state of the future god of thunder. As he lifted the heavy waterproof curtain, the scene within the tent caused Lin Xuan's brow to furrow. Thor sat slumped in a chair, his entire being seemingly devoid of spirit. His golden hair hung limply, obscuring half his face, and his eyes were vacant, staring blankly at the ground. His visage was marred by disbelief and profound self-denial. He mumbled indistinctly, a few words barely recognizable. "Father, Odin's sleep cannot return." Evidently, Loki's meticulously crafted lies had pierced the last vestiges of strength within this fallen prince like the sharpest of ice blades. The news of his father's coma, his mother's prohibition on returning home, and his brother assuming the throne struck Thor like relentless hammers, plunging him into an abyss of despair. Lin Xuan approached Thor, extending his hand to firmly pat his shoulder. "Thor, pull yourself together." His voice was calm, devoid of excessive sympathy, yet imbued with undeniable strength. Thor, like a marionette awakening from a daze, slowly lifted his head, his vacant gaze meeting Lin Xuan's, gradually coming into focus after several moments. "Someone is looking for Dr. Donald Blake," Lin Xuan continued, maintaining his tone. "They sound quite anxious, as if they are your friend." "Friend?" Thor echoed, in confusion, momentarily unable to connect the term with his current plight. Yet Lin Xuan's words acted as a faint glimmer, piercing through the dense clouds of despair that shrouded his heart. Struggling, he gripped the armrest of his chair and slowly rose to his feet. Although still appearing despondent, the lifelessness in his eyes had diminished somewhat. Lin Xuan refrained from further conversation, turning to signal Thor to follow. The two exited the tent, approaching the perimeter of the base's entryway. The rain continued to fall, and Coulson stood in the downpour, his trademark professional smile gracing his face. He was engaging in a methodical conversation with a middle-aged man dressed in a plaid shirt, his hair slightly disheveled and his expression anxious. The man in question is Dr. Eric Selvig. He clutches a seemingly dubious identification tightly in his hand, rapidly articulating some explanation. Beside him is the familiar white van, evidently driven by Jane Foster and her companions. Upon the appearance of Thor, Dr. Selvig's eyes light up, but he is subtly silenced by a glance from Agent Coulson. The protocols of SHIELD are not to be trifled with by just anyone. At that moment, Lin Xuan steps forward, seamlessly integrating himself into the conversation. "Agent Coulson," he states in a gentle tone, laced with an appropriately suggestive cadence. "This is Dr. Eric Selvig, a renowned astrophysicist." Lin's gaze shifts towards Selvig before briefly surveying Thor by his side. "I believe there may have been some misunderstandings earlier." He skillfully sidesteps the matter of Thor's false identity, redirecting the discourse. "Perhaps Dr. Selvig's expertise could assist us in comprehending the recent celestial anomaly." He references, of course, the hammer that had descended from the heavens and now lay stubbornly on the ground. Coulson glances at Lin, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. He recognizes Lin as a special advisor held in high regard by Director Fury. Observing Thor, who, despite his disheveled appearance, exudes a certain nobility, Alongside the scholarly figure of Dr. Selvig, Coulson weighs his options momentarily. His smile then becomes more sincere, and his demeanor noticeably softens. It is Dr. Selvig. I have long admired your work. Seeing this, Selvig visibly relaxes, the tension in his demeanor dissipating. He quickly turns and calls out toward the van, Jane. Darcy, it's all right, you can come down. The door swings open, and Jane Foster along with her in turn, Darcy Lewis, leap from the vehicle. Jane's eyes immediately lock onto Thor. Filled with concern and worry as she hurriedly approaches him, scanning him up and down as if to ascertain his well-being. Coulson seizes the moment to extend an invitation. Given the heavy rain, it would be prudent for everyone to come inside and discuss matters further. He gestures toward the nearby command tent. We indeed need to clarify some details regarding Mr. Donald Blake and the circumstances surrounding this incident. Without hesitation, the group follows Coulson and Lin towards the brightly lit temporary command tent of S.H.I.L.D. Inside the tent, agents continue their tasks diligently. The group finds their seats, and the formalities begin as Coulson inquires about the origins and background of Donald Blake from Selvig and Jane. Both Jane and Selvig respond with a hint of nervousness, attempting to maintain the facade of the fabricated identity. Thor remains silently seated nearby, occasionally casting a glance at Jane, his expression laden with complexity. Lin appears to listen casually to their exchange, while his mind races with thoughts. At that moment, the character panel materializes. Host, Lin Xuan. Physique, super soldier, gamma factor initial fusion. Master technology, nanoparticle armor, black armor gamma adaptive adjustment. Gungnir, partial rune matrix structure, high-dimensional energy transmission mode. Residual data of Odin's divine power, mind magic, energy data, special ability, excitement, gamma factor activation, passive and active guidance required. Risk of loss of control, technology points, 210. Loki has made his move today. Although his test of strength was unsuccessful, he managed to inflict significant damage on Thor through deception. True to his vengeful and eager nature, Loki's real objective is to ensure Thor's inability to return, thereby threatening his throne. The next step is almost inevitable: the Destroyer. That war machine, crafted by Odin himself and imbued with a portion of divine power, will undoubtedly be dispatched by Loki to eliminate Thor, this potential threat, once and for all. Time is likely to be tomorrow. Lin Xuan's gaze narrowed slightly. This represents both a desperate moment for Thor, providing him with an opportunity to prove his worth and reclaim his lost glory, as well as a crucial chance for Lin Xuan to acquire a sample of URU metal from the Destroyer, completing the reverse engineering of Gungnir and forging a truly divine weapon. Is the URU metal finally being delivered to him? He must be fully prepared. Chapter 42, Agreements from All Sides. Loki's plan accelerates. Within the temporary command tent of S.H.I.L.D., the atmosphere has significantly eased. During this time, Agent Coulson has demonstrated his exceptional coordination skills. His perception of Lin Xuan has shifted. Had it not been for Lin's intervention, he would have missed the opportunity to recruit a top astronomer. S.H.I.L.D. places great importance on talent acquisition. Once Lin Xuan subtly directed the conversation towards the value of scientific research, his exchange with Dr. Shavik became remarkably fluid. One is an experienced agent, and the other a leading astrophysicist. They swiftly reached a preliminary cooperative agreement regarding the sharing of certain observational data and subsequent research assistance. The previous tension seemed as if it had never occurred. Dr. Shavik's expertise is crucial for our understanding of this incident. A genuine smile adorned Coulson's face, replacing the earlier professional detachment. As a gesture of goodwill, Coulson promptly ordered the return of all research equipment and laptops previously stored with Jane Foster. This delighted Jane and Daisy. At this moment, Lin Xuan interjected appropriately. Agent Coulson, I believe everyone has endured quite a scare today. Perhaps we could arrange for them to rest in a nearby town tomorrow? Relaxing their tense nerves might be beneficial for our future collaboration. Coulson glanced at Thor, who still appeared somewhat dazed but no longer bore the despairing countenance of before, and then at Jane and Shavik, who looked expectantly. After a moment of contemplation, He nodded in agreement with Lin Xuan's suggestion. Consultant Lin makes a valid point. I will make the necessary arrangements. Seeing his friends safe and sound, the attitude of S.H.I.E.L.D. has undergone a complete transformation. The immense sorrow and despair that Thor harbored due to Loki's deceit have begun to dissipate, as if warmed by the gentle rays of the sun. The presence of Jane, Shuri, and Daisy has forcibly drawn him back from the brink of self-imposed exile and utter despair. The future remains shrouded in uncertainty, yet he now feels he is no longer alone. Outside the tent, the night sky is exceptionally clear, washing away the gloom of the day. Thor stands shoulder to shoulder with Jane Foster, slightly distanced from the brightly lit camp. He gazes up at the myriad stars, those familiar constellations now appearing so distant. After a moment of silence, he begins to describe the cosmos as he perceives it. The sky we behold is but a fraction of the entirety. The universe comprises 9 realms, not distant celestial bodies, but tangible dimensions interconnected with one another. He gestures towards the depths of a night sky, revealing that all of this is bridged by a colossal entity known as the World Tree, capable of traversing the distances between worlds. Though he does not explicitly name it as the BIF or SD, his depiction of the universe is grand and enigmatic. At this moment, Jane is captivated by his narrative. Thor's descriptions are imbued with mythic grandeur, yet they resonate with certain avant-garde theories she has been exploring, creating an extraordinary, albeit subtle, alignment between science and mythology. In this instant, the two engage in a dialogue about their interpretations and speculations regarding the cosmos. A profound understanding and unique emotion, transcending mere words, quietly blossom in their eyes, as if they have forged a pact to collectively explore the unknown and comprehend each other's worlds. Meanwhile, high atop a temporary crane platform, Lin Xuan stands alone at the edge, the night wind rustling his garments. He gazes down upon the twinkling lights of the S.H.I.E.L.D. camp, and in the distance, the enormous crater symbolizing the fall of the thunder god and the hope it entails. His mind operates like the most efficient supercomputer, calmly strategizing for the actions of the morrow. The timing of the destroyer's arrival must be meticulously captured. It is essential to ensure Thor confronts the formidable foe, completing Odin's trial, reclaiming his identity, and regaining his worthiness, while seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to gather as much URU metal from the war machine as possible. His thoughts delve deep, issuing precise commands to the core processor, preparing thoroughly for the impending confrontation. Core command: Destroyer contingency plan, primary objective. Ensure target Thor Odinson completes the qualification trial and maximize the collection of data and samples related to the destroyer's armor. Data collection: initiate full-spectrum deep scans, encompassing material composition, energy flow, control signals, and other dimensions. Focus on analyzing the physical properties of URU metal, energy conductivity, and rune structure, if detectable. Record in real time the energy characteristics, fluctuation patterns, and output power of Odin's divine projection. Sample acquisition: identify potential weak points or anticipated damage areas on the armor. During combat, opportunistically utilize remote microsamplers to capture shed fragments or surface material samples. Prioritize the collection of structurally intact URU metal particles. The auxiliary computations of Xiongxin were progressing swiftly in the background. A figure, as silent and elusive as a shadow, appeared beside him. It was Natasha Romanoff. She too settled at the edge of the platform, her legs dangling, her gaze directed towards the distant crater of Mjolnir. Still pondering over that hammer, she inquired casually, her voice carried away by the wind. It is indeed extraordinary. Lin Xuan turned to meet Natasha's emerald gaze. I am contemplating how to forge a weapon that truly belongs to me. He paused, his eyes once again drawn to the silent thunder goddess hammer, as if comparing it or perhaps proclaiming an ambition that soared higher. A weapon as unique as it. A rare flicker of incredulous astonishment crossed Natasha's verdant eyes. She was well aware of Lin Xuan's penchant for crafting an array of astonishing advanced equipment, from nano-armors to various energy weapons. Yet, The notion of creating a weapon akin to that hammer, the complexity and magnitude of such an idea surpassed her comprehension. Observing Lin Xuan's earnest profile, the immense ambition concealed beneath his calm demeanor caused a subtle tremor in her heart. A knowing smile graced her lips, curving playfully. Perhaps, for this man, nothing truly seemed impossible. Lin Xuan returned her smile, dissipating the moment's gravity. Rest assured, once I finalize my personal weapon, I shall assist you in crafting one that suits you perfectly. Natasha raised an eyebrow, her interest intensifying. That night, beneath the starlit sky, some were nurturing feelings of affection, while others were scheming unimaginable creations. In a hidden corner of Asgard, Loki's expression was dark and foreboding. His attempts to remotely influence Lin Xuan with mental magic had not only faltered, but had also failed to uncover any details about him. This mortal from Earth proved to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. It was no wonder that Strack was so concerned about him. And Thor, that imbecile, was still alive, despite appearing deeply affected. But who could say when he might suddenly awaken and lift that damned hammer again? No, he needed to accelerate his plans. He had to demonstrate his capabilities and loyalty to the realm of Asgard, to his anxious mother, and to the entire kingdom. Only by securing the throne could he finally rest easy. A bold and sinister thought began to take shape in his mind. Loki had already reached the nemesis of Asgard, Jotunheim. He intended to guide the Frost Giant King, Laufey, into Asgard with the objective of assassinating the All-Father, who lay defenseless in Odin's sleep. Chapter 43. The Gathering of URU Metal begins. The arrival of the Destroyer. The following day, in a quaint town in New Mexico, Lin Xuan observed Thor, Jane, Daisy, and Dr. Selvig strolling about like ordinary tourists. They indulged in greasy yet warm local fast food, browsing the Indian-style trinkets sold by the roadside. At that moment, Thor and Jane Foster walked side by side, discussing stars and the cosmos, her eyes sparkling with curiosity for the unknown. Thor temporarily set aside the tumult of Asgard, a long-awaited smile gracing his face. Lin Xuan, seated by the window of a CAF on the corner, refrained from intruding. He quietly observed the scene, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. This fleeting, yet ordinary happiness was immensely precious to Thor in that moment. Only one who has truly experienced the desire to protect something, who has felt the helplessness and fragility that follows the loss of power, can grasp the essence of sacrifice and responsibility amidst the impending trials of destruction. The tranquility and warmth of the moment served to forge a more resilient soul. In a distant corner of Asgard, Loki faced the silent, imposing figure of the destroyer armor, radiating an ancient aura of authority. Power is indeed intoxicating. To Midgard, Loki commanded, his voice imbued with the undeniable authority of a newly crowned king. Find Thor and kill him. He paused, a shadow flickering in his eyes. As for that meddlesome Lin Xuan, eliminate him if he dares to interfere. The enormous single eye of the destroyer ignited with a blinding red light, as Odin's divine power surged beneath its cold metal exterior. The command had been received. On the outskirts of the town, near a makeshift SHIELD camp, the sky suddenly rippled with an intensity greater than when Loki had arrived the previous night. A brilliant beam of a rainbow bridge momentarily flashed, only to dissipate swiftly. Amidst the swirling dust, four figures emerged: the towering form of Volstagg, the suave demeanor of Fandral, the composed visage of Hogun, and the valiant Valkyrie Sif. Their expressions were urgent as they scanned the surroundings, soon spotting the familiar tall figure of Thor amidst the crowd. Inside the CAF, Lin Xuan lifted his gaze the moment the energy wave from the rainbow bridge manifested. Upon seeing the four iconic Asgardian warriors, he understood. The cast was complete. The climax was near. The brief surprise of their reunion was quickly replaced by a heavy atmosphere. Sif and the three warriors wasted no time in surrounding Thor. Thor, there's trouble. Loki has deceived everyone. He falsely claims that our father Odin has passed. Each word from his friend struck Thor's heart like a hammer. He suddenly recalled Lin Xuan's earlier words, which had come to fruition. Loki had indeed betrayed him. The color drained from his face, disbelief giving way to profound anguish. The overwhelming impact caused him to stagger backward, nearly losing his footing. At that moment, a chilling, thunderous roar echoed from the sky. A beam of energy descended like divine retribution. Boom! The beam struck precisely at the center of the town square, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent nearby stalls and vehicles flying. Dust billowed and debris scattered. At the epicenter of the explosion, a metal figure exuding an aura of immense oppression slowly rose from the impact crater. Its body, forged from a dimly gleaming metal, bore an ancient and fearsome design. A singular, colossal opening resembling an eye on the face emitted a cataclysmic crimson radiance, heralding the destroyer. The once tranquil streets of the town were instantly transformed into a battleground, filled with piercing screams. Coulson, quick to react, urged the agents to evacuate the stunned civilians, while keeping a watchful eye on the metallic giant. Instinctively, he reached for his communicator. "Stock? Is this your new toy? Listen. The commotion is beyond anything we've seen." The destroyer, however, showed no interest in his remarks. Its objective was unmistakably clear from the outset. The glowing red eye swiftly locked onto Thor amidst the crowd, along with Sif and the three warriors by his side. The armor on its face clicked open, revealing an even more intense source of light within. In the next moment, a beam of annihilating energy, capable of melting steel, surged forth with searing heat. "Protect Thor!" Sif cried out fiercely, the first to draw her sword and charge towards the beam. The three warriors followed suit, roaring in defiance as they attempted to intercept the lethal attack. They were seasoned warriors of Asgard, valiant and unyielding, yet confronted with a war machine forged by Odin himself. Imbued with a fraction of divine power and crafted from URU metal, their efforts felt like mere scratches against an unyielding surface. The destroyer did not even budge, merely swinging its arm or unleashing energy once more. In a fleeting encounter, the four elite Asgardian warriors were rendered incapacitated, collapsing to the ground in agony. The disparity in strength was despairingly vast. The destroyer, unrelenting, cast a cold gaze over the fallen warriors before raising its metallic arm once more. This time, its target was Thor, who lay bereft of any means to fight back, his eyes filled with pain and despair. The destructive beam coalesced once again at the end of its arm. Just when all seemed lost, a black shadow surged forth with a speed too swift for the eye to perceive. Black nanomaterials, akin to a living tide, enveloped Lin Xuan entirely in an instant, forming a sleek suit of black armor that shimmered with a dark luster. With astonishing explosive power, Lin Xuan dashed into the path of the destroyer's attack, crossing his arms fiercely before him. Core command. Initiate countermeasures against the destroyer. Full spectrum scan engaged. Analyzing target structure and energy output patterns. Warning. High concentration of URU metal detected. Sample collection program ready. Energy signature recording in progress. Comparing against Asgardian power database, the battle commenced in earnest. Boom! The annihilation beam roared forth like a raging dragon, momentarily engulfing Lin Xuan's form. The charred cracks spread like a spider's web, the earth lamenting beneath the onslaught. Lin Xuan endured the full brunt of the destroyer's determined strike. Though his legs sank deeply into the ground, his overall structure remained steadfast as a rock. The collection of URU metal samples began. Each collision between Lin Xuan and the destroyer harvested fragments of the URU metal. In a matter of mere minutes, the tide of battle underwent a stunning reversal. Thor gazed upon the figure clad in black armor, engaged in combat with the destroyer. An unprecedented sense of awe surged within him. He had previously believed that power was everything, reveling in the formidable strength bestowed by his hammer. The Gungnir, consumed by arrogance and a sense of superiority. It was only at this moment that he truly comprehended the essence of power. It is not for conquest, nor for ostentation, and certainly not to satisfy one's own desires, but rather to protect, to safeguard the vulnerable, to shield those dear to us, and to defend all that is worthy of preservation. For this, one must be willing to sacrifice oneself. Lin Xuan possessed an extraordinary strength, that far surpassed that of ordinary mortals. Yet, unlike Thor's previous mindset, he did not take his power for granted, wielding it recklessly. He was calm, rational, formidable, yet imbued with a profound sense of responsibility. Perhaps this was the principal reason the Gungnir trembled in his grasp. As the battle unfolded, the small town had become a war zone. The destroyer loomed like a mobile fortress of destruction. Lin Xuan, clad in his black armor, maneuvered skillfully after several rounds of confrontation, positioning himself behind the colossal body of the destroyer. With a resounding crash, he targeted a seam in armor on its back, the theoretical weak point. Channeling the power of the gamma factor, he unleashed a powerful punch that struck the metallic shell with a thunderous roar. Core directive: enhance contact scanning. URU metal atomic structure sequence recording, collection progress. 35. The massive form of the destroyer only swayed slightly, and the armor on its back revealed fine cracks. Yet it was far from structural damage. The marks began to self-repair. The durability of this war machine was beyond imagination. Its cold metallic head rotated instantaneously at a completely unnatural angle, turning 180 degrees. Energy converged rapidly within its eyes. With a hiss, a beam of destructive energy capable of melting anything swept across the ground, aimed directly at Lin Xuan. His pupils constricted as he evaded in his black armor, executing an extreme roll that sparked against the ground. The beam narrowly grazed his side, leaving a deep, charred trench in its wake. In the distance, Natasha and Agent Barton, having just completed the evacuation of civilians, reunited, breathless. They exchanged a swift glance, confirming the establishment of a safe zone. Their gazes instinctively turned towards the heart of the battlefield. Upon witnessing the figure in black armor grappling with the destroyer, even these battle-hardened elite agents could not conceal their astonishment. "Is that Lin Xuan?" Barton exclaimed, incredulous. He considered himself a marksman, with physical abilities and reflexes far exceeding those of ordinary humans. Yet, in the face of such a monumental battle, his proud archery skills felt utterly inadequate. Natasha's eyes were fixed intently on every movement of Lin Xuan. With each powerful strike, the collision between the armor and the destroyer seemed to conjure a fleeting, violent black shadow, a manifestation of the surging power of the gamma factor. She astutely observed that, in comparison to before, Lin Xuan's control over this formidable power appeared to have become more exquisite. His movements, as fluid and swift as before, were imbued with the artistry of combat. Yet, the sheer, cataclysmic ferocity seemed to have been tempered, unlike the unbridled rage he displayed during his battle with the monk. Nonetheless, the strength he exhibited transcended the realm of humanity. At the edge of the battlefield, Thor bore witness to this spectacle with palpable anguish. Lin Xuan was undeniably formidable, and the black armor he donned was astonishing. Yet against this war machine, infused with Odin's divine might and forged from celestial metal, he appeared to be struggling to maintain his stance. To Thor, it was evident that he had already faced numerous harrowing challenges. His heart ached as he glanced at the gravely injured Sif and the three warriors, their agonized moans piercing his eardrums. His gaze shifted to the distance, where Jane, Eric, and Daisy wore expressions of terror and concern. Their safety was his most pressing worry. In that moment of internal conflict, it seemed as though clarity was finally at hand. An unprecedented resolve supplanted all confusion and anguish. Thor inhaled deeply, his gaze becoming resolutely steadfast. "This was all my fault. The calamity was brought forth by me. Then let it be I who brings it to an end." He no longer harbored the hope of wielding that hammer he had forsaken. Instead, he prepared to confront that terrifying war machine with his mortal form, ready to sacrifice himself for the safety of his cherished friends and these innocents. Just as the pure intention to protect others reached its zenith within him, the long silent hammer of the thunder god began to tremble violently from afar. A deep, resonant hum echoed through the heavens. The earth surrounding the hammer was uprooted by an invisible force, radiating an increasingly brilliant blue lightning. It seemed poised to awaken at that moment. Thor felt that distant yet familiar tremor, as if the hammer was calling to him. Yet, he did not turn back. He did not look at the weapon that once belonged to him. Instead, he resolutely advanced towards the destroyer, step by step. Rain cascaded down his golden hair, and his expression bore no trace of hesitation. He gazed up at the destroyer, as if through this metallic automaton he were communicating with Loki, far away in Asgard. Brother, no matter what wrongs I have committed in the past that led you to treat me this way, I am sorry. But these people are innocent. Their demise would yield you no benefit. Spare them, take my life instead, and end this all. This was his final plea, and the last vestige of dignity he held as a prince. Upon the throne of Asgard, Loki, witnessing this scene through the perspective of the destroyer, curled his lips into a cold smirk. Sacrifice? Repentance? How foolish and laughable. He had never contemplated sparing anyone, especially not Lin Xuan clad in black armor. At this moment, Loki's gaze darkened further. This mortal from Earth proved to be more resilient and troublesome than he had anticipated. Surprisingly, he was able to contend with the destroyer for such an extended period, utilizing that peculiar armor and even adeptly capitalizing on the fleeting gaps in the destroyer's assaults to launch counterattacks. This uncontrollable power, this incessant influx of unforeseen variables, was what he loathed the most. The single red eye of the destroyer flickered momentarily, as if silently mocking Thor's naivety, while simultaneously locking onto Lin Xuan, an obstacle that must be eliminated. Warning: Thor Odinson's mental state has undergone a drastic change. Core values reconfiguration confirmed. Resonance of high-dimensional energy sources has reached its peak. Data collection of URU metal structure and divine power imprint completed. Current completeness, 100. Lin Xuan understood. Splendid, dear God of Thunder, the qualification has been approved. Loki displayed contempt towards Thor's heartfelt confession and plea. With a sudden lift, its massive metallic arm did not unleash a lethal beam, but, akin to swatting a bothersome fly, it delivered a resounding slap filled with deep humiliation upon the once proud God of Thunder. The sharp crack echoed painfully across the small town. Thor, powerless to resist, was forcefully lifted from the ground by this colossal strike. He tumbled through the air, akin to a ragged sack, hurtling backward towards the remnants of shattered walls. Just as Thor was about to collide with the crumbled ruins, a streak of black light flashed abruptly. Lin Xuan, harnessing the instantaneous acceleration capability of his armor, arrived at Thor's landing spot ahead of time. With precision, he cradled the unconscious, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth figure in his arms. Almost simultaneously, a notification chimed crisply in Lin Xuan's mind. Ding! Mission accomplished. Assist the God of Thunder in retrieving Mjolnir. Mission reward, 300 technology points. Current total technology points, 510 points. Lin Xuan gently laid the unconscious Thor on the ground, ensuring he sustained no further harm. At that moment, the hammer of the God of Thunder, which had been vibrating in the deep pit, finally broke free from the clutches of the earth. Whoosh! It transformed into a dazzling silver meteor, accompanied by a piercing shriek as it hurtled through the air, aiming directly for Thor. Chapter 45. The God-Slaying Set? Thor's Epiphany. Lin Xuan gazed at the hammer soaring towards Thor, and the tension in his heart finally eased somewhat. It was time. Since the God of Thunder was about to reclaim his position, it was also time for him to unveil something substantial. The URU metal, the energy conduction model of the rune matrix, along with the residual data of Odin's divine power, were all at his disposal. Only one final step remained. Warning: the atomic structure sequence of URU metal and the data model of rune matrix structure have been fully integrated. Concept design sequence for the God-Slaying set is ready. Warning: according to the current data model simulations, the design lacks a core spiritual while anchoring module. Current design cannot stably accommodate the fusion energy of the residual Odin's divine power data. Forcibly constructing it would risk weapon structure collapse under extreme output. A spiritual anchor? He instantly recalled his unique advantage. As I harness the exhilarating characteristics of my gamma factor in an activated state as the core of my will, I amalgamate the previously intercepted analytical data of psychic magical energy to forge a singular spiritual imprint. This will serve as the spiritual anchor for the God-Slaying ensemble. Command from the core: evaluating the feasibility of the fusion plan. Evaluation complete. The theoretical framework of this plan is viable. Yet there exists an unknown energy interaction risk with the psychic magical data. Technology points required to construct the complete god-slaying ensemble. 510 points. Warning: this operation will consume all available technology points. Do you confirm execution? Confirm execution. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xuan invested everything, maximizing the construction. Command confirmed. Current technology points, 0. At the very instant Lin Xuan's technology points reached 0. Boom! The Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, landed with impeccable precision in the outstretched palm of Thor. Thor's eyes flung open wide. Zing! Dazzling arcs of electricity erupted around him, as his tattered garments were replaced by a full set of Asgardian armor. Jane Foster, who had been hiding behind cover, stared in astonishment, instinctively covering her mouth. My goodness! Everything Thor said is indeed true. Thor raised Mjolnir high, pointing towards the ominous sky. With a swift rotation of the hammer, he summoned the boundless thunderclaps accumulating in the heavens. A tempest of fury surged forth, engulfing the cold metallic giant of destruction. The massive figure was instantly consumed by the storm of thunder. Observing this, Lin Xuan pondered, how much longer until my weapon is fully constructed? Core prompt. The God-slaying ensemble is in the final shaping phase. Due to the complexity of the URU metal properties and rune structures, along with the precision required for the fusion of the spiritual anchor, the time required for energy stabilization and structural solidification remains uncertain. Unknown, Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing through the thunderstorm, sensing the monumental energy contained within. This power bore an uncanny resemblance to the Odin force imprint he had deciphered. A bold thought surged forth in his mind. So much pure and homologous thunderous divine power is dissipating. It is practically a ready-made catalyst and energy source. He resolved to attempt to forcibly channel a portion of the external thunderstorm's energy, utilizing this power to accelerate the final shaping process of the God-slaying ensemble. Core confirmation. Command received. Analyzing external high-intensity energy field. The energy characteristics exhibit a high degree of homology with Odin force imprint data, theoretically viable as an acceleration energy source for shaping. Warning: forcibly channeling external higher-dimensional energy carries risks, establishing a temporary energy conduit to attempt guidance. As Thor valiantly maintained the thunderstorm, striving to utterly annihilate the war machine, he felt a jolt of shock. What? Thor's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed in that direction. There stood Lin Xuan, clad in black armor, suspended against the turbulent winds at the edge of the storm. Surrounding him were strands of his thunderous power, forcibly stripped away. Lin Xuan was indeed channeling his thunder. A storm of disbelief surged within Thor. How could this be possible? He sensed it. The sensation of being guided and drawn intensified. It transcended mere interference. It felt as though someone was brazenly harnessing his power, and with remarkable audacity at that. This force could directly influence the dominion of thunder he wielded. Such a phenomenon was utterly unprecedented. Thor found himself bewildered. How could Lin Xuan achieve such a feat? Was it merely that peculiar suit of black armor? While he maintained his suppression over the destroyer, a portion of his consciousness turned incredulously towards Lin Xuan. He beheld the black armor enveloping Lin Xuan emanating an extraordinary radiance, seemingly absorbing the redirected thunderous energy. Guidance successful. Detecting a substantial influx of divine thunder energy into the shaping matrix, accelerating the final shaping of the God-slaying ensemble. Energy calibration complete. Structure stabilizing rapidly. Shaping completed. The notifications from the core pulsed with efficiency. No sooner had the last word been spoken than the black nanoparticles covering Lin Xuan's right arm surged forth like a boiling tide, morphing, reorganizing, and solidifying. With a resonant hum of energy, a pitch-black battle axe instantaneously extended and took form upon his right arm, firmly grasped in his hand. The axe's contours radiated strength and aggression, its blade's edge shimmering with a deep crimson energy, as if capable of rending anything asunder. Within the axe's body, One could almost perceive the tumultuous roar of the gamma factor intertwining with the cold imprint left by the mind magic, resonating in unison. Ultimately, it was firmly anchored and tamed by an exhilarating will. Occasionally, a faint blue arc of electricity flickered across the axis surface, a remnant trace of the divine thunder energy that had been forcibly absorbed and not yet fully assimilated. God-slaying ensemble, Dark Star Battle Axe, forged. Upon grasping the axe, Lin Xuan experienced an indescribable sense of kinship, as though this weapon was not merely an external construct, but rather an extension of his own power, will, and soul, a seamless part of his being. It was formidable, brimming with lethal intent. As Thor sensed the thunderous pulse cease, he abruptly turned his gaze towards Lin Xuan. What he beheld was astonishing. Lin Xuan wielded an axe, a pitch-black weapon, flickering with a dark red glow. Within that axe resided a trace of his own thunder energy, faint yet undeniably present. Had Lin Xuan forged a weapon using his own power? Lin Xuan tightened his grip on the Dark Star Battle Axe, his focus zeroing in on the destroyer, swaying amidst the tempest of thunder above. The time had come for him to act. In the next moment, he surged forth. Lin Xuan's figure resembled a dark comet, fearlessly plunging towards the struggling destroyer engulfed in the storm. He raised the Dark Star Battle Axe high, its shadowy glow seemingly intent on devouring the surrounding light. Roar! Behind him loomed a colossal, indistinct silhouette imbued with primal power. This shadow also brandished an oversized shadow axe, magnified to an extraordinary scale. As Lin Xuan executed his movements, he simultaneously gathered his strength to deliver a strike reminiscent of the very creation of the world. Thor maintained the tempest of thunder, yet he was utterly astounded by the scene before him. He witnessed Lin Xuan's reckless charge, feeling the sheer essence of his indomitable combat spirit. This was not a quest for glory, nor a pursuit of conquest, but rather an embodiment of sacrifice and guardianship. A vivid image flashed through Thor's mind of Lin Xuan standing resolutely before him, bravely enduring the onslaught of the destroyer's beams. He recalled Lin Xuan's fierce struggle to protect Jian and the others, battling against the destroyer. In that moment, Thor seemed to grasp a profound truth. Was it really so? Was it this unwavering resolve to sacrifice oneself for the sake of others that resonated with the hammer of the Thunder God? If Lin Xuan had indeed attempted to lift Mjolnir at that moment, could he have truly wielded it? This thought sent a tremor through Thor's heart, and his gaze towards Lin Xuan was imbued with newfound respect. Chapter 46. I possess an axe that can cleave the heavens. Sever. Lin Xuan hovered in the air, gripping the newly forged Dark Star Battle Axe. The blade shimmered with dark crimson energy, pulsating as if it harbored a dark star on the verge of eruption. Behind him, a massive and indistinct black silhouette loomed, akin to an ancient war deity descending, simultaneously raising a magnified shadow axe. Hero Core Command. Target locked. Destroyer. Real-time structural scan initiated, penetrating the URU metal exterior to analyze internal energy flow. High-energy reaction concentrated at neck. This area simultaneously bears the functions of energy conduction and structural support. Comparative analysis with Odin's divine power imprint database completed. This area is confirmed as a theoretical dual weak point in structure and energy. Attack strategy calculation. Recommended maximum power slash with the Dark Star Battle Axe. Concentrating destruction on this node to trigger a chain energy overload. Lin Xuan's gaze was sharply fixed on the destroyer, swaying and struggling within the thunderstorm. The energy had reached its zenith. I possess an axe that can cleave the heavens. Sever. Accompanied by a roar that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul, Lin Xuan moved in unison with the colossal shadow behind him. The Dark Star Battle Axe, embodying his utmost strength, surged forth with the momentum to rend the heavens, striking down with ferocity. A pitch-black arc of the axe cleaved through the chaos like a bolt of lightning, instantly slicing through the raging thunder. With a resounding clash, the moment of contact was devoid of the imagined cacophony of battle. The blade of the Dark Star Battle Axe contained an unparalleled capacity for the destruction of energy and material structures. It was capable of withstanding the vast majority of physical and energy assaults, forged by Odin himself, and crafted from URU metal into the armor of the destroyer. Starting from the struck neck, dark fissures rapidly spread forth. The destroyer's colossal metallic form was split asunder by this earth-shattering blow. The violent aftermath of the axe's force, akin to a jackhammer, instantaneously penetrated the energy core within the destroyer. In the next heartbeat, a far more terrifying surge of energy erupted, centered on the remnants of the destroyer. The destructive energy characteristic of the Dark Star battle axe even forcibly dispersed the thunderstorm that Thor had been sustaining. The tumultuous clouds in the sky were forcefully torn apart, revealing a vast chasm through which the long-lost sunlight cascaded once more. This radiant light illuminated the ravaged battlefield, casting its glow upon the figure clad in black armor. Thor held his stance, summoning the thunder, his form frozen in astonishment. He beheld his tempest of lightning being violently dispersed by an even more ferocious and unyielding force. He could indeed cleave apart the destroyer, Thor murmured to himself, utterly dazed. The thought seemed logical upon reflection, as he was, after all, a wielder of Mjolnir. On the ground, Natasha Romanoff gazed up at the descending figure, her eyes reflecting a flicker of awe. She vividly recalled Lin Xuan's words spoken not long ago about a weapon that truly belonged to him. To her astonishment, he had indeed created a weapon remarkably akin to that hammer in such a brief span of time. Beside her, Clint Barton observed the figure in the sky, then glanced towards the distant wreckage of the destroyer, now crackling with electrical sparks and billowing smoke as it plummeted to the earth. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Such a caliber of battle was beyond his reach. Boom! The massive remnants of the cleaved destroyer crashed to the ground. The battle had finally come to an end. Lin Xuan descended gracefully, his feet touching the cracked earth, swaying imperceptibly. That previous strike had nearly drained him of most of his strength, particularly the strenuous effort to channel and transform the divine power of thunder, imposing a significant burden on both body and mind. The black nanomaterials enveloping him rapidly receded, revealing his original attire. As beads of perspiration formed on his brow, and his breath came in short gasps, Natasha and the others emerged cautiously from their refuge. Converging in the center of the battlefield, their gazes filled with a complex mix of emotions as they regarded the recently landed Thor and the slightly fatigued Lin Xuan. Thor snapped back to reality from his stupor, while the destroyer had been vanquished. The greater crisis of Loki's treachery and the safety of Asgard still weighed heavily on his heart. He turned to Lin Xuan, noting the subtle signs of weariness in him, but now was not the time for inquiries. I must return to Asgard at once. I must thwart Loki. His gaze swept over Lin Xuan before settling on the still smoking remnants of the destroyer, catching a glimmer of interest in Lin Xuan's eyes. Considering Lin Xuan's earlier assistance in reclaiming Mjolnir and his remarkable feat of splitting the destroyer, Thor spoke earnestly. Thank you, Lin Xuan. I know you are intrigued by this heap of scrap metal. Its materials and power are indeed extraordinary. Perhaps it will prove useful to you. So I shall leave in your care. Thor regarded Lin Xuan with solemnity, extending his hand. By your actions and strength, you have earned my respect and friendship. From this day forth, Asgard shall recognize you as an ally. He then turned to Jane Foster, his expression softening with warmth and regret. He exchanged brief yet heartfelt farewells with Jane, Dr. Selvig, and Daisy, promising that he would return. The emotions of parting were swiftly supplanted by the urgency of reality. Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir, nodding at Sif and the three warriors who had begun to rise. He raised the hammer high, gazing skyward, and summoned every ounce of strength to emit a cry that resonated from his very soul. Heimdall, as if in response to his call, a radiant and more brilliant rainbow beam illuminated the horizon, reaching from distant Asgard. The figure, frozen solid in frost like an ice sculpture, suddenly trembled. The thick layer of ice encasing him cracked with a sharp sound. Thor's voice traversed the 9 realms, awakening his dormant while like a key unlocking a door. Crack! Boom! Heimdall broke free from his restraints, grasping the sword of protection once more, locking his gaze upon the ravaged town of Midgard. Like a miracle, he descended from the heavens, enveloping Thor Sif, and the three subordinates with precision. The brilliance was blinding, rendering it impossible to open one's eyes. When the radiance dissipated, only a charred circular mark remained. The 5 guardians had vanished, returning to their distant divine realm. With Thor's departure, the incident triggered by a mere hammer came to a close. Lin Xuan stood rooted in place, watching Thor leave. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging blood and the fatigue from battle. Hero Core Directive. Target has been neutralized. Initiating highest priority recovery protocol. Primary target. Remains of the Destroyer Core. Secondary target. Scattered fragments of URU metal and residual energy dispersions. Preliminary scans of the remains detected a high purity of URU metal response. Structural integrity exceeding expectations. Though the energy core was damaged, the residual energy signatures and rune matrix structure hold significant research value. Data can be cross-referenced with previously collected information to enhance the Godslayer armor database. Warning: unstable energy fields and high-temperature zones detected around the remains. Well, it seems our business here is concluded. It is time for us to return. Chapter 47. Review of Gains. What? Tony has finished his seclusion? Inside the cabin, Lin Xuan leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. The previous fierce battle, particularly the final strike with the Darkstar battle axe that severed the destroyer, had drained him significantly. The mental burden would require time to settle. The remnants of the destroyer, those precious fragments of URU metal, had already been silently reclaimed by the hero core. Lin Xuan's thoughts shifted, and he summoned his status panel. Host: Lin Xuan. Physique: Super Soldier, Gamma Factor Initial Fusion. Master Technology: Nanoparticle Battle Armor, Black Armor Gamma Adaptive Adjustment. Destroyer: URU Metal Atomic Structure Sequence. Rune Matrix Structural Data Model, Odin's Divine Mark Data. Special Ability: Excitement, Gamma Factor Activation, Passive and Active Guidance Required, Spiritual Anchor Point Preliminary Established. Risk of Loss of Control Reduced. Constructed Equipment: God-Slaying Set Darkstar Battle Axe, Core, Gamma Factor Excitement Characteristic, Mental Magic Spiritual Mark. Material Basis: URU Metal Data Nanoparticles. Energy Characteristics: Fusion of Partial Thunder God Power. Technology Points: 0. Gazing at the 0 technology points, Lin Xuan felt no sorrow whatsoever. His greatest achievement was undoubtedly the successful forging of the first conceptual weapon of the God-Slaying set, the Darkstar Battle Axe. The pitch-black axe seemed to still hum deep within his soul. It was not merely a weapon, but a perfect extension of his own power, will, and the fusion of technology. This was merely the beginning. The complete data of the Destroyer Rune Matrix and the high-purity analysis of the URU metal samples were invaluable treasures. They not only filled in the key information of the God-Slaying set database, but also provided a solid theoretical foundation and material reserves for future technological upgrades. More crucially, this adventurous endeavor yielded an unexpected success. By merging the uncontrollable excitement characteristic of the gamma factor with the energy data deconstructed from mental magic, he established a spiritual anchor point for the Darkstar Battle Axe. This step not only endowed the weapon with a nearly sentient quality, but also allowed it to resonate with his own intent, acting as a safety valve. It guided and confined the frenzied power of the gamma factor within manageable bounds. The previously imminent risk of losing control was significantly alleviated with the birth of this axe, achieving a perfect twofold benefit. A faint sound of footsteps approached. Lin Xuan did not even need to open his eyes to recognize the identity of the visitor, Natasha Romanoff. Natasha quietly took a seat beside him. She turned her head, gazing at Lin Xuan with silence. The light outlined his slightly fatigued, yet still sharp profile, and beneath his closed eyelids lingered the keen brilliance from moments ago when he wielded the axe to cleave through divine weaponry. From their initial encounter in the abandoned factory to the earth-shattering battle in the small town of New Mexico, the man's rate of growth could only be described as terrifying, especially that final strike. Even from a distance, Natasha could sense the destructive power it contained. The desire to grow stronger became unprecedentedly clear and resolute within her heart, and she harbored an ineffable anticipation for the gift Lin Xuan had promised earlier. Lin Xuan concluded his brief energy recuperation and slowly opened his eyes. The turbulent energy within him had settled, and the restorative power brought by the gamma factor was rapidly taking effect. He met Natasha's searching emerald gaze. "How do you feel?" Natasha was the first to break the silence, her voice gentle, laced with an imperceptible concern. Lin Xuan nodded slightly, stretching his shoulders. "I'm all right. Though it was quite taxing, I've nearly recovered." His gaze swept over Natasha, catching a fleeting glimmer of anticipation deep within her emerald eyes. Natasha regarded him, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her gaze playful yet earnest. "Seeing the formidable power of her new axe has only heightened my curiosity about my gift." She leaned slightly forward, her tone teasing yet insistently prompting, "When will it be fulfilled?" Upon hearing this, a rare look of difficulty crossed Lin Xuan's face. He certainly remembered his promise. However, the challenge lay in the fact that the weapon he would forge for Natasha could not be a mere replica of the Dark Star battle axe, which was imbued with brute strength. Her combat style was characterized by agility and lethality, requiring equipment that maximized her advantage in skill and speed. It wouldn't suffice to create just any weapon. Crafting a truly bespoke piece that suited her unique needs was a task for which Lin Xuan currently lacked a clear design vision, as well as suitable advanced materials capable of accommodating special functionalities. The power system of the Dark Star battle axe was evidently incompatible with Natasha's style, imposing it would only hinder her potential. As Lin Xuan quickly pondered how to respond, striving to elucidate the technical difficulties without appearing dismissive, he heard the voice of Coulson in the distance, reporting to Nick Fury. Director Fury had instructed that the aftermath and information containment regarding the New Mexico incident had commenced. Furthermore, news had arrived from Stark Industries that Tony Stark had concluded his seclusion and achieved groundbreaking advancements in nanotechnology. Tony? Something new? Lin Xuan's ears perked up, as if grasping onto a lifeline, finding an excuse for his departure. He immediately straightened in his seat, turning to Natasha with an apologetic smile. "On that note, I suddenly recalled an urgent technical issue that may require immediate communication with Tony Stark." He paused, seemingly weighing his words carefully, though his eyes darted towards the communication device. It might pertain to his latest innovations. You know how fleeting inspiration can be. With that, Lin Xuan stood up, his movements somewhat urgent, his tone leaving no room for argument. "The weapon can wait. I need to contemplate thoroughly to ensure I deliver a surprise. I'll contact Stark first, as this may involve some critical technical validation." Having said this, he left no opportunity for Natasha to press further, striding swiftly toward the communication area at the rear of the cabin, leaving Natasha Romanoff seated alone, watching his somewhat hurried silhouette. Though she did not entirely believe Lin Xuan's sudden claim of technical inspiration, she chose not to confront him about it. The secrets surrounding this man were multiplying. Nonetheless, she found herself genuinely anticipating that surprise. Lin Xuan had already made his way to the rear door of the cabin. "Hey, Lin Xuan, what are you up to?" Coulson and the other agents were taken aback by his sudden action. Lin Xuan turned around and declared, "Take a shortcut." Before his words could fully resonate, he pressed the emergency activation button. The hydraulic sound echoed as the rear hatch swung open, and the icy wind from 10,000 meters above rushed into the cabin, sending papers spiraling into the air. Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, Lin Xuan leaped without hesitation. Black nanomaterials enveloped him like a tide, forming a sleek, ebony battle suit. Rather than plummeting, he transformed into a shadowy streak, racing towards a specific destination, the Malibu mansion of Tony Stark. The howling wind whipped past as the hatch slowly closed, leaving behind a group of stupefied SHIELD agents. Natasha remained rooted in place, watching the dark streak vanish beyond the horizon. Gradually, she redirected her gaze, a hint of amusement gracing her features. Jumping from 10,000 meters and flying away was indeed a departure from the norm. Chapter 48. Self-Reflection. The existence of the shadow dimension. A dark streak pierced the sky as the mansion drew closer at high speed. The fatigue from the previous battle in the cabin had long been soothed by his own recovery abilities. At this moment, Lin Xuan felt a surge of anticipation for the impending technical exchange with Tony Stark. Just then, A piercing sonic boom erupted from higher up in the clouds. A red and gold streak descended at an astonishing speed, far surpassing that of ordinary aircraft. It traced a dazzling array of acrobatic maneuvers in the air before executing a flawless halt, hovering steadily not far from Lin Xuan. The newcomer was none other than Tony Stark, clad in a brand-new Mark suit, its lines more fluid and graceful than any model before. Hey, an uninvited guest. Trespassing is a serious offense, especially at 10,000 meters. Lin Xuan hovered in the air. I happened to be passing by and thought I would check on how your nanotechnology is faring. After all, the initial concept was my brainchild. That was merely a starting point, a trivial spark of inspiration, Tony said, turning slightly to showcase his new armor. Take a look at this. Isn't it far cooler than your dark suit? He raised his arm, the energy core of his palm cannon glowing faintly. Care to test its power? Just a friendly warning. This upgrade is more than just aesthetic. Lin Xuan replied. That was precisely my intention. In an instant, the two distanced themselves by several hundred meters, embarking on an impromptu technical exchange high in the sky. Tony immediately showcased his classic combat style. The palm cannon unleashed a searing beam, while the shoulder-mounted missile pods sprang open. Trailing flames whistled forth as the wrist-mounted laser beams wove into a net. Various ranged attacks cascaded towards Lin Xuan like a grand fireworks display. Simultaneously, the thrusters beneath him erupted with tremendous force, employing the new armor's exceptional maneuverability to constantly shift positions, striving to maintain a safe distance for assault. Lin Xuan did not immediately summon the Dark Star Battle Axe. Like a phantom, he relied on the formidable mobility of his armor and its resilience against energy impacts, deftly evading within the dense web of gunfire. The black stream of light continuously curved, deftly avoiding most attacks while striving to close the distance with Tony. Tony's new armor indeed exhibited a remarkable increase in speed, always managing to nimbly create space just as Lin Xuan was about to approach. Hey, big guy, can't reach me, can you? Is your attack range a tad short? Would you like me to lend you a stick? A longer one, of course. Tony's somewhat smug taunt echoed through the communication channel. Lin Xuan could distinctly sense the concept form of the Dark Star Battle Axe subtly vibrating, emanating a hint of longing through its spiritual anchor point. At that moment, a cold prompt resonated in his mind. Task triggered. Showcase yourself. Mission objective. Demonstrate the form and basic power of the god-slaying Dark Star Battle Axe to Tony Stark. Mission description. An appropriate display is part of technical exchange. Mission reward. 100 tech points. 100 tech points? Lin Xuan's heart stirred. This reward was most opportune. All right, Tony, the warm-up is over, he thought quietly, accepting the task. Since you are so eager to see it. He abruptly halted his futile pursuit, stabilizing in midair. Let me show you my new weapon. He extended his right hand. Buzz. The black nanoparticles covering his right arm surged like a living tide, shaping and solidifying. In an instant, the Dark Star Battle Axe materialized in his grasp. Tony's iconic exclamation immediately followed. What is that? When did you conjure such a terrifying behemoth? Where was it hiding? Your armor has no place for this. He promptly heightened his vigilance, the energy output of the arc reactor in his new armor surging dramatically, the crimson-golden energy patterns glowing more intensely. Lin Xuan called out, "You'll find out soon enough." The next moment, he raised the Dark Star Battle Axe high above his head and swung it down toward the rapidly responding Tony. Tony's pupils constricted. He had no time to evade and could only cross his arms defensively before him. The nanometal of his armor's forearm instantaneously reacted, extending and morphing into a circular energy shield, attempting to withstand the blow. Clang! The deafening clash of metal reverberated through the sky. The axe blade struck precisely at the center of the energy shield. Lin Xuan controlled most of his strength, refraining from unleashing the full might of the axe. Nevertheless, the unique energy properties inherent in the Dark Star Battle Axe erupted. Visible dark, red energy ripples surged outward from the point of contact with ferocity. The hastily generated energy shield was forcibly torn apart by the dark red energy waves upon contact, penetrating through. The residual force violently slammed against Tony's armor, propelling him backward like a kite severed from its string, sending him flying several dozen meters before he barely managed to stabilize himself. The prompt from the core system: task demonstration completed. Reward: 100 technology points have been awarded. Current technology points: 100. What on earth is this axe made of? Tony, still shaken, gazed at the remnants on his armored arm. He scrutinized Lin Xuan and the enormous axe in his hand, a new wave of perplexity washing over him. Moreover, to be frank, my armor components are typically stored in the nano-storage unit nestled within my chest. Where, pray tell, do you stow that dark armor and this axe? Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan paused slightly, instinctively inquiring within. Core system: where are my armor and weapons stored in their regular state? The core system responded. The host is currently equipped with a nanoparticle battle armor, gamma adaptive adjustment, and the God-slaying set, Darkstar Battle Axe, concept weapon. Their material structure is fundamentally based on nanoparticles and special energy forms. In standard standby mode, the main structure is stored within the dark dimension. It can be rapidly summoned and donned through mental commands or preset conditions. Note: the applications related to the dark dimension are classified as advanced permissions. Currently, only partial functions are accessible. Spatial manipulation, energy interaction, and deeper extensions of application require further system upgrades to unlock. Notice: the host has expressed inquiries regarding dark dimension storage and applications, which are automatically linked to previously unmet upgrade conditions. The host is urged to complete relevant upgrade tasks or meet specified conditions promptly to obtain complete access to the dark dimension and detailed functional descriptions. In that instant, Lin Xuan was struck with enlightenment. So that was it. The two question mark upgrade conditions on the previous status panel represented advanced spatial application technologies akin to the dark dimension. His core system's capabilities had yet to be fully unleashed, with even more powerful and unconventional functions awaiting his discovery. Chapter 49. Accumulate technology points. Optimize the large arc reactor. As Lin Xuan absorbed the core system's information regarding dark dimension storage, he realized that the technological potential had not yet reached its zenith. The core system still possessed vast upgrade possibilities and formidable, undisclosed functions. However, at present, how could he explain this esoteric dark dimension to Tony Stark? Surely he could not simply state, "My axe resides in another dimension, and I merely summon it with a call when needed." Unlocking more advanced functions evidently required a greater number of technology points. With only 100 points at his disposal, it was but a drop in the bucket. Watching Lin Xuan hover in the air, seemingly lost in thought behind his armored visor, Tony Stark adjusted his flying posture and broke the silence. "Hey, what is up? Are you speechless from the sheer brilliance of my new armor?" Tony's voice carried his signature arrogance. "Or is the storage method for that colossal weapon a top-secret affair? You can't share, can you?" He shrugged with an expression of understanding. "Never mind. If you can't answer, don't. The technology behind your nano-armor is already astonishing enough. We need not dwell on this one." Tony's words struck like a bolt of lightning, piercing through Lin Xuan's thoughts. Indeed, if truth cannot be spoken, then let us fabricate an explanation that resonates with Stark's flamboyant style. A narrative that is sufficiently dazzling, extravagantly costly, and befitting the imagination of a genius. In an instant, he conceived the idea of a conceptual orbital space station. "Wait, I have found a way to explain it." Lin Xuan's voice emanated through the armor's communicator, calm and self-assured. Clearing his throat, he began, "The principle is not complex, Tony. You can envision it as a miniature armory space station in low Earth orbit, specifically designed to house such large or unwieldy equipment." Lin Xuan embarked on his embellishment. "For instance, should we encounter adversaries akin to Abomination or Hulk in the future, we cannot engage in hand-to-hand combat every time, can we? Oh, by the way, you might not be familiar with them. I will transmit the relevant data to you shortly. When heavy equipment support is required, commands will be relayed through encrypted satellite signals, followed by rapid deployment. Orbital armory? Satellite transmission?" Tony Stark's eyes sparkled with excitement and intrigue. "Goodness, this idea is fantastic. How did you conceive it? Establishing a private orbital armory?" Lin Xuan feigned profundity, clearing his throat with a hint of jest. The inspiration primarily stemmed from the scene of a certain individual clad in armor, leaping from 10,000 meters above during the Stark Expo's inauguration. I thought, if a person can jump from such heights, delivering payloads from an even loftier orbit should not be entirely impossible, right? Huh, so you were learning from me. Tony Stark erupted into his signature laughter, clearly delighted by the explanation, even feeling a touch of pride. Well done, Lin. I adore this idea. Orbital delivery, swift and powerful. He seemed to wholeheartedly embrace this notion, as it sounded rather intriguing. However, regarding research, I have not been idle either. In addition to this suit, I have devised a colossal project, a large-scale industrial arc reactor, aimed at fundamentally resolving the energy issues of Stark Tower with genuine clean energy. What do you think? Interested in a visit? It's not far from here. Lin Xuan nodded, of course. The two no longer delayed, transforming into streaks of black and red light as they soared away from Malibu's coastline, racing towards Stark Tower in the heart of New York City. Along the way, the chilling notification from the core resonated in Lin Xuan's mind once more. Mission triggered. Optimize the large arc reactor. Mission objective. Assist Tony Stark in enhancing the energy output efficiency and stability of his new large arc reactor. Mission description. Demonstrating technical prowess is the foundation for gaining trust and resources. Mission reward. 200 tech points. 200 points? Lin Xuan felt a surge of joy. Moments later, the two streaks of light accurately descended into a vast, futuristic energy center atop Stark Tower. The space before me is no longer the chaotic workshop of Tony Stark. It has transformed into something resembling a command center, a colossal ring-shaped apparatus. Vastly larger than Tony's chest-mounted arc reactor, hovers quietly at the room's center, radiating a gentle blue luminescence while emitting a deep and steady hum. The air is suffused with a distinctive aura of pure energy. How impressive, isn't it? Tony exclaims, arms outstretched, proudly presenting his masterpiece. Lin Xuan remains silent, approaching the magnificent structure to conduct an in-depth scanning analysis. Core analysis. New type of large arc reactor detected, industrial grade. Energy structure is stable, yet energy dissipation phenomena exist. The conversion efficiency is bottlenecked, approximately 17 energy loss attributed to unnecessary thermal radiation and particle leakage. Based on previously gathered data on the energy conduction characteristics of URU metal and the stable structural model of the destroyer rune matrix, targeted optimization can be conducted. Expected to enhance efficiency by 812 and strengthen structural stability. Core prompt. Optimization target and available enhancement schemes detected. Would you like to expend 60 technology points for the optimization of the large arc reactor structure and energy flow? Yes, Lin Xuan swiftly responds in his mind. Command consumption, 60 technology points. As the command is confirmed, an invisible wave of energy begins to radiate from Lin Xuan's center. This wave, imbued with the energy conduction properties of URU metal and the structural model of the rune matrix, is silently guided into several key energy nodes and constraint field generators within the large arc reactor. Buzz. Almost instantaneously upon the completion of the optimization, the previously stable large arc reactor emits a deeper, more melodious hum. The energy output efficiency curve on the control console screen surges upward dramatically, stabilizing at a significantly elevated level. The previously minor energy dissipation readings have nearly diminished to zero. The operational state of the entire reactor has become markedly more stable, and the surrounding blue luminescence appears to have grown purer. Tony Stark, poised to elaborate on further details, is taken aback by the sudden change in data before him. When the world just happened, how did the efficiency rise so dramatically? And the dissipation is nearly gone. He leans closer to the screen, repeatedly verifying the soaring efficiency figures and the nearly perfect stability curve. Core prompt. Optimization of the large arc reactor has been completed. Reward. 200 technology points have been awarded. Current technology points. 240. Tony gazes at Lin Xuan for several seconds, then shifts his attention back to the reactor, which is now operating with enhanced efficiency. Ultimately, he refrains from further inquiry. This enigmatic individual consistently exhibits phenomena beyond his comprehension. A flicker of fervor and a hint of frustration spark in his eyes regarding the mysteries of technology. Well, It seems that my design has ample room for improvement and much to explore. However, your idea for the orbital weaponry is duly noted. It is undoubtedly a stroke of genius. We must have a thorough discussion about it later. Chapter 50. The Awakening of the Ice Americano. The method for optimizing personal energy utilization has finally emerged. In a few days, atop the Stark Industries building, following Lin Xuan's optimization. The final adjustments to the large arc reactor proceeded remarkably smoothly. Within the energy center, a colossal circular device steadily emitted a surge of pure and potent energy. Tony Stark, observing the nearly flawless operational curves on the control panel, could not conceal his pride. Look, Jarvis, record this moment. Stark Industries has officially entered the era of clean energy. Thanks to our two brilliant minds. The lights on the building's exterior suddenly illuminated, more dazzling than ever before, infusing this sleepless city with unprecedented vitality. Tony's vision of clean energy had been perfectly realized ahead of schedule. Tony relished the fleeting joy of success, but soon, the audacious concept of the orbital weaponry consumed his thoughts. He plunged into research, yet soon found himself stymied by several critical issues regarding the stability of space interfaces and the stress on ultra-high-speed materials. Reluctantly, he set aside his pride and approached Lin Xuan for several technical discussions. Lin Xuan naturally welcomed this opportunity. His suggestions were like a revelation, enlightening Tony and accelerating the pace of his research dramatically. Consequently, Lin Xuan's account at Xiongxin received a timely boost. Xiongxin notification assisted in analyzing technical challenges of the orbital weaponry, rewarded with 200 tech points. The total tech points had now reached 440. Observing Tony reinvigorated and immersed in yet another round of intense focus, determined to transform the orbital weaponry from mere concept to reality. Lin Xuan found a rare moment of tranquility to reflect upon himself. A thought crossed his mind, and he summoned his status panel. Host, Lin Xuan. Physique, super soldier, initial fusion of gamma factor. Technological mastery, nanoparticle armor, black armor gamma adaptive adjustment. Destroyer, URU metal atomic structure sequence. Rune matrix structural data model, Odin S power imprint data, orbital weaponry, partial conceptual technical support. Special abilities, excitement, gamma factor activation, passive and active guidance required. Spiritual anchor preliminary established. Risk of loss of control reduced. Constructed equipment. God-slaying set Dark Star Battle Axe. Core. Gamma Factor Excitement Trait Mind Staff Spiritual Imprint. Material basis. URU Metal Data Nanoparticles. Energy properties. Fusion of Partial Thunder God Power. Tech points. 440. Pending unlock and upgrade. Dark Dimension. Gazing at the panel data, Lin Xuan slightly furrowed his brow. Although tech points had accumulated and equipment was progressing steadily, the physique section seemed to have stagnated since the completion of the initial fusion of the gamma factor. The power of the Dark Star Battle Axe was indisputable. However, when wielding it, Lin Xuan could distinctly sense that the efficiency of energy utilization and output enhancement from his body had not reached the theoretical optimal state. It felt akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Powerful, indeed, but lacking in finesse and resulting in excessive consumption. The enhancement of his essence appeared to have made little substantial progress for quite some time. The potential power of the gamma factor is immense, yet my mastery and utilization of it remain woefully inadequate. It can sense this. My body feels akin to a treasure trove brimming with boundless energy, yet I have only managed to unlock the most superficial layer. The deeper reservoirs of strength are obscured, as if viewed through a thick frosted glass, its outlines visible, yet elusive to precise engagement and perfect mobilization. Aside from extensive combat, are there alternative methods to shatter this bottleneck? How can the evolution of my physique genuinely keep pace with the rapid advancement of technological equipment? This question, akin to a seed, once again took root and blossomed in Lin Xuan's mind. On this day, Lin Xuan savored a rare moment of tranquility, cradling a freshly prepared iced Americano, when the indicator light of his encrypted communicator began to flash urgently. The screen illuminated with the unmistakable visage of Nick Fury, his iconic one-eyed countenance. The background was exceptionally noisy, suggesting a makeshift command center rather than his comfortable office. Lin Xuan set down his cup, lightly tapping the screen to connect the call. "Director Fury, what is the matter?" Fury's expression was unusually grave, even incredulous. He seemed to deliberate over his words before slowly articulating. "There has been an unexpected situation, a very special message that may require your personal verification." He paused momentarily, as if to steady his emotions. "We have located him. He has been frozen for decades, and just a few hours ago, he awakened." Fury's voice carried the unique tone of a historical witness. "Steve Rogers, Captain America." "Captain America?" Lin Xuan felt a jolt within, his hand momentarily halting in midair. "Steve Rogers?" Instantly, he connected this name with the bottleneck he had been contemplating, inefficient utilization of power or energy. Perhaps from this legendary soldier, who had endured the harshest trials of war and possessed an iron-willed determination, he might discover the key to transcending his limits. Could he learn to master his own strength with near perfection, as Rogers did? This was not merely a simple task. It was an extraordinary opportunity for research and learning, an opportunity to observe a living specimen of the most perfected super soldier serum. Fury's voice, tinged with a subtle fatigue, continued through the communicator. He is currently in a very poor state, exceedingly distressed. He perceives everything around him as foreign and is on high alert, like a startled beast. Upon awakening, he nearly dismantled our temporary medical observation point. Natasha is engaged in an urgent infiltration mission and is temporarily unavailable. I am concerned that if Coulson approaches him, he may mishandle the situation and inadvertently provoke Rogers with his excitement. I need someone strong, calm, and rational to engage with him, assess his mental state and physical capabilities, and find a way to help him regain some composure, at least to a level where normal communication is possible. The location is a temporary isolation observation point on the outskirts of the city, disguised as an old-fashioned gym to avoid drawing attention. Almost simultaneously with Fury's words, the atmosphere shifted. In Lin Xian's mind, the cold, emotionless prompt from Xiong Xian resonated at the appointed time. Task triggered. The awakening of a legend. Objective: initiate first contact with the awakened Captain America, Steve Rogers, to acquire samples of his combat skill data. Task description: collect and analyze the legendary soldier's combat instincts, techniques, and his ultimate utilization of physical energy. This will aid in refining the host's combat system and comparative studies of physiological data related to the super soldier serum. Reward: 300 tech points. 300 tech points. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened instantly. The previously enticing iced Americano now held no allure. The true Captain America was his target. Send me the coordinates. I shall proceed at once. Chapter 51, Battle Imminent. Collecting combat data on Captain America. The coordinate information was swiftly transmitted into Lin Xian's armor system. Black nanomaterials enveloped him like living entities, sculpting a sleek and powerful black armor, transforming into a streak of darkness. He surged toward the temporary observation point disguised as an old-fashioned gym, provided by Fury. As he approached the target, less than a kilometer above ground, the chilling alarm from Xiong Xian abruptly echoed in his mind. Warning: target Steve Rogers. Life signal deviates approximately 800 meters from predetermined coordinates, moving rapidly. Physiological indicators show heightened stress and confusion. Lin Xian hesitated momentarily. Had he deviated? Had Rogers emerged? He swiftly adjusted his flight trajectory and lowered his altitude. Moments later, he hovered over a bustling district. A tall, blond man, clad in attire unmistakably out of sync with the current era, stood bewildered yet highly alert amidst the ceaseless stream of traffic. Surrounding him were the flashing beacons of enormous electronic billboards and towering skyscrapers, an alien world to him. Nick Fury stood opposite him, his expression grave, attempting to communicate with an air of resignation. Lin Xuan guided his armor silently to the cement ground not far from the two. The streamlined black nanomaterial receded like a tide, revealing his true form once more. Steve Rogers instantly locked onto the sudden appearance of the young man. His cerulean eyes brimmed with confusion, yet more so with a profound wariness. He sensed a powerful aura emanating from the person before him, akin to his own. This was no ordinary individual. Fury visibly relaxed upon seeing Lin Xuan. You made it. Lin Xuan gave a nearly imperceptible nod to Fury, then turned towards Steve, his tone calm and devoid of any sense of pressure. Captain Rogers, I am Lin Xuan. I understand that words may not immediately foster trust. He paused, proposing a direct suggestion. Shall we communicate in the most straightforward manner? He slightly adjusted his wrist, his gaze earnest. Allow me to witness the legendary super soldier. Allow yourself to feel the formidable strength of this era. Steve Rogers requires an outlet to release the immense shock and confusion that accompanies his awakening after 70 years of being frozen. Simultaneously, he is filled with both curiosity and caution towards the equally powerful young man before him. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly consents. All right. Fury promptly directs the agents to swiftly clear a relatively secluded alley nearby. The two stand opposite each other, ready for combat. There are no unnecessary tests. The sparring begins instantly. Steve advances first, his right fist launching forth like a cannonball. There are no flamboyant movements. Only the combat techniques honed on the brutal battlefields of World War II, coupled with the peak human strength bestowed upon him by the fully enhanced super soldier serum. Lin Xuan stands firm, meeting his punch with one of his own. He seizes this opportunity to personally experience the near-perfect control and efficiency of the original super soldier's power. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid exchanges of fists and feet resonate in the narrow alley, the dull thuds echoing around them. Invisible shockwaves radiate outward, stirring up the dust from the ground. Each collision produces a jarring sound, akin to the tremors of bone and muscle. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan's mind races with astonishing speed, scanning and recording target combat patterns, muscle coordination analysis, nerve reflex speed determination, energy utilization efficiency assessment. Data collection in progress. As the fierce exchanges of offense and defense continue, Steve grows increasingly alarmed. This young man named Lin Xuan possesses not only strength and speed nearly equal to his own, but, in certain moments of explosive power, appears to surpass him. Lin Xuan's strength feels wilder and more primal, as though it harbors an uncontrollable destructive force, starkly contrasting with the perfect physiological functions his serum provides. Who on earth are you? You may be strong, but I can outlast you all day. He is absolutely confident in his seemingly limitless endurance and ironclad will. Lin Xuan smiles faintly, acutely aware of the surging gamma energy within him reacting to the clash with the other's pure physical power. Endurance is indeed your advantage, Captain. That is indisputable. However, relying solely on fists may not suffice. He glances towards Fury at the alley's entrance. Director, it's time for the captain to retrieve his most familiar companion. Almost as soon as he finishes speaking, a S-H-I-E-L-D agent rushes over, breathless, clutching a circular metal case emblazoned with the S-H-I-E-L-D emblem. Fury gestures for him to open the case, revealing the iconic shield adorned in red, white, and blue, with a silver star at its center. Fury personally hands the shield to Steve. At the moment Steve Rogers' fingers brush against the cool edge of the vibranium shield, and he steadies it in his grasp, his entire demeanor undergoes a profound transformation. Confusion and caution dissipate, replaced by an absolute steadiness and sharpness befitting a battlefield ace. His gaze seems capable of piercing through anything. Observing this, Lin Xuan lightly clenches his right hand, as dark matter energy silently surges within him. The black nanobots covering his arm stirred to life once more, as if endowed with a will of their own, coalescing into form. With a soft hum of energy, the Dark Star battle axe materialized in his right hand. Come now, Captain. Let me witness if the legendary Vibranium shield can withstand the might of this era. The clash between axe and shield was imminent. Steve hesitated no longer and charged forth, shield in hand. His steps were as steady as a mountain, each stride infused with remarkable strength. The Vibranium shield transformed into a meteoric streak, screeching through the air, crashing down upon Lin Xuan with ferocity. Lin Xuan advanced rather than retreated, wielding the Dark Star battle axe to meet the onslaught head-on. The dark red energy coursing along the blade pulsated, precisely deflecting each impact of the shield. Clang, clang, clang. The walls of the alley reverberated ominously. Fury and the other observing agents watched in trepidation. This was not mere sparring, but a battle capable of leveling the entire street. Lin Xuan let out a low growl. The Dark Star battle axe seemed to awaken, channeling a torrent of violent energy through its mysterious spiritual anchor. Lin Xuan's body trembled slightly, as though a shadowy giant flickered behind him. The energy radiance of the axe surged immensely, reaching an unprecedented intensity, guiding this almost self-destructive force. Lin Xuan swung the axe down upon Steve's raised vibranium shield. Clang! An earth-shattering roar erupted, reverberating as if it could shatter eardrums. A terrifying shockwave spread like a tangible force, sending all movable debris in the alley soaring into the air. Steve felt an immense power surging through the shield and into his arms, numbing him instantly. He stumbled back 7 or 8 steps, striving to regain his balance. Instinctively, he lowered his gaze to the surface of the vibranium shield, renowned for its indestructibility, only to find a distinct axe mark etched upon it. Warning: high-intensity combat data sample collection completed. Mission: the awakening of legends has been accomplished. Reward issued: 300 technology points. Original super soldier serum data comparison completed. Current technology points: 740. Steve Rogers stared at the scar on the shield, disbelief filling his eyes. Lin Xuan retracted the Dark Star battle axe, nodding inwardly at Steve's reaction. The mission was accomplished. The data was secured. Chapter 52. Fusion of Captain America's combat data. Evolution of the second-generation battle body. The reverberations of the urban skirmish had yet to fully subside. Steve Rogers, in disbelief, gazed downward, his fingertips repeatedly grazing the vibranium shield's striking yet shallow axe mark. For the first time, this emblem of invulnerability bore such a vivid scar. Lin Xuan's thoughts flickered as the Dark Star battle axe silently disintegrated into flowing black nanobots, once more enveloping his arm. It seemed to him a trivial task. The scene is yours to manage. Fury waved at the approaching agents before turning to Steve, who was still reeling from the immense shock. Captain, this is not the place for conversation. He then signaled Lin Xuan to follow, leading the bewildered and conflicted Steve away from the chaotic alley. The group swiftly returned to a temporary observation point disguised as an ordinary residence. An old house that bore the marks of time. The interior had been hastily transformed, with a living room filled with numerous medical monitoring devices flashing with indicators. The air was infused with a faint scent of disinfectant, resembling a makeshift private clinic. Fury gestured for Steve to take a seat and began to explain patiently. He spoke of the profound shifts in the global landscape following the conclusion of World War II, the explosive technological advancements of the Cold War, and the current era. He elucidated how S.H.I.E.L.D. was established from the ashes of the post-war world, its original intentions, and the complexities of the threats it now confronted, which far exceeded those of the past. Fury endeavored to construct a foundational understanding of the new world for this time traveler. For the most part, Steve listened in silence, his cerulean eyes reflecting a tumult of confusion, loss, and caution towards the unfamiliar terminology in Fury's discourse. The 70-year chasm of time loomed like an abyss, separating him from this bustling new age. Lin Xuan appeared to show little interest in the historical expositions and organizational introductions, seemingly choosing a random spot to sit. In reality, his mind had already plunged deep into the recesses of consciousness, analyzing combat data samples of Steve Rogers in depth. Comparative analysis of the host's gamma factor energy utilization model. Meanwhile, Xiongxin was rapidly processing the invaluable data just collected, injecting key analytical results into Lin Xuan's consciousness. Data stream analysis. Target Steve Rogers' power control model. Characteristics: an almost perfect physiological instinct drive, with ultimate efficiency and coordination evident in every exertion, block, and release. Comparative conclusion. There exists a significant disparity between this and the host's current wild and unrefined gamma power utilization model. The potential for optimization is immense. This issue must be addressed. The efficiency of power utilization is too low, which not only limits combat effectiveness, but also heightens the risk of losing control. As he immersed himself in the torrent of data, seeking an optimization solution, Xiongxin's cold prompt resonated in his mind like a precise calculation. Data comparison analysis completed. Detected a physiological precision control data model for the super soldier serum, Steve Rogers, within the host. Detected recorded energy characteristics data of the god of thunder, Thor, derived from the core of the Godslayer axe. Determination. The two sets of data exhibit a high degree of synergy and structural complementarity. Fusion optimization is possible, reinforcing the host's combat physique. Immediately, a specific upgrade option materialized. Would you like to expend 300 technology points to execute the combat physique evolution directive? Directive description. This directive will fuse the original super soldier energy precision control model with the energy conduction characteristics of the god of thunder, performing the first deep optimization of the host's current gamma factor fusion. The anticipated effect, a significant enhancement of energy capacity, energy conversion efficiency, and the intricate control over one's own strength. The long-awaited opportunity for fortification arose. Lin Xuan hesitated not for a moment, his thoughts instantaneously issuing the command. Yes. Core command confirmation, battle body evolution command commencing execution. Consumption, 300 technology points. In an instant, an indescribable warmth mingled with a delicate, almost electric sensation that seemed to emanate from the deepest recesses of his cells, coursed through his limbs and bones. This was not a violent surge of energy, but rather a subtle, profound transformation. His bones, muscles, and nerves appeared to undergo a meticulous, coordinated, and efficient microscopic restructuring. This internal metamorphosis transpired silently, drawing little attention from the outside world. However, Steve Rogers, who was listening to Fury's explanation, abruptly interrupted his thoughts, lifting his gaze sharply to focus on Lin Xuan, who leaned against the wall. Despite Lin Xuan's unchanging exterior, Steve's acute perception, honed by the super soldier serum, detected an unusual fluctuation in energy. It was as if beneath the calm surface of a lake, something immense was quietly awakening and adjusting. Lin Xuan's aura seemed to undergo a subtle transformation in an incomprehensible manner, becoming more reserved yet infinitely enigmatic. This sensation sent a tremor through Steve's heart, filled with shock and confusion. The young man who had just engaged in a fierce clash with him in the alley was now in the midst of evolution? Was Lin Xuan's comprehension so profound that he could evolve merely from a duel? As time progressed, Lin Xuan's evolution reached its conclusion. Core notification, battle body evolution command completed. Physiological control precision increased by approximately 18. Energy manipulation efficiency increased by approximately 22. Body's energy capacity threshold slightly elevated. Current technology points, 440. Core notification. Congratulations to the host for completing initial gene optimization and officially entering the ranks of the second-generation super soldiers. Definition: second-generation super soldier. A biological entity that has acquired abilities surpassing conventional physical limits through an initial gene engine, such as energy manipulation, examples: wind, fire, lightning, high-speed movement, etc. Current assessment. The host has initially mastered the energy conduction characteristics of thunder, possessing basic lightning manipulation capabilities. Lin Xuan clenches fist. A more solid and manageable sense of power emanated from deep within his being. Although his total energy did not surge drastically, his control over strength had ascended to a substantial new level. Particularly, his ability to channel the divine power of thunder from Thor appeared to be more directly accessible. A barely perceptible smile crept upon his lips. At that moment, as Lin Xuan completed this pivotal internal enhancement, another conversation between Fury and Steve drew to a close. Fury earnestly extended an invitation, hoping that this legendary hero would join SHIELD and serve as a beacon to safeguard this new era. Yet, in the end, Steve shook his head. His gaze held an indescribable weariness. coupled with a profound nostalgia for a distant past. His voice bore a slight rasp as he spoke. "I need time, Director Fury. Before making any decisions, I must first see Peggy." He resolved to temporarily depart, embarking alone on a quest to trace the remnants of his past, seeking to carve out a place for himself in this bewilderingly unfamiliar new world. Fury nodded in understanding, refraining from pressing him. For one who had slumbered for 70 years, time was indeed a necessity. At that moment, the old wooden door of the gym creaked open, and Phil Coulson strode in, his face adorned with his signature gentle smile. But when his gaze fell upon the face of Steve Rogers, one he had only seen in historical photographs and cards, the smile abruptly faltered. His eyes ignited with incredulous excitement and a fervent adoration. However, his formidable professionalism compelled him to suppress the tumult within, swiftly restoring his demeanor as a reliable agent. Fury glanced at Coulson, his expression returning to its customary gravity. "Coulson, your timing is impeccable." Chapter 53. Verification of Combat Enhancement. Coulson entered the temporary observation point with a professional, warm smile. The fleeting spark of disbelief and fervent admiration flickered in his eyes. As Fury's most trusted right-hand man, Coulson's strong professionalism allowed him to instinctively quell his surging emotions. He swiftly regulated his breathing, regaining the composed and dependable appearance of a seasoned agent, nodding in acknowledgement to Director Fury. "Sir." Fury's gaze traversed between Coulson, the emotionally complex Steve, and Lin Xuan, whose restrained demeanor suggested a profound transformation had taken place. Certain arrangements within his mind subtly shifted. Turning to Steve, his tone conveyed understanding. "Captain, I recognize your need for time. Go familiarize yourself with this world. Seek out those you wish to find." Subsequently, Fury turned to Lin Xuan, stating, "Your task is complete. The contact was successful, and the data holds significant value. I will need to discuss some other missions with Coulson, so please escort the captain." Lin Xuan acquiesced with a slight nod. Steve also silently acknowledged Fury's directive, and together they exited the temporary base, disguised as an old gym. The afternoon sun was somewhat blinding, casting a warm glow upon them. Outside, the bustling street was alive with the sounds of traffic and chatter, starkly contrasting with the oppressive atmosphere inside, laden with historical weight and a sense of impending future. Just as Lin Xuan prepared to leave, Steve Rogers, walking ahead, halted and turned. His piercing blue eyes regarded Lin Xuan with a complex expression, mingling the scrutiny characteristic of a soldier with a sense of relief. He extended his right hand, saying, "Thank you for your assistance in helping me acclimate to the present situation more swiftly." This gesture embodied a respect born from the battlefield, transcending mere words. Through the handshake, he sought to reaffirm the extraordinary change he had sensed within the confines of that room. Lin Xuan gazed upon the palm that symbolized the spirit of an era, extending his own hand to grasp it. In that fleeting moment of contact, both individuals instinctively applied a modicum of strength. As their hands met, Lin Xuan's mind was flooded with the cold and precise alert of the Xiongxin system. Xiongxin instant feedback, external physical force detected, target identified as Steve Rogers. Initiating power feedback test. Validating combat body evolution effects. Detected a 187 increase in coordinated muscle group efficiency. Power output precision aligns with optimized results of the Super Soldier physiological control model. Power output is stable. Control precision has reached the foundational standards of the second-generation Super Soldier. Simultaneously, Steve, with his enhanced perception from the Super Soldier serum, sensed an unusual phenomenon. He distinctly felt that the strength emanating from Lin Xuan's palm was not only remarkably steady, but also carried an exceedingly subtle, high-frequency tremor. He could even hear an almost inaudible crackling sound in the air, as if faint currents were coalescing in Lin Xuan's palm. Xiongxin alert. Trace amounts of gamma energy detected, accompanied by biological electricity activating the energy conduction characteristics of thunder power. Energy has transformed into controllable microarcs. Overflow rate is under control. Consistent with the expected increase in energy manipulation efficiency. 22. Post-combat body evolution. Determination. The host has demonstrated preliminary mastery of the fused energy, exhibiting characteristics of a second-generation super soldier, laying the groundwork for subsequent gene, engine integration, and multi-energy system fusion. This sensation was fleeting yet profoundly tangible. Lin Xuan felt a subtle shift within himself. Indeed, the effects of the upgrade were immediate. Not only was his control over power more precise, but the integrated properties of thunder also manifested in subtlety and were perfectly restrained. This was a preliminary embodiment of the precise control and energy fusion brought about by genetic optimization characteristic of the second-generation super soldier. Steve's astonishment was nearly impossible to conceal as he slowly released his grip and stepped back half a pace, scrutinizing Lin Xuan intently. "I felt it, just now." "You have grown stronger," he remarked, pausing momentarily, his tone laced with a hint of self-deprecating humor, coupled with a probing inquiry into DS operations, and in a manner I cannot comprehend. "It seems Director Fury holds you in high regard. To have you conduct my welcome ceremony as a sparring partner is quite a privilege." Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow in response. "Captain, are you certain that I am merely your sparring partner? Or am I here to help you warm up and regain your peak state from 70 years ago more swiftly?" Steve fell silent for a moment, seemingly taken aback by Lin Xuan's direct, even somewhat audacious retort. The young man before him not only possessed an extraordinary strength, but also exhibited a character starkly different from his own. However, the slight astonishment on his face quickly faded, replaced by a renewed seriousness. The sense of responsibility and conviction that defined Captain America began to coalesce in his gaze. "Regardless, this world is far more complex than it was before my slumber. Given your formidable power, I hope you wield it wisely, remaining true to the right path." His words carried an underlying meaning, imbued with an apprehension of the unknown and a vigilant awareness of the potential misuse of formidable power. Lin Xuan retorted, "What about you? Fury seems eager to keep you. Why not stay?" Suddenly, a vibration emanated from the encrypted communicator in his pocket. The screen illuminated, revealing the exuberant visage of Tony Stark, adorned with his signature sunglasses, in a backdrop that appeared to be his avant-garde laboratory. "The prototype of my orbital weaponry arsenal is nearly complete. The preliminary simulation test data is impeccable. Stop wandering about outside. Hurry over. The moment of witnessing a miracle has arrived. As my technical advisor, your presence is essential." Lin Xuan swiftly replied, "On my way," before terminating the communication. He lifted his gaze, prepared to bid a brief farewell to Steve, only to discover that the Captain America who had stood before him moments ago had, unbeknownst to him, turned and seamlessly blended into the bustling crowd at the street corner. Lin Xuan remained rooted in place, watching as that figure vanished around the bend. After a brief moment, he retracted his gaze and adjusted his course. The black nanite particles once again enveloped his body silently, preparing to transform into a stream of light. His next destination, Stark Industries Tower, to witness the birth of Tony Stark's orbital arsenal. Perhaps he could also procure some freshly minted technological marvels. Oh, and one more thing. Lin Xuan recalled the fleeting encounter during their earlier skirmish, the moment when the Dark Star battle axe collided with the shield. Though it had merely been a probing strike, he seemed to have left a mark on the shield's surface. It was no ordinary shield. It was made of vibranium, theoretically nearly indestructible. Analysis result: the Dark Star battle axe possesses fundamental armor-piercing characteristics. This trait derives from its unique material and energy conduction structure, capable of inflicting additional damage to high-density defensive targets. The deeper principles involve theories of high-dimensional energy interference and material deconstruction, which exceed current analytical permissions. The host must enhance their technological level or complete relevant preliminary research to unlock this feature. Armor-piercing characteristics, indeed, were not merely a matter of sharpness and weight. This sparring session with Captain America had contributed to his own battle body's evolution, an enhancement in precision of power control, and an optimization of energy utilization. These seemingly minute changes held profound significance for him. The body serves as the foundation for all technological equipment, especially his nanite black armor, which possesses growth potential. Its performance ceiling largely depends on his biological energy output efficiency and control precision. The strengthening of his core also reciprocally benefits the armor. Lin Xuan could distinctly feel that as his mastery over gamma energy and that trace of thunderous power advanced. He wondered how formidable his armor had become in terms of combat prowess. He felt a sense of anticipation for a friendly spar with Tony. Chapter 54. The Power of Thunder Applied to the Rune Matrix. Technological means have grown stronger. The streamlined nanite armor reformed, enveloping Lin Xuan's body. With a soft hum of energy vibrations, Lin Xuan transformed into a black stream of light, soaring skyward towards Stark Tower at a rapid pace. In the midst of high-speed flight, his consciousness remained alert. The core system within his mind continued to process the transformations brought about by the recently completed evolution of the battle body. The foundational mastery of the second-generation super soldier over the conductive properties of Thunder Force energy was taking shape. Lin Xuan murmured to himself. This surge of Thunder Force, emanating from the core of the Dark Star Battle Axe, had transcended mere chaotic energy after integrating with the data model of Super Soldier Serum. It had evolved into a form exhibiting electric characteristics, high frequency, precision, and ease of control. Although it was not yet sufficient to serve as a primary offensive weapon, the potential of this high-energy, high-frequency characteristic, when combined with other technologies, beckoned. Lin Xuan's thoughts leaped to another formidable ability he possessed, the Runic Matrix. The essence of the Runic Matrix lay in the guidance, transformation, and amplification of energy. Lightning, a natural phenomenon characterized by its high order and immense energy, could be harnessed. If he could incorporate the properties of lightning, especially its high-frequency, instantaneous energy conduction, into the design of the Runic Matrix. This notion illuminated his cognitive blind spots like a bolt from the blue. It could significantly enhance the energy conduction efficiency and stability of the Runic Matrix, perhaps even unlock entirely new functionalities. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. This would be a revolution in existing runic theory. As Lin Xuan immersed himself in visions of future technology, an alert chimed. Core system notification. Detection of an unoptimized technological construct. The orbital weapon prototype nearby. Its core energy controller exhibits efficiency bottlenecks. Mission triggered. Energy core optimization. Mission objective. Assist Tony Stark in optimizing the energy controller of the orbital weapon prototype. Mission reward. 200 tech points. A barely perceptible twitch crossed Lin Xuan's lips, and he couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Having just finished a skirmish with Captain Ice Pop, he was now to serve as a technical advisor to Tony. Truly a life of toil, flitting to and fro. However, the new knowledge reward regarding the Runic Matrix was undoubtedly a boon for his aspiration to integrate the properties of lightning into the runes. This reward arrived at the most opportune moment. Despite his grumbling, he knew he had to accept the mission. Adjusting his speed, he accelerated toward his destination, the Stark Industries headquarters. Moments later, the familiar silhouette of Stark Industries came into view. Yet this time, the rooftop scene captivated him. Atop the building stood a colossal structure radiating a sense of advanced technology. It bore a striking resemblance to a sophisticated rocket launch platform or an orbital docking apparatus. Its intricate design gleaming with metallic luster and futuristic appeal. Lin Xuan recognized it instantly. This had to be the ground deployment of Tony's orbital weaponry. Its ostentatious presence atop the building seemed to declare to the nation that Stark Industries had once again made headlines. This was entirely in line with Tony Stark's penchant for flaunting his achievements as if they were billboards. Core system notification. Target orbital weapon prototype detected. Commencing preliminary environmental scan and structural analysis. Almost simultaneously, behind the glass curtain wall of the building's top floor, Tony Stark noticed the approaching black streak of light, and an excited smile instantly illuminated his face. "Hey, that's quite fast. Come up quickly. I wish to showcase my masterpiece." Lin Xuan gracefully descended onto the expansive helipad of the topmost floor. The nano battle armor receded like a tide, revealing his true visage. Tony awaited at the entrance of the helipad, donned in a shirt adorned with peculiar patterns, his expression betraying a hint of exuberance. He gestured for Lin Xuan to follow him, exclaiming, "This way, my friend." Tony draped his arm around Lin Xuan's shoulders and ushered him into an interior space reminiscent of a space station. The area was far more spacious than it appeared from the outside. Towering metal crates were neatly arranged along the walls, each meticulously sealed and labeled with various numbers and models. As Tony pointed at the crates on the wall, he launched into an enthusiastic monologue. These are modules for the orbital weapons depot. I have miniaturized and modularized a portion of the weapon systems, deploying them in low Earth orbit. When a need arises, threats from any corner of the globe can be swiftly addressed via direct orbital delivery. This represents true global strike capability, and it is controllable. Tony continued to elaborate on his design philosophy, covering topics from orbital dynamics to atmospheric reentry technology and the compatibility of modular weapons. Lin Xuan appeared to listen intently, yet his gaze had already swept across the entire space. With the assistance of the Xiongxin analysis, he swiftly pinpointed the core's location. Ultimately, his focus settled upon a central device, which pulsated with an array of indicator lights and emitted a low, resonant hum. Lin Xuan abruptly interrupted Tony's exposition, striding towards the device. The energy controller here. There seems to be room for improvement in the energy scheduling and conversion efficiency. Tony's eloquence was abruptly halted. His smile froze in disbelief as he regarded Lin Xuan with astonished eyes. How did you discern that so swiftly? Tony's eyes widened, his expression akin to that of a ghostly apparition. This is precisely the most perplexing issue I face. The energy loss is significantly higher than I anticipated. The system he had designed required the energy core to instantaneously output vast amounts of energy to propel the weapon modules into their designated orbits. However, practical tests revealed severe energy loss during transmission and conversion, resulting in suboptimal efficiency, thereby affecting delivery speed and payload. Lin Xuan approached the energy controller, refraining from answering Tony's question directly. He raised his hand, his fingertips gently brushing against the device's outer casing. Xiongxin prompt, initiating deep scan of the target orbital weapons depot prototype's energy controller. Analyzing existing energy conduction pathways and rune structures. Multiple optimization potentials detected. Lin Xuan closed his eyes, swiftly mobilizing his knowledge of rune matrices in his mind. Tony stood silently by, observing Lin Xuan as he seemed to enter a meditative state. He was aware that this young man always had the capacity to surprise him. Xiongxin analysis. Target orbital weapons depot prototype's energy controller detected. The energy structure is complex, yet there is a noticeable delay in energy scheduling, with approximately 18 of energy loss occurring through ineffective conduction and thermal dissipation during the conversion process. Based on the host's current understanding of the rune matrix and the high-frequency energy conduction characteristics acquired through the evolution of the battle body, a novel lightning rune matrix can be constructed. This optimization of the energy core is anticipated to enhance energy utilization efficiency by 15-20 and augment instantaneous output power. The system prompts, optimization targets, and feasible optimization schemes have been detected. Shall we expend 40 technology points to execute the Energy Core Optimization Directive for the Orbital Weaponry Repository? Investing 40 technology points for a minimum efficiency enhancement of 15, alongside a boost in instantaneous power and the practical validation of the lightning rune concept, renders this transaction undeniably lucrative. More importantly, this not only fulfills the task to gain rune knowledge points, but also allows for the immediate application of the nascent lightning rune concept into practice. Execute. Lin Xuan commanded within his consciousness. The system confirmed. The directive for the optimization of the energy core in the orbital weaponry repository has commenced execution. Resource consumption, 40 technology points. Current technology points, 400. As the directive was confirmed, a wave of energy imbued with the information of the new lightning rune matrix silently spread. This unique stream of information precisely guided the energy, directly impacting the core energy circuits and scheduling nodes within the energy controller. It was not a mere physical modification, but rather a profound restructuring and recalibration of the energy framework. Chapter 55, A Virtuous Cycle. Tony's improvised fantasia, buzz. The energy controller emitted a distinctly clear hum, contrasting sharply with previous sounds, as if it had shed a heavy burden. The panel, which had previously displayed a somewhat chaotic flicker of lights, now stabilized into a rhythmic glow, exuding a sense of efficient operation. Tony Stark's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, as he stared, almost in a daze, at the core apparatus before him. He could distinctly hear the sound of energy flowing within, a previously unimagined smoothness and harmony. He could not help but exclaim, abruptly turning his head. This sound, this flow of energy, was nothing short of art. Jarvis, immediately, initiate a full power output simulation test. Quickly, Lin Xuan gradually withdrew his finger. He could distinctly perceive that the previously existing energy blockage points and conduction delays within the controller had been replaced by a novel rune structure imbued with a swiftness akin to lightning. The energy flowed with astonishing efficiency and precision. He felt immensely satisfied with the initial practical application of the lightning rune matrix, derived from the analysis of his system and combined with his evolved capabilities. The effects were remarkable, and he noted that this optimization had only consumed 40 technology points. This was a reduction of 20 points compared to the earlier optimization of a large arc reactor. Logically, given that the energy core structure of the orbital weaponry repository was more complex, one would expect greater consumption. The system noted, analyzing the discrepancy in technology point expenditure. Explanation. The host has recently completed the evolution of the battle body, significantly enhancing foundational control over gamma energy and the integration of the power of thunder, thereby improving energy utilization efficiency. Consequently, the energy redundancy that the system needed to mobilize and guide during external technical optimization directives has been substantially reduced, resulting in a corresponding decrease in technology point consumption. The prompt from the powerful core was akin to an enlightening revelation, momentarily dispelling Lin Xuan's confusion. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, swiftly transforming into clarity. So this is how it is. The evolution of oneself not only enhances combat prowess, but also reciprocally augments the efficiency of the system, thereby conserving precious technological points. This unexpected discovery uplifted his spirits immensely. It was nothing short of a flawless, virtuous cycle. The stronger one becomes, the lower the cost of utilizing enhancements, allowing for a more rapid accumulation of resources for subsequent fortification or technological advancement. His understanding of the potential within the path of body evolution deepened significantly. As Lin Xuan pondered, Tony Stark beside him had already emerged from his initial shock. His face was alight with incredulous fervor, his gaze fervently fixed on the energy controller, as if beholding an unparalleled treasure. Unbelievable. This sensation surpasses the last time you optimized my arc reactor. That was an enhancement of stability and efficiency, but this time, it feels as though it has been bestowed with an entirely new life. He eagerly turned to the aerial projection of the operating interface. Jarvis, enough dawdling. Instantly report the latest efficiency data of the core energy controller. I must know how much it has improved. Jarvis's calm, yet subtly astonished voice resonated. Sir, according to real-time monitoring and simulation results, the comprehensive energy utilization efficiency of the energy controller has achieved a remarkable leap. The predicted peak output power will also see substantial enhancement. The energy dispatch delay has been reduced to the theoretical minimum, nearly negligible. Almost simultaneously with Jarvis's announcement, the prompt from the powerful core reappeared in Lin Xuan's mind. Core prompt. Assistance task for energy core optimization has been completed. Judgment. Task objectives exceeded. Task reward. 200 technological points have been issued. Current technological points. 600, a remarkable leap. I knew it. Tony exclaimed, raising his fist in exhilaration, his face radiating uncontainable excitement. Such astonishing efficiency improvement, and a significant boost in peak power. My goodness, you are nothing short of a miracle. A unique glimmer sparkled in his eyes, a blend of genius arrogance, business acumen, and boundless creativity. Suddenly, he clapped his hands, making an exceedingly personal decision. A technological breakthrough of this magnitude must be showcased to the entire world. This is not merely a simple upgrade. It is a proclamation of the future. We shall hold a demonstration today, right here, allowing everyone to witness the inaugural launch of the orbital weapons prototype. Lin Xuan listened to Tony's sudden decision. His heart stirred slightly. Indeed, this was quintessential Stark, always so ostentatious, forever unpredictable. Yet, upon reflection, this could very well be an exceptional opportunity. A public demonstration? While it might attract unnecessary scrutiny and complications, such as certain lurking organizations in the shadows. However, this also presents an excellent opportunity to assess the performance limits of my newly completed nanotechnology battlesuit in practical applications, particularly after the integration of the lightning rune matrix. Both energy output and control precision have seen significant enhancements. The effectiveness in real combat remains to be validated. With this thought, Lin Xuan turned to the exuberant Tony and spoke. Tony, your idea is splendid. However, conducting a public demonstration in such haste necessitates thorough consideration of security measures. If you do not mind, I could utilize this chance of the prototype's ascent to conduct a synchronized combat drill. By taking the weaponry arsenal along for the flight, we can not only showcase its carrying capacity, but also demonstrate the cooperative combat capabilities of my new armor. This serves as a dual insurance and provides a more intuitive deterrent and performance validation. Synchronise de combat drill? You mean? Tony paused momentarily, before his eyes lit up with understanding. Instantly grasping Lin Xuan's proposal, he excitedly clapped Lin Xuan on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Oh, what a brilliant idea! A magnificent notion! Let those potential troublemakers see that we possess not only a global arsenal, but also formidable battle armor. Indeed, a humanoid supersuit. A dual display that will double the impact." It's settled then. Once Tony Stark set his mind to something, his decisiveness was nothing short of formidable. He promptly activated the communication device. Pepper. Urgent announcement. Listen, this afternoon, at the rooftop of Stark Industries, we shall hold the inaugural launch of the orbital weaponry prototype and showcase the cooperative combat capabilities of the new armor. Contact every major media outlet you can. Arrange the highest level of security. Yes, the utmost standard. Prepare the world to be astonished by Stark Industries once more. Commands were issued in rapid succession, and the entire top-level laboratory swiftly transitioned from a technical research mode to a fervent state of emergency preparation for the press conference. Various directives, data streams, and personnel mobilization information flashed rapidly on the projection in the air. Lin Xuan stood at the center of this bustling scene, feeling the stir created by Tony Stark. Chapter 56. Veronica Ascends? A confrontation of titans. At the pinnacle of Stark Industries, an astonishingly efficient impromptu performance was unfolding. Media vehicles, under stringent security guidance, swiftly arrived at the designated area, with cameras immediately aimed at the launch platform. Pepper Potts' voice resonated through various communication devices, orchestrating everything with clarity. Security personnel spread out in a fan formation, and the caution tape was promptly erected. Various debugging equipment was rapidly connected. Within half an hour, the rooftop helipad had transformed into a high-profile outdoor press conference venue. Lin Xuan stood in a corner, observing the seamless operation around him, a hint of irony flickering in his mind, such as the simplicity and swiftness of a wealthy person's press conference. Tony Stark, brimming with enthusiasm, concluded the last remote communication. He adjusted his collar and strode confidently over to Lin Xuan, firmly patting his shoulder, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. Done. Look at this efficiency, my friend. The world is poised to be astonished once more. His voice radiated confidence, as though he had already foreseen the headlines of tomorrow's newspapers. Lin Xuan's gaze swept over the colossal launch platform, which gleamed under the afternoon sun with a cold metallic sheen, exuding an aura of power. Such an impressive behemoth. Have you thought of a name for it? We can't just keep calling it the prototype, can we? Tony paused, a mixture of pride and surprise flickering across his face. It's no wonder we are friends. I knew you would be concerned about this. However, to be truthful, I haven't settled on a name yet. I've been too focused on ensuring it flies perfectly. She fell into a brief contemplation, her eyes darting between the launch platform and himself. A thought flashed through Lin Xuan's mind, and he softly suggested, "How about we call it Veronica? It sounds both elegant and somewhat unique." Tony mulled over the name quietly, a spark igniting in his eyes as if it had struck a chord within him. Veronica. It has a nice ring to it. There is an air of mystery, and it rolls off the tongue well. All right, let us name it Veronica, he decisively declared, like a child who has just received a cherished toy. Indeed, Veronica it shall be. However, this iteration of Veronica is not merely created for the Hulk. It is an orbital platform integrated with various weapon modules. In the brief moment of their conversation, guests on the building's top floor and media reporters who had rushed in due to the urgent notification were gathering in increasing numbers. Flashing lights began to erupt like fireworks, with everyone's gaze fixated on the central launch platform and the ever-innovative Tony. The atmosphere gradually reached a crescendo. Feeling the moment was ripe, Tony Stark took a deep breath, adjusted his collar, and confidently stepped up to the makeshift podium. With a swish, multiple spotlights illuminated him, isolating him from the surrounding clamor. He opened his arms wide, as if embracing the entire world, and commenced his speech in his signature, impassioned tone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the future. His voice resonated through the amplification system, clearly reaching the entire top floor, and even causing pedestrians below to pause and look up. Some say the sky is the limit. But at Stark Industries, we never believe in limits. He began recounting the vision of Stark Industries, illustrating how technology transforms lives and shapes the future. His speech was fervent and profoundly infectious, propelling the atmosphere to new heights. Finally, he spun around dramatically, his arm pointing toward the mighty Veronica, poised and ready behind him. Today, we shall redefine the sky. We will demonstrate to the world that Stark Industries can not only safeguard the ground, but also command the orbit. Now, open your eyes wide. Witness the birth of Veronica. As his final words echoed, accompanied by a graceful gesture, he commanded JARVs. Initiate launch sequence. With a resonant hum, amidst a cacophony of gasps, shutter clicks, and blinding flashes, the prototype of the Veronica orbital weaponry soared into the sky. The individuals on the ground could only gaze upwards, watching as it swiftly diminished in their field of vision, ultimately transforming into a brilliant speck that merged with the horizon. The grandeur of the scene and the fervor of the atmosphere were almost comparable to yet another opening ceremony of a miniature Stark Expo. It was only when Veronica completely vanished from sight that the crowd atop erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Tony stood on the stage, reveling in the attention and adulation of the masses, his face adorned with his trademark confident smile. He raised his hand, signaling for silence. Ladies and gentlemen, wasn't that launch spectacular? Just an appetizer, he continued, reigniting the audience's anticipation. Many might still be unaware that Veronica's full potential lay not merely in its capacity for transport. Its true value resided in synergy. Next, my good brother and I will demonstrate a special collaborative operation. As Tony's words resonated, dozens of drones emblazoned with the Stark Industries insignia ascended from around the building. Hovering at various heights and angles, they transmitted live footage to the network. At that moment, the black nanomaterials adorning Lin Xuan's attire, which had initially appeared as ordinary fabric, suddenly sprang to life. Silently, they spread forth, rapidly enveloping his entire form. In the blink of an eye, a suit of armor was fully formed. Across from him, Tony effortlessly raised his right hand. JARVIS. Time to stretch our limbs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, several dazzling red streaks of light soared like precision-guided missiles, slicing through the air with piercing sounds. These were not the armor itself, but rather meticulously crafted weapon mounting modules. They flew with unerring accuracy towards the already armored Tony Stark. Clang, clatter, the mechanical arms extended, docking seamlessly. To the astonished gazes of the crowd, these modules combined with Tony's series of battle suits at a breathtaking speed. Additional energy packs, larger shoulder-mounted weaponry, and enhanced leg thrusters transformed the contours of the armor into something more formidable and robust. The audience erupted in waves of gasps. In comparison to Lin Xuan's silent, fluid transformation into a nanotech suit, Tony's display was filled with mechanical elegance and visual impact. The flashes of cameras intensified, and many whispered in awe, "Look, this is the technology of Iron Man. So cool. It's like Transformers." Lin Xuan stood still, his dark armor enveloping him entirely. He could distinctly hear the murmurs and admiration of those around him. It seemed the crowd favored Tony's flamboyant and ostentatious display of technology. His eyes flickered, yet his heart remained unperturbed. Let them find it splendid for now. When the true power was revealed, the shock would be far more profound. His right hand formed a loose grip. The dark nanomaterials surged once more, coalescing along his arm. The Dark Star battle axe gradually materialized, firmly held in his grasp. Core command. Initiate combat data recording mode. Priority analysis target. Iron Man series armor. The focus of the analysis lies in the energy output patterns, weapon module interface protocols, and flight posture control algorithms. The dark nano battle armor and the heavily modified crimson gold armored suit stand poised in confrontation atop Stark Tower. At this moment, the air seems to solidify, with an invisible aura of combat beginning to permeate the atmosphere. Chapter 57. The thunderous power of the additional armor? A duel of steel bodies. The crimson gold armor is layered and bristling with weaponry. Tony Stark hovers with a smug expression, appearing like a mobile armory due to the newly added modules. Lin Xuan gazes at this spectacle, eager to test the power of his evolved abilities in conjunction with his battle armor. With a thought, he ignites his movement. A surge of energy erupts beneath him as he charges towards Tony. The Dark Star battle axe, tearing through the air as it strikes at the freshly assembled polygonal energy shield in front of Tony. A thunderous yet penetrating boom resonates, and the Dark Star battle axe connects precisely at the center of the energy shield. Brilliant sparks erupt forth, prompting gasps from the audience, many instinctively taking a step back, startled by the sudden force. "Oh, it has begun. Let us see who is superior. Surely it is Mr. Stark." His gear appears far more formidable. The majority of the murmurs clearly favor Tony, whose equipment exudes an air of grandeur and might. Steadying himself, Tony reveals a hint of smugness behind the energy shield, his voice amplified through his armor with characteristic confidence. "Hey, how does it feel? This new defense system of mine is no mere decoration. Your axe won't find purchase so easily." Core analysis. Target energy shield detected. Structure comprises a modular alloy energy field composite. The energy field at the axe's contact point has been instantaneously torn apart, yet the alloy's physical layer exhibits remarkable toughness, preliminarily assessed as a special titanium alloy composite. The Dark Star battle axe's armor-piercing properties have been activated, continuously applying energy erosion. Lin Xuan perceives the palpable resistance from the axe, a slight arch of his brow beneath the armor. Is that so? This is merely the beginning. No sooner had he spoken than his arm muscles subtly tensed. Flecks of imperceptible gamma energy began to swirl around the Dark Star battle axe, its chilling gleam intensifying. The offensive tempo surged abruptly. Lin Xuan abandoned the pursuit of a single lethal strike, instead shifting his form and darting around Tony at high speed. The Dark Star battle axe transformed into streaks of swift black lightning, relentlessly striking the same point on the energy shield with dazzling frequency. Clang, 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 clang. The cacophony of metallic impacts melded into a rapid drumbeat, resonating through the ears of all present. Tony, while valiantly blocking with the shield, raised his other arm. The beam from his palm cannon and shoulder-mounted mini-missiles relentlessly targeted Lin Xuan, attempting to disrupt his rhythm and force him to create distance. Lin Xuan wove skillfully through the barrage of energy projectiles and the shock waves of small explosions, each evasion appearing as if meticulously calculated. Once again, Lin Xuan approached Tony with impeccable timing, bringing down the battle axe in his hand. Crack! After enduring dozens of high-frequency strikes to the same spot, the seemingly indestructible energy shield finally succumbed to the relentless assault, accompanied by a piercing sound of shattering. Cracks resembling a spider's web rapidly spread from the point of impact, culminating in a resounding explosion. Before the audience could express their astonishment, whoosh! A red-golden streak of light shot down from the sky, as if imbued with life. precisely assembling itself before Tony's arm. It formed a brand new, flawless energy shield. The entire process was executed with such fluidity, almost seamlessly. The audience erupted into even more fervent cheers and gasps than before. My heavens, it can do this? An infinite supply? How utterly unfair. The technology of Stark Industries is truly formidable. Meanwhile, on the bustling streets at the other end of the city, Steve Rogers was strolling, attempting to blend into this unfamiliar era. By chance, he glanced up and saw the enormous electronic screen on the adjacent skyscraper broadcasting live footage. As he discerned the dark figure engaged in a fierce battle with Iron Man, his blue pupils dilated in shock. It's him. Steve halted, gazing intently at the screen, his brow furrowing tightly. He instantly recognized Lin Xuan. Clad in armor, he appeared even more formidable than he had that day in the alley. If he had worn this on that day, he involuntarily clenched his fists, a torrent of thoughts swirling within him. A complex array of emotions rising to the surface. At the top of Stark Tower, faced with a shield that could be replenished instantly, Lin Xuan's offensive seemed to have reached an impasse. Each act of destruction was swiftly compensated for by the Veronica system from above. He momentarily ceased his relentless assault, his dark armor hovering in midair, facing Tony, who was similarly suspended. Core analysis. The target employs a modular rapid replacement strategy. The efficiency of sustained physical damage is diminished. Recommendation: execute an instantaneous energy burst attack that exceeds its replenishment speed and single-instance damage threshold to break through its defenses. I see. You wish to exhaust me with an endless supply of resources. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes. Let us see whether your replenishment is swifter or my strength is greater. Lin Xuan began to slowly retreat, creating distance between himself and Tony. He firmly grasped the handle of the Dark Star battle axe, raising it high. The once subdued energy circuits on the surface of his dark armor suddenly ignited with unprecedented brilliance, with deep, swirling energy radiating in intensity. He began to channel the faint power of thunder he had preliminarily mastered after his body S evolution, attempting to merge it with gamma energy. Zzz. Faint yet distinct arcs of electricity began to leap and flicker across the surface of his armor and the Dark Star battle axe, emitting soft, crackling sounds. Behind him, a shadowy figure, reminiscent of a colossal Black Hulk, silently re-emerged. But this time, the edges of the silhouette were entwined with shimmering silver lightning, clearly visible. A tempestuous aura, infused with the fury of gamma energy and the penetrating power of thunder, began to permeate the surroundings. A few tracking missiles launched by Tony struck him, yet only resulted in minor ripples of energy bursting upon his surface. They failed to even cause him to stagger, being extinguished by an invisible force. This is not good. Tony Stark immediately sensed something amiss. The energy fluctuations radiating from Lin Xuan were escalating at a terrifying rate, imbued with a certain quality that triggered alarms within his armor. Jarvis, activate maximum power defense. Tony shouted frantically over the comms. Simultaneously, he urgently maneuvered the awaiting Veronica in space. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. All the standby shield modules, like a swarm responding to a command, transformed into streaks of light, hurtling downward. They layered before Tony, swiftly assembling at an astonishing speed. Ultimately, they coalesced into a colossal composite energy shield, thicker than any previous iteration. The surface of the shield shimmered with blinding energy, indicating it was operating at overload capacity. Huh! Lin Xuan let out a low growl. Having charged his power, he swung the Dark Star battle axe forward, unleashing the gamma energy infused with thunderous might. Boom! A dark red torrent of energy, seemingly capable of rending space itself, surged forth, crackling with silver lightning, striking the colossal composite shield before Tony. The deafening roar echoed through the skies, resonating clearly even on the streets below. The immensely thick shield groaned under the strain the moment it came into contact with the energy surge, countless cracks spreading at an alarming rate. Just as the shield was on the verge of complete collapse, with the energy torrent about to pierce through, Lin Xuan abruptly twisted his wrist, causing the raging energy flow to dissipate as if it had never existed. He withdrew the Dark Star battle axe, quietly hovering in the air, as the arcs of electricity on the surface of his dark armor gradually subsided. In the distance, on the street, Steve Rogers' pupils widened once more. He clearly perceived the silver lightning within the earlier energy torrent. This force is precisely what I sensed that day. He can actually harness it within this iron box. No, within the armor. Chapter 58, Combat Drill concludes. Shadows descend at the pinnacle of Stark Tower. The clamor began to subside. Lin Xuan descended slowly, the flowing dark nanites retreating like a receding tide. The Dark Star battle axe, which he had conjured in hand, also vanished into the ether. Opposite him, the additional modules on Tony Stark emitted faint clicking sounds as they detached and soared into the cosmos. The heavy composite energy shield was also deactivated. The sustained applause and cheers erupted once more, heralding the conclusion of this thrilling and visually captivating combat drill. Tony hastened to Lin Xuan's side. Hey, that last move was utterly extravagant. It was simply incredible. He couldn't help but scrutinize Lin Xuan from head to toe, as if trying to uncover the secrets hidden beneath that seemingly ordinary attire. My Veronica's quick change was quite dazzling as well, wasn't it? Tony stroked his chin, his eyes shimmering as thoughts began to churn. Harnessing lightning to energize the armor, or perhaps channeling such power to augment attacks. What a splendid idea. I must carve out time to explore how to incorporate it into my series. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, deeply satisfied with the results of this test. The power gained from the evolution of the battle body, indeed, directly enhanced the performance of the armor. He distinctly felt the initial fusion of gamma energy and thunderous might in that recent strike, its potency surpassing his expectations. This sensation of simultaneous enhancement between his essence and external equipment clarified his future evolutionary path, filling him with anticipation. Turning to face the still exuberant media reporters and guests, Tony opened his arms and proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the demonstration was a resounding success. This affirms Stark Industries' technological prowess and showcases the unparalleled potential of Veronica. The future lies within our grasp." The flashes of cameras erupted once more, the sound of shutters clicking in unison. Undoubtedly, this impromptu showcase, ignited by a technological breakthrough, would dominate the headlines of major media the following day. Meanwhile, in the distance, Steve Rogers silently merged with the crowd. The cacophony and cheers emanating from the enormous screen behind him felt dissonant with his current state of mind. A profound sense of confusion and uncertainty regarding his place in this new era began to take root within him, like creeping vines spreading silently in his heart. As the media and guests gradually dispersed, the atmosphere atop Stark Tower shifted from the slightly formal launch event to a relaxed and fervent internal celebration. Tony, brimming with enthusiasm, approached and threw an arm around Lin Xuan's shoulder, his face radiating with the joy of success. "Well done, my friend. To celebrate Veronica's triumphant debut and our spectacular performance just now, we are hosting an exclusive party at the top of Stark Tower tonight. And you must be the star of the show." As night descended, the opulent banquet hall atop Stark Tower transformed into a dazzling spectacle. The thunderous electronic music, the mingling of glamorous elites, and the air thick with the aroma of champagne and wealth characterized a quintessential Tony Stark extravaganza. Lin Xuan, holding a glass of vibrant orange juice, stood by the relatively quiet floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the resplendent New York skyline, reminiscent of a starry river. The clamor surrounding him did not disrupt his thoughts. He was swiftly reflecting on his recent gains. With a flicker of concentration, Lin Xuan summoned his status panel. Host, Lin Xuan. Physique, super soldier, gamma factor preliminary fusion with thunderous might. Technological mastery, nanoparticle armor, black armor gamma, thunder adaptation adjustment, destroyer, data model. Special abilities, excitement. Gamma factor activation, passive and active guidance. Thunderous might, preliminary control. Constructed equipment, God-slaying set, Dark Star battle axe. Tech points, 600. The accumulation of tech points had reached 600. Moreover, both his abilities and core technologies have been validated and enhanced. Engaging in sparring with Captain America, he gathered invaluable first-hand combat data on the super soldier serum enhancers, providing precious material for subsequent analysis. He successfully completed the evolution of his combat form, initially mastering the fusion of gamma energy and the power of thunder. This confirmed that the power of thunder could be utilized to optimize the structure of the rune matrix, while also conserving technological points. More importantly, it was verified that the powers acquired through evolution could be directly integrated into the nano battle armor, significantly amplifying its explosive force, as evidenced by his recent skirmish with Tony. As Lin Xuan basked in the joy of his achievements and contemplated future plans, not far away, the undeniable focal point of the party, Tony Stark, effortlessly navigated through the crowd, relishing in the adulation and congratulations of those around him. He caught sight of Lin Xuan in a corner and raised his champagne glass in a distant salute, his eyes brimming with delight over technological breakthroughs and admiration for Lin Xuan. Of course, there was also a hint of a desire to reclaim his honor in their next encounter. Given the exuberance of the party and Tony's enthusiasm, it seemed likely that the festivities would continue for several days, while the people on Earth reveled in the awe and celebration brought forth by technology. Far beyond the solar system in which Earth resides, within the profound and boundless darkness of the universe, a colossal alien warship, ominous and fearsome in appearance, harbored within its grim interior a solitary figure, kneeling on the cold metal floor. Despite his frail condition, the eyes that lifted toward the heavens burned with a flame of resentment and madness. It was Loki, who had fallen from the Rainbow Bridge, enduring countless trials and tribulations, drifting through the cosmos for months. Against all odds, he had survived, rescued by a cosmic fleet known as the Chitauri. He now knelt before a towering throne shrouded in shadows, Thanos. Under Thanos' abyss-like, indifferent gaze, Loki's sense of humiliation peaked. Jealousy towards his brother Thor, resentment towards his father Odin, and loathing for the mortal Lin Xuan, who had utterly thwarted his grand designs on Earth, consumed him with a profound bitterness. "I require a formidable army," he exclaimed, suddenly raising his head, his eyes gleaming with ambition and the thirst for vengeance, locking his gaze upon the shadowed throne. "I shall return and reclaim what is rightfully mine, making Asgard and Earth bow beneath my feet." He understood that this mysterious and powerful entity possessed the strength necessary to realize his aspirations, and for that, he was willing to pay any price. Thanos remained silent, observing the humbled prince of Asgard below him, his expression revealing nothing. This aligned perfectly with the intelligence he had gathered. Earth, a seemingly insignificant, lowly civilization, indeed harbored the power he craved. Loki's invasion would serve as the ideal first step in his grand scheme. Thanos slightly tilted his head, subtly signaling to the Chitauri leader standing nearby. The servant understood, gesturing with a withered hand, presenting a uniquely designed scepter adorned with a blue gem before Loki. "Lord Thanos bestows upon you this scepter. It harbors immense power, capable of manipulating hearts and opening pathways. Wield it to conquer the Earth and return the cosmic cube to us. In return, the Chitauri army shall heed your command, aiding you in ascending the throne." Loki gazed upon the scepter before him, feeling the surging energy within. He extended his hand and firmly grasped the Mind Scepter. "At your command." Chapter 59, Loki's Assault, a transformation for SHIELD. The fervor ignited by Veronica's successful launch gradually subsided. While Tony Stark's extravagant celebration had long since concluded, a semblance of tranquility returned. Yet beneath this calm, turbulent currents brewed. In the depths of the New Mexico desert, within a tightly secured underground facility, lay SHIELD's Joint Dark Energy Task Force, the clandestine research site for the Cosmic Cube. At the heart of the base stood a colossal cylindrical containment device. The deep blue cosmic cube, ensconced within, radiated an alluring yet perilous glow. However, at this moment, its luminescence was alarmingly erratic, flickering like the breath of a dying individual. The energy patterns surged wildly, and the gamma-ray readings on the monitoring screen skyrocketed, triggering a shrill alarm. The energy fluctuations intensified. The containment field was nearing its limit. Dr. Eric Selvig, the chief scientist, with graying hair and an anxious expression, scrutinized the alarming data before him. Beside him stood the equally grave Director Nick Fury and Agent Maria Hill, who had rushed to the scene upon receiving the emergency alert. "Doctor, what is happening?" Fury inquired, his single eye glinting with urgency. Selvig wiped the sweat from his brow, his tone frantic. "I do not know, Director. It's as if something has activated it from the outside. The energy readings are unprecedentedly high." In the shadows nearby, Security Officer Clint Barton remained on high alert, his gaze shifting between the cube and the surrounding environment. He whispered into his communicator, reporting to Fury, Director. "The doctor previously posited a theory suggesting this object is akin to a door leading to another realm. It feels as though someone is knocking forcefully from the other side." Before he could finish, a resounding hum erupted. The cosmic cube unleashed an unprecedented burst of light. A blinding blue radiance instantaneously engulfed the entire laboratory, the energy output surpassing critical thresholds. With a thunderous roar, the containment device shattered, debris scattering in all directions. A robust beam of blue energy shot skyward, forcibly rending the space at the center of the laboratory. The alarms within the facility blared, red emergency lights flashing wildly. Fury, Hill, Barton, and Dr. Selvig stood frozen in shock at this sudden turn of events. Under their astonished and vigilant gazes, a figure slowly emerged from the distorted blue portal, dressed in Asgardian attire. A dark green cloak billowed gently with the fluctuations of energy. In his hand, he held an extraordinary golden scepter, the apex adorned with a deep azure gemstone. The visitor lifted his gaze, revealing a strikingly handsome yet slightly pallid visage. It was none other than Loki. However, Loki's movements were swifter. He paid no heed to the formidable Fury and Hill. The scepter made a soft impact upon the ground. With a hum, an invisible wave of energy radiated outward from his center. The S-H-I-E-L-D agents surrounding him were as though struck by an unseen hammer, screaming as they were hurled backward, crashing against walls or equipment, instantly rendered incapacitated. Amidst the chaos, Loki's form flickered, appearing like a specter before Dr. Selvig. Before the doctor could comprehend the situation, the blue gemstone at the scepter's tip had lightly brushed against his chest. A surge of azure energy infiltrated him, erasing the anxiety and terror from his eyes, replaced instead by a vacant stare and absolute obedience. A deeper smile graced Loki's lips. This scepter proved remarkably effective, far surpassing the magic that required considerable focus and yet remained uncertain in success. He pondered whether this artifact from Thanos could pry open Lin Xuan's mind. No. Hawkeye reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly nocking an arrow, his movements fluid as he aimed directly at Loki's face. Without raising his gaze, Loki casually waved the scepter. A beam of blue energy struck the incoming arrow with precision, disintegrating it into dust mid-flight. Following this, he closed the distance to Hawkeye at a pace that defied human capability. Just as Hawkeye attempted to engage in close combat, the scepter once again struck his chest. The same azure energy permeated him. The keen light in the eyes of S-H-I-E-L-D-S Premier Agent quickly dimmed. His movements became stiff, akin to a puppet from which the soul had been extracted. Barton, Fury bellowed, raising his firearm to shoot. Hill and other remaining agents also opened fire. The bullet struck Loki but were halted by an invisible energy barrier, producing a cacophony of clinks, failing to inflict any harm. Loki smirked disdainfully, gesturing towards the control Hawkeye. Instantly, Hawkeye pivoted, swiftly drawing his bow and nocking an arrow aimed at his former commander and comrades. "Be careful," Hill urgently shouted, shielding Fury as they struggled to contend with Hawkeye's precise onslaught. Seizing the opportunity while Fury and the others were occupied with Hawkeye, Loki nonchalantly approached the shattered containment device, reaching for the cosmic cube that still emanated a terrifying energy. Accompanied by the controlled Dr. Selvig and Hawkeye, he advanced through the hail of bullets towards the preordained escape route. The scepter periodically unleashed energy beams, suppressing S firepower and preventing them from raising their heads. With a resounding roar, the energy of the unrestrained cosmic cube spiraled out of control, causing the entire base to tremble violently. Debris rained from the ceiling as the structure rapidly began to collapse. Director, the base cannot withstand much longer. We must evacuate immediately. Hill shouted anxiously, firing while pulling Fury back. Fury gazed at Loki's figure disappearing into the depths of the corridor, then turned his attention to the base that was on the verge of being entirely buried, along with the stolen Tesseract. An unprecedented fury blazed within his solitary eye. Having escaped the impending collapse of the base, he stood in the night wind of the desert, his expression grim as he observed the dust rising in the distance. Hill. Fury's voice was cold and resolute. Initiate the Avengers Assemble protocol. Coulson. He turned to another capable subordinate, who had just extricated himself from the chaos and appeared somewhat disheveled. Contact all candidates immediately. Not a single one must be overlooked. Yes, sir. Coulson promptly retrieved his communicator and swiftly dialed an encrypted number. Meanwhile, in New York, at Stark Tower, the lavish party had long concluded, yet the revelry of technology persisted. Lin Xuan was engaged in a discussion with Tony Stark before a holographic projection screen, deliberating on the subsequent upgrades to the Veronica system and the optimization of weapon modules. Tony animatedly articulated his new ideas, occasionally expressing keen interest in Lin Xuan's previous demonstrations. Lin Xuan listened intently, while silently calculating the feasibility and resource consumption of various technological pathways in his mind. Suddenly, a communication alert sounded, and Lin Xuan connected the call. It was Natasha Romanoff, her words rushed and imbued with an unusual urgency. Lin Xuan, we have a situation. SHIELD. Secret base has been attacked, and the Tesseract has been stolen by Loki. Hawkeye and Chief Scientist Dr. Selvig have been mind-controlled by some weapon of his. The base has been destroyed, and Fury has activated the highest level of response protocol, rallying personnel. I need your help to find someone, Dr. Bruce Banner. Natasha's voice was clear and composed, conveying the immense weight of information within those few sentences. Loki? The Tesseract? The Mind Stone? Lin Xuan's grip on the communicator tightened slightly, a sharp glint flashing his eyes. The moment his brain processed these keywords, it began to race with high-speed calculations. Just as he pondered how to upgrade, this opportunity had presented itself. Just as Lin Xuan was preparing to agree, Natasha's typically calm and efficient tone suddenly softened, as if she were whispering closely. Lin Xuan, the situation is dire, and I need you. Fury is summoning everyone, but I chose to contact you first to find Banner. She paused, and a hint of cunning crept into her voice, as though she was offering a subtle reminder. Have you prepared that little surprise you promised me? I don't want to face potential trouble empty-handed, as you know. It's been a long time. Chapter 60, The Dawn of the Blitz Tooth. Is this the weapon you're gifting me? Just after finishing the call with Natasha, Lin Xuan could still hear the undertone of her words lingering in his ears. Tony Stark immediately leaned in with a curious and mischievous smile. Hey, I think I heard something about Natasha. And custom weapons? Tony raised an eyebrow, playfully nudging Lin Xuan with his elbow. Please tell me, what is the nature of your relationship now? And what is this little surprise? Lin Xuan shot him a glance, already accustomed to Tony's insatiable curiosity, and casually responded, It's nothing much. We exchanged a few words while I was conceptualizing the Dark Star War axe. I casually promised to help her with a small gadget if the opportunity arose, so don't read too much into it. He wished to avoid further entanglement in this topic. At that moment, Lin Xuan's internal communicator chimed, and Natasha's voice came through, succinct and efficient. I have identified a suitable rendezvous point for you. A bar in the heart of Kolkata, relatively quiet. I will send you the specific coordinates. Make haste, I will arrive shortly. With that, Natasha ended the communication. India? Kolkata? Tony seized upon the keywords, quickly recalling the name Natasha had vaguely mentioned before. Wait, are you saying she's going to find Dr. Banner? Bruce Banner? The same giant you referenced in the data you provided? Tony's eyes immediately sparkled with interest. Fascinating. I must be part of this venture. Count me in. I have to see that legendary green behemoth for myself. He glanced at his watch and added, "Perfect timing. I need to drop Pepper off at the airport first. She has a trip to make. Once I see her off, we'll head straight to Kolkata." Tony always managed to fill his schedule to the brim, relishing every moment. At New York's Kennedy International Airport, Stark Industries' private tarmac, he bid farewell to Pepper Potts, who was urgently departing for Europe to handle acquisition matters. As he watched her plane vanish into the skyline, the rare tenderness on his face gradually faded. He turned around, a hint of excitement barely concealed, and boarded another private jet with Lin Xuan. The aircraft accelerated swiftly down the runway before soaring into the azure sky, heading towards the distant Indian subcontinent. Inside the cabin, the opulent decor and top-notch amenities provided an unparalleled sense of comfort. Tony quickly settled into the plush leather sofa, activating a massive virtual screen to conduct a routine video call with Pepper, who had just taken off. His tone reverted to a slightly clingy sentiment, as though the commanding tech mogul from moments ago was merely an illusion. "Stay safe. Leave the matters over there to the team. Don't overexert yourself." "Yes, I will take good care of myself. Don't worry. Love you." After ending the call, a lingering warmth remained on Tony's face. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan seized the precious flying time to close his eyes and immerse his consciousness into the Xiongxin system space. He summoned his thoughts, resolute in fulfilling his promise to Natasha immediately. Loki's appearance and the theft of the Tesseract heralded an impending storm. Enhancing allied combat capabilities was imperative. Initially, he intended to gather more combat data and samples about her before tailoring his approach. However, the situation was urgent, and this fleeting moment would serve well. Xiongxin enhancement. Task triggered Black Widow's blade. Task requirement. Design a bespoke melee weapon tailored to Natasha Romanoff's combat style and needs. Task reward. 100 technology points. Lin Xuan's mind functioned like the most efficient processor, swiftly processing the task at hand. Natasha's combat style is characterized by agility, speed, and lethality, demonstrating mastery in various martial arts and infiltration techniques. She requires a weapon that is sufficiently lightweight, discreet, and capable of delivering formidable penetration power and unique effects. Soon, a uniquely designed dagger began to take shape in his mind. Its overall lines were fluid, with a slight curvature and a razor-sharp edge. The guard was ingeniously crafted to perfectly fit the hand. In form, it bore a faint resemblance to the sharp appendages of certain arthropods, exuding a dangerous yet beautiful allure. Command: initiate construction of the Fong of the Blitz. Core materials: trace amounts of URU metal, properties mimic nano-reconstruction, specialized nanoparticle substrate. Core technology: miniaturized thunder rune matrix, stunning effect. High-frequency energy guiding circuit, neural sensing adaptive interface. Estimated consumption: 50 technology points. As the command was issued, formless energy began to converge under his mental guidance. Nanoparticles disassembled, reorganized, simulated, and reconstructed to approximate URU metal within his psychic field, optimizing the energy conduction pathways. More intricately, he integrated data on the power of thunder obtained from analyzing Thor's hammer through the miniaturized rune matrix, solidifying it within the dagger. This granted the dagger not only unmatched sharpness, but also the ability to release high-voltage electricity upon impact, inflicting additional paralysis and neural damage to adversaries. The entire process was silent, creating only a subtle, almost imperceptible wave of energy around him. Tony, having just concluded a call with Pepper, keenly sensed this anomaly. Although it was not his first encounter with Lin Xuan's ethereal creations, his curiosity was piqued once more. He approached, observing Lin Xuan in deep concentration alongside the subtly flowing energy surrounding him. The aircraft glided through thick clouds, landing smoothly at Kolkata International Airport. The humid air, infused with a unique blend of spices, enveloped them. As Lin Xuan and Tony exited the cabin and boarded the awaiting shuttle to a downtown bar, Lin Xuan's gaze shifted slightly. The Fong of the Blitz, forged invisibly at an altitude of 10,000 meters, had quietly completed its construction. With a mere thought, a circle of dark luminescence coalesced around his left wrist, ultimately forming a sleek, technologically sophisticated black bracelet. This was the dagger's disguise, designed for easy portability and swift activation. Awaiting its rightful owner, the shuttle came to a smooth halt beside a relatively secluded street in downtown Kolkata. Not far from the corner stood the bar Natasha had selected, its entrance sign glowing faintly in the night. As Lin Xuan and Tony stepped out of the vehicle, Lin Xuan's gaze suddenly sharpened. His keen senses detected several scrutinizing gazes, not from ordinary passers-by, accompanied by faint, unconventional energy signals. These emanated from the shadowy corners across the street and behind the window of an old building on the second floor. Tony also sensed something amiss. It seems we are quite the attraction here. The locals are remarkably hospitable. Lin Xuan swiftly engaged in mental comparison and analysis. This was not the style of S.H.I.E.L.D. Their gear was disorganized, and their positioning lacked professionalism. Unknown observers posed a potential threat that could not be overlooked. Lin Xuan subtly gestured to Tony, indicating the entrance of the bar. "You go in first, wait for me at our usual spot. I'll take care of the little pests on the roadside." As soon as he spoke, he shifted his stance, silently gliding towards the shadowy fringes of the street. Tony shrugged, asking no further questions. In the shadows, Lin Xuan raised his left wrist. The sleek black technological bracelet shimmered with a dim light, silently extending and transforming. In the blink of an eye, a uniquely designed dagger, its blade glinting ominously, materialized in his hand. This was the Fong of the Flash Strike. He refrained from donning his armor, relying solely on his evolved speed and strength, paired with this lethal weapon. His form suddenly accelerated, darting like a blurred shadow across the dimly lit street. The first observer hidden in the shadows across the street barely had time to discern the assailant's figure before feeling a chilling prick at the neck. Instantly, a powerful surge of paralysis coursed through his body. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground, consciousness severed. Almost simultaneously, Lin Xuan flicked his wrist, sending the Fong of the Flash Strike flying. The dagger cut through the air with a faint whoosh, precisely targeting the window on the second floor. A soft sound accompanied by a fleeting flash of electricity marked the vanishing of the presence behind the glass. The last observer, concealed at the alley's mouth, had just sensed his companion's disappearance and was about to raise an alarm when a ghostly figure materialized behind him. The Fong of the Flash Strike, akin to a spider's precise appendage, silently reached out and lightly tapped his neck. A subtle arc of electricity leapt forth, instantaneously obliterating his nervous system, leaving him unable to utter a sound as he crumpled to the ground. The entire process was executed with remarkable efficiency, lasting no more than 3 seconds. The dagger traced an arc before returning to Lin Xuan's hand, once again transforming into the unassuming black bracelet, as if everything that transpired had never occurred. Lin Xuan dusted off non-existent specks from his sleeve and stepped out of the shadows, proceeding at a leisurely pace towards the bar's entrance. Just then, a taxi halted at the street corner, and Natasha Romanoff, dressed in a sharp casual outfit, emerged from the vehicle. Her piercing eyes instinctively scanned the surroundings, precisely capturing the last remnants of Lin Xuan's silhouette emerging from the shadowed corner and the faint scent of ozone lingering in the air from the electric shock. Her gaze lingered on Lin Xuan, ultimately resting on the black bracelet adorning his left wrist, a flicker of understanding and curiosity flashing in her eyes. Her heart raced. Could this be the little gadget he had mentioned earlier in passing? In an instant, disbelief flickered across Natasha's eyes, soon replaced by a fervent curiosity and anticipation. At that moment, Lin Xuan and Natasha encountered each other at the entrance of the bar, proceeding together into the establishment. Tony had been waiting at the door, growing somewhat impatient. Upon seeing the pair approach, he leaned into Lin Xuan and inquired in a hushed tone, "Have you managed to sort things out?" Lin Xuan nodded slightly. The three then pushed open the heavy wooden door and stepped inside the bar. Inside, the ambience was dimly lit, with the air thick with a mingling scent of alcohol, accompanied by the soothing and exotic strains of a sitar in the background. Tony Stark immediately switched to social mode, casting a sweeping glance over the room. He headed straight towards the bar, where an experienced bartender was leisurely polishing glasses. Tony gently tapped the bar with his knuckles, adopting a casual tone. "Excuse me, may I ask if you've seen a doctor from America recently? You might not be much of a talker, perhaps a bit understated, or one could say, possessing a somewhat melancholic demeanor." He endeavored to depict the impression Bruce Banner might give. However, Natasha disregarded Tony's ongoing monologue. She navigated through the crowd, directly approaching Lin Xuan, who had settled into a corner. The sound of her high heels echoed softly and rhythmically against the aged wooden floor. "Lin Xuan," she called, her voice low yet distinctly reaching his ears. "It appears you have arrived before me." Natasha's gaze subtly flickered to the black bracelet adorning Lin Xuan's wrist, infused with a hint of implication. "The little trouble outside was dealt with rather swiftly," she remarked, tilting her head slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. "So, what the delightful surprise I've been anticipating." As Natasha seated herself beside Lin Xuan, her tone took on an inquisitive edge as she delved straight into the matter. "Have you prepared the little surprise you mentioned earlier?" Lin Xuan nodded with a slight inclination of his head, eschewing any pretense of mystery. He raised his palm, revealing an unassuming black metal bracelet that lay within. Its surface was smooth, devoid of any ostentatious embellishments, a paragon of simplicity. "This is your exclusive weapon, the venomous Fong," Lin Xuan indicated, gesturing for Natasha to take the bracelet. "Put on. Do you see that minuscule groove? Gently touch it with your fingertip and concentrate. It will instantaneously reconstruct into the form of a dagger through nanotechnology, guided by your intent." Natasha complied, donning the bracelet upon her wrist, the cool metal seamlessly conforming to her skin. With intense curiosity, she delicately traced the nearly imperceptible groove with her fingertip. A faint hum of energy resonated, almost undetectable. The black bracelet seemed to come alive, its surface's nanomaterials flowing and morphing. In the blink of an eye, a sharply crafted dagger, radiating a chilling glint, materialized in her hand. The blade's contours were sleek, embodying a lethal curve, its edge remarkably sharp. The design at the guard conformed perfectly to her grip, subtly exuding an aesthetic of dangerous beauty. The system notification resonated clearly in Lin Xuan's mind. "Task Black Widow's blade has been completed. Rewards distributed. 100 technology points. Current technology points, 700. Natasha gripped the lightning Fong tightly, savoring its unparalleled balance and the seamless fit of its handle, akin to an extension of her own body. She could even keenly perceive a subtle, yet potent energy contained within the blade. With a mere flicker of thought, the dagger instantaneously transformed back into a bracelet, silently clasping around her wrist. Natasha was astounded by this innovation. Indeed, the mastery of nanotechnology had reached new heights. This was not merely a change in form. It appeared that an energy core could instantaneously switch its configuration. Its high concealment perfectly aligned with her combat style. The lightning Fong was, without a doubt, a weapon tailor-made for her. Nearby, Tony Stark returned from the bar empty-handed, just in time to witness this remarkable spectacle, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. "How much more advanced technology are you hiding?" he exclaimed, leaning in with eyes gleaming, fixated on the bracelet adorning Natasha's wrist. While marveling at the innovation, his mind raced with thoughts. His armor, now complemented by such a portable, transforming weapon, suggested that when the time came to upgrade Veronica, there would be a wealth of energy conduction and structural transformation technologies to discuss with her creator. Yet, it seemed he had never delved into kinetic weaponry of this caliber. Lin Xuan, unfazed by Tony's astonishment, redirected his attention to Natasha, his expression turning serious. "Now that the gift has been delivered, let us discuss the situation regarding Dr. Banner. What does S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence report say? How do we locate him?" Natasha's demeanor immediately reverted to her customary professionalism and composure. "According to the latest tracking, Dr. Banner is currently active in the Kolkata area, but his movements are exceedingly elusive, making precise location difficult. However, we have received a tip-off. A local girl seems to be guiding him towards an abandoned warehouse district on the outskirts of the city." In the outskirts of Kolkata, within the dilapidated warehouse district, Bruce Banner was following the well-meaning little girl through the crumbling streets. He endeavored to maintain his calm, regulating his breath to distance himself from the throngs of people. In recent days, he had been painstakingly careful, attempting to find inner peace by assisting the impoverished while evading anyone who might seek him out. Just as they neared the abandoned warehouses, Banner suddenly felt an inexplicable pang of anxiety. A familiar and unsettling energy fluctuation seemed to be rapidly approaching from a certain direction. This energy bore a clandestine connection to the gamma radiation emitted by the beast within him. No! Banner's breathing grew rapid, his complexion paling as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The furious creature within him appeared to be stirred by this external energy, becoming restless. A suppressed growl escaped from the depths of his throat. The guiding girl gazed at him in terror, her feet instinctively halting before she screamed and turned to flee. In agony, Banner clutched his head, striving to suppress the destructive force within him. But it was already too late. With a thunderous roar, his body began to expand dramatically, his skin transforming into a terrifying shade of green, muscles bulging and taut, while his clothing was instantaneously shredded. The Hulk had emerged, just as Lin Xuan and his companion's vehicle came to a halt at the periphery of the warehouse district. A primal roar echoed from afar, followed by a girl's terrified scream and the chaotic sounds of fleeing footsteps. "This is bad." Natasha's expression shifted. "It seems we have arrived just in time," Tony remarked, his brow furrowed and tone serious. A glimmer of insight flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes. It was the Hulk, and he appeared to be out of control. That surge of energy, was it directed at me? He quickly realized that his gamma energy signature might have inadvertently provoked Banner. The trio swiftly exited the vehicle, racing toward the source of the roar. In a ravaged clearing, the colossal green figure of the Hulk was furiously pounding the ground, debris effortlessly lifted and shattered around him. Lin Xuan stood his ground, his arm raised. He needed to divert the Hulk's attention solely onto himself to create an opportunity for Tony and Natasha. "Hey there, big guy. Calm down." Lin Xuan lowered his altitude, deliberately approaching the Hulk while adopting a defensive stance. At that moment, a piercing sonic boom resonated through the sky. "JARVIS. Activate the Coordinated Combat Protocol. Enclosure mode," Tony decisively commanded, raising his wrist. "Understood, sir." With a resounding hum, for streams of red and gold light descended, materializing into thick metallic armor components. They accurately landed around the Hulk, instantly unfolding to form a temporary square high-strength enclosure, attempting to confine him within. Boom! Boom! The Hulk furiously slammed into the metal walls, producing deafening sounds as the structure trembled violently, but held for the time being. Lin Xuan called out firmly. Natasha used the lightning fong to find an opportunity to strike at his nerve clusters and attempt to incapacitate him. Natasha's gaze sharpened as her right wristband morphed into a black dagger, seeking the Hulk's vulnerabilities. The Hulk's attention was drawn to the enclosure summoned by Tony. As he relentlessly battered the walls, Lin Xuan took a deep breath, augmenting the power of his nuclear reactor, and dark alloy armor enveloped his body. "Tony, create an opening for me. At your service." Tony's marked suit was already donned. He soared into the air, his palm cannon repeatedly firing low-power shockwaves to distract the Hulk and draw his focus. Now is the moment. Natasha seized her chance as the Hulk turned. Exploiting a momentary gap in his defenses, her lightning fong slicing through the air in a dark arc, precisely targeting a critical nerve cluster at the back of the Hulk's neck. With a swift thrust, the dagger pierced through, unleashing a surge of potent bioelectric current that surged into the Hulk's body. Ugh! The Hulk emitted a pained roar, his massive form momentarily stiffening, his movements noticeably delayed. Beneath his green skin, it seemed as though electric currents were coursing. Although the paralysis effect would be fleeting for the Hulk, it was already sufficient. Lin Xuan had long been poised for action. Seizing the moment when Hulk was momentarily immobilized, he charged forward, guiding the unsteady form of Hulk, and forcefully thrust him against the metallic wall summoned by Tony. The impact reverberated through the air. Hulk's immense body collided with the wall, and affected by the residual paralyzing current, he found himself unable to rise and retaliate immediately. His colossal physique began to visibly shrink, the green skin fading away, reverting to the appearance of Bruce Banner. Banner, bare-chested and curled up in the corner, gasped for breath, his gaze vacant, clearly still not fully detached from Hulk's consciousness. Natasha observed the restored Banner, glancing at the now-transformed taser tooth in her hand, her heart still racing. It was fortunate that Lin Xuan arrived just in time, coupled with the taser tooth's paralyzing effect. Tony descended to the ground, deactivating the barrier mechanism. Every time he witnessed this transformation, a shiver ran down his spine. Lin Xuan removed his armored helmet and approached Banner. Banner, in a daze, lifted his head, his focus gradually sharpening. Upon recognizing Lin Xuan's face, he exclaimed, "It's you? Thank you for saving Betty back in Harlem. But what just happened? I felt your energy." Before Banner could ponder further, Natasha swiftly activated a portable holographic projection device. A ghostly blue light illuminated the dimly lit remnants of the warehouse, casting a vivid three-dimensional image. A series of scenes and data flashed rapidly in the air. On the streets of New York, Ivan Vanko wielded an electric whip with abandon. In a small town in New Mexico, the destroyer armor descended from the sky, unleashing beams of devastation. At the pinnacle of Stark Tower, two advanced armors engaged in fierce combat training. Finally, the imagery froze on the cataclysmic battle in Harlem. The Green Hulk fought ferociously against Abomination, and a figure clad in black armor distinctly intervened, briefly clashing with Abomination. It was Lin Xuan. As he observed these scenes, Lin Xuan felt a sense of understanding. Beside him, Tony Stark was utterly astonished, his shock palpable. "Wait, Harlem? New Mexico? And the incident on the Stark Tower? How are you involved in all of this?" Amidst his astonishment, Tony's mind raced. Terms like cosmic cube, Loki, alien technology, and SHIELD collided in his thoughts. He sensed something amiss, especially regarding the stolen blue cosmic cube that Natasha had mentioned. It appeared that Nick Fury and his organization harbored numerous secrets. Tony cast a glance at the holographic image before discreetly surveying Lin Xuan. This individual consistently appeared at crucial moments, likely possessing far greater insight into these matters than he did. The situation surrounding the cosmic cube was undoubtedly intricate. He would need to find an opportunity to discuss it privately with Lin Xuan later. As Banner watched the projection, particularly the segment from Harlem and his recent loss of control, his expression grew increasingly grave and complex. Natasha prepared to step forward, intending to follow standard protocol for an official statement. However, Lin Xuan preemptively advanced. He gazed at Banner, his tone sincere and direct. "Dr. Banner, I understand your desire for a tranquil life, free from turmoil. I apologize for the recent incident. It may have been partially my fault." He gestured toward the still-playing holographic projection. "But consider this. The Tesseract has been stolen, and a figure named Loki has emerged with extraterrestrial weaponry, threatening those under our protection. We urgently require your intellect, Dr. Banner. In times of necessity, we may even need the strength of the Hulk." Lin Xuan's expression was earnest, devoid of any semblance of coercion. This was not a demand from SHIELD, nor an order from anyone else. It was a plea for help from Earth, our shared home, now in dire need. Join us in confronting this crisis. He paused, his voice steady. "Dr. Banner, I possess some knowledge regarding gamma energy control. Perhaps, while we face this crisis together, I could offer you insights and assistance from a different perspective on how to manage it." Chapter 62. Emotional Regulation Device. The Council Meeting Doctor. Banner's gaze lingered on Lin Xuan's sincere face before involuntarily darting toward the flickering holographic projection. It represented his power, yet also his perpetual nightmare. He yearned for tranquility, to distance himself from the chaos. Yet Lin Xuan's words cast a stone into the lake of his heart, creating ripples of emotion. The sensation of being needed felt both foreign and dangerously alluring to him, a nearly forgotten sentiment. His inner turmoil resembled a tempest, two starkly different desires threatening to engulf him. Observing the intense emotional fluctuations in Banner's eyes, the pain and struggle nearly spilling over, Lin Xuan stepped closer, bridging the distance between them. The dim light of the warehouse outlined his calm and focused profile, His voice softened, imbued with a peculiar soothing power, attempting to penetrate Dr. Banner's formidable defenses. Dr. Banner, we have all experienced the gifts bestowed by gamma rays. Though the manifestations differ, the essence of that power may share commonalities. During the incident in Harlem, you witnessed that this power is not entirely unmanageable. It merely requires the right approach and some external assistance. Lin Xuan's tone exuded a confidence grounded in reality rather than empty promises. He referred not only to his mastery over energy, but also to conclusions drawn from extensive analysis. Perhaps, before you decide whether to join us, I could attempt to alleviate some of the Hulk's challenges. At the very least, I have recently developed new insights and techniques that may enhance emotional control. Lin Xuan's gaze held a barely perceptible glint of sharpness, the mark of a top-tier scientist. This might help stabilize your heart rate, elevate the threshold for emotional outbursts, and reduce the risk of involuntary transformations. Seeing the anguish in Dr. Banner's eyes, Lin Xuan's thoughts raced. The powers mutated by gamma radiation carried a tempestuous emotional energy. Should there exist a device capable of real-time monitoring of heart rate and bioelectrical signals, in conjunction with the previously analyzed data samples of mental magic derived from Asgardian spells, one might wonder if the inclusion of trace amounts of URU metal as an energy conductor, inscribed with specific stable runic matrices, could yield a more effective emotional regulator. Prompt from the AI. Intent detected from the host, triggering the task Hulk's restraint. Task objective: to assist Bruce Banner in stabilizing emotional fluctuations, thereby lowering the threshold for his involuntary transformations. Task reward: 300 technology points. The system notification resonated within Lin Xuan's mind, affirming the feasibility of his thoughts. Banner suddenly lifted his head, his eyes filled with incredulous astonishment and uncontainable excitement. He instinctively clenched his fists. Help me control it? Stabilize my heart rate? Even enable better communication with him? His voice trembled with emotion, tinged with a desperate yearning. Do you know how long I have researched for even a modicum of control? The myriad of methods I have attempted: meditation, pharmaceuticals, biofeedback, everything conceivable. He spoke rapidly, as if he were about to unleash years of pent-up pain and helplessness. How is this possible? Nearly 2 years of self-imposed exile and painstaking study had drained him of all his strength, yielding little to no results. He had almost relinquished hope of ever truly mastering the Hulk. Never had he imagined that someone would confidently propose a tangible external solution to his plight. Standing nearby, Natasha's professional facade cracked slightly. She was acutely aware of Dr. Banner's suffering and understood the immense difficulty of controlling the Hulk. Lin Xuan's assertions sounded almost fantastical, yet his confidence appeared authentic. How can this be? A dilemma that has plagued the world's foremost scientists and intelligence agencies for years is now being proposed as solvable by a young individual. AI. Activate the mental magic data samples, integrating the properties of URU metal with the knowledge base of runic matrices, and design a prototype for a basic emotional regulation device. How many technology points will this require? AI analysis, detecting physiological and emotional fluctuation characteristics of the target, Bruce Banner. Combining the specified data samples, mental magic interference model, URU metal energy conduction properties, stable runic matrix structure. Analysis indicates a specific frequency bioelectrical signal regulator can be constructed utilizing the efficient energy conduction of URU metal, inscribed with a runic matrix for stability enhancement, incorporating real-time heart rate monitoring to intervene in the target's emotional thresholds, enhancing self-control capabilities and reducing the probability of involuntary transformations. Preliminary plan: design a prototype for a runic technology-based heart rate stabilization and emotional regulation device. AI prompt: executable plan detected, aligning with the subtask Hulk's restraint requirements. Shall 150 technology points be consumed to initiate the emotional regulation device prototype design command? Execute. Lin Xuan decisively issued the command in his mind. Confirmation of command. Commencement of prototype design for emotional regulation device. Biological electrical signal frequency model under construction. Simulation of URU metal energy circuit in progress. Rune matrix adaptation underway. Heart rate monitoring algorithm matching in progress. Mental interference data reverse analysis application in progress. Energy micro-tuning resonance module design underway. Consumption 150 tech points. Current tech points 550 in a dilapidated warehouse in Kolkata, permeated with dust and the scent of hope. The atmosphere grew subtle yet tense due to the sudden possibility at hand. Thousands of kilometers away, within a concealed, futuristic, secure conference room, the ambience was equally taut. Even more so, heavy with the weight of authority and the gravity of impending decisions. A vast, circular holographic communication screen adorned the wall, revealing several serious, sharp-eyed faces. Their backgrounds range from opulent offices to equally technologically advanced command centers. They were members of the World Security Council, embodying the will of some of the most formidable nations on Earth, wielding immense power that could shape global security dynamics. Nick Fury, the ever-dapper director of S.H.I.E.L.D., stood solitary in the expansive conference room, confronting the influential figures displayed on the screen, bearing the immense pressure from the upper echelons. The Avengers Initiative? One council member began, his voice cutting through the encrypted communication with unabashed skepticism. Frankly, what we see does not resemble a team capable of safeguarding the world. Rather, it appears to be a perilous assembly of highly unstable elements, a bomb poised to detonate at any moment, an unpredictable, uncontrollable green behemoth whose devastation surpasses certain terrorist attacks. Another council member immediately interjected, his tone sharper and more adamant. And then there's the arrogant, narcissistic arms dealer, Tony Stark. He may possess talent, yet his discipline is non-existent. Her gaze shifted to Lin Xuan's dossier. And this young man, Lin Xuan, according to intelligence reports, he has been implicated in nearly all recent significant anomalies, from the chaos at the Stark Industries Expo in New York to the mysterious hammer incident in New Mexico, and even the disaster in Harlem. His involvement has only grown more pronounced. Who exactly is he? Where does his seemingly endless technology originate? Whom does he pledge his allegiance to? We know next to nothing about him. The gray-haired council member spoke once more, his tone resolute and unyielding. Fury, we cannot stake the safety of the entire world, the lives of millions, on these beings we neither comprehend nor fully control. You have at your disposal trained, loyal agents. They have undergone rigorous selection and training. Understand discipline and obedience. They're far more reliable. They're the cornerstone of our crisis response, not these so-called superheroes. Faced with relentless scrutiny from the pinnacle of global power, Nick Fury, even in solitude, retained an unwavering aura of authority. His voice resonated through the microphone, clear and steady, permeating the conference room and reaching the other side of the screen. Board members, I possess greater faith in my agents than anyone else. They are the finest warriors and intelligence operatives in the world. With an unexpected gravitas, he continued, the adversary we are about to confront is not any known terrorist organization on Earth. He paused, as if perceiving the lurking threat hidden within the distant cosmos. They are invaders from beyond the stars, armed with powers we have never witnessed and weapons beyond our imagination. A true war is imminent. Conventional agents, even the most elite, would falter against such a formidable threat on the battlefield. Fury's gaze swept across the faces of the board members on the screen, some skeptical, others grave. Yes, they may be difficult to fully control. They grapple with their own issues, but they are presently the only individuals on Earth with the potential to counter this extraterrestrial force. They are our sole hope. The murmurs of doubt persisted, the board members still engaged in hushed discussions, clearly skeptical of Fury's proposal. As he observed the faces of the politicians on the screen, a fleeting glimmer of fatigue and resolve crossed his eyes. Yet again, they clung to the belief that they could manage only what they understood, failing to grasp that the true threat had long transcended their control. Internally, he scoffed. To expect them to fully comprehend and endorse his vision, by the time they reached a consensus, it would be too late. Time was of the essence. The threat was encroaching. He could no longer afford to wait. The Avengers Initiative must advance, irrespective of the Council's support. What he required were warriors, individuals capable of defying the norm and conjuring miracles. Stark, Banner, and Lin Xuan, the greatest variable. Fury severed the communication, and the conference room fell into an immediate silence. He turned and strode purposefully toward the exit, his mind already set on a clear objective. Prepare the helicopter. We're going to find Captain. Chapter 63. Split up. Investigate the ruins of the S.H.I.E.L.D. research facility. A flicker of understanding and confidence shone in Lin Xuan's eyes, offering no superfluous reassurances or guarantees. Action was the finest testament. A compact, elegantly streamlined device, resembling a wristband, lay quietly in Lin Xuan's hand. It was meticulously constructed from high-strength nanomaterials, its surface smooth with a subtle metallic sheen. At its center, a diminutive indicator light was embedded. This material endowed it with extraordinary resilience and pliability, capable of withstanding the host's intense physiological transformations, even under the overwhelming power and size increase of the Hulk. It would not easily sustain damage. Lin Xuan presented the wristband to Dr. Banner, his tone imbued with undeniable persuasive authority. This is a basic model of a heart rate stabilization and emotional regulation auxiliary device, a prototype. It can monitor your heart rate, adrenaline levels, and critical bioelectrical signals in real time. Should the data approach the threshold of emotional instability, it will intervene through preset safe bioelectrical frequencies, finely tuning your response. In simple terms, it currently cannot control the Hulk for you, but it can afford you valuable buffer time, enhancing your self-control window and assisting in emotional stabilization. Lin Xuan added that this is the initial prototype, requiring your real-time feedback for continuous optimization to better adapt to your physiological characteristics. Dr. Banner's gaze was fixated on the delicate wristband, his breath quickening. This was not an ethereal promise, nor yet another failed attempt. He could perceive the precision and complexity contained within this device. It was far from mere fantasy. At that moment, hope surged like a flood, instantly breaching the psychological defenses he had painstakingly constructed over the years. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the overwhelming tide of emotions, and tremblingly extended his hand. That hand, which had once wrought endless destruction, now bore an air of solemnity and anticipation as it received the small device. It felt as though he was not merely accepting an instrument, but rather a new life. Dr. Banner's voice remained hoarse, yet imbued with unprecedented resolve. I will follow you. At the instant he grasped the wristband and uttered these words, a cold system notification echoed in Lin Xuan's mind. Core prompt. Preliminary objective of task Hulk's shackles achieved. Target individual Bruce Banner has agreed to join the team and has tentatively accepted the external control assistance plan. Mission reward, 300 technology points. Current technology points, 850. Success. Lin Xuan felt a slight relief in his heart. The most critical part of the plan had been successfully sealed. Wow, let me see. Tony Stark could hardly contain his curiosity, leaning in closely, nearly pressing his face against Banner's wrist. He gestured for Banner to demonstrate, his eyes sparkling with the fervor characteristic of a tech enthusiast. Bioelectric signal modulation? Real-time monitoring feedback? Wait, this intervention frequency model is intriguing. It seems to have commonalities with some brainwave theories I've studied, yet it is entirely different, and the material is at a nanoscale. Remarkable resilience. Natasha stood by, observing Lin Xuan and the exuberant Banner, then glanced at the exuberant Tony, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Her assessment of Lin Xuan rose once again. He always managed to address the most challenging problems in unexpected ways. With Banner's agreement secured, there was no time to waste. Natasha promptly contacted S.H.I.L.D. headquarters via encrypted communication, succinctly reporting the situation and confirming the extraction plan and rendezvous point. The extraction team was in place and would arrive in 5 minutes. She ended the communication decisively. Moments later, a faint sound of airflow could be heard outside the warehouse. A Quinjet, sleek in design and adorned with the S.H.I.E.L.D. Eagle insignia, silently hovered in the open space outside the warehouse, its doors slowly opening. The four swiftly organized their minimal belongings, casting one last glance at this makeshift hideout before boarding the aircraft. The engine emitted a low hum as the Quinjet ascended vertically, swiftly vanishing into the dim skyline of Kolkata. Destination: SHIEL, DS Mobile Command Center, the airborne mothership. The Quinjet flew steadily above the clouds. Dr. Banner could not resist the urge to adorn his wrist with the bracelet. A faint yet distinct bioelectric current gradually coursed through his body, evoking not discomfort, but rather a peculiar sense of tranquility. He closed his eyes, endeavoring to perceive the changes within him. To his astonishment, the tempestuous beast that had long raged within him appeared to have calmed, if only slightly. The fury remained, but it was no longer a chaotic maelstrom. He felt as though he could discern the source of Hulk's anger more clearly, even catching a glimmer of potential for communication. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and glanced at Lin Xuan, his gaze brimming with indescribable shock and excitement. This device was indeed effective. Moreover, with it, there was no fear of damage, even during transformation. Meanwhile, above the vast Atlantic Ocean, another Quinjet was gracefully descending onto the expansive deck of what seemed to be a conventionally equipped aircraft carrier. The hatch opened, and a tall, blond man clad in a vintage jacket stepped off the plane. It was none other than Steve Rogers, Captain America. His eyes reflected a scrutinizing gaze upon this unfamiliar new world, tinged with a subtle hint of bewilderment. On the deck, Nick Fury had been waiting for some time. Dressed in his signature black trench coat, he approached with a smile. Fury extended his hand, welcoming Captain to the future. There are certain things I wish to show you. As they conversed, another roar of engines echoed through the sky. The Quinjet carrying Lin Xuan, Tony, Natasha, and Dr. Banner pierced through the clouds, landing precisely on the designated helipad at the opposite end of the carrier. Dr. Banner gazed through the porthole at this colossal vessel that surpassed his imagination, observing the bustling and orderly personnel on the deck. His expression was complex, a mix of awe and a hint of discomfort in being part of such a vast organization. Tony Stark whistled, surveying the massive ship. Well, Fury's big toy seems quite impressive, he remarked. The four prepared to disembark from the aircraft. Lin Xuan paused at the hatch and spoke. Natasha, Tony and I intend to visit the ruins of the base where the Tesseract was previously studied. We aim to uncover any energy traces left by Loki or that scepter, or perhaps something the SHIELD hasn't disclosed. Tony immediately chimed in, his tone laced with his characteristic sarcasm. Indeed, I am quite intrigued by how that blue cube went haywire and conveniently ended up in Loki's possession. Fury certainly hasn't been truthful. He is hiding too much. He looked at Lin Xuan. Let's investigate. We might uncover different answers. Natasha observed Lin Xuan's resolute gaze and then glanced at Tony, whose expression conveyed a sense of pre-existing suspicion. After a brief moment of contemplation, she nodded. Understood. Stay safe and maintain communication. She turned to Dr. Banner. Doctor, we must go. Director Fury and the captain await you over there. With an expression still complex, yet now infused with a touch of hope, Dr. Banner followed Natasha towards Nick Fury and Captain America. Lin Xuan and Tony exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in unison. JARVIS. Prepare for departure. Acknowledged, sir. In the next moment, two sets of armor swiftly enveloped them. The iconic red and gold streamlined suit of Iron Man, alongside Lin Xuan's sharper-edged nano-black armor. Two streaks of light surged forth, accompanied by a sonic boom, instantly departing from the soon-to-launch aerospace carrier, altering their trajectory and hurtling towards New Mexico at high speed. On the carrier's deck, Natasha, Banner, and the recently acquainted Captain America felt the vibrations beneath their feet. From deep within the carrier, a deep and resonant sound of engine ignition echoed. Warning lights at the edge of the deck began to flash, while the massive lateral turbofan engines emitted a distinctive roar, under the watchful gaze of the onlookers. Whether in awe or seriousness, for colossal turbine engines on either side and at the bottom of the vessel adjusted their angles, expelling powerful gusts of air that parted the sea. This steel behemoth ascended steadily and resolutely from the water's surface, defying the laws of physics. and gradually rose into the sky. As the optical camouflage system activated, the enormous hull blended with the backdrop of the sky, disappearing from sight. In the night of New Mexico, what was once a heavily guarded S.H.I.L.D. research base now lay in ruins, resembling the carcass of a colossal beast under the moonlight. Two figures streaked across the night sky, landing precisely near the former main entrance. Lin Xuan and Tony. J.A.R.V. Scan for energy residues here, particularly spatial energy and gamma radiation responses, Tony commanded immediately upon landing. His helmet lifted as he surveyed the devastation before him, a frown etched upon his brow. Lin Xuan remained silent, activating the scanning function of his Evolver Armor's helmet while mobilizing the core within him for deeper analysis. In his field of vision, countless data streams flashed rapidly, clearly marking the various energy fluctuations lingering amidst the ruins. The spatial structure here had been forcibly torn apart, leaving behind a very peculiar energy signature. Lin Xuan's voice echoed through the armor's communication system, revealing the power of the space stone, pure yet exceedingly unstable. He mused inwardly that if he could decipher its composition and operational principles, this primordial spatial energy could be the key to his further enhancement. The core's analytical efficiency for such high-dimensional energy far surpassed terrestrial technology. He needed more data samples. Tony approached the edge of a devastated laboratory, gazing at the scattered fragments of instruments and charred marks on the ground. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s research on the space stone was undoubtedly not limited to the clean energy spoken of by Fury. There was a coldness in Tony's tone as he reflected on their attempts to open Pandora's box, seeking to wield alien technology as a weapon against threats they could not comprehend. Look at the outcome. It attracted Loki and nearly leveled this place, he remarked. Lin Xuan stepped closer, nodding in agreement as he surveyed the depths of the ruins. I share your thoughts. Loki's effortless control over Dr. Selvig, who possessed knowledge of the space stone, indicated that this energy inherently posed a significant risk of mental interference, perhaps even harboring consciousness effects we do not yet understand. We must ascertain just how much S.H.I.E.L.D. has extracted from the space stone, and whether Loki's intent in taking it was merely to open a portal. What force lies behind him? Tony turned to Lin Xuan, saying thus, "We have come here in search of answers, to uncover the extent of Fury's hidden secrets and the traces left behind by Loki." Chapter 64. The Catalyst for the Dark Dimension's Awakening? Amidst the ruins of the S.H.I.E.L.D. research facility, Lin Xuan issued commands deep within his consciousness. Core Directive. Initiate high-precision environmental scanning and residual energy analysis protocol. Scanning radius 500 meters. Priority: spatial energy characteristics, high-dimensional radiation spectrum. Cosmic cube energy resonance peaks. Energy remnants exhibit an explosive and irregular distribution, with a central point of extremely high but unstable energy density. Important discovery. In the fragments of spatial bridging data, a faint yet distinct resonant characteristic was detected, correlating with the currently accessible dark dimension space of the host. Warning: comprehensive energy modeling and spatial data analysis indicate that this area experienced an attempt to open an ultra-large-scale spatial portal, but due to energy control failure, it resulted in catastrophic energy overload and structural rending of space, ultimately leading to the facility's destruction. Analysis recommendation: consume 50 technology points for in-depth data mining and structural reorganization. This should serve as the catalyst for the awakening of the dark dimension. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan executed the deep analysis. Technology points: 50. Current technology points: 500. Inference: to construct a stable and controllable large-scale spatial portal. In addition to an energy source, there must exist a stable medium with high density and energy resistance, used to constrain, guide, and stabilize the energy flow. Core notification: based on the residual energy spectrum, the required stable medium must possess extremely high atomic density and neutron cross-section, effectively buffering and resonating with gamma-ray level energy shocks. Having processed the feedback from the core system, Lin Xuan had formed a clear judgment in his mind. He turned to Tony, who was still analyzing the building materials. Tony, do not dismiss those scraps. I have made an important discovery. Lin Xuan's voice resonated through the communicator. Calm yet commanding. Tony closed the material analysis interface, directing his attention to Lin Xuan. Let me guess, Loki left behind a signature here, marking his visit? Close. But it was inscribed with spatial energy. The energy remnants clearly indicate that Loki attempted to open a massive spatial portal here, but evidently, he failed. Tony's tone grew serious. A spatial portal? Utilizing the cosmic cube? I knew that contraption would lead to trouble. Failed. How so? The energy output was exceedingly unstable, resulting in catastrophic overload that obliterated the entire base. It was akin to an engine with excessive power lacking the proper drive shaft and transmission. The outcome was destruction. He paused before continuing. Based on the characteristics of the energy remnants, it can be inferred that for Loki to successfully open a stable portal capable of transporting an army, he lacked a crucial component, the energy stabilizer. He requires an exceptionally dense material capable of withstanding and guiding the immense energy of the cosmic cube. Tony immediately grasped Lin Xuan's implication, his mind racing. The stabilizer's dense material could withstand gamma-ray level impacts. Wait, are you suggesting something like iridium? Lin Xuan directly uttered that name. A rare metal of exceptionally high purity. Only materials of such caliber could potentially contain the power of the cosmic cube. Tony's eyes lit up with understanding. That makes sense. However, such a substance is not easily obtainable. Jarvis, at your service, sir. Jarvis's voice resonated within Tony's helmet. Initiate a global database search immediately. Keywords: high-purity iridium, rare dense metals, and any upcoming events. Tony issued commands with remarkable speed, executing multi-threaded cross-references. Sir, the data volume is substantial. An estimate of a few minutes is required. Meanwhile, thousands of meters above the ground, a colossal aerial mothership floated like a suspended steel island, silently cruising amidst the clouds. Natasha Romanoff led Dr. Bruce Banner through a metallic corridor adorned with flickering azure indicator lights, entering the bridge. Dozens of elite SHIELD agents were engaged in processing encrypted information from around the globe. Ahead, a massive circular holographic screen displayed a continuously rolling global map interspersed with complex data streams. The facial recognition system was rapidly comparing billions of faces in the background. Nick Fury, with his back to them, stood at the main control console in the center of the bridge, quietly conversing with Maria Hill. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned, his gaze landing on the somewhat anxious Dr. Banner. Instinctively, Banner adjusted his glasses. The high-tech environment was impressive, yet being surrounded by a cadre of trained agents invariably reminded him of less pleasant experiences. Welcome to the command center. Fury's voice shattered the silence. His gaze lingered on Banner, devoid of hostility. Dr. Banner, thank you for your presence. These are extraordinary times. We require your expertise, particularly regarding gamma rays. Banner took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself. He glanced at Natasha, the red-haired agent merely nodding to reassure him. He instinctively touched the emotional regulation wristband provided by Lin Xuan, finding some solace. He turned to Fury, his tone calmer than he had anticipated. Director Fury, there is no need for gratitude. If thanks are to be given, it should be to Mr. Lin Xuan. He raised his wrist, gesturing toward the unassuming device. Without this little gadget, I likely wouldn't be standing here. He added with a hint of sarcasm. And I must also thank you for not dispatching an entire Special Forces team to invite me for coffee. Fury paid no heed to the slight edge in Banner's tone. He merely nodded slightly, tacitly acknowledging Lin Xuan's contributions while also recognizing Banner's discontent. What transpired in the past is inconsequential, Doctor. What matters is the present. We must concentrate our efforts to confront the imminent threat. On the other side of the Earth, at a secret stronghold, Dr. Eric Shavig, once a luminary in the realm of astrophysics, now stands expressionless before an unfinished circular apparatus. His gaze is hollow, as if his very soul has been siphoned away, leaving behind merely a meticulously controlled shell. His movements are precise and mechanical as he adjusts certain parameters on the instrument. The primordial energy output of the cosmic cube is excessively volatile, akin to an uncontrollable star. Direct guidance would inevitably lead to the collapse of the spatial structure. We require a valve to stabilize this torrent. According to energy model calculations, materials capable of withstanding and effectively resonating with such a magnitude of energy are exceedingly rare. Analysis points to an element, iridium, and it must attain an unprecedented purity. Beside him stands Clint Barton, codename Hawkeye. This top marksman of S.H.I.E.L.D. has similarly lost his former sharpness and agility, replaced instead by an expression of absolute subservience. He clutches a tactical tablet displaying intricate energy models and material data. Loki leans against the shadows of the stronghold, toying with the mind scepter, the blue gem atop it emitting a faint, cold glow. A hint of amusement graces his features as he listens to the two brilliant minds under his control deliberating on technical specifics. Where shall we procure such a precious iridium? Loki queries softly, a note of mockery lacing his tone. Hawkeye Barton promptly retrieves information on the tablet. Target locked. Stuttgart, Germany. Dr. Heinrich Siffa, a physicist leading a private laboratory, has recently succeeded in refining a small batch of weapon-grade iridium. According to the latest intelligence, Sefer will attend a grand charity gala tomorrow evening, specifically tonight local time, at a concert hall adjacent to Stuttgart City Square. To attract investment and showcase his research, he plans to publicly display a small iridium sample at the event. We need an eye, Loki declares, rising and lightly tapping the scepter in his hand, producing a dull resonance. Excellent. Then we shall proceed to Stuttgart. His internal scheme unfolds, not solely for the acquisition of iridium, but more crucially, to orchestrate a sufficient level of chaos. A chaos substantial enough to send those attempting to thwart him scrambling about like headless flies. This would afford him the most precious commodity, time. Alert! Alert! Red warning lights flicker rapidly on the bridge. What is happening? Fury spins around, his voice sharp with authority. A staff member responsible for global real-time surveillance responds urgently. Sir, it's Loki. Target confirmed. His fingers dance over the console, swiftly pushing critical footage to the central holographic screen. The facial recognition system captures a clear image of Loki in the real-time surveillance footage from Stuttgart City Square. Thermal imaging and energy signals confirm it is indeed him. Without hesitation, Fury pivots to the key figures behind him, issuing a rapid-fire sequence of commands. Captain Rogers. Agent Romanoff. Steve Rogers stepped forward immediately, addressing with resolve. Yes, sir. You two, take a rapid response team aboard the Quinjet and head to Stuttgart at once. Fury's voice was firm, intent on capturing Loki, preferably alive. Understood. Steve replied in a low tone, swiftly turning to prepare for action. Natasha nodded in agreement and began coordinating personnel and equipment via her wrist communicator. Steve, standing nearby, absorbed the exchange. He had always been at odds with the capricious styles of Lin Xuan and Tony Stark. In such critical moments, teamwork and adherence to orders were paramount. Yet, it was evident that those two advisors had their own distinct methods. Fury's attention then shifted to Dr. Banner. His tone softened slightly. Doctor, your task is to remain here. He gestured toward an independent control console equipped with state-of-the-art gamma-ray detection and data analysis tools, prepared specifically for Banner. Utilize your expertise in gamma rays to track the energy signals of the Tesseract in real time. We need to anticipate its next move. Dr. Banner nodded, his voice low but resolute. I will do my best. Fury surveyed the team, which was already mobilizing. Good. Move out immediately. Chapter 65. Acquiring the Stabilizer Core Unit? Thor's return at that moment, far above the ruins of New Mexico. Jarvis's voice interjected timely, cutting through the communication prompt. Sir, data retrieval complete. The highest matching information is from Stuttgart, Germany. Jarvis projected news footage and a summary of intelligence directly onto Tony's helmet display. Real-time monitoring revealed severe turmoil in Stuttgart city center, with the assailant's profile closely matching that of Loki. It was also confirmed that tonight, a charity gala would be held at the concert hall adjacent to the plaza, showcasing high-purity iridium samples provided by Dr. Heinrich Seifer. In the night sky, two streaks of light sliced through the clouds at remarkable speed, heading straight for Stuttgart. Lin Xuan understood the implications. To activate and stabilize the subspace dimension referred to as the Dark Plane by Xiongxin, a medium capable of withstanding and anchoring immense energy surges was required. Iridium, the second densest rare metal on Earth, was computed by Xiongxin to be one of the optimal choices. This endeavor was not solely for technological exploration, but also to secure a trump card capable of addressing future cosmic threats. Tony, the situation may be shifting. We'll split up. You head to the plaza to support Natasha, while I deal with the thief over there. Quick resolution, then we'll regroup. Tony quipped, all right, leave it to me. I'll ensure Loki knows who the real star is. Maintain communication. Understood. Lin Xuan adjusted his course, increasing his speed, resembling a bolt of black lightning as he dove toward the laboratory. In Stuttgart's city center plaza, chaos had reached its zenith. Loki stood upon a platform, reveling in the fear and submission of the crowd. Kneel, just as he prepared to punish an elderly man who refused to yield with his scepter. A figure adorned in the stars and stripes descended from the heavens. Captain America, Steve Rogers, firmly landed before the elderly man, brandishing his vibranium shield. Soldier, a relic of the past, Loki sneered at him. He had no desire to challenge a god, but bullying ordinary people was unacceptable. The captain assumed a fighting stance. The clash of the scepter and shield echoed sharply, sparks flying. The two engaged in a rapid struggle. The captain's combat skills were exceptional, and his shield's defense was impeccable. Yet Loki's strength and the energy of his scepter were formidable as well. Just as they reached a stalemate, a raucous heavy metal rock tune suddenly reverberated through the night sky, emanating from the hovering Quinjet, accompanied by the music. A crimson and gold figure dove down like a cannonball. With a whoosh, a precise palm energy blast struck Loki squarely in the back, sending him flying and disarming him. Iron Man landed beside the captain, his helmet retracting to reveal Tony Stark's signature grin. Show's over, Mr. Reindeer. Meanwhile, in a high-level laboratory of a building in Stuttgart, Lin Xuan glided through the laser security system like a phantom, silently landing before the forcibly breached alloy door. The interior of the laboratory was in disarray. The enormous safe, which was meant to store iridium, stood wide open, completely empty. Arriving too late, Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened. Chip, scanning for high-velocity target carrying high-purity iridium. Target, Clint Barton, codename, Hawkeye, under Loki's mental control, currently retreating along a preset route. In the next moment, Lin Xuan burst from the laboratory, locking on a Hawkeye's escape trajectory. After traversing several corridors, he spotted an agile figure bearing a specialized metallic case, swinging between buildings using a grappling hook. Agent Barton, halt. Hawkeye reacted swiftly, executing a roll in midair while firing several specialized arrows. Lin Xuan deftly evaded the arrows, accelerating and swiftly closing the distance. As he approached, he noticed that Hawkeye's movements were slightly unsteady due to his rapid escape and the weight he carried. A smaller backup metal case appeared poised to slip from his waist. An opportunity. Lin Xuan surged forward, executing a precise side maneuver, extending his arm to secure the small case just before it slipped from Hawkeye's grasp. Simultaneously, he activated his suit's thrusters in reverse, creating a safe distance from the rapidly retreating archer. Without looking back, Hawkeye clearly prioritized securing the larger iridium case. Vanishing into the night after a few swift movements, Lin Xuan weighed the small case in his hand. It felt heavy. AI, chip alert, can be used to construct the core unit of a dimensional stabilizer. Although it was not everything, it was sufficient to initiate preliminary experiments. Regrettably, Barton had escaped. Lin Xuan stowed the case, temporarily securing it to the exterior of his armor, and turned to the source of the booming sounds and music emanating from the square. It was time to investigate the festivities over there. Once more, he transformed into a stream of black light, racing toward the city center square. As Lin Xuan alighted upon the plaza like a specter, he beheld Loki being hurled away by Iron Man's repulsor blast, while Captain America stood resolute, with Iron Man poised at his side. Lin Xuan silently descended on the opposite side, his energy conduits faintly aglow, forming a triangular encirclement with the captain and Tony. Core chip notification. Scanning target. Loki Lofisen. Energy source analysis. Mind scepter containing fragments of the Mind Stone's energy data. Recommendation. Prioritize control of the scepter. Remain vigilant against its mental interference capabilities. Loki, confronted by the sudden appearance of the trio, particularly intrigued by Lin Xuan's unfamiliar dark battle armor, briefly displayed a flicker of surprise, which was swiftly supplanted by a deeper arrogance, mixed with a hint of mischief. He gradually rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his attire. As if weighing the circumstances, he unexpectedly raised both hands, a cryptic smile gracing his features. Very well. It seems you have won this round. I surrender. Natasha deftly piloted the Quinjet to a precise landing, opening the hatch. Captain America stepped forward, unceremoniously securing Loki with specially designed energy suppression cuffs. The group escorted the seemingly compliant Loki aboard the Quinjet, the atmosphere within the cabin thick with tension. Tony scrutinized Loki without reservation. Now, let us hear it. First, you steal the Tesseract, and now this little escapade. What's your next move? Loki merely chuckled coldly, his gaze sweeping over the assembled heroes, offering no reply. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan remained quietly observant, his focus intensely fixated on the temporarily confiscated scepter. Now housed within a special containment unit. Even in its subdued state, the scepter emanated unsettling energy fluctuations. The mental force contained within triggering a subtle alarm within Lin Xuan's core chip. As the aircraft soared through the night, it suddenly jolted, the outside world lit by flashes of lightning and howling winds that defied the natural order. Dense, dark clouds amassed seemingly out of nowhere, enveloping the Quinjet. What was happening? Natasha? Captain America grasped his shield with heightened vigilance. This is not mere turbulence. Radar indicates a strong energy response. Unconventional meteorological activity. Natasha's expression shifted drastically as she fixated on the screen. A thunderous boom echoed as if a heavy object had struck the top of the aircraft, causing it to violently shake. Moments later, the hatch was forcibly torn open from the outside. A torrent of wind and rain surged into the cabin, revealing a formidable figure at the shattered doorway. Clad in a vivid crimson cape and wielding a hammer crackling with electricity, it was none other than Thor, the god of thunder. Thor glared at the shackled Loki, striding forward with such force that the ground seemed to tremble beneath him. Loki, Captain America stepped forward, attempting to intervene. Hey, stop. We don't know who you are. Thor's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over Captain America and Iron Man, imbued with the haughtiness of an Asgardian deity. Yet, when his eyes fell upon Lin Xuan, he halted abruptly, his fury replaced by astonishment. Lin Xuan, my friend, how came you to be here? What is the meaning of this? He evidently recalled their brief encounter in New Mexico. Before Lin Xuan could elaborate, Thor's wrath towards Loki surged once more. He completely disregarded the others, taking a swift step to confront Loki, seizing him by the collar with such force that even the specially crafted shackles emitted a groan of strain. Loki, return to Asgard with me to face Father's judgment, he declared. Hey, big guy, let him go. Tony immediately raised his gauntlet, issuing a warning. He is our prisoner. The captain rushed forward to intervene, attempting to grasp Thor's arm. We need to question him first, about the Tesseract, but Thor paid no heed to their protests. He forcefully shook off the captain's grasp, disregarding Tony's aimed gauntlet, his focus solely on the suspended Loki. Come with me back to Asgard. With that, he pivoted abruptly, charging out of the shattered cockpit, leaping into the tumultuous storm outside, disappearing in an instant. My God, Tony exclaimed, dumbfounded, staring at the empty hatch and the still tempestuous sky, quickly realizing, hey, he stole my prisoner. No, I must retrieve him. With that, Tony activated his thrusters at full power, his crimson and gold figure unhesitatingly pursuing the direction where lightning had vanished. Tony, wait. We need a plan. The captain shouted anxiously, watching Tony's reckless retreat. Glancing around swiftly, he spotted a parachute pack nearby and immediately seized one. Natasha maintained control of the aircraft. He too prepared to pursue in his own manner. Lin Xuan observed Tony and the captain readying to parachute, then gazed outside at the still raging storm. He approached Natasha, his voice calm, yet resolute. "Natasha, steady yourself. I will go after them and bring Loki back." With those words, he transformed into a swift black streak, following closely behind. "Commander, the target Loki has been taken by Thor. Tony and Lin Xuan are in pursuit." Chapter 66, Civil War? A meeting of fates in the night sky. Two streaks of light pierced through the dark clouds. Leading the charge was the crimson and gold Iron Man, engines roaring with brilliant flames as he descended toward a point of energy anomalies in the forest below. Close behind, a swifter shadow of dark hue pursued, which was none other than Lin Xuan. The dense forest below was torn open, leaving a shocking gash in its wake. Uprooted trees and displaced earth, a testament to the immense force of the recent violent descent. The arrival of Thor, the god of thunder, was indeed a spectacle. Tony Stark was the first to arrive at the scene, landing in a relatively open area of the forest, the impact of his armor dispersing the fallen leaves beneath him. He beheld Thor gripping Loki's collar with one hand, seemingly interrogating him sternly. In his other hand, the hammer of the thunder god flickered with dangerous electricity. "Hey, let him go, you blonde brute." Tony's voice boomed through the armor's amplifier, laced with his signature bluntness. He didn't afford the other party any time to react. He instantly maxed out the thruster power. Like a cannonball discharged from its barrel, his crimson and gold figure collided forcefully against Thor's side. A resounding thud echoed through the woods. Caught off guard, Thor was jolted by the sudden surge of immense energy, causing him to stagger and inadvertently release Loki's hand. The two of them tumbled sideways, rolling several meters away. Suspended in midair, Lin Xuan witnessed this crude spectacle unfold before him. Realizing that Loki must not remain here as a mere spectator, Lin Xuan swiftly made a decision. As Thor, dazed and struggling to regain his footing, prepared to confront the armored adversary, and with Tony still preoccupied with Thor after just landing, Loki seized the opportunity to momentarily escape his restraints. A glimmer of cunning triumph flickered in his eyes as he prepared to rise. Now is the moment. Lin Xuan's figure abruptly vanished from midair, only to reappear beside Loki in the next instant, moving with such speed that he left behind only a faint afterimage. Just as Loki was about to make a move, he felt an irresistible force seize his arm, slamming him down onto the ground, his cheek pressed against the cold earth. Lin Xuan acted with unerring precision, swiftly binding Loki with high-strength nano-restraints, rendering him as helpless as a sacrificial dumpling. Having completed this task, Lin Xuan hoisted the immobilized Loki from the ground. "First, I shall remove this troublesome source." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xuan ascended rapidly, carrying Loki aloft towards the direction of the Quinjet. It was imperative to isolate Loki, this unpredictable element. Almost simultaneously with Lin Xuan's departure, the sound of whirring propellers and the deployment of parachutes echoed overhead. Captain America, Steve Rogers, descended gracefully, holding his iconic star-spangled shield, landing steadily at the edge of the battlefield with the aid of his parachute. Upon unbuckling his parachute, he glanced up to witness the tense standoff before him. Thor, whom he had seen earlier, was glaring angrily at Iron Man, lightning crackling around his hammer. Meanwhile, Iron Man had assumed a clear combat stance, the micro-missile compartment on his shoulder already opened. "Hey, stop!" The captain immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and rushed forward, attempting to defuse the escalating conflict. "I believe we need to talk." Yet, evidently, his words bore little weight at that moment, particularly to Thor, who had just been ambushed. "You struck me, you tin toy." Thor shook his still dizzy head and roared, disregarding the newly arrived captain, raising Gungnir with a gust of fierce wind and crackling lightning, and swung it violently towards Tony. "You were the one who stole my people, muscle robe monster." Tony retorted defiantly, his palm repulsor firing instantaneously, a searing energy beam meeting the oncoming hammer. Boom! The clash of divine power and technological prowess erupted, unleashing a blinding light and a tremendous shockwave that sent nearby trees toppling. The captain, witnessing this, immediately raised his shield in defense, attempting to intervene and absorb the dissipating energy. However, Unexpectedly, Thor swung back with astonishing speed, striking the vibranium shield at its center. Clang! A deafening metallic crash reverberated through the forest. The captain felt an overwhelming force surge through his arm, as if struck by a speeding truck. The entire body involuntarily flew backward, crashing through several small trees before finally coming to a halt, leaving the arm tingling. Wow, that punch was quite formidable. Tony adeptly maneuvered in mid-air, evading Thor's pursuit while simultaneously enhancing the output of his repulsor cannons. Missiles, trailing fiery tails, were launched toward Thor, exploding in brilliant bursts of light, yet failing to inflict any harm. Thor appeared increasingly enraged, hurling his hammer with ferocious intent. The god of thunder's weapon soared through the air with a sonic boom, spinning toward Tony. Tony swiftly executed an evasive maneuver, narrowly avoiding the flying hammer. However, after tracing an arc in the sky, it returned precisely to Thor's grasp. Hey, your hammer is impressive. Is it controlled by magnetism? Tony couldn't resist the urge to jest. Captain America charged forward once more, attempting to interpose his shield between them. Listen to me. We share a common enemy. Loki. Thor, however, was deaf to reason and swung his hammer again at Tony. This time, Tony chose not to withstand the blow. Instead, he ascended rapidly, utilizing his aerial advantage while firing a laser from his arm toward Thor. Thor stood his ground, allowing the laser to strike his chest plate, leaving only a faint scorch mark. He stomped forcefully, leveraging the momentum to leap high into the air, pursuing Tony. The two engaged in a fierce aerial struggle. Each swing of Thor's hammer unleashed a thunderous force, striking the armored suit with dazzling sparks and a resounding impact. Taste this, Thor bellowed, summoning the storms of the heavens. A bolt of lightning, thicker than any before, descended from the sky, striking Thor's hammer with precision and channeling its energy into the iron suit he grasped tightly. Zzz. The blinding electric light enveloped the entire Iron Man suit, the powerful current crackling in the air. Captain America watched in horror from below, stark. Once the electric light dissipated, the suit bore only superficial scorch marks. Its red and gold plating remained striking, and the arc reactor on its chest glowed even brighter. Thanks for the charge. Tony's voice emerged from the suit, sounding not only unscathed, but also invigorated and in high spirits. V-is. What is our energy level? Energy reserves have reached 400. What? Thor was taken aback. His formidable lightning had inadvertently recharged his opponent's armor. Just then, a dark streak rushed back from a distance. Lin Xuan, having safely secured Loki within the Quinjet, immediately sped back to the battlefield. Upon his return to the chaotic scene, he observed, this is certainly not a cause for relaxation. Continuing this way will only deplete our strength and attract Loki's attention, which is of no benefit. A more direct approach is necessary to calm them down. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan ascended slowly, hovering above the three combatants. He firmly grasped the Dark Star battle axe. Raising it high, the power, infused with gamma energy and a hint of Thor's might, surged within him, concentrating upon the axe. Behind him, the indistinct shadow of a dark Hulk-like energy re-emerged, wielding a colossal energy battle axe, its edges entwined with silver arcs of electricity. A wave of energy, infused with a blend of fury and destruction, began to press downward. With a sudden flash of determination in his eyes, Lin Xuan swung the Dark Star battle axe downward with fervor. It was not a physical strike, but rather a dark energy shockwave, resembling the trajectory of a gigantic axe, cleaving through the air, coalescing immense energy. This energy wave mirrored the image of the colossal axe in the hands of the Black Hulk shadow, intertwining the forces of thunder and gamma, and accurately cleaving towards the center of the fierce battle among the three. He deliberately controlled the direction and magnitude of the energy's eruption, aiming for intimidation and division, rather than lethal harm. A thunderous roar, far exceeding any previous collision, erupted with a sound that seemed capable of tearing through eardrums. The dark energy shockwave violently struck the ground. The overwhelming impact, an intangible energy field exploded outward in an instant. What? The three below simultaneously sensed an irresistible force emanating from beneath their feet, abruptly pushing them backward several paces before they barely regained their balance. The fierce battle came to an abrupt halt. Amidst the swirling dust, all three ceased their movements. The intense conflict was decisively interrupted by this earth-shattering blow. In the haze of dust and residual energy, they all paused. With expressions of bewilderment, they collectively gazed at the dark figure slowly descending from the air. Lin Xuan dissipated the energy remnants from the battle axe, and the glow on the surface of his dark armor gradually subdued. He landed steadily before the trio, his gaze calmly sweeping over their slightly disheveled forms. Tony's visor retracted, revealing a face marked by surprise. Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir, his eyes filled with vigilance and a hint of confusion. Captain America, panting, looked at Lin Xuan, then glanced at the fractured ground, his expression complex. We are wasting time and energy in this internal conflict, precisely what Loki hopes to see. He turned to Thor, his tone softening somewhat. Thor, I understand your desire to bring him back to Asgard for judgment. However, he has stolen the Tesseract, posing a significant threat to Earth. This matter requires our collective response. We are allies, not enemies. His gaze shifted to Tony and Captain America. Now, let's all remain calm. First, we shall take Loki back to S.H.I.L.D.S. helicarrier to ascertain his intentions and the whereabouts of the Tesseract, then decide on our next course of action. The forest fell silent, the only sounds being the rustling of leaves in the wind and Loki's muffled grumble from his bindings in the distance. Thor glanced at Loki, subdued by Lin Xuan, then at Iron Man and Captain America, finally resting his gaze on Lin Xuan, as if weighing something. Tony pursed his lips, choosing silence as a form of acquiescence. The captain inhaled deeply and nodded. Lin Xuan is correct. We share a common objective. First, we must return Loki. Thor, too, sheathed his mighty hammer and solemnly remarked, indeed. The Tesseract must be retrieved, and Loki must face the consequences of his actions. Chapter 67. Loki's Conspiracy? A Fractured Trust. Chapter 68. Loki's Conspiracy? A fractured trust. The chase through the night sky and the fleeting clash within the forest culminated in a delicate consensus. The confrontation between Iron Man's energy cannon and Thor's hammer, alongside Lin Xuan's intimidating presence, momentarily subsided. Thor, with a reluctant compromise, consented to escort Loki back to S.H. However, this did not imply his endorsement of the interference. Inside the Quinjet, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the calm before a storm. Thor crossed his arms, glaring at Iron Man in the distance, disdainful breaths escaping his nostrils intermittently. Tony Stark was no better, rolling his eyes audibly even through his mask. He held a distinct aversion to the suddenly emerged blonde muscle man who had audaciously attempted to seize the fugitive. Captain America, Steve, sat between them, endeavoring to mediate, though his efforts bore little fruit. His earnest and serious rhetoric seemed rather feeble in the current moment. Dr. Bruce Banner appeared anxious, his hands clasped and gaze evasive. The tense atmosphere enveloped him uncomfortably, as if the air was laden with some irritant substance. Bound by a specially designed restraint, Loki sat calmly in the corner, a faint, mischievous smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the others, as if relishing the impending spectacle. Lin Xuan leaned against the cabin wall with his eyes closed, ostensibly resting, yet secretly interfacing with the Corps, analyzing the data from their brief skirmish, particularly Thor's electrifying display of divine power. The aircraft pierced through the clouds and gradually descended onto the expansive deck of a colossal mothership. The roar of the engines diminished, replaced by the low hum of the mothership's internal machinery and the sound of personnel moving about. Nick Fury awaited their arrival, his gaze fixed sternly upon Loki. As always, his expression was grave. After a moment's pause, Fury commanded the agents escorting Loki to take him to a special detention chamber. The agents swiftly approached, ready to assume custody of Loki. Tony Stark lingered behind, his helmet retracted to reveal a face marked by displeasure. His gaze swept rapidly across the deck and the structural pathways leading inward, fingers gesturing in the air. JARVIS. Connect to the open network nodes here and attempt to infiltrate the internal systems. Authorization code, Stark Industries, highest privilege, override. Target, all documents pertaining to the Tesseract, extraterrestrial technology, and any projects labeled as Phase 2. Extract them from me. Tony commanded in a hushed communication channel, audible only to himself. Sir, I'm attempting to connect. BS. HILD. Network defenses are formidable. It will require some time for multi-point infiltration and firewall circumvention. JARVIS replied. Just as the group escorted Loki toward the interior of the mothership, they passed a corridor lined with several operational terminals. Tony feigned interest in the data displayed on a nearby screen, pausing momentarily. One hand appeared to rest casually upon the edge of the console, while the fingers of his other hand deftly manipulated an inconspicuous maintenance interface. A miniature data probe was silently implanted. The physical connection was established. Jarvis, expedite the infiltration. Understood. Sir. A torrent of data began to surge in, undergoing preliminary filtering and categorization. Meanwhile, Steve Rogers, under Coulson's guidance, walked towards the laboratory area with several others. However, a furrow formed on his brow, as he seemed perturbed by certain aspects of Fury's recent remarks. He instinctively harbored a sense of wariness towards the hidden matters within such a vast organization as SHIELD. Upon passing a junction leading to the lower levels of the mothership, he noticed a sign indicating restricted access to the equipment department. Finding an excuse to momentarily depart from the group, Steve, utilizing his super soldier memory and keen observational skills, evaded several patrolling agents and ventured into the restricted area. The lower warehouse was dimly lit, with the air thick with the scent of machine oil and metal. Towering shelves were laden with various boxes and equipment. Steve's gaze was soon drawn to a cluster of boxes in the corner, inadequately covered. The boxes bore the SHIELD insignia, though some remnants of markings had been partially scraped away. He approached and opened one of the boxes. Holding a firearm, he felt a disquieting energy resonance remarkably akin to that emitted by the Tesseract. A wave of disillusionment washed over him, and he grasped an energy weapon, his expression darkening as he swiftly exited the warehouse, intent on seeking clarification from Fury. In a special containment chamber, Loki found himself confined within a reinforced glass cage evidently designed for the Hulk. The surrounding thick alloy structure was capable of withstanding tremendous force. Loki surveyed his surroundings with keen interest, ultimately directing his gaze toward Dr. Banner nearby. Doctor, what do you think of this cage? Does it not feel familiar? They certainly did not construct it with the intention of detaining me. Banner's countenance shifted slightly, his lips pressing into a tight line as he instinctively clenched his fists. He wore an emotional regulation wristband designed by Lin Xuan, which began to flicker subtly at that moment. Loki's words struck precisely at the core of his deep-seated fears and anxieties. Lin Xuan's attention was drawn to a special storage rack outside the cage, where the Mind Stone was temporarily placed, guarded closely by several agents. The azure gem emitted a soft glow, seemingly harboring an alluring power that silently influenced the surrounding magnetic field and bioelectrical signals. He stepped closer, his gaze fixated on the gem atop the scepter. Core Command. Analyze the energy composition and operational principles of the Mind Stone, consuming 300 technology points for initial analysis. Core Analysis Report. Command confirmed. Scanning target energy structure. The core consists of a high-density energy gemstone, possessing formidable mental energy radiation and manipulation abilities, capable of directly impacting the biological nervous system and implanting thoughts like a steel stamp. It also exhibits the capacity for energy projection. The characteristics of its mental influence are directly proportional to the target's subconscious, negative emotions, and the degree of openness of their mental defenses. The more one attempts to comprehend or resist its power, the more susceptible one becomes to its reverse infiltration and influence, albeit often imperceptibly. Warning: a faint mental energy field has been detected, actively radiating outward, attempting to establish a mental link with surrounding highly intelligent beings. Prolonged close-range analysis poses a risk of mental backlash. It is advisable to maintain a safe distance or activate mental protective barriers. At the moment when Xiongxin issued the alert, Loki, though physically restrained in his cage, exhibited a flicker of intensity in his gaze. He did not directly control the scepter, yet his mental prowess extended like invisible tendrils, subtly resonating with the artifact. It was akin to a drop of invisible ink in clear water. He began to secretly amplify the latent discontent, suspicion, and negative emotions within each individual present. The atmosphere grew thick and restless, and an argument erupted without warning. What on earth is the second phase? Tony initiated the confrontation, having just received some fragmented yet pointed information from Jarvis. He spun around abruptly, pointing at Fury with a sharp tone, creating weapons with the energy of the Tesseract? Weapons of mass destruction? Is this what U.S.H.I.E.L.D. call protecting the peace of Earth? Tony, we are preparing to face potential threats. Fury's expression darkened as he sternly rebutted. The Earth must possess the capability for self-defense against adversaries we cannot comprehend. So you pick up the pieces? Steve's voice rose sharply as he produced an oddly shaped energy gun from his bag, slamming it onto the control panel. I found this in a warehouse below. There are many more. This energy signature is derived from the Tesseract. Fury, this is fundamentally based on Tesseract technology. Disappointment and fury filled his azure eyes. This is the truth of the second phase, isn't it? Tony interjected immediately, mocking, "Oh, look, even he has noticed." His words stung Thor, who darkened his gaze towards Fury. "Mortal, you have no idea what forces you are toying with." He stepped forward, his voice rumbling like thunder, to attempt to harness the power of the Tesseract. These forces far exceed your understanding and will only bring about destruction. Look at Loki. This is the consequence of your recklessness. Enough, Fury barked, attempting to regain control of the situation. This is not the time for such discussions. Natasha sought to mediate, yet inadvertently cast a glance at Banner. Everyone, calm down. The priority now is to manage all uncertainties. Her gaze only served to heighten Banner's unease. Amidst the fervent arguments and Loki's subtle provocations, under the silent influence of the Mind Scepter, Dr. Banner's emotions grew increasingly unstable. His breathing quickened, and his complexion took on a pallid hue. Lin Xuan, standing nearby, too felt an inexplicable surge of agitation rising within. Tony's arrogance and acerbity, the captain's stubbornness and moral fastidiousness, Thor's haughtiness and sense of domain, Fury's penchant for secrecy and controlling nature. These sharp criticisms and the revealed character flaws serve as mirrors, reflecting aspects of himself. Possessing technology and power that transcend this era, does it unconsciously foster within him a similar arrogance? In the command room, the volume of the argument escalated, becoming increasingly intense. The bonds of trust, eroded by an invisible force of the mind, creaked under the weight of strain, threatening to snap. Each individual stubbornly clung to their own opinions, unleashing long-buried dissatisfaction and suspicion without restraint, hurling accusations and striking at each other's vulnerabilities. Dr. Banner's complexion worsened, and the hand resting at his side began to tremble uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Within the confines of the cage, Loki observed the unfolding scene with quiet detachment. As his plan bore fruit, a cold smile slowly spread across his face. Chapter 68. The prototype of conceptual assault? Defend the aerial battleship. The clamor of arguments resembled an insidious pollution, gradually eroding everyone's sanity. Lin Xuan forcefully suppressed the agitation incited by the Mind Scepter. He concentrated, disregarding the potential mental backlash that might arise. He issued the highest priority command to the Xiong'in. Xiong'in Command continued to deeply analyze the Mind Scepter, prioritizing its mental control mechanism and energy core characteristics, regardless of risk. Xiong'in Report. Core data analysis of the Mind Gem is 35 complete. Partial mental control codes and energy structure models have been acquired. Warning: high-dimensional energy reaction detected. Lin Xian's heart jolted, yet he was immediately drawn to the next piece of information. Based on existing data, It is possible to expend 800 technology points to develop the prototype technology for conceptual assault, targeting a single entity for psychological strikes. A strike against the mind and rules? This could very well be key to countering Loki or even certain future entities. Lin Xuan had just received the report, still processing the immense amount of information, when boom! A sharp, piercing explosion suddenly erupted from the battleship's flank. The immense shockwave violently shook the entire command room. Alarms blared, echoing through the air. Red warning lights flashed erratically. What is happening? Fury's expression changed drastically. Report. The number 3 engine area has suffered an unidentified attack. The outer wall is damaged. A terrified agent relayed. Immediately thereafter, through the gaping breach, a team of agents clad in S.H.I.E.L.D. uniforms, yet with hollow, icy gazes, surged in like phantoms. Leading them was none other than the missing Hawkeye Barton. He drew back his longbow, a specially designed explosive arrow glowing with a dangerous red light, and shot it toward the engine control system near the command room with the speed of a striking cobra. No. Boom. Another intense explosion rocked the area. Flames and thick smoke engulfed the surroundings instantaneously. The shockwave from the blast, the blaring alarms, and the invading enemies completely shattered Dr. Banner's already frayed nerves. Banner emitted a heart-rending scream of agony as his body began to swell at a visibly alarming rate, his skin rapidly transforming into an enraged shade of green. His clothing tore apart. Hulk! Natasha cried out in a voice filled with terror and a hint of despair. Almost simultaneously with Hulk's roar, Lin Xuan's mind was pierced by the cold notification sound of the Xiongxin system. Mission triggered. Protect the aerospace mothership. Mission objective. Prevent intruders from damaging the core system. Control the awakening of the out-of-control allies, Hulk, Hawkeye, and ensure the structural integrity of the mothership. Mission reward. 500 technology points. In the midst of chaos, Lin Xuan instantly regained his composure, adrenaline surging through his veins. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. Now was not the time for infighting. He immediately issued clear and urgent commands through the encrypted communication channel linked to Xiongxin. Tony, coordinate with Jarvis, dispatch repair robots and spare armor components. Prioritize stabilizing the damaged engines. Report structural damage assessment at once. Received. Tony's voice carried a note of gravity as his crimson and gold figure dashed towards the damaged area. Lin Xuan turned to Steve. Captain, lead the security team to eliminate the invading agents. Secure the core passage from the command room to the engine room. Do not allow them to approach the main control system. Understood. Steve responded without hesitation, seizing his shield and swiftly organizing the remaining operatives capable of combat. Lin Xuan's gaze swept over the vigilant Thor, the god of thunder, and Loki, who still wore a strange smile within his confines. Thor, keep an eye on Loki. Do not let him escape amidst the chaos. Although aware of the narrative's trajectory, this command was imperative at that moment. Thor nodded, gripping Mjolnir tightly, his gaze fixed warily on his brother. Natasha, Lin Xuan turned to Black Widow. Detain Hawkeye. He is under control. Find an opportunity, and I will assist you in awakening him. Leave it to me. Natasha took a deep breath, her expression complex as she regarded her former comrade. Drawing her dual batons and advancing. With the assignments complete, Lin Xuan inhaled deeply, his focus unwaveringly locked onto the green behemoth wreaking havoc within the command room, tearing apart the alloy control panel as if it were a mere toy. Leave Hulk to me. No sooner had the words left his lips than the thrusters on his back erupted, propelling his dark armor like a streak of light directly toward the rampaging Hulk. In the face of the furious Hulk, Lin Xuan opted not to confront him head-on. He adeptly utilized the extraordinary agility of his armor, weaving like a specter through the gaps between Hulk's heavy and wild attacks. Simultaneously, he summoned the thunder power that he had integrated and preliminarily analyzed within himself. ZZZZT. Silver-blue arcs of electricity coalesced in his hands, transforming into binding force fields and brief shockwaves that struck against Hulk's massive form, targeting his nerve nodes. These assaults may not inflict substantial damage upon Hulk, but the high-frequency currents could effectively numb his nerves and slow his frenzied movements. Dr. Banner, listen to me. Control him. You are stronger than he is. Through the encrypted frequency, he remotely activated the inconspicuous nano-emotion regulation wristband he had previously entrusted to Banner. The wristband received the command and immediately released a targeted high-frequency, calming biowave. This wave, silent and subtle, endeavored to penetrate Hulk's fury and reach the depths of Banner's consciousness. Think of those you need to protect. Contemplate the significance of your research. The relentless paralysis of thunder, combined with the soothing waves from the wristband and Lin Xuan's continuous calls, gradually slowed Hulk's destructive movements. Deep within his fiery green eyes, a flicker of pain and struggle emerged. Go away, go away. A deep growl escaped Hulk's throat, tinged with a hint of human anguish. Hold on, Banner. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xuan intensified the electrical pulses while adjusting the wristband's calming frequency to maximum power. Under the dual influences, Hulk's massive form deflated like a punctured balloon, swiftly reverting to the shape of Dr. Banner. He gasped for air, sweat pouring down his brow, and his gaze regained clarity, filled with gratitude as he looked at Lin Xuan. Thankful for temporarily averting the Hulk crisis, Lin Xuan rushed towards Natasha. Hawkeye was a long-range attacker, and if the engine control system were utterly destroyed by him, the aerial mothership would be unable to maintain its flight posture. Banner, stay here. Try to remain calm. Lin Xuan instructed the restored Banner before swiftly departing the scene, heading towards Natasha and Hawkeye's fierce confrontation. Meanwhile, Natasha was embroiled in a desperate struggle. Hawkeye's arrows flew swiftly and accurately, each shot exceedingly cunning. Clint, wake up! Natasha cried anxiously, but Hawkeye's gaze remained cold, his movements devoid of hesitation. Just as Natasha nearly fell victim to an explosive arrow, a dark figure suddenly descended before her. Lin Xuan, without a moment's pause, he swiftly summoned energy, coalescing a unique force infused with the power of thunder at his fingertips. Now was the moment. Lin Xuan flickered, closing in on Hawkeye with astonishing speed, accurately striking his acupoint. A tremor coursed through Hawkeye's body, freezing his bow-drawing motion. The coldness in his eyes swiftly dissipated, replaced by confusion, followed by intense headache and turmoil. Moments later, his gaze gradually regained clarity, meeting Natasha's and Lin Xuan's, his face etched with bewilderment and pain. Natasha? Lin Xuan? What happened? Clint! Natasha exclaimed in delight, her anxious heart finally easing somewhat. However, the crisis within the command room was just beginning to escalate into the most heart-rending scene. Loki observed the chaos outside, particularly Thor's tense demeanor, as if fearing his escape. He conjured an illusion to create the appearance that he remained imprisoned, simultaneously using enticing words to provoke Thor. Look at you, brother. So anxious. Are you afraid I will run away? Or are you worried you cannot keep me in check, disappointing father? Thor, indeed incensed, eager to prove his capability to everyone, unwittingly stepped into the trap Loki had prepared for him. The very glass cage originally intended for Hulk, now ominously empty. At the very moment Thor stepped into the room, Loki's figure appeared before the control console like a wraith. A triumphant smile graced his face as he abruptly pressed the adjacent emergency button. No, Thor realized too late. Crack! Boom! The floor of the glass cage instantaneously opened, and a powerful gust of wind propelled the unsuspecting god of thunder downward, vanishing into the clouds. Loki, observing the unfolding chaos with unwavering vigilance. Agent Phil Coulson sprang into action. Without hesitation, he seized the Hydra energy gun that Captain had previously left on the table and aimed it at the recently liberated Loki. Surrender now, Coulson commanded sternly. However, Loki merely smirked disdainfully. In a swift motion, he evaded Coulson's aim, seemingly teleporting right before him. Loki did not seize the gun. Instead, he had inexplicably regained possession of the scepter imbued with the power of the Mind Stone. Did you truly believe you could thwart me? Loki's gaze was icy, the tip of the scepter shimmering with an eerie blue light. Thrust. The scepter ruthlessly pierced through Coulson's chest. The azure energy erupted, searing through uniform and flesh alike. Coulson's body stiffened abruptly, his eyes losing focus as disbelief washed over him while he gazed at the scepter protruding from his chest, blood gushing forth. You have lost. With his last ounce of strength, Coulson looked into Loki's cold, indifferent face, managing to utter a few words with great difficulty. Shortly thereafter, his body slumped, collapsing heavily into a pool of blood. The communicator in his hand slipped away, stained with warm blood. Loki, emotionless, withdrew the scepter, glanced at the fallen Coulson, and surveyed the chaotic battlefield. His figure once again blurred, disappearing into the shadows. System notification: mission to defend the airship has been completed. Reward obtained: 500 technology points. Current technology points: 1,000. Chapter 69. The Avengers Assemble. The Battle of New York in the command room. The acrid scent of smoke and blood lingered. Agent Coulson lay silently on the ground, the charred wound on his chest a harrowing sight. Those eyes, often filled with gentle warmth, had now forever lost their luster. Lin Xuan stood beside the body, the recently acquired 500 technology points, now feeling unbearably heavy and ironic. He inhaled deeply, forcing back the lump in his throat and the surging sorrow. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across every Avenger present, each face reflecting grief or rage. We have no time to mourn. Lin Xuan's voice was cold and devoid of warmth, yet it bore an undeniable authority. Coulson's sacrifice was to buy us time. Loki has escaped, his plans are still in motion, and we must stop him. Nick Fury's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on the lifeless form of his most trusted subordinate, his fists clenched until white. Yet, being a seasoned commander, he nodded in agreement. Natasha turned her head away, unable to bear the sight. But the sorrow in her eyes was swiftly replaced by determination. System: Lin Xuan commanded internally, without a trace of hesitation, consuming 800 technology points. The research on the conceptual strike prototype technology commences immediately, with the utmost priority. This is the only strategy he can conceive that might pose a threat to those wielding the Mind Stone, and potentially to foes armed with the Infinity Stones in the future. Xiongxin reminder: research on conceptual strike prototype technology has begun. Estimated completion time: 6 hours. Current technology points: 200. 6 hours. Lin Xuan silently contemplated. Every second had become exceedingly precious. Just then, a thunderous crash resonated. A violent impact echoed above the command room, as the alloy deck was ruthlessly torn apart. A figure, enveloped in tempest and lightning, crashed heavily before them. It was Thor. The god of thunder returned. He appeared somewhat disheveled, yet the fury in his eyes was almost tangible upon seeing Coulson's lifeless body on the ground. Along with the empty glass prison that had once confined him, Thor's rage reached a boiling point. Loki, the wrath of thunder, surged around him, crackling with explosive energy. Calm down, Thor. Steve stepped forward, attempting to soothe him. Coulson has sacrificed himself. Loki killed him with the scepter and then fled. Natasha succinctly explained the situation. Thor's fury subsided slightly, but the intertwining of grief and guilt made him grip Mjolnir tightly. Where has he gone? I will capture him myself. He is executing the final step of his plan. Lin Xuan interjected, his mind racing. The Tesseract requires immense energy to stabilize and maintain a large portal. On Earth, few places can provide such vast and stable energy in a short time. He gazed out the window, his eyes seemingly locking onto a target. New York, a top-star tower at the independent arc reactor. That is his most ideal and almost sole choice. My tower? Tony Stark's voice crackled through the communicator as he coordinated repair work externally. That Bambi wants to tear down my home? Not just demolition, Tony, Lin Xuan replied gravely. He intends to open a gateway to an army from another dimension. You are the fastest. We will proceed ahead. Attempt to prevent him from activating the device. The thrusters behind Lin Xuan illuminated with an ethereal blue glow. Understood. Jarvis, deploy full power. Tony's tone grew serious. Everyone, swiftly board the Quinjet and head to New York for support. Lin Xuan instructed Fury, Steve, and the others. In the flight, the dark armored figure and the crimson gold armor streaked through the sky like two meteors. Tony, Lin Xuan added through a secure channel based on my analysis. The energy structure of the arc reactor in your chest is exceptionally unique and has undergone palladium replacement. The direct mental control of the Mind Stone has limited effectiveness on you. Remain vigilant, but do not overly concern yourself with being easily manipulated. Oh, is that so? It seems my genius brain is as indestructible as the reactor, Tony replied, his tone lightening slightly, though his speed did not diminish. However, fate seems to enjoy playing tricks. As the two beams of light pierced through the clouds and reached the bustling heart of Manhattan, they hovered atop Stark Tower. The scene they feared most has come to pass. Dr. Eric Selvig, the distinguished astrophysicist, stood vacantly beside a colossal apparatus. At the heart of this device pulsed the cosmic cube, radiating boundless energy. A blinding blue beam of energy shot skyward, as if to pierce the heavens. Above, a vast, ominous blue vortex unfurled, resembling the gaping maw of the universe itself. Loki, adorned in his iconic Asgardian battle attire and wielding the scepter of the mind, stood at the edge of the building. A cold smile graced his face, akin to a director reveling in the grand finale of his masterpiece. The scepter raised, he pointed towards the emerging portal. Too late. Tony ground his teeth. From within the portal erupted spine-chilling howls. Countless bizarre, alien soldiers, piloting individual flying crafts, surged forth like a locust swarm. They were the Chitauri soldiers. Further afield, colossal warships, resembling leviathans and clad in metallic shells, began to emerge from the portal. Alarms blared. Explosions rocked the air, and the screams of citizens echoed throughout Manhattan. New York, this international metropolis, was suddenly engulfed in flames and panic. Almost simultaneously, a Quinjet swooped in, hovering midair. The hatch opened, revealing Captain America, Steve Rogers, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye, Clint Barton, and the recently composed Dr. Bruce Banner, his expression complex. At the edge of the aircraft, Core Alert, emergency mission triggered. Defense of New York. Mission objectives: repel the Chitauri invasion, close the portal, and capture Loki. Mission reward: 1,000 tech points. Lin Xuan gazed down at the chaotic battlefield, then glanced at the countdown for the Core Alert. Concept Strike prototype technology development time remaining: 5 hours, 58 minutes. They must endure these 6 hours. One thought consumed his mind. Everyone listen. Tactical arrangements. Lin Xuan's voice resonated through the public channel, remarkably clear amidst the chaos. He ascended to a higher altitude, deploying the Dark Star battle axe. Enhanced through the power of Thor, for the first time in combat. Buzz. Dark energy intertwined with silver-blue arcs of electricity on the axe blade. With a fierce swing, he unleashed a tremendous dark purple energy slash, sweeping across the sky like the scythe of death. Boom! A dense cluster of Chitauri soldiers below was instantly decimated. The energy slash continued unabated, crashing heavily against the side of a small Leviathan warship that had just emerged from the portal. Its thick biological armor was rent asunder, emitting a pained shriek as it plummeted, trailing black smoke. This cataclysmic strike temporarily quelled the chaos and bolstered morale. Captain Natasha Barton, Lin Xuan continued issuing commands. The ground is yours. Prioritize the evacuation of civilians and establish a defensive line to halt their advance. Aye. Steve's voice resonated as he leaped from the aircraft. Shield in hand. Banner. Lin Xuan's gaze shifted to Banner aboard the craft. We need everyone on deck. It's up to you. Banner took a deep breath, the emotional regulator on his wrist flickering with a soft glow. He nodded, determination flashing in his eyes, and leaped into the fray. Just before landing, a furious roar echoed through the skies as the green giant, Hulk, joined the battle. Thor, Lin Xuan called out to the god of thunder, who was locked in a standoff with Loki not far away. Loki is yours. Do not let him hinder us from closing the portal. Leave it to me, Thor bellowed, wielding Mjolnir as he charged toward his brother. Tony, Lin Xuan's gaze finally fell upon the crimson and gold figure. We'll handle the skies, especially those big ones. Provide cover for the ground troops. At your service. And I'll test out my new toy, Tony replied, the missile launchers on his shoulders already opening. The battle erupted in full force. However, the Chitauri army outnumbered expectations, pouring endlessly from the portal. The Leviathan, with its thick hide, was resistant to conventional attacks. The situation was dire, with soldiers and civilians falling every moment. As Lin Xuan utilized the high mobility of his armor and energy weapons to intercept enemies, he anxiously monitored the countdown for the core development. Time remaining for concept strike prototype technology development. 4 hours, 12 minutes. Too slow. The enemy was relentless. And if this continued, New York would face utter devastation. An extremely risky, even mad thought surged in Lin Xuan's mind. Core. Attempt to forcibly analyze and channel the spatial energy dissipating from the Tesseract. Use it as a catalyst for the concept strike development. Simultaneously, he called upon Thor. Direct your mightiest thunder into my armor's energy core. Accelerate the development process at any cost. Warning, the risk of forcibly integrating high-dimensional energy is exceedingly high. The spatial energy of the Tesseract is highly unstable, and the nature of Thor's power is volatile. Forcible fusion may result in core overload, logical disruption, or even permanent mental damage or collapse to the user. Confirm execution? Execute. There is no time for hesitation. Lin Xuan's gaze hardened. He abruptly changed course, charging through concentrated fire towards the Tesseract device atop Star Tower. Thor, do me a favor. Strike me with your strongest lightning. Lin Xuan shouted through the comms to Thor, who was still grappling with Loki. What? Thor paused, nearly struck by Loki's energy. Trust me, this is our only chance, Lin Xuan yelled, just as he recklessly approached the Tesseract. Ready to harness that chaotic energy, Thor hesitated, contemplating whether to unleash devastating thunder upon his ally. Nick Fury's urgent voice broke through, connecting everyone via emergency encrypted communication. Lin Xuan. Tony, the World Security Council has bypassed me. They believe New York is beyond control, and to prevent the alien spread. Fury's voice seethed with unprecedented anger and helplessness. A nuclear missile has already been launched. It's headed your way. I can't stop it. Chapter 70. Judgment? The final blow was struck as communication was forcibly severed. That lethal point of light, trailing a desperate tail of flames, flickered at the horizon's edge. Lin Xuan hovered atop Star Tower, the blinding blue energy beam of the Tesseract piercing the sky. Standing beside the beam, his figure remained unwavering amidst the tempest of chaotic energy. The nuclear bomb, his heart stirred little. What was destined had inevitably arrived. From Loki's theft of the Tesseract to Coulson's fall in a pool of blood, culminating in the war raging through New York and the delivery from the 5 permanent members. Everything unfolded like a script etched in his memory, scene by scene. Coulson, Lin Xuan's gaze darkened. His sacrifice was a necessary catalyst. Should the future permit, the side effects of 325 must be thoroughly resolved. Lin Xuan, a thunderous roar shattered his reverie. Thor, crackling with electricity, raised his hammer high. A tempest of raging thunder swirling above. It converged into an unprecedented torrent of dazzling lightning. Catch! The lightning surged forth without restraint, forcefully infusing Lin Xuan's dark armor. Boom! Lin Xuan felt an overwhelming surge of divine power, intertwined with the vast spatial energy of the Tesseract. Like a cosmic flood breaching its dam, it rushed through the fragile link between him and the core, flooding in with wild abandon. Beneath the dark coating of the armor, countless energy circuits instantaneously overloaded, emitting a grievous wail of strain. Warning! Warning! Intrusion of external high-dimensional energy source detected. Energy input rate far exceeds the safe threshold of 500. The core processing unit has reached a state of 150 overload. Warning! Logic module in disarray. Data link on the verge of collapse. Core at risk of destruction. The alarm of the core shrieked piercingly, no longer the cold mechanical voice, but distorted with an almost mournful wail. No matter the cost, Lin Xuan's mental will was as unyielding as ancient ice, cold yet resolute, absorbing at full power. Accelerate the development of the conceptual strike. He forcibly suppressed the core's impending collapse protection mechanisms, every cell enduring unimaginable anguish. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, Loki had just struggled to rise from the rubble. A wicked grin of disarray on his face as he raised his scepter slightly, attempting to employ his beguiling tricks once more. However, a colossal green shadow descended from the heavens like a meteor. The unmistakable roar of the Hulk echoed, infused with unparalleled rage. His fiery green eyes were fixed on Loki, as if he wished to devour him whole. He was enraged by the suffering Lin Xuan was enduring. With a hand like a giant's, he seized Loki's ankle, disregarding the latter's astonished expression. He hurled Loki against the hard composite floor of Stark Tower, as if he were a mere rag doll. Bam, 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 bam. 5 times in total. Each impact sent tremors throughout the entire floor, leaving Loki dazed and disoriented, as if his very essence had shattered into pieces, leaving behind only a continuously spreading fissure in the shape of a human form and Loki's eyes, filled with bewilderment and humiliation. The sky revealed a nuclear bomb trailing a long tail of fire, casting a swift shadow of death over Manhattan. Tony, Lin Xuan's voice, laden with the metallic friction of overcharged energy, resonated clearly through Tony's communicator. Send it through the time portal that Loki prepared for us. The rest is up to me. Received. Jarvis, it's showtime. Without a moment's hesitation, Tony Stark activated his crimson and gold armor, unleashing a final surge of energy that allowed him to arc through the air and intercept the deadly nuclear bomb with precision. He bore the weight of the bomb, capable of erasing Manhattan from existence, racing towards the time portal. Just as Tony was about to breach the portal's threshold with the bomb in tow, the energies of the cosmic cube and Thor's divine thunder, compelled by his will and the core's forceful harmonization, reached an unprecedented pinnacle. Core alert. Warning lifted. Temporary overclock terminated. Conceptual strike technology. Force development complete. Current energy reserve. Cosmic cube. Temporary link. 100. Thor's power. Temporary infusion. 100. It was accomplished. Lin Xuan's eyes erupted with a terrifying azure glow, seemingly harboring the mysteries of the universe's genesis and the annihilation of all existence. He endured the soul-rending pain, each nerve ending screaming in agony. Judgment. Lin Xuan roared to the heavens, his voice no longer belonging to a mere mortal, as if invoking some supreme law of the cosmos. Descent. Behind him, in the torn sky over New York, near the ominous time portal, a colossal shadowy sword, woven from pure dark energy and azure arcs, began to coalesce. The blade was indistinct yet exuded an aura of terror that could sever causality and obliterate the rules of existence. Its tip pointed to the heavens, glimmering with an absolute cold light that promised destruction. Through the core, Lin Xuan locked onto the nascent, unstable form of this conceptual strike, identifying 2 targets, the immense time portal itself and the intangible command node that connected and directed all Chitauri units behind the portal. The black giant sword, imbued with unmatched might, struck down with ferocity. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling display of light. Only a force that transcended conventional physical laws rippled invisibly, sweeping through instantaneously, acting upon the level of rules, acting upon the link itself. Buzz! On the other side of the portal, the colossal Chitauri fleet vanished silently, as if an unseen hand had cruelly erased them from the cosmic canvas, leaving not a trace of wreckage behind. Immediately following, the shadow of the black giant sword struck heavily upon the time portal, which stubbornly persisted. The menacing maw that tore through the New York sky for hours emitted a mournful wail, as if the very fabric of space lamented, its internal energies collapsing and vanishing in an instant. It was extinguished. The dissipating aftershock swept across the heavens of New York like a purifying shockwave. All remaining Chitauri soldiers, whether in aircraft or as Leviathan beasts, froze in that singular moment. The ferocity in their eyes dimmed, akin to puppets whose strings had been severed, as they lost their vitality and plummeted helplessly from the sky or lay incapacitated upon the ground. A single strike cleared the field. This apocalyptic yet eerily silent scene was indelibly etched into the souls of every witness. Thor, the god of thunder, gripped his mighty hammer, gazing in astonishment at the slowly dissipating shadow of the colossal black sword and the sky that was regaining its clarity. He murmured, his voice tinged with incredulous awe. "Is this the power of the All-Father? No, this is something I have never encountered. This energy seems even more pure." From that black sword, he sensed a divine power that was starkly distinct from that of Asgard, yet equally awe-inspiring in its supreme majesty. Tony Stark piloted his armor, nearly drained of energy, having just emerged clumsily from the edge of a nuclear explosion on the other side of the portal, only to behold this scene that threatened to upend his entire worldview. His face, obscured by the helmet, wore an expression of shock. "My God, Jarvis, did you record that incredible phenomenon?" His voice was somewhat hoarse. "What was that? Did we miss an important cosmic technology unveiling?" "No, this cannot be measured by science." His pride in scientific understanding was subjected to an unprecedented shock in that moment. On the ground, Steve Rogers gazed at the sky, his shield nearly slipping from his grasp. He opened his mouth, yet found that no words could encapsulate the tumult within his heart. Is this Lin Xuan, his true power? A profound sense of helplessness surged within him. This force, transcending the realm of mortal comprehension, filled him with uncertainty about the future. Yet more than that, he felt a deep-seated admiration and gratitude for Lin Xuan. Natasha Romanoff stood at the edge of a rooftop, the wind tousling her crimson locks. In her typically sharp and composed gaze, a kaleidoscope of emotions sparkled, laden with complexity. "He always manages to perform miracles," she whispered softly, watching the dark figure in the air sway precariously from the backlash of power. Her eyes were a tapestry of concern and reverence, tinged with an unrecognized infatuation. Far away in the command center of the airborne mothership, Nick Fury observed this awe-inspiring spectacle through the hastily repaired surveillance screens. A fleeting glimmer of brilliance passed through his lone eye, and the taut corners of his mouth finally formed the faintest hint of a smile. "It seems I made the right wager," he murmured, a note of relief in his voice. Lin Xuan is truly the Earth's most formidable and sharpest shield. Meanwhile, in a clandestine remote conference room, members of the World Security Council gazed upon the slowly dissipating black sword hovering over New York through satellite imagery, followed by the miraculous return of tranquility to the sky. The conference room was enveloped in an eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, a frail and trembling voice shattered the stillness. Lin Xuan must be classified as a top-tier threat assessment target and subjected to the highest level of surveillance. Following the initial shock was a profound fear, accompanied by an intense desire to control this unchecked power. The shadow of the black sword completely vanished from the atmosphere. New York's sky, after enduring hours of devastation, finally regained its original hue, albeit marred by the remnants of destruction. The city lay in ruins, engulfed in smoke, while the survivors were engulfed in a disquieting silence. A system notification echoed in Lin Xuan's mind. Heroic Core notification. The defense of New York has been completed. Mission reward, 1,000 technological points. Current technological points balance, 1,200 points. He hovered in the air, the arcs of electricity on his black armor extinguished. Yet faint energy fissures remained visible. The immense energy expenditure, the extreme overextension of mental will, and the backlash from forcibly activating the conceptual strike prototype surged upon him like an overwhelming tide. Lin Xuan felt darkness enveloping his vision, a searing pain tearing through his brain, rendering him incapable of sustaining his flight. His body lurched violently, akin to a kite severed from its string, as he helplessly plummeted from hundreds of meters above towards the debris-laden streets below. He had succumbed entirely to exhaustion. "Hey, be careful." A figure clad in red and gold descended at breakneck speed, narrowly catching him just before he struck the ground. It was Tony Stark, who at that moment adeptly cradled the unconscious Lin Xuan. This man always relished such last-second rescues. Tony, panting heavily, skillfully maneuvered his suit to gently lower them to safety. Soon Natasha, Steve, and Bruce Banner, who had just reverted from his Hulk form, surrounded them. "Lin Xuan, Are you all right? Natasha's voice was tinged with palpable urgency and concern as she reached out to assess Lin Xuan's condition. Is he okay? Steve inquired. His brow furrowed as he observed Lin Xuan's tightly shut eyes and pallid complexion. Lin Xuan, stirred by their anxious voices, regained a flicker of consciousness. He struggled to open his eyes, his vision blurred. Moving his lips weakly, he managed to utter, "I'm fine, just a bit tired." Chapter 71. A Gathering of Heroes? The war is over. Lin Xuan felt the world spinning around him. In his hazy vision, several anxious faces swayed before him. A cacophony of buzzing noises filled his ears, along with their fervent calls. Lin Xuan, how is he? The overwhelming exhaustion washed over him like a tidal wave, and his consciousness began to fade once more, the light before him dimming rapidly. He was on the verge of slipping into unconsciousness again. Just as Lin Xuan's awareness was about to fully succumb, a deafening roar erupted from the side. Hulk, sensing the drastic decline of Lin Xuan's vital signs, threw his head back and unleashed an earth-shattering bellow. The roar was not directed at the enemy, yet it contained a primal and extraordinary spiritual force. The sound waves struck Lin Xuan's flickering consciousness with the force of a tangible entity. Pain, agonizing pain, yet it was swiftly followed by an involuntary clarity. Lin Xuan abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils refocusing. He gasped for breath, cold sweat soaking his forehead, as if he had just emerged from the depths of water. You're awake." Natasha's voice was laced with palpable joy. She hurriedly stepped forward, steadying his swaying form. Lin Xuan could feel the strength of her arms and the unmasked concern in her demeanor. "Stop pretending to be strong," she whispered, their proximity allowing them to sense each other's breath. Her eyes were a mixture of relief and worry. Nearby, Tony Stark, his armor's visor retracting, displayed an expression of shock and relief at having survived. He had always thought of Lin Xuan merely as a top-tier research partner, but was astonished to witness such formidable power unleashed on the battlefield. Upon seeing Lin Xuan fully awake, Tony exaggeratedly whistled, his expression finally relaxing beneath the armor. "Kid, you truly are something else. I was pondering how to deal with that gift, and you just cleave the heavens apart." He patted the dents left on his armor from the earlier impact. Steve Rogers approached, firmly clapping Lin Xuan on the shoulder with a serious tone. "Welcome back, well done." His gaze was filled with genuine admiration and a hint of disbelief. That strike had left even this seasoned soldier in awe. Not far off, Thor had sheathed his hammer and wore a smile of approval. "Your strength is astounding." Clint Barton, known as Hawkeye, slid down the edge of a relatively intact building and walked over briskly. His quiver was empty, and fatigue mixed with incredulity marked his face. Hawkeye's voice was slightly hoarse as he addressed Lin Xuan. "I saw it all from above. That was not an attack from our dimension at all." "Doctor." Banner reverted to his human form, his eyes shining with the curiosity and bewilderment of a true scientist. "That energy cannot be explained by any existing physical model. Lin Xuan is truly remarkable." The crowd buzzed with affirmations of the situation as SHIELD agents began to clear the battlefield. Loki, having lost all will to resist after Hulk's enthusiastic reception, was dragged away by agents like a puddle of mud. Awaiting him was the judgment of Asgard. Steve gazed at the sky, which had returned to its azure hue, yet the scars on the city remained stark and haunting. The fate of New York was unimaginable. Tony interjected, "Indeed, that colossal sword descending from the heavens was simply incredible." There was a unanimous consensus that Lin Xuan was undoubtedly the greatest contributor to this battle. His earth-shattering judgment sword had decisively ended the conflict. As the battle subsided, an overwhelming sense of exhaustion washed over everyone like a tidal wave. Once the adrenaline faded, only muscle soreness and mental fatigue remained. Tony Stark surveyed the ravaged streets and his weary companions, feeling the weight of their ordeal. "Greetings, my friends. I am aware of a nearby Turkish kebab establishment that boasts delightful flavors. It appears that it has yet to succumb to the chaos wrought by those extraterrestrial fiends. Who among us is hungry? Allow me to treat you. Let us celebrate our recent triumph in saving the world and extend a warm welcome to our esteemed companion, Lin Xuan. Amidst the light-hearted banter, Lin Xuan silently attuned himself to the condition of his being. The core of his energy was alarmingly depleted, and his mental link was exceedingly fatigued, with the high-dimensional energy backlash persisting. A warning echoed within him. The conceptual assault prototype had been forcibly activated, imposing a burden upon his mental realm, necessitating a prolonged period of rest for recovery. His current state revealed a severe depletion of mental fortitude, with a temporary overload of the core requiring cooling down. Though the operational units of the core appeared dim, the flow of core data remained relatively stable. The fleeting glimpse of the conceptual strike had been meticulously recorded, with preliminary analysis and archiving underway. The core system indicated the detection of residual cosmic cube energy samples within the host S-body, as well as contact records with metal iridium. A new scheme had been unlocked, allowing for the expenditure of 200 technology points to utilize the cosmic cube data in conjunction with the properties of iridium, attempting to construct and initiate a preliminary passage to the host's exclusive dark dimension. Once opened, this dark dimension could serve as a repository for special energy storage. The host, Lin Xuan, was in a state of mental exhaustion, with recovery efficiency gradually improving, while the core was in the process of cooling and self-repair. His physique could be classified as that of a super soldier, having undergone initial fusion with the power of thunder, experiencing a slight enhancement in potential due to high-dimensional energy baptism. He possessed mastery over technology, including nanite particle battle armor, the destroyer data model, and the conceptual strike prototype data awaiting analysis. His special abilities included excitement and the passive activation of the gamma factor, with initial control over the power of thunder. He had constructed the Godslayer Dark Star battle axe, and currently held 1,200 technology points. His preliminary plans prioritized the activation of the Dark Dimension, which was expected to consume 200 technology points. The conceptual strike was immensely powerful, yet the backlash was equally formidable. At present, it remained an unstable prototype, unsuitable for regular use. Thorough analysis was imperative to truly harness its potential. He diverted his gaze from his personal panel to his surroundings. The heroes leaned wearily against the remnants of crumbled edifices, their faces reflecting a sense of relief at surviving the ordeal. However, the view of Manhattan remained akin to a Hell's Cape. Collapsed buildings, burning vehicles, billowing smoke, and the distant cacophony of sirens and rescue personnel shouts. A Quinjet gradually descended onto a nearby clearing, its hatch opening to reveal Nick Fury and Agent Hill hastening towards them. Fury's singular "I" betrayed little emotion, yet the tautness of his lips revealed an inner turmoil. The response of the World Council to Lin Xuan's level of power, along with the potential for international tensions arising from this force, weighed heavily upon him, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Fury's voice carried a slight rasp as he addressed the assembly, commending their commendable efforts. The subsequent search and rescue operations, alongside the cleanup efforts, had commenced in earnest. Loki had been apprehended, and the details of what would transpire next would be deliberated in due course. Particularly, he cast a meaningful glance at Lin Xuan, whose performance had once again surpassed his expectations. Fury understood the implications. The power Lin Xuan had demonstrated today would undoubtedly attract the keen interest and apprehension of the highest echelons of global authority. In the future, SHIELD would encounter unprecedented complexities in dealings concerning Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan merely nodded, refraining from further elaboration. He could surmise the depth of Fury's gaze, grasping the adage that an innocent man may suffer for possessing something precious, especially when that possession was not merely a jewel, but a relic capable of altering the balance of power. He felt no fear. Absolute strength itself served as the most formidable passport. Nonetheless, he resolved to maintain a low profile for the time being, aware that he still had much to learn and grow. At that moment, he truly lacked the energy for intricate social interactions. Tony interrupted the formalities, exclaiming, "I know you have a myriad of messes to clean up, but we are utterly exhausted. I propose a barbecue celebration. Does anyone object?" He desperately sought to alleviate the tension and digest the shock brought on by Lin Xuan's display. Steve and Natasha exchanged glances, both exhibiting fatigue, yet expressing silent agreement. Although Dr. Banner remained silent, his stomach audibly protested at an opportune moment. Thor boisterously laughed. "Barbecue? I relish your cuisine. I require sustenance to replenish my divine strength." Fury regarded the band of heroes who had just saved the world, allowing himself a rare moment of levity. "Go ahead, but maintain communication." Half an hour later, a Turkish barbecue restaurant glowed warmly with inviting lights. The flames in the grill flickered cheerily, and the skewers released an enticing aroma. The Avengers gathered around a large table, the atmosphere tinged with an indescribable gravity and subtlety. All eyes, intentionally or not, would occasionally drift towards Lin Xuan, whose earth-shattering blow and subsequent evident fatigue had subtly altered the tone of the celebratory gathering. The servers carefully presented plates of grilled meat wraps. Lin Xuan sat beside Natasha, quietly accepting a portion of the barbecue and savoring it in small bites. In the initial minutes, silence reigned, punctuated only by the sounds of chewing and swallowing. The immense exertion rendered even the simplest food extraordinarily delectable. Yet it could not wholly dispel the complex thoughts that lingered in the minds of those present due to Lin Xuan's presence. Though a wave of weakness still coursed through him, the energy from the food was gradually replenishing him. Tony, attempting to shatter the silence, mumbled playful quips between bites. "Look at us, saving the world, and here we are, gnawing on barbecue. This is probably the most pitiful hero celebration in history." Steve shook his head with a smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of approval. "This is already quite commendable, Tony." Thor took a hearty bite of meat, exhaling contentedly. "This surpasses even the feasts of Asgard." Dr. Banner appeared quiet, yet he savored his meal with great seriousness, as if endeavoring to replenish all the energy that Hulk had expended moments prior. At that moment, Tony suddenly interjected, "Wait, this is a historic moment. We must commemorate it." Chapter 72. Post-war distribution. Lin Xuan's thoughts. Tony's suggestion shattered the tranquility of the barbecue restaurant. Upon hearing this, a rare smile graced Lin Xuan's lips. He nodded, gesturing to the somewhat flustered waiter beside him. "I appreciate your assistance." Click. The flash of a camera captured this precious moment. In the photograph, the heroes were gathered around the table, each displaying distinct expressions, yet all reflecting a sense of relief after the fierce battle. This heroic barbecue snapshot might well mark the beginning of a legendary tale. Following the flash, the atmosphere within the restaurant seemed to lighten and become more relaxed. Tony, with a skewer in his mouth, mumbled, "Honestly, after this battle, I feel like my bones are about to crumble. We all deserve a grand vacation to recharge." He turned to Steve. "Old Ice Pop, you should learn to enjoy life a bit more and not be so tense all the time." Rarely did Steve not retort. Instead, he smiled and replied, "Perhaps you are right, Tony. It is indeed time to unwind." Thor raised his skewer with a hearty laugh. "Well said. Asgard also has victory feasts, but Midgard's barbecue has its own charm. I relish a holiday." Dr. Banner also displayed a faint smile, nodding gently. Just as the group animatedly discussed potential vacation destinations, be it soaking up the sun in Hawaii or enjoying tranquility in a quaint European town, an urgent vibration interrupted from Natasha's encrypted communicator at her waist. Frowning, she quickly answered. The voice of Nick Fury resonated on the other end. Upon discerning the content, Natasha's expression shifted slightly. She ended the communication and looked at the others, the light-hearted atmosphere dissipating instantly. "In brief, it's Fury. He wants us to conclude our meal and head to SHIELD headquarters immediately. There are urgent matters regarding post-war issues and the distribution of spoils that require discussion." "Spoils?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I like the sound of that. It seems our holiday will have to be postponed slightly." Half an hour later, the Quinjet smoothly descended onto the deck of the hovering aircraft carrier above New York City. Unlike the tense atmosphere during wartime, the interior of the carrier now exuded a sense of oppressive busyness. In the command center, personnel hurried about, their faces marked with exhaustion. Streams of data flickered rapidly across the enormous screens, and the air was thick with a post-war gravity. Nick Fury stood with his back to the crowd, gazing silently through the vast arched window at the devastated city below. Hearing footsteps, Fury slowly turned. His keen gaze swept over the assembly before settling on Lin Xuan. His voice, more gravelly than during their communication, carried an undertone of subtle inquiry. Lin Xuan, that final strike of yours came at quite a cost, did it not? Lin Xuan understood what Fury was probing. Questions regarding the conceptual strike and his current state. He calmly met Fury's gaze and candidly replied, "The concept of a strike is an emergent technology that I cannot currently wield with any regularity. It imposes a tremendous burden on both the mind and body, rendering me unable to utilize it again for the time being." Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible relief flickered in Fury's eyes, as if he had shed a weight of concern. Understood. This is for the best. It will alleviate some unnecessary troubles with the Council. He was acutely aware that a power which could not be easily replicated or employed on a grand scale would, paradoxically, provide a temporary sense of security to those politicians. Fury then proceeded directly to the matter at hand, eschewing any circumlocution. "All right, everyone, the battle in New York has concluded, but there remain many issues to address." His gaze shifted to Thor. Loki must face the consequences of his actions. Following this, he referred to the Tesseract and the Mind Stone. The Tesseract and Loki's scepter are both exceedingly dangerous artifacts. Fury's tone grew solemn, and their handling requires our collective deliberation. He turned his attention back to Lin Xuan. "Lin Xuan, you are pivotal to this conflict. Your insights are invaluable. Please share your thoughts." Lin Xian's mind raced with calculations. Loki, without a doubt, needed to be returned to Asgard for judgment. This was a matter for Asgard, and Earth should not interfere excessively. The Tesseract, with its immense and peculiar energy, posed an endless threat if left on Earth. Its rightful place was also in Asgard. As for the Mind Stone, Lin Xian's gaze flickered slightly. He was acutely aware that this scepter housed the Mind Stone, which would ultimately give rise to the formidable mutant siblings, Wanda Maximoff and Pietro Maximoff. He was intrigued by the enigmatic properties of chaotic magic and superspeed energy. However, at present, it would be unwise to demand it outright. S.H.I.E.L.D., or rather Fury, would not easily relinquish such a significant artifact. Loki's transgressions were grave, having instigated war and caused tremendous casualties. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xuan slowly spoke, his voice still bearing a hint of hoarseness from prior exertion. He should be returned to Asgard to face the laws of Asgard. As for the Tesseract and the Mind Stone, he continued, both of these items harbor immense and perilous energy. For safety's sake, it would be prudent to store them separately, to mitigate the unknown risks that might arise from concentrated energy. Thor immediately stepped forward, his expression grave. "The crimes committed by my brother must be adjudicated by Asgard. I will also take the Tesseract back with me. It does not belong in Midgard, and remaining on Earth will only attract further covetousness." He clearly believed that removing the Tesseract from Earth was the most prudent course of action. Steve nodded in agreement. Thor is correct. These entities, which exceed Earth's comprehension, may be more securely kept by Asgard. Tony shrugged. "I have no interest in those mystical stones. As long as they don't create another gaping hole for aliens to throw a party, I'm fine." He turned to Fury. "So, what do you plan to do with the scepter? Stored within a clandestine facility of S.H.I.E.L.D. until the next deranged individual seeks to wield it for global domination?" Fury's singular gaze swept over the assembly. "The Mind Stone will be temporarily contained by S.H.I.E.L.D., subjected to rigorous surveillance and research, ensuring it does not fall into the hands of the unwary." This declaration was evidently the standard official response. Lin Xuan chose to remain silent, finding S.H.I.E.L.D.'s temporary custody of the Mind Stone in line with his current expectations. He possessed ample time and opportunities to engage with and study it. Warning from Xiongxin. Energy fluctuation characteristics of the Mind Stone recorded. Preliminary data analysis underway. Objective: decipher the core principles of the Mind Stone. Assess the feasibility of energy extraction and application. The The warning from Xiongxin flickered through Lin Xian's mind. Following a succinct yet productive discussion, the final course of action was swiftly determined. Loki and the Tesseract would be returned to Asgard by Thor once his injuries were stabilized, while the Mind Stone would remain under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s custody for study, categorized as top secret. With matters resolved, Tony stifled a large yawn and stretched, remarking, "Now we can return to catch some sleep, can't we? I feel my bed calling me." He clapped his hands. "Ladies and gentlemen, the real holiday is only just beginning." A palpable weariness washed over the others, the relaxation following battle mingling with fatigue. Just as they were poised to leave the command bridge to rest or tend to subsequent affairs, Fury's voice rang out, halting Lin Xian. "You stay. I wish to discuss a few matters with you privately." Tony, who was about to leave with Lin Xian, paused, raising an eyebrow. He glanced from Fury to Lin Xian, and, discerning the situation, remarked, "All right then, it appears the director has a private conversation in mind. I'll wait for you outside, kid." Steve, Natasha, Thor, and the others departed in succession, leaving the command bridge with only Lin Xian and Nick Fury remaining. The atmosphere grew subtly tense. Fury gestured for Agent Hill to exit temporarily, sealing off the main communications of the bridge. He approached Lin Xian. "Agent Coulson has perished." Fury's voice was low, tinged with an almost imperceptible sorrow and scrutiny. "When he sacrificed himself, I observed that you seemed unusually composed. It appeared as if you had foreseen this, or perhaps you did not consider it the ultimate conclusion." Lin Xian met Fury's gaze unflinchingly, fully aware of the suspicions or expectations simmering beneath the surface. "I know what you're insinuating, Director," Lin Xian interjected, cutting through Fury's probing. "Regarding Agent Coulson's fate, I cannot divulge too much. I can only tell you that if in the future S.H.I.E.L.D. or you personally have plans to resurrect Agent Coulson, you would do well to include me. I could spare you much unnecessary trouble." Fury's expression momentarily froze, a flicker of incredulity flashing in his eyes. He quickly regained his composure, yet that fleeting shock had betrayed him. "What on earth?" Lin Xian gently shook his head, turning towards the hatch. "I need to rest and recuperate now, Director. I believe we shall encounter numerous opportunities for collaboration in the future." Leaving Nick Fury standing solitary in the center of the bridge, he gazed thoughtfully at Lin Xian's departing figure, his eyes reflecting a medley of complex emotions. The AI's voice resonated, energy analysis complete. The dark dimension construction is ready, awaiting the host's decision. He turned and strode out of the bridge, feeling an urgent need to rest and restore his mental fortitude. The subsequent matters could wait until he had regained his strength. As his silhouette vanished through the doorway, only Nick Fury remained within the vastness of the bridge, plunged into deeper contemplation. Lin Xian's words echoed in his mind like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, creating ripples of thought. The notion of resurrecting Coulson flickered through his mind, a thought he had entertained before. Yet once again, Lin Xian seemed to be ahead of everyone else. At the entrance, Tony leaned against the wall, and upon seeing Lin Xian emerge, he whistled. "All sorted? That old fox didn't he give you a hard time, did he?" Lin Xian shook his head, an unmistakable weariness etched upon his face. "We'll discuss it later. I need to recuperate." His mental energy had been severely depleted, and the backlash from the conceptual assault was far more troublesome than it appeared. In the subsequent plans laid out by the AI, both the activation of the dark dimension and the upgrade of the AI necessitated a swift return to optimal condition. Chapter 73. Tony's subsequent plans? The connection to the dark dimension is successful. Inside Tony's private seaside villa, Lin Xian stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, his gaze sweeping across the azure expanse of the sea. Sunlight danced upon the water's surface, casting a dazzling glow, a stark contrast to the smoke of the battlefield in New York. During their journey to Malibu, the two engaged in little conversation, each lost in their own thoughts, the echoes of the New York battle still resonating in their minds. "Would you like something to drink?" Tony inquired, retrieving a bottle of whiskey from the cabinet along with 2 glasses. Lin Xian declined, shaking his head. Now was not the time. He needed to maintain clarity. The after effects of his mental exhaustion had yet to fully dissipate, and the repercussions of the conceptual assault still coursed through his body. Tony, not insisting further, poured himself a generous glass and downed it in one swift motion. The amber liquid slid down his throat, yet the tremors from within could not be easily quelled by alcohol. "That is not the end, is it?" Tony suddenly spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. Lin Xuan turned to face him, observing Tony leaning against the bar. He understood precisely what Tony was referencing, the vast fleet lurking behind that wormhole, the cosmic threat that had instilled unprecedented fear in Iron Man high above. Tony poured himself another glass. "Those alien bastards are merely the vanguard, aren't they?" Lin Xuan paused for a moment before gently nodding. There was no need for further concealment. Tony's intuition was astute. "Damn it," Tony exclaimed, slamming his empty glass onto the bar, producing a sharp sound. "I feel like a target. No, the entire Earth is a damn target." His voice brimmed with anxiety and anger. How many threats linger in that starry expanse? Are we prepared? He rose and began pacing the living room, his face a canvas of worry. "I must do something, Lin. We must grow stronger." Lin Xuan observed Tony's demeanor, recognizing that this was a pivotal moment to guide Tony toward the next step. A legion of iron suits controlled by artificial intelligence would significantly bolster Earth's defensive capabilities, which was precisely what the planet required at this juncture. "What are your thoughts?" Lin Xuan inquired at an opportune moment. Tony halted, a spark of inspiration flickering in his eyes. "I'm envisioning more suits, not merely one or two, but an entire battalion. Customized armors to address a variety of scenarios." A faint smile graced Lin Xuan's lips. Tony's thoughts were aligning with his expectations. Just then, the villa's door was flung open, and Pepper Potts strode in briskly, her eyes slightly red, evidently having wept. Upon seeing Tony standing unharmed in the living room, she first sighed in relief, only for her eyes to well up once more. "Tony!" She rushed over and enveloped him in a tight embrace, her voice tinged with tears. "You promised me, but you nearly died." Tony gently caressed her back. "Hey, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I?" Pepper lifted her head, interrupting him. "Please, don't engage in such dangerous activities again. I can't be without you." Tony's expression grew complex. He glanced at Lin Xuan, then back at Pepper, softly replying, "But I must protect the world. If it weren't for us, New York could have." "I don't care about New York," Pepper exclaimed passionately, tears beginning to fall. "I only care about you." Tony fell silent. This was a dilemma every hero inevitably faced, the balance between duty and love. Lin Xuan understood that his intervention was crucial to ease the tension and propel Tony's plans forward. Calmly, Lin Xuan addressed them, drawing their attention. "Miss Potts, some troubles cannot simply be evaded." He turned to Tony. "Tony, I suggest upgrading your weaponry system, Veronica, to incorporate some remotely summoned, automatically deployed suit units." A glimmer of contemplation crossed Tony's eyes. Lin Xuan continued, "For instance, if Miss Potts encounters danger, the suits can be summoned instantly to protect her. Regardless of your location, her safety can be assured." Tony jolted as if struck by lightning. He turned to Pepper, his eyes filled with resolve. "Yes, right, Pepper. I will create something to protect you, whether I am by your side or not." Pepper gazed at the earnest Tony, then at Lin Xuan, her taut emotions gradually softening. She wiped her tears and attempted a smile. "You always find a way to solve problems, don't you?" Tony cupped her face and gently kissed her forehead. "That's because I have you, along with some friend assistance." The atmosphere became gentler. Pepper took a deep breath and said to Tony, "We need a rest. We all need it. Let us step away from all this and take some time to recuperate." Tony nodded, then turned to Lin Xuan. "Buddy, shall we relax together?" Lin Xuan slightly shook his head. "I have some matters to attend to. I require an environment of absolute tranquility for energy calibration. The initiation of the dark dimension is of utmost urgency." Tony did not insist, but gently patted Lin Xuan's shoulder, saying, "Should you require any assistance, feel free to reach out. Do not exert yourself too much. We have just saved the world, and a moment to breathe is warranted." He led Pepper towards the door but paused at the threshold, turning back to add, "Make yourself at home. The refrigerator is stocked, and Jarvis will attend to any needs you may have." Lin Xuan nodded in gratitude, watching them depart, as the roar of their vehicle faded into the distance. The expansive seaside villa was left with only Lin Xuan and the ceaseless sound of the waves outside. This solitude was precisely what he needed: tranquility, focus. He slowly made his way to the bedroom, sitting cross-legged by the bed. Closing his eyes, he entered a meditative state, taking a deep breath to regulate his breathing rhythm. Current status: mental energy recovery at 45, core cooling completed at 67. Warning: conceptual backlash effects persist. It is recommended to complete the dark dimension construction to alleviate the high-dimensional energy pressure. Core prompt: host's intent detected and dark dimension construction scheme unlocked. Scheme: initial channel construction for the dark dimension. Requirements: cosmic cube energy sample data, metallic iridium property analysis. Estimated consumption: 200 technology points. Do you confirm execution? Lin Xuan's mind decisively responded within the mental link. Execute. Core directive: initial access to the dark dimension and personal area anchoring program initiated. Core technologies: high-dimensional spatial resonance positioning, quantum entanglement link construction, preliminary dark energy guidance and analysis, personal mental imprint anchoring. Directive confirmed. Program initiates, guiding the host's mental energy into a high-dimensional perception state. Lin Xuan's consciousness began to descend, as if plunging into a vast and chaotic ocean. This ocean brimmed with ineffable energy and information. Within his mental perception, the core operated at high speed, utilizing the unique fluctuations of the cosmic cube energy sample as a probe, searching for a relatively stable shallow area amidst the boundless sea. The properties of metallic iridium were employed by the core to construct a temporary dam, attempting to form a faint barrier around this shallow area. The core guided Lin Xuan's mental energy like a hand extending into the darkness, cautiously reaching out to sense and comprehend the faint rules of this new dimension. Warning: dark dimension energy tidal interference detected. Mental energy consumption increasing. Link stability fluctuating. The core continuously adjusted parameters, consuming technology points in the endeavor to imprint Lin Xuan's mental signature upon this chosen minuscule region, transforming it into a unique landing point for him. Preliminary spatial node, anchoring, and personal interactive interface construction in progress. Lin Xuan felt as if his spirit had established a wondrous connection with that tiny area, transcending mere external observation to gain a sense of control. Core prompt: preliminary anchoring of the personalized area in the dark dimension completed. The host has successfully connected to the inherent high-dimensional dark realm of the universe and has obtained initial control permissions. Current status: dark realm access level, level 1. Controllable area, miniature, link stability, moderate. Activated functions: energy tidal buffering, basic, dark energy affinity, elementary. Mental imprint sanctuary, weak, with the potential for gradual expansion of item storage. Energy conversion, and other functionalities within this area. Characteristics: deeply bound to the host's mental imprint, making it exceedingly difficult for others to perceive or invade this anchored space. Warning: the essence of the dark realm is vast and boundless. The current access point is minuscule, and the connection remains unstable. The host is advised to explore with caution while continuously investing resources for stabilization and expansion. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes. He could distinctly perceive a marvelous space beyond the realm of reality, one that was intricately linked to his soul. It was not a creation, but a discovery and a connection. He gazed down at his palm and gently waved it. A subtle ripple of space emerged before his hand, exuding a dark, profound glow. This was no longer merely a spatial rift. It resembled a window leading to another dimension. Lin Xuan attempted to probe a thread of mental energy into it, and immediately felt the serene and unique area that was bound to him. The core system prompts: the link to the personalized dark realm area is stable. It is recommended to conduct an initial energy adaptability test. Lin Xuan stood up, and with a thought, the core within him began to operate, guiding forth a stream of pure energy. This energy carried an indescribable essence, seemingly emanating from a higher dimension, and flowed toward the dark window before his palm. The energy, directed by the core, melded into it like water, encountering no obstruction. Within that realm, it was constrained and stored by an invisible force, radiating a gentle halo. Energy sample, core source energy, successfully stored. Compatibility of dark realm area energy is excellent. Initial energy pool has been established. Lin Xuan nodded, this sensation further corroborating his hypothesis. What he had accessed was a tangible higher dimension. The core had pried open a crack in a door, delineating a small patch that belonged to him, a private garden in the shadows. The future of how extensively his dark realm could expand and the wondrous functionalities it could yield depended solely on his efforts and those of the core. The core system prompts. Initial access to the dark realm is complete. Technology points, 200, remaining, 1,000 points. Recommendation. Prioritize stabilizing the current anchor point. Gradually enhance the synchronization rate between mental energy and the dark realm, before considering area expansion and functional development. Chapter 74. The Emergence of the Core Spirit. Thunder forging the dual-core Lin Xuan was immersed in the recently opened dark realm area, his mental perception extending into this miniature territory that belonged to him. Within this space, energy flowed in a distinctive manner, akin to the pulse of the cosmos. However, just as he attempted to deepen his perception, the entire space suddenly trembled. Warning, dark realm anchor point unstable. Detected intensified fluctuations in energy tides. The stability of the initial anchor point plummeted to 42, posing a risk of collapse. Lin Xuan's spirit jolted suddenly, withdrawing from a deeply immersive state. He sensed that the fragile thread connecting reality and the dark dimension was growing ever more tenuous. It was akin to building a sandcastle on the beach before a tsunami. The connection he had just established could be swept away at any moment. The situation was dire. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, swiftly evaluating various options in his mind. It appeared that Xiongxin had anticipated this predicament and promptly offered a solution. Recommendation. Consume technological points to stabilize the anchor point and enhance synchronization frequency with the host's mental sea. Estimated consumption, 100 technological points. Warning, should the anchor point collapse, the 200 technological points already consumed will be rendered useless, and re-establishing the connection will not be possible in the short term. Lin Xuan made a decisive choice. Xiongxin. Execute the plan. He consumed 100 technological points to stabilize the initial anchor point of the dark dimension and enhance the foundational synchronization with his mental sea. Command confirmed. Anchor stabilization procedure initiated. Mental synchronization attempt commenced. The core of Xiongxin swiftly activated, and a pure stream of energy surged from Lin Xuan's body, flowing along the precarious link into the dark dimension. This flow of energy was more precise. In Lin Xuan's perception, it resembled a spider weaving a web, crafting a more robust structure within the dark dimension, imprinting his mental signature more deeply in that realm. Anchor stability increased. 4.26785. Mental synchronization frequency enhanced. Basic level intermediate. Lin Xuan felt the connection solidifying, the precarious sensation dissipating. Yet, remaining at this level was far from sufficient. He closed his eyes, attempting to adjust his mental frequency in accordance with Xiongxin's guidance, actively adapting to the rhythmic energy fluctuations of the dark dimension. This was a delicate and complex process, akin to trying to strike a perfect rhythm on the water's surface with drumsticks, neither too light nor too heavy. As Lin Xuan endeavored, a marvelous transformation occurred within the dark dimension. A gentle blue stream of data began to coalesce at the center of the dark realm, flowing as if alive, gradually forming a silhouette. It was a translucent, technologically humanoid figure composed of countless intricate runes. A minimalist human outline devoid of facial features. Its entire being comprised of light and data. Lin Xuan opened his eyes, astonished at the sudden emergence of this digital avatar. Xiongxin? The luminous humanoid figure nodded slightly, and a voice devoid of emotional fluctuation resonated directly in Lin Xuan's mind. Confirmation. This is the virtual avatar of this unit within the dark dimension, composed of energy and data. The characteristics of the dark dimension allow for the embodiment of core algorithms. This form can assist the host in more efficiently interacting with the dark dimension. Lin Xuan nodded. This was an unexpected delight. With Xiongxin's embodiment, navigating the dark dimension would become significantly more intuitive. He scrutinized the nascent dark realm before him, along with the embodied Xiongxin. He understood that to truly master this new domain and fully unleash its potential, the current capabilities of Xiongxin were an insurmountable obstacle. To fully harness the characteristics of the shadow dimension, it is imperative to first address the bottleneck in computational power. Lin Xuan pondered, his tone imbued with resolve. The data avatar of Xiongxin raised its hand, and a series of intricate data streams unfurled around him, promptly responding to Lin Xuan's assessment with a detailed analysis. Confirming host directive, enhance core computational power, current core bottleneck, insufficient computational power, restricting the in-depth development of the shadow dimension and multitasking capabilities, special energy environment within the shadow dimension. Usable for augmenting Xiongxin's computational core, analogy, enhancing the host with higher performance, requirement, specific guiding material as a carrier. To stabilize high-dimensional energy, Lin Xuan observed the information presented by Xiongxin regarding the guiding material and enhancement. Countless thoughts collided in his mind, and a bold yet precise concept rapidly took shape. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. "I have made my decision," Lin Xuan declared, his voice steady yet imbued with undeniable authority. "We shall construct a thundercrafted dual-core enhancement unit, which will serve as your new computational core." He did not seek consent, but rather articulated his plan directly. "The core materials will be based on a high-density runic matrix. I will endeavor to simulate and integrate the energy guiding properties of trace amounts of URU metal, and finally, I shall utilize my thunderous power as the core driving force." The data avatar of Xiongxin accelerated the surrounding data streams, commencing a rapid analysis and feasibility assessment of Lin Xuan's proposal. Plan recorded, construction of thundercrafted dual-core unit. Analyzing, core material verification, high-density runic matrix, optimized for shadow dimension. URU metal, energy, guiding property simulation. Hosts thunderous power, core driving force. Feasibility, 876, projected enhancement. Computational efficiency, 125, breakthrough in computational power 78. Multitasking capability, 160. The feasibility was sufficient, and the anticipated enhancements met expectations. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. "Then let us commence." He resolutely issued the command. "Xiongxin, initiate the construction of the thundercrafted dual-core unit." Command confirmed. Construction program initiated. Core materials. High-density runic matrix, optimized for shadow dimension. URU metal, energy guiding property simulation. Host thunderous power, core driving force. Estimated consumption, 200 tech points. "Shall we proceed?" "Proceed," Lin Xuan responded decisively. As the command was given, the energy fluctuations within the shadow dimension intensified. The data avatar of Xiongxin began to manipulate the energy flow, constructing a complex runic array before Lin Xuan. Each rune was exquisitely precise, and under the influence of the shadow dimension's unique environment, they appeared clearer and more stable than in reality. Lin Xuan extended his hand, a delicate spark of lightning dancing at his fingertips. In the shadow dimension, this lightning manifested a peculiar blue-purple hue, as if every arc contained countless data points. "Guide it." "Xiongxin," Lin Xuan urged, channeling the lightning into the runic array. The data avatar of Xiongxin raised its hand slightly, deftly controlling the flow of energy. The properties of URU metal were simulated, forming a miniature energy guiding network, channeling the power of lightning to each node of the rune matrix. The entire process spanned nearly 2 hours. Lin Xuan felt his mental energy depleting rapidly, yet he maintained a remarkable focus, continually adjusting the intensity and frequency of the lightning. At last, a dual-core structure composed of countless intricate runes took shape, suspended before the digital avatar of the core, radiating a stable and potent energy fluctuation. Dual-core unit forged successfully. Warning: core fusion will temporarily suspend system operations. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xuan commanded, "Execute." As the directive was issued, the digital avatar of the core began to merge with the dual-core structure. Streams of data intertwined with energy, forming an unprecedentedly complex pattern. Suddenly, Lin Xuan was overwhelmed by a powerful influx of information into his mind. Unlike before, this information flow was markedly clearer, more orderly, and significantly more robust. Core system reboot completed. Dual-core integration successful. Computational power enhanced. 324. Multithreading processing capacity enhanced. 426. Dark dimension interaction efficiency enhanced. 278. Warning: current enhancements are limited by the development stage of the dark dimension and the host's mental strength. Having reached the current phase's ceiling. Current technology points. 700. A faint smile graced Lin Xuan's lips. This outcome exceeded all expectations. He re-entered the dark dimension, noticing that the digital avatar of the core had also transformed. The previously monotonous silhouette became more defined and substantial, and the surrounding streams of data grew richer and more vibrant. Now, we can undertake more complex tasks, Lin Xuan declared, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. He had two primary objectives: to deepen his understanding of conceptual strikes and to design the second weapon of the God-slaying set. Core. Begin analyzing the deep data structure of conceptual strike and proceed with the construction of the second weapon of the God-slaying set, the Sword of Judgment. Command confirmed. Dual task parallel processing initiated. Estimated consumption. Technology points 200. Task 1. Deep analysis of conceptual strike. Task 2. Design of the Sword of Judgment. Current technology points 500. With the enhanced assistance of the core, Lin Xuan delved into the essence of conceptual strikes. Simultaneously, the design of the Sword of Judgment progressed steadily. This would be a formidable black greatsword imbued with the capacity for miniature judgment, capable of inflicting conceptual-level strikes upon enemies. Time in the dark dimension seemed a blur. Lin Xuan immersed himself fully in his research, nearly oblivious to the passage of time outside. When he finally withdrew his consciousness from the dark dimension and returned to the real world, he was taken aback to find that the scenery outside the window had completely changed. Upon glancing at his phone, he was astonished to discover that more than 2 months had elapsed. Has it been so long? Lin Xuan murmured to himself. He quickly perused various updates, noting that Tony and Pepper's holiday had long since concluded, yet they had respected his need for rest and refrained from disturbing him. Intriguingly, the attention from the Five Constant Council towards him appeared to have diminished significantly. According to certain intelligence he had access to, the Council had essentially accepted the conclusion that the sword was irreplicable, as well as the fact that Lin Xuan was still recovering from his severe injuries sustained while using that ability. This unexpected revelation allowed him to temporarily evade the scrutiny of those politicians. Lin Xuan gradually rose to his feet, stretching his somewhat stiff body. He could sense the abundant spiritual energy within him and the preliminary recovery of his physical condition, which had significantly improved compared to 2 months ago. 2 months was not an excessively long time, he mused, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a knowing smile graced his face. Nick Fury, I suppose you must be overwhelmed with the situation regarding Coulson. The side effects of the 325 serum are quite troublesome to manage. Lin Xuan picked up his phone and dialed the number. The call was almost immediately answered, and Fury's slightly hoarse voice came through. Lin Xuan, I was just about to reach out to you. Lin Xuan chuckled lightly. What a coincidence. I was just planning to pay you a visit. Are there any intriguing projects at S.H.I.L.D. lately? There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by Fury's low voice. There's a project codenamed Tahiti that might pique your interest. Chapter 75. The Secret of 325? The resurrection of Coulson. Lin Xuan surveyed his surroundings, absorbing the tranquility of Tony's villa. 2 months of secluded meditation had allowed him to recover significantly. The energy within him flowed steadily, and his spiritual power surged. It was time to venture out. He extended his hand, and black nanomaterials surged forth from beneath his skin, swiftly enveloping his entire body. Lin Xuan stepped towards the balcony and leapt into the air, his dark armor gleaming like a meteor in the night sky, heading northwest. The air whistled past his ears as the scenery below raced away. Amidst the currents of high altitude, Lin Xuan pondered Fury's words about the Tahiti project concerning Coulson. A smile flickered on Lin Xuan's lips. The intersection of science and the spirit of resurrection was indeed a subject of profound interest to him. Upon reaching the rooftop platform of SHIELD headquarters, a dark figure landed precisely. The black armor quickly deconstructed, merging into Lin Xuan's body like liquid metal, leaving only a simple outfit. Agent Hill awaited him at the edge of the platform and nodded calmly upon his arrival. Lin Xuan, the director has been waiting for you. All is well, Maria, Lin Xuan replied, following her through a series of security checkpoints. As they walked down the corridor leading to the command center, Lin Xuan suddenly spoke. Coulson's condition is more complicated than anticipated. Hill paused momentarily, but did not turn back, stating, all information will be conveyed directly by the director. Inside the command center, Nick Fury stood alone before a massive display screen, his back to the entrance. His silhouette appeared particularly grave under the blue light. You are late, Lin Xuan, Fury remarked, turning to face him, his single eye sharp as an eagle's. Lin Xuan shrugged. You only called 2 hours ago. I consider that on time. Fury forewent further pleasantries and delved straight into the matter. It seems you know something about Coulson's situation. I am here specifically for Agent Coulson, Lin Xuan replied calmly, striding towards the main control console. How is the progress on your Tahiti project? The research on the 325 serum should have yielded results by now. Fury's brow furrowed, and his gaze sharpened further. That is classified information. I possess knowledge far exceeding your imagination, Nick. Lin Xuan smiled, referencing the alien cadaver, and the regenerative substance extracted from it. Agent Hill instinctively moved her hand towards her sidearm, yet Fury raised his hand to stop her. Disable the safety protocol. Authorization level 10, Fury commanded the system. The main screen instantly shifted, displaying a series of highly classified documents and images, including an anatomical diagram of a blue-skinned extraterrestrial corpse and a blue liquid labeled as 325. Fury's expression grew grave. The 325 serum has theoretically succeeded. It indeed has the capability to resurrect the deceased. He pulled up another set of data. However, its side effects far exceed expectations. It reshapes memories, inflicting profound psychological pain and confusion. Test subjects exhibited severe, compulsive writing behaviors, inscribing bizarre symbols, ultimately leading to mental breakdowns. Lin Xuan nodded gently, aligning with the findings he had analyzed through the Xiongxin system. We administered only a minimal dosage to Coulson for testing. Fury continued, his voice uncharacteristically laced with weariness. He is currently in a deep coma, vital signs stable, yet entirely unresponsive, akin to a vegetative state. Any further dosage could yield catastrophic consequences. This issue cannot be resolved at present. Lin Xuan gazed intently at the real-time monitoring data of Coulson on the screen, refraining from comment. Fury turned to Lin Xuan. Meeting his gaze, back on the helicarrier, you claimed we could avert these troubles. Now, I need to know on what basis you made such a statement. This transcends the bounds of our current scientific understanding. A barely perceptible glimmer of hope lay hidden beneath Fury's stern demeanor. While Fury spoke, Lin Xuan had already conducted analysis via the Xiongxin system. Xiongxin command. Analyze 325 serum. Analysis complete. Defects of 325 serum confirmed. Essence. Forced life reconstruction. Lacking mental guidance. Key issue. Serum promotes cellular regeneration but lacks mental anchor, resulting in memory confusion and psychological anomalies. Solution. Utilize upgraded Xiongxin Dark Dimension Energy Mental Scepter data to construct a mental stability field. Success rate, 786. Warning, direct contact with the patient is required. The process must remain uninterrupted. Lin Xuan opened his eyes, a flicker of determination crossing his gaze. Take me to see him, Director Fury. His tone was calm, yet resolute. I have a method to stabilize his psyche and guide the serum's positive effects, reducing or even eliminating side effects. This is not a magic act, Fury retorted coldly. I need to understand the principle. Lin Xuan shook his head. Explanation requires time, and Coulson does not have that luxury. With each passing minute, the 325 serum's erosion of his brain deepens. The two locked eyes for a moment, and finally, Fury nodded in silence. "Follow me." They passed through 5 biometric access doors and descended via a special elevator to the deepest underground level, revealing a highly isolated medical laboratory. The walls were pristine white, adorned with advanced medical equipment, and at the center stood a transparent life pod. Phil Coulson lay quietly within, connected to numerous tubes and monitoring devices. Only I, Hill, and 3 top-tier doctors are aware of this place. Fury remarked that even the other Avengers were kept in the dark. Lin Xuan approached the life pod, gently placing his palm against the glass. Xiongxin conducted a comprehensive scan of Coulson's vital signs, mental fluctuations, and the residual effects of serum 325 within his body. Xiongxin command: scan Coulson's vital signs. Scan initiated. Analyzing a barely perceptible stream of data flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes as Xiongxin processed information at an unprecedented pace. Moments later, Xiongxin provided a detailed report. Scan complete. Target status: deep coma, brainwaves extremely weak yet present. Residual 325, 236, concentrated mainly in brainstem and myocardial tissue. Anomaly index 789, continuously rising. Warning: abnormal activity detected in the target's hippocampal region. Memory area undergoing erosion. Prediction: without intervention, irreversible phase expected within 48 hours. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow. The situation was more complex than anticipated. He turned to Fury. I required direct contact with him, without any isolation barrier. Fury's eyes flashed with caution. This is too risky. No, the real risk lies in further delay. Lin Xuan pointed to the monitoring screen. Observe here. His hippocampal activity is diminishing while his frontal lobe is unnaturally active. Serum 325 is rewriting his brain, but in the wrong direction. Fury exchanged a glance with Hill before ultimately nodding. Initiate the life pod. As the airtight seal disengaged, the transparent cover slowly lifted. Coulson appeared pale, his breath faint. Lin Xuan inhaled deeply, placing his hands gently on either side of Coulson's temples. Now, please maintain absolute silence. Any disturbance could lead to catastrophic consequences. Fury gestured for Hill to step back, retreating to the edge of the laboratory himself. Lin Xuan closed his eyes, entering a unique meditative state. Xiongxin command: initiate construction of mental stabilization field. Core technology: dark dimensional energy guidance, mental imprint tracing. Memory anchor reconstruction. Program initiating mental resonance establishment. Lin Xuan's consciousness resembled a small vessel, cautiously navigating the chaotic ocean of Coulson's mind. Within this tumultuous mental realm, the influence of serum 325 was starkly visible. Once clear memory fragments were being eroded, distorted, and warped by a blue substance. Most alarming was the gradual replacement of Coulson's core personality by an alien consciousness. The residual thoughts of the Kree, providers of serum 325. Warning: detection of external consciousness erosion. Kree memory fragment activity at 43. Recommendation: construct a mental firewall to isolate and dissolve the external consciousness. Lin Xuan nodded in agreement on a mental level. Xiongxin immediately began to harness dark dimensional energy, erecting an invisible barrier around Coulson's mental core. Fury and Hill were oblivious to this unfolding scene. All they could see was Lin Xuan's forehead beaded with sweat, while the life signs monitor for Coulson showed a gradual rise in various indicators. Incredible, Hill whispered. Fury remained silent, his single eye fixed on the scene before him, a torrent of questions swirling in his mind. Lin Xuan was entirely absorbed in the healing process, unaware of the changes occurring in the external world. In the realm of Coulson's mind, he is guiding Xiongxin through the most crucial restoration. Xiongxin Directive: memory anchor reconstruction, core technology, soul gem, wave simulation, quantum memory extraction, personality core stabilization. Progress: 426785, 1 by 1. The fragmented memories distorted by 325 are being retrieved, cleansed, and reconnected. Coulson's persona begins to recohere, resisting the encroachment of foreign consciousness. Yet this is no simple task. Lin Xuan feels an overwhelming mental strain, akin to a tremendous weight pressing upon his heart. Worse still, 325 seems to exhibit a form of resistance to this intervention. Warning, 325 activity elevated. Interference resistance enhanced. Current progress. 89. Significant improvement in mental stability. Recommendation. Increase dark dimensional energy input to complete final stabilization. Lin Xuan grits his teeth. Mobilizing more dark dimensional energy. This is a race against time. Both Coulson's condition and his own mental prowess are rapidly depleting. The instruments within the laboratory suddenly emit a frantic alarm. Coulson's heart rate spikes, and his brainwaves exhibit violent fluctuations. What is happening? Fury strides forward. Hill swiftly examines the data, a full-body stress response, as if forcibly awakened from a coma. Fury reaches out to pull Lin Xuan away, but halts at the moment of contact as a faint energy ripple passes around Lin Xuan, resembling an invisible barrier. Give me 30 more seconds. Lin Xuan's voice is strained yet unwavering. Fury stands frozen, grappling internally. This situation exceeds his comprehension, yet Coulson is indeed improving. Final phase. Memory reconstruction completion, rate 98. Mental firewall stabilized, clearing residual Kree consciousness. Warning, host mental energy depleting too rapidly. Complete operation within 10 seconds. Lin Xuan's temples throb with strain. He injects the final vestige of dark dimensional energy into Coulson's mental core, completing the ultimate restoration and stabilization. It is done. Lin Xuan stumbles back, his complexion as pale as parchment. Simultaneously, within the life pod, Coulson suddenly opens his eyes wide, gasping for breath. Fury and Hill rush forward, incredulous at the sight. Phil? Fury tentatively calls. Coulson blinks, his gaze sharpening gradually. He looks at Fury, weak yet lucid, and speaks. Director, it seems I've had an exceedingly long dream. Fury displays a rare expression of shock, then turns to Lin Xuan, who is now half leaning against the wall. What exactly did you do? Chapter 76. A blessing in disguise? The silence of the mind. Fury's voice is low and urgent, his eyes flickering with undeniable astonishment and curiosity. Just moments ago, Coulson was ensnared in a deep coma. Now he breathes lightly, his gaze gradually clearing. Coulson stands to the side, his attention shifting between Lin Xuan and himself, an expression of gravity and astonishment on his face. Lin Xuan leans against the wall, his pallor persists, yet a faint smile of satisfaction graces his lips. He glances at the monitoring device, confirming that Coulson's metrics are steadily returning to normal ranges. Coulson, how do you feel? Do you remember what transpired? Hill stepped forward, her tone imbued with an unusual gentleness. Coulson's dazed gaze gradually sharpened. I remember Loki, his scepter. Coulson's voice was frail yet lucid, followed by a shroud of darkness, akin to a protracted and chaotic dream. Fury hastened to Coulson's side, meticulously assessing his pupil response. Once assured everything was normal, he turned his attention back to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, how on earth did you manage this? The side effects of 325 left us helpless. How did you stabilize Coulson's mind? Hill held her breath in anticipation, while Coulson, weak yet filled with gratitude and curiosity, gazed at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan inwardly chuckled, having anticipated their skepticism and prepared his explanation. He feigned contemplation, gradually straightening his posture, his eyes sweeping between the three. My original concept was to attempt a fusion of highly purified gamma energy with the 325 serum, hoping to neutralize its mental side effects through the properties of gamma rays. It was a bold endeavor, fraught with risk. Fury's brow furrowed, clearly unsatisfied with this explanation. As the director of SHIELD, he was all too aware of the dangers posed by gamma energy. The case of Dr. Banner served as a poignant warning. Lin Xuan smiled slightly, shifting the conversation's trajectory. However, during the Battle of New York, I simultaneously endured the spatial energy of the Tesseract, the mental assault of the Mind Scepter, and Thor's thunderous might. After that ordeal, I spent 2 months in seclusion to recuperate. He inhaled deeply, his tone laced with mystery. I discovered that the disparate energies within me seemed to resonate and mutate in a peculiar manner, allowing me to touch upon some form of mental prowess, or perhaps a rudimentary form of mental magic. Mental magic? Fury's single eye widened, his voice tinged with incredulity. Coulson, upon hearing Lin Xuan's explanation, was equally astonished. Struggling to sit up, Hill rushed to support him. After absorbing Lin Xuan's words, Coulson murmured, "When I sacrificed myself, I merely hoped that you heroes would unite. I never anticipated that it would lead to such a monumental battle, nor that you would." His tone was complex, filled with awe for Lin Xuan's abilities, alongside the shock of the ensuing chain reaction from his sacrifice. Fury's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you saying that you gained a form of superpower as a result of that battle?" He scrutinized Lin Xuan closely. Lin Xuan sensed the flicker of doubt lurking in Fury's gaze, but merely nodded calmly. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan's consciousness quietly descended into the dark dimension, where the core had long since commenced its operation. Core command, 325 serum data analysis completed. Extracting core regenerative factors, initiating super serum self-healing enhancement module, core technology, directional cellular activation, dark energy-guided repair, mental synchrony acceleration for regeneration. Command confirmed, fusion procedure initiated, preliminary enhancement of physical functions expected to complete in 10 minutes. Lin Xuan decided to offer a brief demonstration. He inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening, and with a commanding shout directed into the void. An invisible wave radiated outward from his center. Fury, Hill, and Coulson suddenly found their thoughts momentarily suspended, as if the sounds of the outside world and their own inner musings had been briefly muted. Although this sensation lasted but a fleeting moment, Hill's hand instinctively drifted towards her firearm, while Fury remained rooted to the spot, his pupils constricting. Coulson, lying in the recovery pod, gazed in astonishment at the interaction unfolding among the three. "What is this?" Hill's voice trembled, barely suppressing her astonishment. Lin Xuan, with a smile, retracted his power and explained, "Just like this, a temporary mental silence, or rather, a focus-driven guidance. It can subtly disrupt and influence the mental state of others. However, it is far less potent than you might imagine, certainly not comparable to that devastating strike in New York." He deliberately downplayed its potential for control, wishing not to alarm those before him. Fury inhaled deeply, the shock in his eyes gradually yielding to analysis and assessment. This ability, while fleeting and seemingly limited in scope, could prove to be an invaluable tactical asset under specific circumstances. Thankfully, this power does not possess the uncontrollable and incomprehensible nature of the strike in New York. It appears this is the ability he has gained through adversity. Fury's inner turmoil intensified, yet he maintained an outward composure. "So, you use this ability to stabilize Coulson's mind?" Fury inquired, his voice slightly elevated. Lin Xuan nodded yes. "The core issue with the serum is that it forcibly revives vital signs while neglecting mental stability. Through this ability, I established a mental anchor for Coulson, aiding his consciousness in reintegrating and counteracting the chaos induced by the serum." "Incredible," Coulson murmured, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. "Are there any other applications for this ability?" Hill asked sharply. Lin Xuan shrugged. "I'm still in the exploratory phase. So far, it seems particularly suited for mental healing and brief control." Fury's expression grew even more intricate. Lin Xuan's newfound ability was undoubtedly a significant asset, yet it also introduced new variables. At least, this mental silence, which he perceived as remaining within the realm of control, was far less provocative to the Council than that fateful strike. Since they had already accepted the notion that the strike was non-replicable and that Lin Xuan had suffered grave injuries as a result, this newly revealed, comparatively lesser power might not escalate Lin Xuan's threat level in their eyes. In fact, it could serve as a subtle equilibrium, allowing the Council to feel that Lin Xuan is not entirely unpredictable. Coulson suddenly cleared his throat. "So, how much did I miss? How are the superheroes faring?" Hill replied gently. "They have all returned to their respective lives. Thor has taken Loki back to Asgard, and Captain Rogers is adapting to modern life." Just then, Lin Xuan's encrypted communicator in his pocket vibrated. He retrieved it and saw Tony Stark's name flashing on the screen. Raising an eyebrow, he connected the call. Lin Xuan, you have emerged from seclusion rather abruptly. Return quickly. We recently discussed the prototype of the rescuer armor, which has just passed preliminary testing. Tony's characteristic, slightly exaggerated tone resonated. Lin Xuan cast a glance at Fury, who frowned slightly. Tony, I am currently attending to certain matters. Tony retorted, dissatisfied. What could possibly be more important than technological research? Don't tell me you've been cavorting with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents again? Upon hearing this, Fury's expression darkened further. Lin Xuan chuckled lightly. You guessed correctly. I am indeed with Director Fury. Silence enveloped the line for a few seconds before Tony's voice re-emerged. Now laced with curiosity, Fury, what do you need you for? Wait, let me guess. Is it related to Coulson? Fury's demeanor instantly shifted to one of vigilance, and Lin Xuan was somewhat taken aback. How did you know? Lin Xuan inquired. Tony let out a triumphant chuckle. I am Tony Stark. The firewall of S.H.I.E.L.D. is as transparent to me as glass. Don't tell me Fury thought his little secret could remain hidden from me? Fury inhaled deeply, seemingly striving to maintain his composure. Coulson is still alive? Tony's voice turned serious. Fury, you deceiver. You exploited Coulson's death to unite us, and he is not dead at all? Fury glanced at Lin Xuan, who shrugged, signaling his helplessness. Stark, the situation is more intricate than you presume. Fury finally spoke, his tone tinged with exhaustion. Coulson did indeed perish, but we discovered a method to bring him back. Tony, here's the situation. Lin Xuan interjected, succinctly elucidating the 325 serum and Coulson's circumstances. Once more, silence enveloped the phone, followed by Tony's voice. Well, at least Coulson is alive. That is indeed good news. But Fury, we need to have a thorough discussion afterward. Lin Xuan, once you conclude your matters, come directly to Malibu. My rescuer armor requires your insights. Lin Xuan glanced at Fury, who nodded slightly. I shall arrive shortly. Lin Xuan responded, subsequently ending the call. The laboratory fell into a brief silence once more. Coulson looked at Fury, then turned to Lin Xuan and softly said, Tony knows I'm still alive. What about the others? Fury shook his head. Not for now. The fewer who know, the better. Lin Xuan approached Coulson and gently patted his shoulder. Rest well, Phil. Your body needs time to fully adapt to the effects of the serum. Coulson nodded gratefully. Thank you, Lin Xuan. Regardless of the method you employed, I owe you my life. Lin Xuan smiled. Do not mention it. He turned to Fury. I believe I must take my leave. Stark is awaiting my assessment of his scientific endeavor. Before departing the laboratory, Lin Xuan cast one last glance at Coulson, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. At that moment, the clandestine operations of the Xiongxin Dark Dimension were nearing completion. The core data of the 325 serum had been flawlessly extracted and integrated into his body enhancement program. The enhancement plan has been completed. The integration of the 325 core factors is accomplished, significantly augmenting self-healing abilities by 247. Lin Xuan murmured to himself, a glimmer of anticipation gracing his lips. Could it be Tony's rescue armor? The dark armor surged forth once again from beneath his skin, enveloping his entire body. Lin Xuan leaped into the air, soaring towards Malibu like a meteor streaking through the night. Chapter 77. Floating Sentinel? Multi-energy conversion? The dark armor once again emerged, cloaking him entirely. Lin Xuan took a deep breath, remnants of the dark dimension's energy that had aided Coulson still resonating within him. That extraordinary power, concealed beyond the realm of reality, yet capable of directly influencing it, was an enchanting sensation. As he soared through the sky, his thoughts drifted back to the process of healing Coulson. The direct manipulation of dark dimension energy, purely guided by his will to channel higher dimensional forces, had enthralled him. In the past, most of his abilities stemmed from the amalgamation of rune matrices and the power of thunder. Yet, today's experience revealed that the energy of the dark dimension appeared to be more unique and malleable. Xiongxin, do you believe the energy of the dark dimension can undergo transformations of differing natures? For instance, converting my thunder power into other forms of energy output? Theoretically feasible. Research on the characteristics of dark dimension energy has been added to the agenda. Preliminary direction: energy form transformation and attribute simulation. Priority: high. Lin Xuan nodded slightly, contemplating this intriguing possibility. The data from the 325 serum had been flawlessly extracted by Xiongxin and integrated into his enhancement plan, significantly enhancing his self-healing capabilities. If he could further explore the transformative properties of dark dimension energy, it might unveil entirely new avenues for ability development. It seemed that his visit to Tony's laboratory was more than just a mere observation of his latest scientific creations. As twilight painted the sky with hues of crimson, Lin Xuan could discern the distant outline of the Malibu coastline. He slowed his descent, gently landing on the open terrace of Tony's villa. The nanotech black armor receded like a receding tide. Tony leaned against the railing, holding a glass of amber liquid, evidently having awaited his arrival for some time. Upon seeing Lin Xuan, he exaggeratedly exhaled in relief. "My goodness, you finally made it. I thought you were going to settle down at S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting? What does it matter? You have an endless supply of drinks," Lin Xuan quipped, glancing at the glass in Tony's hand. Tony shrugged. "My new baby can hardly wait to meet its uncle. You know, they aren't quite as patient as I am." "They?" Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow, noting the plural usage. Tony smiled mysteriously, offering no direct answer, and instead turned to walk indoors. "Come with me. I have something to show you. It's not the rescue armor, which still requires final adjustments." Intrigued, Lin Xuan followed. Tony led him to the doorway of the workshop, paused, and turned around, his expression reminiscent of a child about to perform a magic trick. "Are you ready? Witness the next generation of personal defense systems from Stark Industries." No sooner had the words left his lips than Tony snapped his fingers. The studio doors slid open automatically, and several palm-sized, flat metal modules soared out, hovering gracefully on either side of Tony's shoulders. The front of these modules shimmered with an ethereal blue light, maintaining perfect equilibrium in the air. "Allow me to present a tantalizing appetizer," Tony proclaimed with pride. "This is my latest upgrade to the personal defense system, tentatively named the Stark Hover Sentinel. Isn't it far more elegant than your crude techniques of brawling?" Lin Xuan observed these intricate devices with keen interest. Their surfaces were sleek, their lines fluid, clearly reflecting Tony's iconic design style. "Hover Sentinel? It appears to resemble some form of remote weapon system." Indeed, Tony clapped his hands together. "Jarvis, initiate demonstration mode." "At your service, sir," came the voice of the artificial intelligence butler. Several Hover Sentinel modules sprang to life, gracefully maneuvering through the air. After adjusting their angles, they simultaneously unleashed a barrage of precise blue laser beams. Scorching marks appeared instantly on the metal targets positioned at the edge of the distant balcony. Clean, precise, efficient. "What do you think?" Tony raised an eyebrow, evidently awaiting accolades. "Such firepower, such accuracy. To be honest, Tony, I've always thought you were somewhat inept at this kind of precise, ranged energy weaponry, preferring instead the simplicity and brutality of close combat." Lin Xuan replied with a raised brow, his exterior calm, while internally he activated the Xiongxin system. Unaware of Lin Xuan's distraction, Tony continued to prattle on. "This is merely a preliminary prototype. The production version will be more compact and can be directly integrated into the armor system. Just imagine, Iron Man accompanied by a swarm of flying laser minions, leaving the enemy no chance to approach. Xiongxin command. Analyze the energy structure of Stark Hover Sentinel, laser emission principles, and micro-recoil stabilization system. Analysis in progress." Simultaneously, Lin Xuan embarked on another task within the Shadow Realm. Shadow Realm Sync Task, based on the existing Thunder Energy Model Rune Matrix and the properties of URU metal. Simulate the construction of a high-energy clustered laser output module. Lin Xuan nodded with a smile, rapidly processing data in the Shadow Realm. Suddenly, he recalled the 325 serum data extracted from Coulson earlier. Within the Shadow Realm, the spirit of Xiongxin manifested the core regenerative factor energy data structure recorded during the analysis of the 325 serum. A bold idea flickered in Lin Xuan's mind. If the energy from the Shadow Realm could simulate aggressive lasers, could it also replicate the regenerative properties of the 325 serum, forming a controllable healing energy? Xiongxin prompt. Theoretically feasible. Requires construction of specific energy circuits synchronized with life frequency runes. Data source. 325 core regenerative factor. Recommendation for detailed simulation later. Lin Xuan subtly nodded, refocusing his attention back to Tony's hover sentinels. The analysis from Xiongxin had been completed, and he understood the operational principles of this system thoroughly. Now, it was time to conduct a small experiment. In the Shadow Realm, Lin Xuan channeled a pure surge of thunderous energy through the recently simulated runic structure and energy amplification matrix. He compressed, refined, and transformed it into a high-energy, focused energy stream that bore a resemblance to Tony's laser, yet exuded an aura of thunderous devastation. Xiongxin prompt. The conversion module from thunder energy to high-energy, focused laser, primary dark dimension optimized version, has been successfully constructed. Lin Xuan interrupted Tony's incessant chatter, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Tony, your floating sentinels are indeed impressive. However, I have a question. What question? Tony inquired with curiosity. Without responding, Lin Xuan extended his right hand. A sphere of blue-violet energy coalesced in his palm, accompanied by a flurry of delicate electric arcs that danced and rapidly shaped themselves. In mere moments, an energy cannon, nearly identical in appearance to the laser emitter of Tony's floating sentinel, materialized in his hand. However, it was adorned with clearly visible thunder runes, radiating an even more perilous aura. Tony, brimming with pride, awaited Lin Xuan's admiration. Yet, upon witnessing the sudden manifestation of the energy cannon in Lin Xuan's palm, identical to his own sentinel's emitter and pulsating with the familiar resonance of thunder, his smile froze, and his drink nearly slipped from his grasp. Wait, did you just craft that on the spot? This defies logic. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the energy construct in Lin Xuan's palm. Lin Xuan could not help but burst into laughter. Your expression is truly priceless. Tony set down his drink and approached Lin Xuan, scrutinizing the replica composed purely of energy. This is impossible. How did you achieve this? He reached out to touch it, but hesitated, retracting his hand. This requires intricate engineering, quantum physics, and a miniature recoil stabilization system. Lin Xuan gently raised his hand, slightly adjusting the energy construct, making the internal flow of light more discernible. Tony squinted. Are you implying that you merely glanced at my technology and were able to imagine a functionally similar energy version from scratch? Quite close, Lin Xuan nodded, though it is not entirely the same. Tony raised an eyebrow. That sounds like a compliment, yet I feel somewhat offended. Is it because you're Tony Stark? Lin Xuan teased before shifting the topic. Mine is a bit more versatile. With a huff, Tony extended his hand, requesting to examine the energy construct in Lin Xuan's palm. Lin Xuan obligingly turned his hand toward Tony. Incredible, Tony murmured, leaning in closer for a better look. The precision of the energy flow control was nearly on par with physical constructs. This was no longer merely a matter of power, but of precise control over energy. What is all this? Lin Xuan smiled faintly. You may understand it as a switch and regulator for controlling the form and nature of energy. With a mere thought, the bluish energy at the front of the cannon in his palm instantaneously transformed into a blazing blue-violet electric arc, crackling with sound. Thunder? Tony recoiled a step, his face awash with astonishment. You turned it into a thunder launcher? With just a thought? Lin Xuan flicked his wrist. The tempestuous energy of thunder swiftly converged, coalescing into a highly compressed form. What emanated was no longer the essence of thunder, but rather a gentle, vibrant, pale green luminescence. Tony found his breath caught in his throat, sensing the peculiar fluctuations within this energy, distinct from any weaponry he had ever encountered. It is an experiment, Lin Xuan elucidated. Based on prior analyses of certain unique biological agents, I endeavored to simulate a form of energy possessing restorative and regenerative properties. Of course, it remains quite immature. Tony was rendered speechless. Laser, thunder, and now a suspected healing energy? He gazed at Lin Xuan for a considerable time before ultimately shaking his head and raising his glass in a decisive gulp. All right, I concede. Today's display of prowess. You have triumphed. He gestured a sign of surrender, yet it was clear that this was not the end. Lin Xuan retracted the energy construct from his palm and smiled, inquiring, "So, where's the rescue armor? Did you not mention you would show it to me?" Tony's eyes sparkled anew. "Ah, yes, I nearly forgot the main event." Chapter 78. The Emergence of a Rescuer. Improvements? Tony guided Lin Xuan through a lengthy corridor, leading them to a concealed laboratory beneath the villa. The space was more expansive than Lin Xuan had anticipated, with walls adorned by various prototypes of armored suits, while the central workbench was strewn with countless components and holographic schematics. "Welcome to my underground laboratory. The previous one was commandeered by you. This is my new research center," Tony declared, arms wide open. Lin Xuan surveyed the surroundings, his attention drawn to an armored suit resting elegantly upon the central platform. It was a sleek, azure-hued suit, standing silently in its display. Its design bore similarities to Tony's series, but exuded a more slender and graceful aesthetic, with the curves of the chest and shoulders clearly tailored for a female user. According to your specifications, it is designed specifically for Pepper. The visor of the armor illuminated with a soft, cerulean glow around the eyes, as if a slumbering guardian had been infused with a soul, quietly observing the visitors. "Does Pepper know you have prepared this surprise for her?" Lin Xuan inquired as he approached the armor, appreciating its exquisite material and thoughtful design. Tony shrugged, moving to the adjacent control panel. "Not as of now. This serves as a surprise, or perhaps a necessary insurance policy." His usually nonchalant demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "After the Battle of New York, I realized that certain threats cannot be entirely anticipated or controlled. If I am not by her side," Lin Xuan nodded in understanding. For Tony Stark, Pepper Potts was undoubtedly his greatest vulnerability and the one he yearned to protect the most. In a world fraught with peril, crafting a top-tier suit of armor for her was the most straightforward and effective means he could conceive. Lin Xuan's gaze meticulously scanned every detail of the rescuer armor. "Command, scan the rescuer armor. Conduct an in-depth analysis of its structure, material characteristics, energy system modules, weapon configuration schemes, and core design focus." Analysis program initiated. Data flow emergence, structure, deconstruction underway. Core design of the rescuer armor, focused on extreme defense and ultra-high mobility. Outer armor, special lightweight titanium alloy composite material, supplemented by a variable energy shield generator matrix. Energy core, improved version of the micro-arc reactor, highly efficient and energy-saving, with a power output reduction of 12, yet an increase in sustained combat efficiency of 287. Defense system, 3-layered energy shield structure, capable of effectively resisting medium-intensity energy weapon saturation attacks and high-intensity kinetic impacts, possessing short-term overload diversion capabilities. Continued analysis. The weapon system primarily relies on external equipment collaboration, with preset interfaces for direct retrieval of certain modular weapon units from the Veronica weapon library for coordinated combat. Additionally equipped with 6 latest model floating sentinels, defense specialized. Overall evaluation provides unparalleled passive defense capabilities and rapid battlefield extraction mobility, ensuring the absolute safety of the user. Lin Xuan comprehended this well. Indeed, this is a suit of armor meticulously crafted for Pepper Potts. Heavy defense, high mobility, and low offensive capability perfectly encapsulate the core philosophy behind the name Rescuer. The overall design emphasizes defense and mobility, with a notable enhancement in the efficiency of the energy core, indicating considerable effort invested. Lin Xuan succinctly recounted several key points derived from the analysis to Tony. The armor material also employs a new composite formula. The ability to remotely access certain weapon modules from Veronica, along with 6 defensive floating sentinels as support, certainly maximizes the sense of security. Tony initially raised an eyebrow out of habit, seemingly desensitized to Lin Xuan's swift insight into the core of his design. He then waved his hand dismissively, picking up the coffee offered by a nearby robot. All right. Your eyes are practically a fusion of optical machinery and supercomputers. However, just a moment ago, After casually conjuring that modified floating sentinel before my eyes, I made an effort to become accustomed to your analytical prowess. Despite his words, the fleeting surprise in his gaze betrayed his true feelings. The rescuer armor is a secret project he has poured countless efforts into, with many design details and technical parameters being revealed for the first time. Lin Xuan walked slowly around the rescuer armor, his fingers lightly brushing against the cold metallic surface while his mind raced with thoughts. Given that its name is the Rescuer, Lin Xuan paused. Turning to Tony, a meaningful smile graced his lips. Wouldn't it be even more perfect if it could be endowed with some truly significant rescue capabilities? For instance, this. He extended his right hand, palm up, accompanied by a subtle hum of energy. A soft blue-violet glow of energy gathered in his palm, swirling and taking shape. In an instant, Tony's gaze was once again drawn to the phenomenon in Lin Xuan's hand. Here we go again. Tony's breath instinctively slowed, as he sensed that Lin Xuan was about to unveil something that would utterly challenge his understanding. Lin Xuan offered a subtle smile, his thoughts stirring. Tony abruptly halted, a mixture of elation, disbelief, and an almost reverent excitement etched upon his face. My heavens, is laser thunder now a means of healing? If only the rescue armor could harness such energy. Tony's breathing quickened. He gazed at the azure-hued armor, his eyes igniting with an unprecedented brilliance. It would truly live up to its name. Lin Xuan interjected, breaking Tony's reverie. Tony, how has Dr. Banner been lately? After the Battle of New York, he mentioned he wanted to delve deeper into gamma radiation. Is he still with you? Tony snapped back to reality, rubbing his temples. Since the events in New York, during your period of seclusion, he indeed spent some time here with me. We conducted quite a bit of reverse analysis on gamma radiation together. He moved to the opposite side of the workshop, bringing forth several holographic projections that displayed intricate gamma-ray spectrograms and long-term physiological monitoring data. But you know Banner. He always feels that his issues pose a danger to those around him. Eventually, he decided he needed a more tranquil and focused environment and relocated to an independent research facility to continue his studies on gamma radiation and his own dilemmas. He added, speaking of which, that nano-emotional regulation wristband you gifted him long ago, he still wears it. During our last communication, he specifically mentioned that it works exceptionally well, significantly stabilizing his emotions and reducing unnecessary transformations. Lin Xuan nodded, satisfied with this outcome. The primary function of that emotional regulation wristband was to monitor and provide early warnings of Banner's emotional fluctuations. However, it remained a mere auxiliary measure, addressing symptoms rather than the root cause. The true crux lay within the Hulk himself. Lin Xuan's thoughts became serene. The experience of healing Coulson had granted him a fresh perspective on the regenerative properties of the 325 serum and the reconstitution of the mental core. Moreover, his newly acquired ability of mental silence touched upon the direct application of mental prowess. Coulson's mental fragments have been distorted by 325. I could cleanse and reconstruct them using the energy from the shadow dimension. The dynamic between Dr. Banner and the Hulk essentially represented a schism and conflict of spirit and consciousness. If I could apply this mental intervention technique in conjunction with the core regenerative factors extracted from the 325 serum to enhance drive Banner's physical being, a bold idea began to crystallize in his mind. I could attempt to analyze the mental data models of both Banner and the Hulk, seeking the root of their conscious conflict, and then employ techniques akin to mental silence. I could establish a bridge or a buffer in their mental realm. Furthermore, by utilizing the energy characteristics of the 325 core regenerative factor, I could strengthen Dr. Banner's cellular structure, enhancing his capacity to bear and convert gamma energy, thus preventing him from being passively dominated by the Hulk's power. Lin Xuan issued a directive to the Xiongxin. Xiongxin directive, plan analysis, Xiongxin prompt, detecting the host's profound contemplation regarding Bruce Banner and the Hulk. Based on the currently acquired data of dark dimension energy manipulation, mental core intervention, advanced application of mental silence, and 325 core regeneration factor energy structure, preliminary assessment, a brand new scheme for Hulk consciousness harmonization and form stability can be constructed. Core concept, utilizing dark dimension energy as a guide. in conjunction with mental anchoring techniques, to attempt to reconcile the personality conflicts between Dr. Banner and the Hulk. Additionally, employing the energy characteristics of the 325 regeneration factor to enhance Dr. Banner's body's capacity for gamma energy absorption and transformation efficiency, with the ultimate goal of achieving stable coexistence of the two consciousnesses and controllable transformation of their powers. A sudden illumination sparked in Lin Xuan's mind. The prompt from Xiongxin resonated perfectly with his previously vague thoughts. If it were indeed possible to realize a stable coexistence between Banner and the Hulk, and even enable Banner to consciously harness the Hulk's powers while maintaining awareness, it would undoubtedly represent a monumental breakthrough. Tony, noticing the change in Lin Xuan's expression, sent an encrypted address to Lin Xuan's communicator. This was the external contact address for that research institute. He redirected his attention to the energy construct in his hands, emanating a soft green glow. All right, my friend, thank you for this astonishing gift. I'm brimming with inspiration and must swiftly integrate it into the rescuer system. With that, Tony eagerly dashed to the workbench, fully engrossed in his scientific realm. Lin Xuan observed Tony's fervent dedication with a wry smile. He tucked away the communicator, already resolute in his decision. It was time to pay a visit to Dr. Banner. Chapter 79, Coexistence of Banner and Hulk? Establishing a mental link standing in Tony's laboratory. Lin Xuan's thoughts soared far away. He activated the dark dimension energy conversion directly, as the nano-black armor swiftly formed over his body. Like a black meteor, Lin Xuan pierced through the clouds, flying towards the Physics Research Institute where Banner was located. The wind howled past him, yet his thoughts were remarkably clear. Xiongxin calculation. Feasibility assessment of the combination of 325 regeneration factor and mental silence technology. Assessment passed. Theoretical success rate, 873. Xiongxin analysis. Target individual Bruce Banner, Hulk energy model. Status. Dual consciousness energy fields highly entangled and repulsive, with a risk of gamma energy overload. Core issue. Lack of effective communication bridge at the consciousness level. Xiongxin task triggered. Reconciliation of the Green Giant. Task objective. Assist Bruce Banner and the Hulk in establishing a preliminary mental link, achieving the foundation for consciousness coexistence. Task reward. 200 technology points. Meanwhile, within the Physics Research Institute, Dr. Bruce Banner rubbed his sore eyes, pushing aside the towering piles of gamma radiation data before him. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue upon his somewhat weary face, accentuating his tousled curls. He instinctively caressed the nano-emotion regulation bracelet on his wrist, a gift from Lin Xuan that had indeed improved his life significantly since its arrival. This seemingly ordinary bracelet could meticulously monitor his emotional fluctuations, providing timely warnings before he spiraled out of control and delivering precise energy pulses to stabilize his mental state. Yet, this was merely a superficial remedy. Banner sighed softly. While the bracelet alleviated the symptoms, it could not address the underlying issue. The Hulk remained an uncontrollable and unstable force within him. He could sense that hulking green entity lurking deep within his consciousness, ever poised to seize control. Banner gazed at his hands, a wry smile crossing his lips. Has Lin Xuan emerged from his retreat? Tony mentioned he was experimenting with new psychic energy techniques. I would love to discuss them with him. Just as he finished speaking, the research facility security system emitted a gentle alert. Dr. Banner, a visitor has arrived. Frowning, Banner realized he had not scheduled any appointments. On the monitor, a familiar figure stood at the entrance of the research facility, clad in simple, dark attire that exuded a remarkable composure. It was Lin Xuan. Banner nearly sprang to his feet, hastening toward the door. Upon opening it and seeing Lin Xuan's familiar visage, he momentarily froze. Then a wave of uncontainable joy washed over his face. "You've returned from your retreat?" His voice betrayed his excitement. "I was just thinking about you." Lin Xuan smiled and nodded. "Were you wondering if I would bring you any means of control?" Banner sheepishly scratched his head. "Something like that. The bracelet you gave me works remarkably well." He raised his wrist. "Tony has also contributed significantly to my research, but we're still far from truly mastering the Hulk." Lin Xuan interjected, You have new ideas? Inside the research facility, the two settled into Banner's private laboratory. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Xuan cut to the chase. Banner, during my retreat, I gained some new insights into psychic energy. Perhaps there's a method to achieve a deeper coexistence between you and the Hulk. Banner's body jolted at the mention of coexistence, his eyes brimming with disbelief and yearning. His voice trembled slightly. Are you saying it is not about suppression, but about coexistence? Not merely controlling emotions, but truly coexisting? Seeing Banner's excitement, Lin Xuan nodded affirmatively. Yes, theoretically, it is feasible. Banner could hardly catch his breath, pacing back and forth, gesturing animatedly. If this is indeed possible, it would be extraordinary. It would change everything. Suddenly, he halted, a flicker of concern crossing his features. But is it safe? What if Hulk? Well, he is not the easiest to communicate with. Lin Xuan spoke calmly. I will maintain control throughout the process. Moreover, I believe the Hulk is not entirely irrational. He simply expresses himself differently. Core command. Retrieve the mental stabilization field and consciousness harmonization plan targeting Banner's gamma mutation. Prepare for execution. Core response. Plan ready. It is advisable to conduct this under Banner's mentally stable condition. Lin Xuan rose and approached Banner. Do you wish to trust me? Banner inhaled deeply, gazing intently into Lin Xuan's eyes. I trust you. Lin Xuan nodded and guided Banner to sit upon a comfortable chair. He gently placed his palm upon Banner's forehead and spoke softly. Relax, close your eyes, and follow my lead. Banner complied without hesitation. Core command. Initiate dark plane energy guidance. Establish a mental buffer space. Parameter settings. Space stability 998. Energy barrier strength level 7. Consciousness guidance gentleness. Status. Mental buffer space under construction. Energy infusion. Spatial structure stable. Alert. Mental buffer space has been successfully constructed. Banner's consciousness is safely introduced. Banner felt a slight dizziness. Soon, his consciousness seemed to detach from his body, entering a peculiar mental realm, a tranquil space filled with soft blue light, as if standing beneath the clear waters of a lake. He gazed around, astonished. The essence of Lin Xuan materialized before him. This is your consciousness area, a buffer space where both you and Hulk can safely reside. He gestured towards the distance. Core scan. Target. Hulk. Consciousness positioning in progress. Scan complete. Hulk's consciousness is located in the deeper partition of the mental space. Current state. Alert. Isolated. Energy fluctuations intense yet suppressed. Analysis. Hulk's consciousness is fundamentally a gamma, energy-driven protective persona, exhibiting a high degree of independence. Following Lin Xuan's indication, Banner looked in that direction, gasping in shock. A colossal green figure sat there, resembling an injured child. Is this me? Him? Banner was taken aback. This was his first visceral encounter with Hulk, not in fury, but in solitude and confusion. Core command. Host, Lin Xuan, detected gamma energy resonating with Hulk's consciousness. Resonance frequency, 783. Recommendation. Utilize this resonance frequency as the initial tuning parameter for the mental link. Lin Xuan nodded slightly. Core command. Activate mental silence technique. Supplemented by dark plane energy, based on a resonance frequency, attempt to construct a stable mental linking bridge between Banner and Hulk. Status. Mental linking bridge under construction. Energy threads extending. Banner's consciousness end. Link stable. Hulk's consciousness end. Resistance reaction detected. Energy barrier fluctuations. Lin Xuan addressed Banner. Now, try to sense Hulk. Do not fear him. Do not seek to control him. Simply feel him. Banner closed his eyes, relinquishing his fear and resistance. Core command. Synchronize and execute the physical enhancement program. Mobilize 325 core regeneration factors, infusing Banner's physiological body through dark energy guidance. Objective. Enhance cellular vitality. Increase gamma energy capacity. Alleviate mental pressure. Status. Regeneration factors infusing. Banner's physiological parameters. Heart rate stable. Neurotransmitter activity increasing. Gamma energy overflow rate reduced by 15. Feedback. The pressure index on Banner's mental level has diminished. The resistance response of the Hulk's consciousness has weakened. A warm sensation enveloped Banner, and the mental strain appeared to ease. Lin Xuan's explanation resonated at the opportune moment. The physical and mental realms are interdependent. As your body becomes more adept at adapting to gamma energy, the fear of the Hulk diminishes, naturally facilitating the establishment of a mental link. He could sense the Hulk's emotions: fear, anger, confusion, and a yearning for understanding. The Hulk gradually rose, extending his colossal hand to gently touch the invisible barrier. In an almost instinctive manner, Banner reached out, mirroring the Hulk's palm. Warning: the energy at the bilateral consciousness contact point is highly concentrated. Status: the synchronization rate of the mental link bridge surged to 50, 70, 90. Gamma energy characteristic eruption detected. Link stabilized. Core alert: preliminary mental link between Banner and the Hulk has been established. Task: reconciliation with the Green Giant has been completed. Reward: 200 technology points. Current technology points: 700. Lin Xuan exhaled in relief, gradually withdrawing his energy. The mental realm dissipated like ripples in water. Banner blinked, realizing he remained seated in the laboratory chair, with Lin Xuan standing before him, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Did we succeed? Banner inquired, his voice laced with uncertainty. Lin Xuan nodded. This is merely the first step, yet it is a crucial one. The initial mental link is established. Now, you must cultivate this connection and learn to coexist with the Hulk. Banner took a deep breath, closing his eyes to sense the newly forged connection. To his astonishment, he could indeed faintly perceive the Hulk's presence, not as an impending loss of control, but as a wondrous resonance. It was simply incredible. Banner opened his eyes, excitement bubbling in his voice. I can feel him, but it's not that desperate urge to break free. It's as natural as knowing my left hand exists. Lin Xuan replied with a smile. Exactly. That's the feeling. Banner stood up, exhilarated. You have no idea what this means to me. This changes everything. Lin Xuan nodded approvingly. This is just the beginning, Banner. Next, we will engage in deeper training, enabling you to truly communicate with the Hulk and, one day, harness his power while maintaining your consciousness. The spark of excitement glimmered in Banner's eyes, a light Lin Xuan had never seen before in this scientist. A glimmer of hope, genuine hope. When do we start? Banner eagerly asked. Now, right now, Lin Xuan affirmed, his tone steady and resolute. Chapter 80. The resonance between Banner and the Hulk. The emergence of combat spirit. Lin Xuan gazed at the revitalized Dr. Banner before him, a smile gracing his lips. This scientist, long plagued by the Hulk, now radiated the exuberance of a child, his eyes sparkling with a long-lost light of hope. When do we begin? Banner implored, his eagerness palpable. Now, right now. Lin Xuan nodded, his voice calm and unwavering. He understood clearly that this was merely the first step of a long journey. Although the initial spiritual connection had been established, the true challenge lay in facilitating a resonance between Banner and Hulk, ultimately achieving a profound communion of minds. Banner, you can sense Hulk's presence now, which is commendable, Lin Xuan stated, gazing intently into Banner's eyes. However, to truly wield this power, you must attain a deeper understanding. Banner's expression turned serious. What kind of understanding? You must comprehend the essence of Hulk's emotions, the pure, primal fighting spirit born from gamma energy, Lin Xuan explained. Only through grasping this fighting spirit can you genuinely command it. The real challenge is just beginning. Banner, while you can sense his presence, transitioning from mere perception to resonance is essential for mastering Hulk's might. Banner's excitement tempered slightly as he adjusted his glasses. Resonance? Are you suggesting I need to delve deeper into understanding Hulk? Lin Xuan nodded affirmatively. Precisely. What is the core of Hulk? Anger. Banner responded immediately, as if this answer was etched in the depths of his soul. Not merely anger, Lin Xuan corrected. It is a pure, primal fighting spirit born from gamma energy. The most direct and effective way to deepen your connection is to experience and understand this fighting spirit firsthand. Banner furrowed his brow. That sounds somewhat perilous. With me here, there's nothing to fear, Lin Xuan replied resolutely. Only by comprehending this fighting spirit can you truly master it, rather than being mastered by it. Core Directive. Construct the Dark Star Battle Axe Energy Structure Model. Core Response. Based on the host's nanotechnology, the Dark Star Battle Axe Energy Structure Model has been generated. Energy Core, Dark Dimensional Energy Conversion Hub, capable of outputting pure gamma energy. Output Parameters. Wavelength Control Precision 997. Intensity Gradient Control Range 0 to 1,100 units. Lin Xuan contemplated in his mind. He planned to utilize the Dark Star Battle Axe, which shared its origin with his own nanotechnology, to release a pure and controllable gamma energy field through dark dimensional energy conversion. This would serve as a catalyst, guiding Hulk's fighting spirit while allowing Banner to deepen his understanding under safe stimulation. Core Directive. Construct Hulk Fighting Spirit Guidance Plan. Plan Core. The Dark Star Battle Axe can accurately simulate a high-intensity gamma radiation source through dark dimensional energy conversion. Expected outcome. Effectively stimulate Hulk's subconscious combat instincts and enhance Banner's empathetic experience with the assistance of the spiritual link. Risk Assessment. Low risk. Provided that Banner's mental link is stable and the host can precisely control the energy output gradient. Core. Task Triggered. Trial of Communion. Task Objective. Assist Bruce Banner in achieving an initial level of conscious communion with Hulk's fighting spirit activation state. Task Details. Guide Banner to understand and accept Hulk's core emotion, the fighting spirit of anger. Task Reward. 200 technology points. Lin Xuan gently patted Banner's shoulder. This place is not suitable for our forthcoming training. Follow me. Training? What training? As Banner kept pace with Lin Xuan, curiosity bubbled within him. Lin Xuan did not respond immediately. Instead, he guided Banner swiftly away from the research facility, heading towards a pre-selected area of an abandoned factory nearby. This desolate place was spacious and devoid of life, making it ideal for the impending practical simulation. 10 minutes later, they stood in a clearing at the center of the forsaken factory, surrounded only by crumbling walls and rusted machinery. There was no one around to disturb them. Lin Xuan surveyed the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. Banner, fidgeting nervously, inquired, "So what are we going to do?" Turning towards Banner, Lin Xuan's expression grew grave. "Banner, I will soon unleash my gamma energy aura, which will directly provoke the Hulk." Banner's eyes widened in shock. "What? That will anger him." "Indeed," Lin Xuan replied calmly. "He will be furious, filled with a warrior's spirit. But your task is not to resist. Rather, through your mental connection, you must feel this anger, comprehend it, and strive to resonate with it." Banner appeared both bewildered and anxious. "I'm not sure this is a wise idea." "Trust me." Lin Xuan's voice carried an irresistible confidence. "This is a necessary path." Taking a deep breath, Banner slowly nodded. "All right, I believe in you." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Xuan's nano-black armor shimmered, coalescing into a pitch-black battle axe adorned with dark energy patterns in his grasp. The Dark Star Battle Axe. Banner's eyes widened. "What is this?" Lin Xuan offered no reply. He inhaled deeply, and the energy core of the Dark Star Battle Axe blazed to life. In the next moment, a tremendous and pure gamma energy aura erupted from him, radiating outward. Banner was overwhelmed by a powerful sense of oppression and an oddly familiar sensation. Almost instantaneously, he felt the Hulk within him awaken, surging with excitement. An unprecedented impulse boiled within him, and his skin began to take on a faint green hue. No. Banner instinctively sought to resist. "Do not resist." Lin Xuan's voice pierced through the chaos, reaching deep into Banner's heart. "Feel it, Banner. Through your connection, embrace the Hulk's warrior spirit." Clenching his teeth, Banner instinctively shut his eyes. The mental link activated passively, plunging his consciousness into that mental realm once more. Yet now, the space was anything but tranquil. A ferocious green energy vortex roared in the center of the realm. This was the consciousness of the Hulk, fully awakened and brimming with combat spirit. Opposing it was an equally potent and aggressive gamma energy wave emanating from Lin Xuan's Dark Star Battle Axe. The two forces clashed, igniting an energy storm. The Hulk's roar was deafening, his battle spirit soaring to new heights. Do you see it? This is the true essence of the Hulk. Lin Xian's voice resonated like a thunderclap within Banner's consciousness. It is not merely anger. It is a warrior's spirit, an instinct rooted in self-preservation, a yearning to unleash power. Banner stood at the edge of the conscious realm, awestruck by the spectacle before him. In that surge of verdant energy, he faintly perceived the figure of the Hulk. The green giant was not entirely out of control. Rather, he was imbued with a primal and unadulterated desire for battle. Do you feel it, Banner? Lin Xian continued to guide him. This is Hulk's pure combat spirit. Do not fear. Seek to understand why he is enraged and for what he fights. His strength is also your strength. Banner clenched his jaw, striving to maintain his consciousness. He endeavored to relinquish his instinctual resistance to the green energy, allowing himself to draw nearer to it. Do you wish to fight? Banner cautiously extended his hand toward Hulk within the realm of consciousness. Have you always been protecting us? Hulk's roar diminished slightly, his emerald eyes, glimmering with fury, turned toward Banner, seemingly conveying, "At last, you comprehend." Attempt to feel this power alongside him. Lin Xian's voice resonated once more. It is not about control, but resonance. Banner inhaled deeply, summoning his courage to take a step forward, followed by a second. He entered the periphery of the green energy. Strangely, instead of feeling pain and loss of control, he experienced an unprecedented sense of power. This was Hulk's strength, a facet of himself he had never dared to confront. Is this how Hulk feels? Banner marveled at his hands, which now glimmered with a faint green light in the realm of consciousness. This force, this warrior's spirit, in the tangible world. Lin Xian observed a subtle green luminescence emanating around Banner's form, yet he had not fully transformed into Hulk. This was a promising sign, indicating that Banner was achieving a degree of resonance with Hulk. Excellent. Continue, Lin Xian encouraged, slightly amplifying the energy output of the Dark Star battle axe. Seeking to comprehend the source of this martial spirit. It is not merely to feel it, but to embrace it. Banner stood in the realm of consciousness, closed his eyes, and opened his heart completely. The green energy began to slowly envelop him, no longer repulsive, but flowing into his consciousness like a gentle stream. In a moment of reverie, Banner perceived countless images flashing before him. Each time he faced peril, Hulk emerged to protect him. Every instance he was harmed, Hulk retaliated with fury. Each moment of helplessness was met with Hulk's strength to support him. So that is it, Banner murmured, tears streaming down his face. You were never my enemy. Hulk's roar gradually transformed, losing its fury and taking on a tone of recognition. In the real world, Lin Xian watched as Banner's form fluctuated between green and his normal skin tone, never fully morphing into Hulk. This was a critical juncture, requiring one final push to break through. Lin Xian shouted, fully embrace that martial spirit. Resonate with Hulk. With that, Lin Xian swung the Dark Star battle axe with vigor, unleashing a wave of pure gamma energy directly toward Banner. Instinctively, Banner raised his hand, as if to block the energy. Yet in that crucial moment, he did not retreat, but made an unexpected decision. He opened his arms, welcoming the energy wave. Come, Hulk. Let's face this together, Banner proclaimed in the realm of consciousness. I no longer fear you, nor will I reject you. Your battle intent is my battle intent. The energy shockwave instantaneously engulfed Banner's figure. Inside the abandoned factory, a blinding green light erupted, so intense that Lin Xian was compelled to squint. As the brilliance dissipated, the figure standing in place was no longer the frail Bruce Banner, but rather the towering Hulk, nearly 3 meters tall. Yet, this Hulk's eyes shimmered with an unprecedented glimmer of rationality. Lin Xian's Hulk struggled to speak, his voice rugged yet clear, resonating with us. Lin Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, quickly transforming into a smile of relief. This was not merely Banner gaining control over Hulk. It was the harmonious consensus and fusion of two consciousnesses. Hulk retained his strength, while Banner maintained his awareness. They had succeeded. Chapter 81. Practical Assessment Results. The collision of battle intent, a piercing green light dispersed within the abandoned factory, revealing an extraordinary spectacle. Hulk's massive green form stood firm, yet his eyes sparkled with a rational glow. Lin Xian's Hulk struggled to articulate, his voice rough yet remarkably lucid, resonating with us. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Xian's eyes, followed by a smile of satisfaction. The Dark Star battle axe in his hand gradually dissipated, transforming into specks of energy that returned to his being. This was merely the initial resonance. Lin Xian scrutinized the green giant before him. The true challenge was just beginning. Command: initiate advanced testing program. Feedback: the gamma energy factor within the host shows increased activity, harmonizing in a resonant state with the target. Hulk. Suggestion: utilize this resonant state for practical examination. Lin Xian inhaled deeply as the nano-black armor swiftly enveloped his entire body, flowing smoothly like mercury, encasing every inch of his skin. Banner: Hulk, now we must ascertain the extent of your cooperation. With that said, he abruptly leapt into the air, hovering above the factory, gazing down at the green giant. The theories and guidance have been established, he mused. It was time to test the results through a genuine dialogue. Hulk gazed upward at the black figure in the sky, breathing heavily. His muscles began to subtly swell, and the battle intent in his green eyes intensified. Lin Xian raised his hand, and the Dark Star battle axe reformed in his grasp. An ominous black-red glow emanated from the axe, its humming resonating throughout the surroundings. "Come on, Hulk," Lin Xian called out. "Prove to me that you are capable of fighting alongside each other." Meanwhile, within Banner's mental space, the scene was even more intense than in the external world. A shadowy yet familiar black Hulk apparition, wielding a battle axe, was fiercely confronting the green Hulk. The two roared, resembling colossal ancient beasts vying for dominance. Banner's consciousness observed this spectacle with confusion. "This is the spiritual projection of my battle intent," Lin Xian's voice echoed in the mental realm. "Through it, you can gain a more intuitive understanding of Hulk's battle intent." Banner meticulously observed the standoff between the two giants. Intriguingly, in this confrontation, a profound understanding and sense of empathy quietly blossomed between him and Hulk. Core directive: Dark Dimension Energy Guidance, strengthening the mental link bridge. Status: guiding energy flow stabilized. Expanding Banner Hulk consciousness pathway. Detection: confrontational mental projections stimulating Hulk's core consciousness. Purity of combat intent rising. "Banner, you must advance further," Lin Xian's voice guided him, urging not only to comprehend Hulk's battle intent, but to actively embrace and channel it. In the external world, Hulk could no longer contain his inner fervor for combat. He squatted deeply, excitement gleaming in his green eyes. Hulk leaped. Accompanied by a deafening roar, he unleashed a terrifying force from his legs, propelling his entire form skyward like a green cannonball. Lin Xian stood resolute, welcoming the onslaught as the dark red energy on his battle axe surged dramatically. Boom! A colossal shockwave radiated from their point of collision, shattering the glass of surrounding structures. Within the realm of the mind, Banner gazed at the two titans entwined in battle. His heart stirred. He could feel every emotion of Hulk: anger, exhilaration, battle intent. Most crucially, none of it instilled fear in him anymore. "This is Hulk, my other self," Banner murmured to himself. Under Lin Xian's continuous guidance and the intense stimulation of external gamma energy, Banner's consciousness finally summoned the courage to step forward. He extended his hand toward Hulk, whose massive palm was also reaching out. The two hands, one large and one small, met in a momentous fist bump at the center of the mental space. At that instant, fear dissipated from Banner, and Hulk's rage transformed beyond mere fury. A sense of unity enveloped them. Lin Xian sensed this transformation, a spark igniting within him. Now is the moment. Core assessment: Bruce Banner and Hulk's mental synchronization reached 35. Status: initial state of heartfelt communication achieved. Energy flowing smoothly on the consciousness level. Analysis: Hulk's combat intent can be partly comprehended and guided by Banner's consciousness. Warning: link status remains unstable. May fracture under intense mental impact. As Banner and Hulk reached a consensus, the gamma energy within Lin Xian surged to heightened activity. An irrepressible thrill and desire for battle surged from the depths of his being, resonating wondrously with Hulk's combat intent. Again, Lin Xuan shouted in midair, excitement lacing his voice. "Show me your strength." Almost simultaneously with the fist bump in the mental realm, Hulk in reality unleashed a thunderous roar. His green figure erupted from the ground, muscles taut like a beast poised to strike. His legs unleashed a horrific force once more, soaring into the heavens. A punch imbued with sheer power thundered toward Lin Xuan in the sky. Lin Xuan advanced rather than retreating, wielding the Dark Star battle axe, bracing for another earth-shattering clash. Within Hulk's form, Banner's consciousness acutely perceived everything. He could feel Hulk's fury. However, it was no longer a chaotic panic, but rather a powerful force that could be understood and even guided. He could perceive Lin Xuan's movements and anticipate Hulk's attack trajectory. My goodness! Banner marveled in the realm of consciousness. Lin Xuan's method truly works. Can we really fight side by side? This entirely new experience filled him with unparalleled excitement. His admiration and gratitude for Lin Xuan reached a zenith. Notification: the trial of mutual understanding has been completed. Reward: 200 technology points. Current technology points: 900. Lin Xuan steadied himself amidst the intense clash, his mind clear. The initial connection of thoughts had been established. Banner could now partially comprehend and influence Hulk's actions. This was a monumental breakthrough, yet it was insufficient. A glint of determination sparkled in Lin Xuan's eyes as he focused his thoughts. The Dark Star war axe in his hand shimmered with restrained light, swiftly disassembling and reassembling. Nanometal flowed, ultimately coalescing into a more ominous black greatsword, exuding an aura of judgment, the sword of divine slaying. Lin Xuan's voice turned grave, stating, "Now, I shall test the extent of your connection under heightened mental pressure." In the realm of consciousness, Banner witnessed Lin Xuan switch weapons. The black greatsword emanated a pressure akin to that of the Dark Star war axe. An indescribable sense of crisis surged within him. Images from the Battle of New York flashed through his mind, where Lin Xuan wielded a similar greatsword in the sky, unleashing a devastating conceptual strike. That was judgment. Banner realized in shock within Hulk's form. Would he employ that move? Lin Xuan, wielding the sword of judgment, refrained from launching a physical attack. Instead, he abruptly activated the skill of mental silence, unleashing an invisible and formidable shockwave targeting the mental realm, enveloping Hulk in an instant. Boom! A muffled sound erupted within Banner's mind. The solid connection he had just established with Hulk trembled violently under this pure mental shock, weakening rapidly like a candle flickering in the wind. Hulk's massive form hesitated in midair, his green skin beginning to fade, reverting to Bruce Banner's shape. Banner fell helplessly from the sky. Lin Xuan swiftly approached, catching him and gently lowering him to the ground. "Your mental link is still not sufficiently stable," Lin Xuan explained. "In the face of such powerful mental shock, it is easily shattered. The strength of your mental power is the direction you need to focus on reinforcing moving forward." Banner weakly opened his eyes, a blend of disappointment and hope gracing his features. "However, this is already remarkable, Banner," Lin Xuan said with a smile. "You have taken the most crucial first step. For the first time, you successfully guided Hulk's battle intent while maintaining your consciousness. That was truly extraordinary." Banner, though weak, spoke with excitement. "I never imagined I could coexist so harmoniously with Hulk." Lin Xuan nodded, content as he regarded the scientist before him. "This is merely the beginning, Banner. As the bond between them grew increasingly robust, you would find yourself capable of seamlessly transforming into the Hulk form while remaining fully conscious and rational." Lin Xuan elucidated to Banner. "All emotions, be it anger, fear, or joy, are fundamentally manifestations of power. The crux lies not in repression, but in understanding, acceptance, and ultimately, guidance." Banner nodded thoughtfully. This was a stark contrast to his previous mindset. "I have been striving to control and suppress the Hulk, while you have illuminated the possibility of coexisting with him. Yet, that is insufficient." Lin Xuan extended his hand to assist Banner, noting that their connection remained fragile. "We shall engage in more targeted training to fortify this bond." Data analysis. Current research progress aligns with expectations. Data integration. Synchronization test data between Banner and Hulk has been collected for future reference in the Hulk Sage project. Prediction. Based on current progress, Banner requires at least 57 similar training sessions to achieve a stable mental synchronization state. Lin Xuan gazed into the distance, his eyes glimmering with profound insight. One day, you will truly merge into one, forming a perfect symbiotic relationship. At that time, both Banner's intellect and the Hulk's strength will be able to manifest in their full glory. A flicker of yearning crossed Banner's eyes. Will that day come soon? Lin Xuan smiled gently. That depends on your efforts and mutual understanding. However, I am confident that day is not far off. Chapter 82. The Complete Training Program. Natasha's plea for help. Lin Xuan's gaze shifted, his mind racing with thoughts. The efficiency of mere training was insufficient. He needed to expedite Banner's mastery of his power. He raised his eyes to Banner. I believe I can assist you in accelerating this process. Accelerate? How? Banner inquired, astonished. Lin Xuan stood, his expression becoming focused. Throughout our training, I've gathered extensive data regarding your mental synchronization with the Hulk. Based on this data, I have devised a comprehensive Hulk Sage advancement program. Hulk Sage? Banner adjusted his glasses, his demeanor a blend of confusion and curiosity. Lin Xuan extended his hand. This program integrates theories of mental linkage with gamma energy control techniques. If fully implemented, it will ultimately enable you and the Hulk to achieve an unprecedented state of harmony. Core directive. Integrate Banner Hulk mental synchronization test data, combining gamma energy resonance models with enhanced mental linkage theories. Objective. Generate an optimized guidance program for Hulk Sage consciousness. Parameter settings. Include pathways for strengthening mental meditation. Parameter settings. Techniques for deepening emotional resonance across multiple scenarios. Parameter settings. Modules for smooth transitions of consciousness dominion. Parameter settings. Refined methods for guiding gamma energy. Execution difficulty assessment. High. Requires host's dark dimensional energy to assist implementation. Status. Program generation in progress. Data structuring and safety protocols loaded successfully. Lin Xuan had made his decision. Rather than allowing Banner to gradually navigate this journey, it would be far more effective to implant this program directly into his consciousness. He strolled gently before Banner, his tone serene. I can directly implant this plan into your consciousness. Thus, you will not need to squander extensive time deciphering it, and will acquire the complete blueprint for your cultivation. Banner's eyes widened in astonishment. Directly implanting into consciousness? How is this even possible? It sounds like... Lin Xuan smiled faintly. Quite so. Through the energy of the dark dimension, I can introduce complex data in a manner compatible with cerebral cognition. Deeply moved by the imagery Lin Xuan painted, Banner was astounded at the prospect of having an entire, potentially revolutionary theoretical system embedded within his mind. This transcended the boundaries of his scientific understanding. Lin Xuan raised his right hand and gently touched Banner's forehead. Energy from the dark dimension flowed from his fingertips, transforming into delicate strands of energy that permeated the depths of Banner's consciousness. Core command. Initiate consciousness data transfer. Data package loading. Complete training program of the Hulk Sage. Transfer format. Neurolinguistic compatibility. Multi-sensory mapping. Memory anchoring. Transfer progress. 10-356-085. 100. Energy buffer layer construction complete, ensuring smooth data integration. Core notification. Target, Bruce Banner, consciousness reception complete. Data package integrity 100. Expected outcome. The recipient will gain a comprehensive understanding of the training pathway, significantly reducing exploration time. Banner suddenly opened his eyes, promptly returning to normalcy. A torrent of information surged into his brain, yet it was astonishingly clear and systematically arranged. My goodness, he uttered with a trembling voice, his face a canvas of disbelief. This is utterly incredible. I can visualize the entire process's roadmap, every step to take, potential challenges and solutions. Lin Xuan nodded with satisfaction. So, what exactly did you perceive? 3 primary stages. Banner closed his eyes as if reading the information within his mind, his voice quivering with excitement. First is the consciousness bridge reinforcement phase, through specific mental meditation techniques and gamma energy fine-tuning control, gradually strengthening the mental link. Then comes the emotional resonance assimilation phase, learning to maintain a stable link amidst varying emotional states, even leveraging emotional fluctuations to enhance the fluidity of transformation. Banner opened his eyes. Lastly, there is the complete synchronization integration phase. This stage is simply unimaginable. The perfect unity of consciousness and power, the harmonious coexistence of reason and instinct. This is the ultimate solution tailored for both me and the Hulk. It is astonishingly detailed. Banner rose in exhilaration, each stage encompassing meticulous training methods and anticipated outcomes, even considering potential failure points and corresponding countermeasures. Lin Xuan, with this, I am confident that day is not far off. He gazed at Lin Xuan with profound reverence. This was no mere technical assistance, but a display of nearly divine wisdom. In Afghanistan, amid the ruins of a village laid to waste, Natasha Romanoff crouched at the edge of a charred crater, her fingertips brushing against fine ashes, her brow furrowed in contemplation. The air was thick with a pungent, burnt odor, accompanied by an unusual residual heat that defied the characteristics of conventional explosions. The thermal signatures far exceeded those of ordinary explosives, with molten metal structures indicating instantaneous temperatures exceeding 3,000 degrees Celsius. She reported softly into her earpiece, noting the absence of shrapnel, which suggested a form of internal energy detonation. The voice of a technician came through, laced with confusion. We analyzed the satellite thermal imaging. The energy peaks are exceedingly bizarre, and according to informants, the assailants seem capable of self-healing. Self-healing? Natasha's gaze sharpened. This situation had transcended the realm of typical terrorist attacks. The bizarre high temperatures, the absence of explosive remnants, coupled with nearly supernatural self-regeneration, reminded her of the incomprehensible foes encountered during the Battle of New York. The circumstances were precarious. Natasha surmised that conventional methods would likely prove inadequate. An image involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Nick Fury had mentioned Lin Xuan. He had concluded his seclusion. The individual who consistently produced astonishing technology and possessed an unconventional mindset. Perhaps only he could fathom the peculiar predicament at hand, with a hint of dependence and anticipation. Unbeknownst even to herself, Natasha accessed a secure communication frequency. At that moment, Lin Xuan's specially designed encrypted communicator emitted a specific frequency vibration. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow and connected the call. Natasha? The communicator relayed Black Widow's slightly fatigued yet composed voice. Lin Xuan. I am investigating an unconventional terrorist attack in Afghanistan. The situation is exceedingly strange, surpassing the realm of standard firepower. She paused, lowering her voice with gravity. I require your analysis and special support. Can you come? Lin Xuan keenly detected the weariness and hint of unease in her tone. Terrorists with unconventional tactics in Afghanistan. He swiftly grasped the crucial information. He immediately recalled the early loss of Stark Industries' weaponry, the 10 rings, and that unstable extremist virus. Extremely high heat at the scene? The assailants could rapidly self-regenerate? Could it even be linked to emotional fluctuations? Lin Xuan directly articulated several key characteristics. On the other end, Natasha's pupils dilated sharply, a tempest brewing within her. She had merely outlined the basic situation, yet Lin Xuan could deduce these core suspicions with such precision. Insights she had only recently compiled. Indeed, Natasha's voice carried a hint of barely concealed astonishment. How did you know? She even questioned whether Lin Xuan had placed surveillance nearby. A guess, Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly, simultaneously issuing a command to the AI. AI command. Send an encrypted priority message to Tony Stark's assistant, JARVIS. Encrypted message generated. Recipient, JARVIS. Content. Tony, be aware of anomalous biotechnological events in the direction of Afghanistan, potentially related to the 10 rings and unknown thermal weaponry. Exercise caution. Lin Xian's gaze shifted towards Banner, who, at that moment, had also heard the communication, his face reflecting a similar expression of astonishment. It was remarkable how Lin Xian could deduce such intricate details from just a few words. A thought suddenly crystallized in Lin Xian's mind. The despair virus possesses a mechanism for emotional energy transformation, akin to the gamma energy excitation experienced by Hulk. The practical observation of emotional energy resonated within Lin Xian, suggesting that this could serve as an exceptional opportunity for Banner to comprehend and guide Hulk's emotions. Rest assured, Natasha, Lin Xian communicated through the device, I will arrive promptly, and I will bring Banner along. Banner? Natasha's voice was tinged with evident skepticism and a hint of concern. Lin Xian, the situation on site is uncertain. Is it wise to bring Dr. Banner? Trust me, he'll be immensely helpful this time. Lin Xian replied succinctly, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence. Before concluding the communication, he turned to Banner, who appeared both perplexed and astonished, and succinctly explained the situation. Natasha has discovered some anomalies in Afghanistan, which I suspect are related to a biotechnological phenomenon known as the despair virus. The most intriguing characteristic of this virus is its resonance with the user's emotions, unleashing tremendous energy. Lin Xian regarded Banner meaningfully. Does this sound familiar? Banner, in sudden realization, exclaimed, are you suggesting it's akin to the relationship between gamma, energy, and emotions? Precisely. Lin Xian affirmed. This represents an excellent opportunity for you to engage in the first phase of Hulk Sage training. You will have the chance to observe another form of energy associated with emotions up close, which will greatly aid in understanding Hulk's emotional triggers. Banner was thoroughly taken aback by Lin Xian's perspective, transforming a potentially perilous mission into a practical lesson addressing his personal challenges. After a brief moment of astonishment, determination ignited in Banner's eyes. You are right. Let us prepare to depart. Chapter 83. We're not too late, are we? Fortuitous indeed. The Quinjet soared through the skies, hurtling towards Afghanistan at an astonishing velocity. The SHIELD's most advanced aircraft was nearly in a horizontal flight state, with the cabin exhibiting an extraordinary level of stability. Lin Xian occupied a window seat, yet his attention was not directed at the clouds beyond. Instead, it was entirely fixated on Bruce Banner across from him. Banner sat with closed eyes, legs crossed, hands resting gently on his knees, breathing deeply and evenly. To an ordinary observer, he seemed merely to be napping. However, Lin Xian could distinctly sense the subtle transformations occurring within Banner. Faint green luminescence occasionally flickered beneath Banner's skin, rippling momentarily before vanishing. This was a clear indication of the gamma energy being guided and circulating within him. Progress was exceeding expectations, Lin Xian mused, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. The first phase of the Hulk Sage program, the Consciousness Bridge reinforcement period, was proceeding smoothly. Banner diligently followed the intricate guidance implanted in his mind, gradually strengthening the fragile mental link with the Hulk through specific meditative techniques. Lin Xian's gaze was filled with anticipation, fully aware that once Banner and the Hulk achieved true mental synchronization, it would result in an immensely powerful union, a superhero endowed with both an unparalleled scientific intellect and extraordinary physical strength. This might revolutionize the team's approach to combat. Lin Xian also considered that it would liberate Banner from the fear of being dominated by his other self. Observing Banner's focused training, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction before turning his thoughts to the imminent challenge posed by the despair virus. Developed by an organization, this biotechnological enhancement was characterized by its ability to unleash intense thermal energy bursts and possess formidable self-healing capabilities, intricately linked to the host's emotional fluctuations. He swiftly analyzed counter-strategies. The pure physical destruction offered by the Nano-Dark Star War Axe would likely be less effective against an adversary capable of rapid regeneration and partial elemental transformation. Yet, Lin Xian remained unperturbed. Another weapon within his Godslayer arsenal, the Sword of Judgment, with its accompanying concept of mental silence, was the quintessential tool to counter this enemy. which relied heavily on extreme emotional drives. Simultaneously, a thought flickered in his mind. The despair virus itself appeared to harbor considerable research potential. Command Directive: in-depth analysis and application exploration of the despair virus. Core Directive: acquire and analyze high-activity samples of the despair virus, investigating its unique biological energy conversion mechanisms and genetic implications. Analysis priorities: energy conversion models, host gene compatibility, correlation between emotional fluctuations and energy output, characteristics of self-healing factors. Potential value assessment: evaluate feasibility for genetic optimization and energy system enhancement, particularly in synergy with dark dimensional energy. Operational protocol: sample collection and subsequent handling, adhering to a comprehensive biological isolation protocol throughout. Command task trigger: the gift of despair. Task objective: successfully obtain at least one high-activity, structurally intact sample of the despair virus, and complete its preliminary biological energy characteristic scan. Task description: this sample will be used for subsequent in-depth research to elucidate its energy conversion mechanisms and genetic optimization potential. Task reward: upon completion of sample acquisition and initial scanning, a reward of 200 technology points will be granted. Suddenly, the alarm of the Quinn-style aircraft pierced through Lin Xuan's thoughts. 5 minutes until the target area, announced the mechanical voice of the autopilot system. Lin Xuan rose and approached Banner, gently patting his shoulder. "Doctor, we are nearly there." Banner slowly opened his eyes. His expression of calm and clarity was astonishing. The sense of panic and unease had noticeably diminished. "How do you feel?" Lin Xuan inquired. Banner stretched his shoulders and took a deep breath. "It's quite incredible, like having a roommate in another room, rather than a monster poised to burst in at any moment." Lin Xuan smiled, drawing a metaphor. Banner nodded, a hint of relief showing on his face. "Precisely. I am uncertain how to express my gratitude to you, Lin Xuan." "Do not rush to thank me," Lin Xuan replied, his expression turning serious. "Next, you shall witness another form of energy manifestation associated with emotions, the desperation virus. Observe it, analyze it. This will greatly aid your understanding of your own gamma energy." Banner's gaze sharpened. "I will." Meanwhile, at a concealed vantage point near the mission site in Afghanistan, Natasha Romanoff was meticulously monitoring a suspected Ten Commandments gang stronghold below with a high-powered telescope and thermal imaging device. Clad in a fitted combat suit, her red hair danced gently in the wind. Since her conversation with Lin Xuan, her inner turmoil had calmed considerably. His almost prophetic insights provided her with immense confidence. "If even he finds this challenging," Natasha murmured to herself, "then I must indeed remain vigilant." She adjusted the telescope's focus. Although her unease had diminished somewhat after speaking with Lin Xuan, her apprehension regarding the bizarre situation before her lingered. His seemingly clairvoyant deductions deepened her understanding of his abilities, fostering an inexplicable reliance on him. She believed that only Lin Xuan's arrival could truly resolve this extraordinary predicament. As Natasha patiently awaited and remained alert to her surroundings, her surveillance equipment detected an anomaly. A man, dressed in local attire, yet exhibiting unmistakable military demeanor, had detached himself from the main group and was hurriedly making his way down a small path toward the outskirts of a stronghold. Most strikingly, he clutched a silver briefcase tightly, his demeanor alert. Natasha's heartbeat quickened. Her instincts informed her that the case likely contained the crucial sample of the desperation virus pertinent to the unusual attack. Seizing the opportunity, Natasha hesitated not a moment and swiftly moved into stealth mode. Just as she approached within striking distance, the man abruptly halted at a corner, spinning around and locking his gaze onto her concealed figure in the shadows. She had been discovered. A jolt of alarm surged through Natasha, compelling her to instinctively adopt a combat stance. The man's eyes flickered with a mix of panic and ferocity. Then, a startling transformation occurred. His body erupted in a blinding red light, his skin rapidly turning crimson and excruciatingly hot, his clothes igniting in an instant, rendering him a human torch. Natasha's pupils dilated as a storm of dread engulfed her. Intense heat, an energy explosion, Self-healing capabilities. The intelligence reports she had previously reviewed flashed through her mind, echoing Lin Xuan's precise words. Witnessing the scene firsthand was far more impactful than reading cold, clinical reports. The man had fully morphed into a burning monstrosity, his eyes brimming with rage. He let out a deafening roar, thrusting his hands forward, unleashing a wave of searing heat toward Natasha. In the face of this supernatural assault, Natasha reacted with remarkable speed. The nanoparticles in the specialized gauntlet on her right wrist surged to life, coalescing in her palm into a pitch-black dagger. Glimmering with faint electric arcs, Lin Xuan's specially crafted weapon, the venomous fang. In the blink of an eye, she prepared to confront the fiery threat. Natasha skillfully utilized the ruins as cover to evade the searing heat. She astutely observed that although the soldier, trapped in despair, possessed terrifying strength, his attacks lacked precision and appeared to be mere instinctual outbursts. In her mind, Natasha assessed him as a novice, still unfamiliar with his capabilities. She adeptly maneuvered through her surroundings, constantly shifting her position to avoid his frenzied yet erratic onslaught. The walls of the abandoned structure melted and warped under the extreme heat, while the air shimmered with distortion. Seizing upon a moment of vulnerability, Natasha accelerated suddenly, ghost-like, and darted behind him. The tip of her dagger, infused with high-pressure microcurrents, precisely struck the nerve junction at the base of his neck. His body convulsed violently, the flames extinguishing abruptly as his eyes rolled back, collapsing to the ground in utter unconsciousness. The silver briefcase slipped from his grasp, rolling to Natasha's feet. She knelt gracefully, retrieving the case, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Just as she prepared to examine the briefcase further, an unsettling chill coursed through her. Looking up, she found herself encircled by 5 shadowy figures, their eyes glimmering with a shared crimson light, traces of red energy pulsing beneath their skin. This was dire. Natasha tightened her grip on the dagger, calmly assessing the situation. Evidently, a small fish had leaped into a trap. The 5 despairing soldiers acted in unison, their skin flushing with a radiant red as the air temperature surged dramatically. Natasha knew that facing 5 such monstrosities simultaneously left her with little chance of survival. At that critical moment, a sonic boom resonated through the air. A green figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and sending dust swirling. The Hulk, now twice his usual size, boasted bulging muscles and a light green hue, yet his eyes retained the clarity of Bruce Banner. Had Hulk's crisis been resolved by Lin Xuan? Natasha marveled inwardly. Almost simultaneously, another figure descended gracefully, landing beside Natasha, fully armed Lin Xuan, his nano-armor fully deployed. What a stroke of luck. I hope we haven't arrived too late. Lin Xian's calm voice rang out, seemingly relieved to find that she had located the item they sought. Core chip alert. Mission Despair virus sample collection activated. Current status. Sample container acquired by Agent Romanoff. Further confirmation and protection required. Warning, multiple enhanced targets detected. Energy fluctuations abnormal. Recommend stabilizing the battlefield first. How intriguing, Lin Xuan mused quietly, sensing that today would yield substantial gains. The despair soldiers roared, their bodies emanating a blinding red light as the surrounding air warped under the extreme temperatures. An unprecedented battle was about to erupt. Lin Xuan took a deep breath. Command, collect combat data. Analyze the characteristics of desperate energy. Preliminary scan. Energy frequency abnormal. Temperature exceeds 3,000 degrees Celsius. Recommendation, prioritize stabilization and sample acquisition. Followed by in-depth analysis. Warning, unstable energy fluctuations detected. Suspected early experimental samples. Risk of explosion. Chapter 84. The reappearance of judgment? Killian's plan? Lin Xuan beheld 5 soldiers, their bodies enveloped in crimson hues, radiating a terrifyingly high temperature. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. 5 were more than anticipated, yet fortuitously sufficient for comprehensive data collection across different individuals. These early samples exhibited unstable energy, making the battlefield the most effective testing ground. Lin Xuan swiftly scanned the environment, his mind already racing with strategies. Banner, the two on the left are yours. Attempt to control them and sense their emotional energy. Natasha, safeguard the briefcase. It is crucial. Natasha tightened her grip on the case, nodding at Lin Xuan with a subtle, yet perceptible reliance and trust in her gaze. Since the Battle of New York, a unique understanding had developed between them. As long as Lin Xuan was present, chaos seemed to be kept at bay. The five desperate soldiers hesitated at the sudden appearance of formidable reinforcements. They could distinctly sense the ferocious energy emanating from the green giant. Yet, the man clad in dark armor exerted an even more terrifying pressure, akin to an unfathomable abyss. A flicker of regret crossed one soldier's eyes. Had it not been for these two intervening, they might have already captured the red-haired female agent and exchanged her for a reward from Master. The battle was imminent. Lin Xuan's nanomaterials surged rapidly in his hands, coalescing into a colossal black sword, the Sword of Judgment, exuding an aura of retribution. Banner, remember what I said? Experience emotional resonance. This is part of your Hulk Sage training. Lin Xuan reminded him, his voice steady and authoritative, emphasizing the importance of this training. Before he could finish, he darted towards the three soldiers on the right like an arrow released from its bow. Natasha's gaze was fixated on the Sword of Judgment in Lin Xuan's hands. An overwhelming sense of déjà vu flooding her mind. Was this not the very sword he had summoned in the skies during the Battle of New York? A prototype that unleashed concepts of devastation? Had he mastered this power? Shock coursed through Natasha. Even a fraction of this ability was formidable. What astonished her further was Lin Xuan's guidance to Banner. Emotional resonance? Hulk Sage? These terms echoed in her mind. She finally comprehended why Lin Xuan had brought Banner on this mission. The desperate virus and gamma radiation, seemingly disparate forces, were intrinsically linked to emotions. He was forging an entirely new Hulk, one capable of mastering his fury. A complex emotion flickered in Natasha's eyes. In an instant, Lin Xuan clashed with the three desperate soldiers. The Sword of Judgment did not seek mere physical strikes. Each swing was accompanied by an invisible wave of psychic impact, precisely silencing the minds of his opponents. The soldiers' rampant emotions were evidently subdued, their high-temperature energy output momentarily stagnating. Lin Xuan seized the opportunity to maneuver swiftly, each block and counterattack meticulously gathering critical data for the Xiongxin. Xiongxin Directive. Collect combat data from the desperate soldiers. Energy frequency record. Detected a positive correlation between emotional fluctuations and energy output. Thermal analysis. Peak temperature 5372. Far exceeding conventional flames. Approaching the surface temperature of the sun. Cellular activity monitoring. Regeneration rate 273 times that of an average human. Yet energy consumption is immense. Xiongxin operating at high speed. Real-time recording of energy burst patterns, temperature variation curves, and cellular regeneration rates of the desperate soldiers. Anomalous phenomenon record. Emotional instability leading to energy volatility. Posing a risk of self-detonation. Analysis module initiated. Comparing gamma energy with the energy of desperation. Preliminary conclusion. High instability of desperation energy. Controllability yet to be developed. Initial data sample modeling in progress. Lin Xuan's gaze remained composed, every strike executed with unparalleled precision. He was not in haste to conclude the battle, but sought to gather as much data as possible while observing Banner's performance. Meanwhile, in the Hulk form, Banner was engaged in fierce combat with two desperate soldiers. He recalled Lin Xuan's advice, no longer relying solely on Hulk's rage, but attempting to perceive and understand the energy bursts driven by his opponent's emotions, striving to guide his gamma energy into a subtle resonance with them. To Banner's astonishment, he discovered that when he endeavored to understand this pain, rather than simply succumbing to anger, the Hulk's strength became remarkably stable and controllable. This was what Lin Xuan referred to as the path of resonance. Banner pondered within Hulk's colossal frame. In stark contrast, the battle on Lin Xuan's side unfolded differently. Although the three desperate soldiers possessed extraordinary power, they were utterly unable to close the distance. Each swing of the Sword of Judgment unleashed an invisible mental shockwave. momentarily pausing the desperation energy within them. What is this power? One soldier cried out in terror. Why is my ability suppressed? Lin Xuan offered no reply, instead seizing the moment to advance, the sword of judgment precisely resting on one soldier's forehead. A profound silence enveloped the mind. The soldier instantly collapsed as if severed from its strings, energy rapidly dissipating. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in New York, Aldrich Killian adjusted his impeccably tailored suit, preparing to head to Stark Tower. He had arranged a meeting with Pepper Potts, intending to negotiate a promising biotechnology collaboration under the guise of his corporate responsibilities, which was, in essence, a promotion of his desperation virus. His plan was straightforward. Through this collaboration, he aimed to legitimize the desperation virus technology while simultaneously exacting revenge on Tony Stark, the genius billionaire who had once disregarded and humiliated him from a rooftop, now poised to witness his success. Just as Killian was about to depart, his specially designed, encrypted communicator vibrated. An encrypted message from Mantis appeared, succinct in content. The Afghan outpost has been attacked. The plan may be compromised. Accompanying it was a grainy but recognizable video of the chaotic battlefield. Killian's pupils constricted at the sight of a figure clad in advanced nano-black armor, wielding a colossal sword. He recognized the individual often seen in the company of Tony Stark, Lin Xuan. The elegant smile on Killian's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a contorted expression of rage. The energy from the brink of despair at his neck began to glow, revealing faint red patterns beneath his skin. It appeared that the gentle infiltration plan was no longer viable. There was no need for Rebecca to approach slowly anymore. A glimmer of madness flickered in his eyes as he promptly canceled his journey to Stark Tower and seized another communicator. Summon all available combat personnel. The target is Tony Stark's Malibu seaside villa. I shall deliver him an unforgettable surprise. On the battlefield in Afghanistan, Lin Xuan had effortlessly dispatched 2 despair soldiers, while the third was struggling in its final throes. In contrast, Banner was finding it somewhat challenging, although he had begun to adapt to the emotional resonance training method. This was his first practical application, and the coordination of the 2 despair soldiers was overwhelming him. Suddenly, a blinding red light erupted from one of the despair soldiers, and the temperature soared. "Banner, watch out!" Lin Xuan shouted, swiftly moving towards Natasha. Core alert. Critical instability detected in despair energy. Explosion countdown. 3 seconds. Emergency evasion suggestion. Initiate final judgment protocol. Target locked. Expected energy output peak will have irreversible effects on the surrounding environment. Please confirm. Host. Lin Xuan's expression hardened, devoid of any trace of panic. The energy within the uncontrolled despair soldier surged like an imminent volcanic eruption, the terrifying heat warping the surrounding air to its utmost. He chose not to defend. "Banner, retreat." Lin Xuan's voice was chillingly calm. The sword of judgment in his hand did not fade, but rather retained its brilliance, its blade growing as profound as a black hole. An intangible, ineffable pressure emanated from Lin Xuan. Judgment. Lin Xuan softly intoned, abruptly pointing the massive black sword forward, aimed at the despair soldier on the verge of self-detonation. There was no earth-shattering radiance, no deafening roar. A colossal phantom of the sword of judgment struck the despair soldier in an instant. The entire being, along with the raging despair energy within, seemed to disintegrate and dissipate, leaving no trace behind. The anticipated explosion did not occur. The terrifying heat plummeted instantaneously. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Natasha's pupils constricted sharply, nearly rendering her breathless. She clamped her mouth shut to suppress a gasp. This moment transported her mind back to the climax of the Battle of New York, recalling the terrifying beam that descended from the heavens, obliterating the Chitauri command ship. The final judgment was indeed the ultimate judgment. Natasha's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Although its scale and power were far less than that strike in New York, he had managed to wield it once more. She gazed at Lin Xuan's silhouette, the ebony nano-armor radiating a brilliance surpassing any light source in her eyes. What other secrets does this man conceal? Each time it seems I have glimpsed his limits, he invariably unveils an even more astonishing power. As the smoke and dust settle, the spot where the soldier once stood is now merely an empty space, as if he had never existed. Drawing in a deep breath, beads of perspiration form on his forehead, clearly indicating that even the simplified version of the final judgment exacted a considerable toll on him. Fortunately, he managed to maintain control. Lin Xuan murmurs to himself, then turns to Natasha, noticing her astonished expression, and smiles faintly, stating it is merely the clearing of debris. He approaches the silver briefcase, gently picking it up and opening it to confirm the intactness of the doomed virus sample within. Task update. Doomed virus sample acquired. Task status. Completed. Sample integrity. 998. Nearly perfect. Reward acquired. 200 tech points. Current tech points. 1100. Additional note. Host's understanding of the judgment concept has deepened. Preliminary practical application of the final judgment protocol has succeeded, and related data has been recorded for future optimization. Content with his findings. Lin Xuan closes the case and turns towards Banner, who is gradually regaining his human form. How do you feel? That last impact must have been quite the emotional shock for you, right? Chapter 85. Tony's Crisis? Who is the prey? Banner slowly returns to his human shape, his muscles visibly contracting, and his skin shifting from green back to its normal hue. He braces himself on his knees, gasping for breath. Yet a serene expression graces his face. The final strike was overwhelming. Reflecting on the scene of the judgment sword erasing everything, he feels a lingering trepidation. However, this battle has indeed granted me new insights into Hulk and emotion. Rising to his feet, his gaze bears weariness, yet it is accompanied by an unprecedented clarity. I believe that with a few more targeted training sessions like this, Hulk and I will surely reach that level of harmonious understanding you spoke of. Lin Xuan nods in satisfaction. Today you have taken a crucial step. Emotional resonance, understanding rather than resisting anger, is the true path to mastering power. A few minutes later, Natasha has contacted the S.H.I.E.L.D. extraction team to ensure the battlefield's safety, while Lin Xuan stands aside, gazing intently at the silver briefcase in his hand. Within it lies the doomed virus sample, shimmering with an eerie glow as it flows languidly within the transparent container. Lin Xuan's mind drifts into contemplation. The energy conversion efficiency exhibited by this virus and its extreme enhancement effects on biological entities warrant thorough investigation. Particularly intriguing are its organizational stability under high temperatures and its unique energy properties triggered by emotional outbursts. Such insights may well provide critical data for his future research endeavors. Finding a secluded corner, Lin Xuan closes his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the dark dimension. Xiongxin, conduct an in-depth analysis of the doomed virus sample and related combat data. Xiongxin command, task received. Objective, doomed virus sample and related combat data. Analysis direction suggestions. 1. Secondary bioenergy conversion mechanisms. 2. Principles of biological tissue reinforcement in extreme environments. 3. Energy model construction and core defect assessment. Estimated consumption. 200 technology points. Proceed. Lin Xuan confirmed. He was exceedingly pleased with the analytical directions proposed by Xiongxin, as they aligned perfectly with his desire for deeper understanding. Xiongxin command. In-depth analysis initiated. Scanning the molecular sequences of the despair virus, which possess rewriting and cellular reprogramming capabilities. Analyzing the core of energy conversion. An efficient pathway for the directed conversion of secondary bioelectric energy into high thermal energy has been identified. The conversion efficiency is remarkably high. The energy source appears to resonate directly with specific oscillation frequencies of the host biological field, especially during intense emotions such as anger and excruciating pain, acting as a crucial catalyst for energy bursts. Tracking cellular regeneration mechanisms. An abnormal acceleration of cellular division and tissue repair has been observed, albeit accompanied by intense energy consumption and unstable high thermal release. Simulating the tissue response of biologically modified materials under extreme high-temperature environments reveals a high resistance to thermal energy. However, their structural stability is severely reliant on continuous high-intensity energy supply. Warning: The energy circuit is prone to positive feedback avalanches when the host's emotions peak or spiral out of control, leading to a collapse of the internal energy cycle and uncontrolled chain thermal reactions, which is the principal cause of the observed self-detonation phenomena. In-depth analysis of the despair virus completed. Core data package acquired. Secondary bioenergy circuit model. This model showcases a unique method of biological energy amplification and conversion, applicable for subsequent iterative and optimization research related to biological gene engine technologies. Core data package acquired. Structural parameters of extreme thermal-resistant biological materials. This material structure can maintain a degree of integrity and toughness even at ultra-high temperatures, serving as a reference for the design of specialized protective attack equipment modules. Energy model construction complete. Core defect confirmed. Excessive emotional dependency. Lack of effective energy regulation and stabilization mechanisms. Technology points, 200. Remaining, 900 points. Lin Xuan opened his eyes, carefully digesting the newly acquired information in his mind. Data archiving complete. Based on the structural parameters of extreme thermal-resistant biological materials and existing Godslayer armament technology reserves, the preliminary assessment is as follows. The material structural parameters exhibit development potential suitable for constructing a new type of Godslayer armament attack module, Inferno's Grasp. Preliminary concept of Inferno's Grasp, a gauntlet-type melee weapon, capable of converting the user's bioenergy into ultra-high temperature plasma for wrapping and release, bestowing the user with formidable close-range thermal explosive and penetrating capabilities, significantly enhancing the destructive power of physical strikes. Detailed design plans and prototype manufacturing will require subsequent investment of technology points for specialized research and development. Secondary bioenergy circuit extreme thermal-resistant biological materials. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction and exited the consciousness space. The new component for the Godslayer armament had taken shape. Undoubtedly a delightful surprise. Natasha was approaching him, her expression tinged with a mixture of awe and curiosity. That formidable power, which had previously been employed by you in New York, was met with hesitation as she began to speak. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, remarking that it was merely a simplified version, adequate for dealing with threats of this magnitude. He handed the silver briefcase to Natasha, stating that the samples have been verified and could be returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away at his Malibu seaside villa, Tony Stark had just concluded a lengthy debugging session, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Before him, multiple hovering sentinels, aglow with various colors, danced around a brand new azure suit of armor. Done. Tony clapped his hands, acknowledging that Lin's idea was indeed correct. The multi-elemental sentinels and the savior combat system worked in perfect harmony. He commanded the sentinels to retract, and the savior armor automatically folded back into standby mode. Stretching his limbs, Tony prepared to pour himself a drink. As he surveyed the workshop, his gaze fell upon a terminal in the corner marked as urgent from Lin Xuan. Deeply engrossed in his research, he had only just noticed the encrypted message sent by Lin to be vigilant regarding anomalous biotechnological events in Afghanistan, possibly linked to an unstable, self-detonating human bomb. It seemed prudent to inquire about any new developments on his end. Tony muttered to himself as he picked up the encrypted communicator, ready to contact Lin Xuan. Just as he was about to dial, Jarvis's voice interrupted. "Sir, Miss Rebecca Hale is outside, claiming to have an appointment." Tony paused, unable to recall any such arrangement. Through the surveillance, he spotted the botanist he had briefly encountered at a technology summit, where she had enthusiastically promoted her company's vision, and they had engaged in a profound discussion. At this moment, Rebecca was unaware that Killian's plans had shifted and was proceeding as originally intended to meet with Tony. "Let her in, Jarvis," Tony instructed, setting aside the communicator, curious about her intentions. Rebecca Hale entered the living room, elegantly clad in a fitted green dress. She passionately introduced her groundbreaking biotechnological advancements, eloquently expounding on the principles of plant regeneration and their potential applications for humans. Tony, feeling a twinge of impatience, was preparing to concoct an excuse to dismiss her. Just then, Pepper Potts returned to the villa. Upon seeing Tony engaged in animated conversation with a beautiful woman, her expression instantly turned cold. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Tony internally lamented how he would explain this unexpected encounter. Suddenly, Jarvis's urgent alarm pierced the air. "Sir, multiple high-velocity projectiles are approaching the villa, confirmed as missiles." Simultaneously, a large contingent of armed personnel was closing in from both land and sea. A series of violent explosions erupted outside the villa, illuminating the sky with flames. Several armed helicopters hovered above, their doors opening to release soldiers radiating a searing red glow as they descended. "Damn it, how'd they find this place?" Tony's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately activated the emergency protocol. "Pepper," he shouted, simultaneously taking control remotely. The newly calibrated Savior armor swiftly disassembled and seamlessly adorned Pepper. "Leave with Rebecca through the emergency passage. Quickly." Although Pepper was in a state of panic, she nodded resolutely, grasping the bewildered Rebecca's hand, and, aided by the armor, dashed towards the underground tunnel. Meanwhile, Tony donned another suit from the Mark series, preparing to confront the soldiers of despair who had burst through the window. "Jarvis, activate the floating sentinels and coordinate with the Veronica arsenal for combat." No sooner had he spoken than the floating sentinels sprang to life behind him, accelerating instantaneously. One sentinel unleashed a precise beam of blue energy, striking an approaching soldier's arm just as he was about to strike Tony, momentarily halting the assault. Nevertheless, the soldiers of despair continued their fierce onslaught, seemingly impervious to pain, their bodies glowing with an eerie red hue in the searing heat, their strength and speed far exceeding that of ordinary humans. One soldier landed a punch against Tony's chest plate, and despite the armor's protection, the tremendous force sent him staggering back, producing a jarring metallic screech as the armor heated up rapidly. Thank goodness Lin Xuan's ingenious ideas proved effective. The floating sentinels demonstrated impressive capabilities. If only they could switch elemental energies as well, and with Veronica's support, the situation would be far less dire. However, when the opportunity arises, I must urge Lin to modify my floating sentinel to enable elemental energy switching, while using the newly acquired heavy shield to block. Tony sought an opportunity to counterattack, his admiration for Lin Xuan deepening. In Afghanistan, Lin Xuan, alongside Banner and Natasha, was preparing to withdraw from the battlefield when he suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. "Lin Xuan? What is it?" Natasha keenly noticed his unease. Lin gazed into the distance, as if he could perceive something miles away. "Tony is in trouble," he said gravely. "Killian is acting faster than I anticipated." Banner asked in confusion, "Should we head over now?" Lin shook his head. "There isn't enough time. Trust Tony. He can handle it. However, we must prepare for a counterattack. Killian thinks he is the hunter, yet he is, in fact, the true prey." Chapter 86. Lin Xuan's plan? The hunt begins. Lin Xuan gazed into the distance, his mind already foreseeing Killian's inevitable fate. Killian's plans had been disrupted. Turning to Natasha and Banner, he remarked, "The attack on the Malibu villa signifies that his attempt to infiltrate Stark Industries through Pepper has utterly failed." Natasha raised an eyebrow. "You seem completely unconcerned about Tony." "I have provided him with ample technological advice," Lin Xuan replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. With the multi-element floating sentinels, enhanced energy shields, and a savior armor, Tony would not easily succumb now. Banner listened quietly, his thoughts swirling. Lin Xuan not only accurately predicted the situation, but also devised a counter-strategy. This strategic acumen inspired a deeper respect within him. At this moment, Killian must be engulfed in anger and anxiety. Lin Xuan's gaze seemed to penetrate into Killian's very soul. In such a state, one is most prone to losing reason and making erroneous, even mad decisions, akin to those desperate soldiers who succumb to self-destruction. His tone was unremarkable, yet it sent a chill through Natasha's heart, revealing Lin Xuan's profound insight into human nature. He nodded, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, declaring, "It is time to strike back. Seize the opportunity while he is weakened." A bold plan rapidly took shape in his mind. "What do you intend to do?" Natasha keenly sensed the intensity in Lin Xuan's eyes, her heart unexpectedly filled with anticipation. We shall strike at the very heart of the Ten Rings organization, leaving Killian unable to attend to both fronts. Natasha's brow furrowed in concern. Killian? The one from the company? Wait. A flicker of confusion and conflict passed through her azure eyes. The SHIELD dossier consistently identified the Mandarin as the shadowy leader of the Ten Rings, the enigmatic head of this terrifying organization. Lin Xuan shook his head slightly. The Mandarin is merely a fade, a carefully crafted illusion designed to draw everyone's attention away. The true puppet master is Aldrich Killian. Natasha's pupils dilated, and a tumultuous storm surged within her. Had these words not come from Lin Xuan, she would have found them utterly implausible. Yet Lin Xuan, a man who consistently conjured miracles and transcended the ordinary, inspired a deep-seated trust within her. Drawing a deep breath, she suppressed her inner turmoil and nodded in complete faith. I understand. What support do you require? Banner inquired softly from his side. Are we really going to charge in like this? Just the three of us? Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of the Malibu seaside villa, Tony Stark had just endured the violent explosions of two desperate soldiers, shielded only by the emergency deployment of multiple energy barriers. The fierce shockwave hurled him against the remnants of the structure, leaving his mark armor charred and the system blaring a piercing alarm. JARVIS. Damage report on the armor. Now, Tony struggled to rise from the rubble, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Energy system damage at 47%. Structural integrity reduced to 63%. Sir, the efficiency of the left thruster has significantly diminished. JARVIS replied gravely. Tony had no time to repair his armor, immediately propelling himself toward the entrance of the underground passage where Pepper and Rebecca were making their escape. In his line of sight, Pepper donned a brand-new cerulean rescuer suit. Though her movements were still somewhat awkward, she emerged unscathed from the passage, aided by the precise firepower and resilient force field protection of several floating sentinels glowing in various hues. Tony, Pepper removed her helmet, and upon seeing him unharmed, her eyes brimmed with astonishment and relief. This armor is simply incredible, especially those little drones. They attack automatically and protect me proactively. Upon seeing Pepper, Tony's taut nerves finally relaxed, and a trace of barely concealed pride emerged on his face. Of course, one must consider who designed it, he remarked, shifting his tone to one of complexity as he added, well, primarily the core enhancements and those gadgets are the brainchild of Lin Xuan. My role was merely to seamlessly integrate his designs into the armor system. He turned to Rebecca Hale, who stood nearby, still somewhat dazed. The female scientist found it utterly incomprehensible why the plan had suddenly morphed into a bloody battlefield. How had Tony Stark acquired such advanced, even terrifying technology that starkly contradicted the intelligence reports? At that very moment, while Tony conversed with Pepper, a multifunctional floating sentinel responsible for battlefield repairs quietly approached him. It projected a pale green field of restorative energy that swiftly enveloped the scorched damage on the Mark's suit as if it were alive. Tony distinctly felt the suit's functions restoring at an astonishing pace, unable to suppress his amazement. Hey, this energy conversion and repair feature is absolutely phenomenal. What on earth is going on in Lin Xuan's mind? Sir, according to preliminary scans, the energy conversion and repair algorithms employed by Mr. Lin Xuan's floating sentinel are at least 42% more efficient than any known repair technology in your database, with negligible material loss. Achieving this within the existing theoretical framework is exceedingly difficult, Jarvis remarked, his voice laced with subtle admiration, even astonishment. Without hesitation, Tony commanded, Jarvis, establish a secure communication channel with Lin Xuan immediately. I have urgent matters to discuss with him. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, above the rugged mountains of Afghanistan, a Quinjet soared at high speed. Inside the cockpit, Lin Xuan had laid bare his counteroffensive strategy. Rather than passively awaiting Killian's next move, it would be more prudent to take the initiative and strike directly at his stronghold in Afghanistan, cutting off the root of the problem. A preemptive strike, Banner remarked softly, his eyes glimmering with understanding. He felt the formidable confidence in Lin Xian's words, a sense of commanding the situation. Natasha showed no hesitation. Her fingers danced swiftly across the tactical tablet, immediately revealing the precise coordinates and detailed blueprints of the 10 Rings headquarters on the screen. The coordinates have been sent to you. Banner and I are ready to mobilize at any moment. She glanced at Lin Xian, her gaze infused not only with the usual trust, but also with an ineffable admiration and complexity of emotion. This rapport was born from their shared experiences in battle, notably during the memorable confrontation in New York, where Lin Xian's valor remained vividly etched in memory. He raised his hand, and the cockpit instantly projected a three-dimensional map of the 10 Rings headquarters, with every potential entrance, defensive point, and distribution of firepower clearly marked. Just as Lin Xian was about to respond, the secure communicator suddenly buzzed urgently. It was Tony Stark. Lin Xian, your design of the energy conversion floating sentinel is nothing short of a stroke of genius, instantly revitalizing my state. The voice of Tony resonated through the communicator, infused with the exhilaration of survival and unabashed awe. Naturally, the formidable defense of my multi-layered energy shield is equally impressive. Had it not been for its protection just now, my injuries would likely have been far more severe. Lin Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems my suspicions were correct. Your situation is indeed extraordinary. Extraordinary? It's akin to a celebration of apocalyptic proportions. Tony exclaimed dramatically, describing the luminous creatures whose body temperatures could melt steel like butter. Given this, you must not remain idle. Lin Xian interjected with a calm, yet commanding tone, directing him to this coordinate. Without further elaboration, he shared the precise coordinates of the 10 Commandments Gang's headquarters with Tony. He was confident that Tony's intellect would suffice to grasp his intent. Afghanistan? The excitement in Tony's voice surged, nearly spilling over the communicator. You intend to raid their stronghold? Lin Xian could distinctly sense the exhilaration in Tony's tone. Indeed. Count me in. I absolutely must be part of this. Tony responded without hesitation, his voice brimming with anticipation, eager to test the true power of his new gadgets. I shall arrive momentarily. Do not leave without me. Lin Xian cautioned in a low voice. For this operation, we require every available force. Upon ending the communication, Lin Xian exchanged a knowing smile with Natasha and Banner. Natasha gazed at Lin Xian, her expression complex, without the need for excessive words. Tony Stark could instantly comprehend Lin Xian's strategic intent and unhesitatingly join the cause. The bond between these two men transcends the realm of ordinary teammates. Lin Xian acted as a conductor, consistently uniting these headstrong superheroes to unleash unimaginable power. Breaking the brief silence, Lin Xian spoke. It appears our formidable reinforcements will soon arrive. Banner, your Hulk form will be the cornerstone of our frontal assault. Lin Xian addressed Banner, urging him to remember the emotions felt on the battlefield today, to maintain rational fury, and to channel that strength. Banner nodded emphatically. I will strive to maintain control. That resonant emotional state, indeed, makes me feel more in sync with the Hulk and my strength more stable. Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction before turning to Natasha. Your mission is to infiltrate the enemy's control center and swiftly sever their external communications and internal defense systems. Natasha regarded Lin Xian thoughtfully, softly asking, Are you certain Killian himself will be in that stronghold? Not entirely certain, Lin Xian replied candidly without any concealment, but whether he is present or not. This operation will utterly dismantle the core power of the 10 Commandments gang and significantly disrupt Killian's overarching plans. We hold the initiative. He stood quietly by the porthole. If he happened to be there, it would indeed be the most perfect conclusion. Chapter 87. Red Alert. Killian's Final Dance. The Quinjet sliced through the vast expanse of sky as Lin Xian leaned back in his seat, eyes closed in deep contemplation. The cabin resonated with the gentle hum of the engine. The developments surrounding the Doomsday virus incident progressed far more swiftly than he had anticipated. The initial plan was to proceed steadily, yet Killian's impatience altered the very rules of the game. Lin Xian opened his eyes, and gazed out at the boundless clouds. This journey to Afghanistan might yield more high-energy biological samples and experimental data. If so, the third core equipment of the Godslayer armament series, and even a further evolution of his own genes, would be within reach. At the ruins of the Malibu villa, Tony ended the communication, excitement and seriousness flickering in his eyes. Preparations are underway, sir. Assembly is expected to be completed within 3 minutes. Pepper approached, clad in a cerulean rescuer's armor. The sunlight flowed over the armor's surface, reflecting the beauty of technology. Several multi-element, floating sentinels hovered beside her like loyal guardians. Tony, I overheard your call. Pepper's voice emanated from the armor, imbued with undeniable conviction. You are heading to Afghanistan, aren't you? Tony turned, somewhat surprised. Pepper, this is far too dangerous. You should. I'm equipped to protect myself now. Pepper interrupted him. I am no longer an ordinary person in need of protection. Moreover, I can be of assistance. Her tone softened. I can help, Tony. Tony gazed at Pepper within the armor, then glanced at the agile, floating sentinels. He recalled Lin Xuan's enigmatic methods. It should pose little danger. Perhaps bringing Pepper along was indeed a prudent notion. Very well, but you must follow my lead. Tony finally nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips. With Lin Xuan on the other side, it should be fine. He turned to the still-shaken Rebecca Hale. The scientist's countenance was pale, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. Tony endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. Miss Hale, it appears our meeting must conclude here. I have urgent matters to attend to and must take my leave. I look forward to our next encounter. He refrained from elaborating further, merely gesturing toward the ravaged villa. Rebecca opened her mouth, seemingly eager to speak, but ultimately, she merely nodded numbly. Her mind had yet to fully recover from the recent series of explosions and fierce battles. Without further delay, Tony activated the Mark suit, soaring into the sky alongside Pepper, transformed into 2 streaks of light, their destination set for Afghanistan. After Tony and Pepper departed, Rebecca Hale struggled to emerge from the ruins of the Malibu villa. Her green dress was caked with dust, her face a mask of terror and bewilderment. This is all wrong, completely wrong. Her mission had been to approach Pepper and probe Stark Industries' defenses. Why had it suddenly escalated into a full-scale assault? Who had ordered the change in plans? What alarmed her even more was the unveiling of unknown technology by Tony Stark. The airborne sentinels and the precisely coordinated energy shields were not included in the intelligence reports. Particularly, the name Lin Xuan stirred an ominous premonition within her. 3 hours later, at a clandestine stronghold, Aldrich Killian stood before a vast floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the city below. His fingertips lightly tapped against the glass, a hint of anticipation dancing on his lips. Everything was set to unfold according to his script. Pepper Potts would soon be summoned before him, becoming his most formidable bargaining chip. At that juncture, Tony Stark, the arrogant genius, will be compelled to research the extremist virus for him, rectifying its deficiencies. A perfect loop. He lifted a glass of red wine from the table, poised to celebrate the imminent victory. Suddenly, the door to the room was flung open with force. Rebecca Hale rushed in, her complexion pale and hair disheveled, completely devoid of her usual composure. She burst into the room, disregarding all formalities. Killian, something's gone horribly wrong. Killian's smile froze instantaneously, the glass slipping from his grasp as he furrowed his brow. Rebecca? What has happened? Where is Pepper? The operation should have succeeded. The Malibu villa was attacked. Rebecca spoke rapidly, her voice trembling. But it didn't go as planned. Stark anticipated it. He has new armor. Those damn flying robots. Our forces have been obliterated. Killian's pupils constricted sharply, the wine glass crashing heavily onto the table, spilling red wine like congealed blood. Obliterated? He echoed in disbelief. How could Stark? Rebecca took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure. Worse still, Stark and Potts are en route to Afghanistan to meet someone named Lin Xuan. They know the location of the 10 Rings headquarters. Lin Xuan, Killian whispered, the name resonating like a nightmare, continually disrupting his plans. Mr. Killian, what is going on? What about our promised collaboration? How did it come to this? Rebecca questioned, her voice filled with confusion and fear. Killian did not respond immediately. His breathing quickened, the extremist energy in his neck beginning to glow faintly red. His previously refined features twisted in rage, fury igniting in his eyes. Lin Xuan. Again, Lin Xuan. He swept his arm, sending objects crashing to the floor, the sound of shattering glass piercing the air. Every step, every move has been calculated against me. He has ruined my entire plan. Killian's eyes were bloodshot, the extremist energy surging violently in his neck like a volcano on the brink of eruption. Everything he meticulously orchestrated, the schemes against Pepper, the threats towards Stark, had crumbled before this man named Lin Xuan. He wishes to come to Afghanistan? Very well. Let him come and never return. Killian rushed to the communication station, roaring into the microphone. I am Killian. Relay my orders. Deploy all stockpiles of the extremist virus at the Afghanistan base. Every last one. His voice twisted with fury. Activate all combat-ready soldiers. Even the experimental subjects. Even the unstable batch. I want to bury Lin Xuan and Stark there for good. Rebecca watched in horror as Killian appeared almost mad, a chilling fear gripping her heart. Are you out of your mind? This is not what we agreed upon. She shook her head vigorously, mobilizing all the hopeless soldiers, including those unstable experimental subjects. This is a path to self-destruction. You have no idea how dangerous those uncontrollable samples are. Killian abruptly turned, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying red light, gripping Rebecca by the throat. Silence. His arm, heated by the despair virus, caused Rebecca to feel a suffocating burn. You need only to understand that they all must die. Everyone. Killian's voice was icy and piercing. Now, step aside. Do not hinder my final preparations. He released her, and Rebecca staggered back, clutching her scorched neck. Her eyes filled with terror. The Killian before her was no longer the man she once knew. Inside the Quinjet, nearly 12 hours had passed since the time agreed upon with Tony. At dawn, the mountainous regions of Afghanistan remained shrouded in a gray mist. Lin Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, brow furrowed. Core alert. Energy readings in the target area are surging sharply. Warning, a significant number of high-intensity despair energy reactions have been activated, far exceeding expectations. Preliminary statistics, 58 signs of despair, with 37 exhibiting unstable fluctuations. Danger level, red alert, recommendation. Immediate reassessment of strategic plans. A glint of determination flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes. It seems Killian has received a surprise. Is this to be the final act? He rose and approached the control panel, bringing up the real-time energy distribution map. The valley housing the Ten Commandments gang's headquarters resembled a volcano poised to erupt, brimming with chaotic and unstable energy. Natasha and Banner gathered around, gazing at the alarming red zones. Natasha's brow furrowed deeply. So many? They have activated at least 50 despair soldiers. Moreover, the energy fluctuations are highly unstable, indicating that many are immature experimental subjects. He intends to fight us to the death. Natasha tightened her grip on her weapon. Lin Xuan smirked coldly. Perfect. Saves us the trouble of searching them out one by one. He lightly tapped the control screen to establish a communication link with Tony. Tony, the situation has changed. Killian has activated all despair soldiers, including the unstable experimental subjects. We await your action. Received. Tony's voice came through. Pepper and I have already crossed the Atlantic, and we will arrive shortly. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Pepper is coming too? She is now the savior, remarkably powerful. Tony's tone brimmed with pride. Your design is simply genius. Lin Xuan nodded. All right, we will wait for you at the high ground in the northeast corner of the target area. He ended the communication and turned to Natasha and Banner. The action plan has changed. Since the enemy has revealed all their cards, we will shift to a positional battle. Lin Xuan's fingers glided over the control screen, designating a high ground, a vantage point offering an unobstructed view for monitoring enemy movements. More crucially, a sharp glint sparkled in his eyes. When those unstable soldiers of the Abyss lost control, they would become our finest weapon. The aircraft pierced through the clouds, revealing the heavily fortified and menacing stronghold of the Ten Commandments gang below. A tempest was brewing. Analysis by Xiongxin. Strategic concept has been updated. Primary objective: incite internal conflict among the Abyss soldiers. Utilizing thermal chain reactions to induce a self-destructive cycle. Secondary objective: acquire a complete sample of the Abyss virus and gather core research data. Note: this operation may yield unexpected resources for the development of Infernal Grasp. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xuan resolved, once Tony arrives, we shall act without delay. Chapter 88. Blade Storm. Secrets of the biological laboratory. The Cohen-style aircraft descended silently onto a high ground northeast of the Ten Commandments gang stronghold. Lin Xuan leaped from the cabin, surveying the valley below with a gaze as sharp as a blade. The base was ablaze with lights, yet it exuded a palpable aura of searing heat. Countless Abyss soldiers patrolled, their bodies emanating an unstable red glow, as if the entire compound were encircled by flames. The situation was worse than anticipated. Natasha approached Lin Xuan. Lowering her voice, they have activated all experimental subjects, even the half-finished ones. Banner paused, then added, from the thermal readings, at least a dozen could detonate at any moment. Lin Xuan harnessed the recently acquired energy of the shadow dimension. Xiongxin, initiate a deep scan, integrating the characteristics of the shadow dimension energy to analyze the target's energy structure. The shadow dimension energy infiltrated the energy field below, like intangible tendrils. Xiongxin confirmation. Shadow dimension energy has commenced analysis. Energy structure analysis in progress. Anomaly detected. 58 Abyss energy entities, 22 of which display severe instability. Warning: peripheral patrol units exhibit significant flaws in their energy circuits. Risk assessment: prone to chain collapse due to external high-energy impacts or intense emotional fluctuations. Recommendation: utilize unstable individuals to trigger a chain reaction, inciting internal chaos among the enemy. Lin Xuan understood. These outermost patrolling Abyss soldiers were indeed hastily produced duds. Killian had resorted to employing these ticking time bombs against them. They are akin to barrels of gunpowder, ready to explode at the slightest spark, Lin Xuan murmured. In his mind, he rehearsed the impending battle. Banner, in Hulk form, would charge in, unleashing a torrent of gamma energy capable of instantly igniting those unstable Abyss soldiers. Chaos would serve as the perfect clarion call for their full-scale assault. He could almost envision the explosion's glow illuminating Killian's astonished face. Even if he were not present, this signal would be sufficient to draw him in, like a moth to a flame. Lin Xuan swiftly devised a tactical plan. Hulk would create the chaos and serve as the primary force for the frontal assault. Once Tony arrived, Veronica's arsenal would provide critical fire support and multiple energy shield defenses. Pepper's rescuer armor, in conjunction with the multi-elemental hovering sentinels, was tasked with battlefield support and repairs. Meanwhile, he himself could serve as a dagger, plunging straight into the heart of the matter. Natasha approached Lin Xuan, lowering her voice. Do you still require my infiltration into the control center as per the original plan? Their defenses are now formidable, and their numbers exceed our expectations. Lin Xuan's gaze remained fixed below. The plan remains unchanged, but we must wait for Tony and the others to arrive. We need a more potent door knocker to draw their attention. What are we waiting for? Banner asked quietly. Reinforcements, Lin Xuan replied, a hint of anticipation in his tone, and they should arrive shortly. No sooner had he spoken than two familiar arcs of energy flashed across the night sky, streaking like meteors and landing precisely on the high ground. The metallic friction of the Mark armor coincided with the light-footed landing of the rescuer armor. Tony lifted his helmet, revealing his signature confident smile. Hey, Lin Xuan. It seems I Haven T missed the opening act. Pepper also removed her helmet, her expression resolute. I hope I 1T become a burden to you. Lin Xuan nodded, swiftly relaying the observed situation and initial tactical concepts to the duo. My God, has he lost his mind? Tony exclaimed, those unstable guys are like walking bombs. Lin Xuan smirked, that is precisely what we'll exploit. Banner, are you ready? After hearing the plan, Banner took a deep breath, growling as his body began to swell and turn green. Veins bulged, and muscles surged forth like a tide. Moments later, a formidable green giant, Hulk, emerged before them. Unlike the uncontrollable monster Tony remembered, this Hulk retained a glimmer of clarity that belonged to Banner. Tony stared in astonishment. Wait, how long has it been? He can control it? Lin Xuan, his tone as calm as ever, replied, I merely helped him find the key to mental connection. Now is not the time for explanations. Move. Hulk grinned, a smile that embodied both his wildness and Banner's reason. Hulk smash! The green giant let out a thunderous roar, leaping from the high ground like a meteor, crashing toward the perimeter of the Ten Rings base. Almost instantaneously upon his landing, several of the most unstable extremist soldiers erupted like sparks ignited in gasoline, exploding with a deafening blast. Fireballs soared into the sky, triggering a chain reaction as one soldier after another lost control and detonated, engulfing the surroundings in flames and shockwaves. Chaos ensued. Extremist soldiers surged from all directions, but the successive explosions threw them into disarray. Tony and Pepper exchanged shocked glances at the unfolding devastation below. My God, did he calculate this? Tony murmured, realizing that the sequence and locations of the explosions were precisely as Lin Xuan had predicted. Pepper took a deep breath. Tony, it's time for us to move. Together, they activated their thrusters and dove downward. Tony deployed a miniature missile launcher from his wrist, accurately striking several soldiers attempting to besiege the Hulk. Meanwhile, Pepper commanded an array of floating sentinels, establishing energy defense points across the battlefield to provide cover for Natasha's infiltration mission. Amidst the chaos, Lin Xuan emerged from the shadows, clad in a suit of nano-black armor. In his hand, a sword forged from nanoparticles materialized, embodying silent resolve. The energy from the dark dimension coursed through the blade, bestowing upon his strikes a unique psychic impact. Lin Xuan weaved through the ranks of the beleaguered soldiers, each swing of his sword precisely targeting their energy cores, rendering them temporarily incapacitated and preventing further self-detonations. At that moment, a notification flashed. Xiongxin alert. Feasibility analysis of integrating dark dimension energy with thunderous power completed. Recommended skill combination. Psychic silence thunder shock. Expected effect. Area-wide mental disorientation. Capable of simultaneously ensnaring multiple targets in brief confusion. A glimmer of insight sparked in Lin Xuan's eyes as he swiftly adjusted the energy output. The two forces intertwined in the air, manifesting as a storm of blade-like energy. Black and purple energy blades materialized, cascading down like a torrential rain, each imbued with the might of thunder and psychic shock. A dozen soldiers fell simultaneously, succumbing to unconsciousness. Tony, witnessing the spectacle from above, couldn't help but whistle, exclaiming, Good grief, what new ability has he mastered now? Though taken aback, Pepper remained undeterred, directing the sentinels to form an energy bridge, paving a concealed path for Natasha towards the control center. With explosions and the Hulk drawing the bulk of enemy fire, Natasha, akin to a nocturnal panther, stealthily bypassed multiple hotspots and infiltrated the base's command center. To her surprise, the infamous leader, known to the outside world as a terrifying figure, was cowering beneath the control console, reduced to a mere puppet consumed by fear. Natasha swiftly subdued him and promptly dismantled all external communication devices. The control center had been secured and communications severed. Awaiting your arrival, she texted Lin Xuan through a secure channel. Upon receiving the message, Lin Xuan turned to Tony, who was still engaged in battle, and said, The control center is secured. Cover my advance. Tony nodded and swiftly mobilized several units from the Veronica weaponry arsenal, forming a corridor of firepower. Lin Xuan dashed across the battlefield toward the command center. Along the way, he sensed several powerful surges of despair energy converging from different directions. Lin Xuan smirked just in time. He quickened his pace, charging toward the command center while simultaneously issuing a command over the comms. They are to withdraw. Xiongxin alert. High-level despair energy signatures detected approaching. Quantity, 7. Energy intensity, far surpassing ordinary despair soldiers, nearing a perfected state. Warning, these may be Killian's elite forces. A cold smile crept across Lin Xuan's lips. Xiongxin commenced recording all data, particularly the energy fluctuation characteristics of the despair virus. Xiongxin has confirmed that the comprehensive data collection has commenced. The priority analysis focuses on the energy waveform in dire straits, the mechanisms of thermal conversion, and the gene modification program. An additional task involves identifying the critical parameters suitable for the infernal grasp. Lin Xuan strides towards the control center. Behind him lies a conflagration of chaos. Ahead lies the true climax of this battle. Killian, the self-proclaimed savior, is finally making his entrance. Yet unbeknownst to him, Lin Xuan has meticulously calculated every step of this confrontation. To him, this is merely a well-orchestrated operation to ensnare. The invaluable samples and data of the dire virus will serve as crucial materials for the development of his new equipment. Come, Killian. Let me witness the unique attributes of our dire virus. He pushes open the door to the control center, where Natasha awaits, accompanied by the bound puppet of Masterman. Lin Xuan surveys his surroundings. He commands Xiongxin to infiltrate the database of the Ten Commandments gang while commencing a thorough analysis. Xiongxin prompts, database access successful. Complete research files on the dire virus discovered. Records of experimental subjects found. Unexpected discovery. Aldrich Killian's personal dire modification data. Lin Xuan's eyes brighten. Found you. At that moment, the entire control center suddenly trembles violently, the alarm blaring piercingly. Warning. Warning. Self-destruct system has been activated. Countdown 5 minutes. Lin Xuan remains unfazed, continuing to operate swiftly. Natasha, take Masterman and leave at once. Natasha hesitates for a moment. What about you? Lin Xuan's gaze is cold and resolute. Go, I will be out shortly. Natasha nods and hastily drags Masterman away. Lin Xuan turns to the main control screen, calling up the structural diagram of the base, pinpointing a direction towards the biological laboratory on the 3rd underground level. I still have one last task to accomplish. Chapter 89. Decayed Life Core? Core materials. Natasha's figure vanishes into the darkened ventilation ducts. Lin Xuan retracts his gaze. The alarm in the control center continues to roar, and the countdown on the screen ominously ticks away. He quickly retrieves the structural diagram of the biological laboratory on the 3rd underground level, confirming his assault route. Just as he turns, preparing to dash towards the laboratory entrance, the entire control hall suddenly quakes. Boom! The concrete ceiling above shatters as if struck by an invisible hammer. Crumbling with a thunderous explosion, rebar twists, debris flies. A figure descends, engulfed in a searing whirlwind. Aldrich Killian. He hovers in midair, his entire being ablaze with an unstable orange-red glow, skin adorned with terrifying lava-like patterns. His eyes emit a nearly tangible fury, fixated on Lin Xuan. It's you. Once again, it's you. Killian's voice, distorted by sheer rage, is hoarse. You have destroyed everything I held dear. No sooner had he spoken than he detonated the last few downed dire soldiers surrounding the base. A series of explosions reverberates from afar, the flames illuminating his ghastly visage. Lin Xuan remains composed, as nano-black armor envelopes him in an instant. Killian spoke calmly. Your arrival is quite fortuitous. It saved me the trouble of seeking you out. At these words, Killian's fury intensified. The crimson glow enveloping his body surged dramatically, causing the surrounding air to warp violently from the heat, emitting a series of crackling explosions. Seek me? You dare utter such words? He roared. My blood, sweat, and tears. A flawless plan a decade in the making, completely annihilated by you, you scoundrel. Lin Xuan remained indifferent to his outburst, his figure suddenly flickering as he made a beeline towards the entrance of the underground laboratory. Trying to flee? Killian bellowed, his arms thrusting forward as torrents of searing energy shot forth like arrows, blocking every possible escape route. Stop right there. The flames surrounding Killian swelled violently, warping the metal doorframe as he barreled into the passageway after Lin Xuan. Today, he was determined to turn this repeated saboteur of his plans to ashes with his own hands. In the underground 3rd level, the biological laboratory lay in disarray. It was clear that a frantic evacuation had occurred following the activation of the self-destruction protocol. Scattered documents, shattered petri dishes, and overturned experimental apparatus littered the ground, mingling with the nauseating odors of chemicals and burnt residues. At the center of the lab stood a colossal, charred remnant of a once thriving plant, now completely desiccated. Towering at 7 or 8 meters, its thick trunk twisted, barely resembling the form of a giant tree. Despite its ashen exterior, it still radiated an eerie and faint energy wave. Lin Xuan's gaze fell upon the withered tree, his expression sharpening slightly. Killian soon followed, and upon seeing the dead tree, his agitation escalated, becoming even more erratic. The molten fissures on his body glowed a more ominous red, and the energy fluctuations emanating from him began to resonate strangely with the residual energy of the decayed giant tree. Core chip alert. High concentration of mutated energy resonating with special decaying plant cells detected. Target locked. Aldrich Killian. Highly unstable mutated entity. Target locked. Decayed life core. Remains of the withered giant tree. Preliminary analysis. The energy properties of both are highly compatible with the core material requirements for the grasp of Inferno. Recommendation. Initiate deep analysis to acquire complete battle data and life core samples to finalize material collection. Estimated cost, 200 tech points. Shall we proceed? A glimmer of insight flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes. Proceed, he commanded within his consciousness. Core chip command. Deep analysis initiated. Scanning energy structure of Killian and resonant patterns of decayed life core for frequency matching. Analysis complete. Dynamic model of Killian's combat data being constructed. Energy spectrum of life core decay charted. Data collection reached 85. Acquiring complete battle data and life core samples will finalize the material collection for the grasp of Inferno. Tech points, 200. Current balance, 900. The core components of the god-slaying armament were finally within reach. Lin Xuan understood that what lay ahead would be a fierce battle for material acquisition. Killian fixated intently on the withered giant tree, a glimmer of morbid obsession and madness flickering in his eyes. Do you see? This is my genesis, my magnum opus. He extended his blazing arm, pointing at the desiccated tree, the true source of the cataclysm virus. An intriguing botanical specimen. Lin Xuan maintained a calm demeanor while secretly analyzing Killian's energy fluctuations. The foolish botanists of humanity, so convinced they had unraveled the mysteries of nature. Killian erupted into maniacal laughter, his voice echoing throughout the cavernous laboratory. They are utterly oblivious to the ancient life forms that possess such formidable self-repair and evolutionary potential. He strolled around the lifeless tree, as if admiring a rare treasure. The seeds of this plant were discovered in an isolated valley in Afghanistan. It thrives in the harshest environments and can even absorb flames, drawing heat as sustenance. Lin Xuan's gaze shifted slightly. So, you extracted its genetic fragments, attempting to merge them with human DNA to create the cataclysm virus. Precisely. Killian whirled around, his eyes glowing with fervor. This is the essence of the cataclysm virus, combining the plant's near-immortal regenerative power with the intellect and desires of humanity. This is what I seek, the true superlife. The cataclysm energy within him surged to an exceedingly perilous threshold. The temperature in the laboratory approached the melting point of steel. Lin Xuan's expression hardened, no longer delaying. Since the materials have presented themselves, let us commence. With a clang, the sword of judgment reappeared in his grasp, dark dimensional energy surging into the blade like ink. Immediately, ethereal blue lightning entwined around it. An invisible mental wave merging with the silence of the mind followed suit. Finally, a wisp of gamma radiation energy quietly coalesced. In an instant, the obsidian blade shimmered with a fusion of electricity and ethereal energy, the layers of energy fluctuations exuding a devastating aura. A tempest of multifaceted energy blades. Lin Xuan swung the sword. Buzz. Killian's pupils constricted sharply, the overwhelming energy torrent instilling an unprecedented sense of crisis within him. Impossible. How could your power have surged so suddenly? What manner of monster are you? He bellowed in horrified rage, exerting all his strength to conjure a formidable thermal energy shield before him. Lin Xuan's tempest of multifaceted energy blades, amalgamating numerous high-tier energies, possessed a penetrative force and destructive power far beyond Killian's imagination. Crack! Crack! Dozens of energy blades breached the defenses, striking Killian with ferocity. Splatter! Scalding blood and charred flesh erupted. Killian emitted a muffled groan of agony, instantly adorned with numerous wounds deep enough to expose bone, acrid smoke billowing forth. Under Lin Xuan's relentless assault, Killian was forced to retreat, drenched in blood, unstable thermal energy erupting from the molten fissures on his surface. His once proud, cataclysmic form appeared alarmingly fragile before the judgment of the sword, which fused multiple energies. Do you truly believe this will be sufficient to defeat me? Killian appeared utterly deranged, his eyes brimming with resentment and bitterness. He let out a frantic roar, proclaiming, "Let us descend into hell together." With a sudden motion, he spread his arms wide, determination flashing in his eyes, as if he were prepared for mutual destruction. Boom! 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 At this moment, the self-destruction sequences within the bodies of over a dozen soldiers, previously incapacitated by Lin Xuan, were remotely activated by Killian. Simultaneously, the self-destruction countdown for the entire Ten Commandments gang's base reached its conclusion. A series of violent explosions erupted, akin to a barrel of gunpowder igniting, sweeping mercilessly from all directions toward the core laboratory on the third underground level. Lin Xuan, you shall be buried here with me. Killian cackled maniacally, his energy spiraling beyond control, transforming into a colossal fireball that charged toward the devastating wave of explosions. In the face of this energy tempest capable of reducing everything to ashes, Lin Xuan did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, his gaze sharp as a blade. Core command. Destruction energy wave detected. Conditions for initiating the emergency forging protocol of the Grip of Inferno have been met. Analysis. The current environment exhibits a highly mixed composition of uncontrolled desperation energy, residual energy from decaying life cores, and the explosive energy triggered by the base's self-destruction, resulting in a drastic elevation of energy levels. Recommendation. Immediately initiate the Grip of Inferno forging program, directing the explosion energy flow into the Dark Dimension transformation furnace to achieve the ultimate refinement and fusion of core materials. Warning: this process is exceedingly perilous. The host will endure extreme environmental pressures and energy impacts far beyond expectations. Projected cost: 300 tech points. Shall execution proceed? Execute. Lin Xuan's resolve was as steadfast as iron. Core confirmation. The emergency forging protocol of the Grip of Inferno has been initiated, analyzing and directing composite energy flow. Dark Dimension Transformation Furnace has activated, constructing a super high-dimensional energy circuit. Energy infusion has commenced. Tech points 300, current balance 600. Lin Xuan forcefully thrust the Sword of Judgment into the ground before him, unleashing the energy of the Dark Dimension within him, which coalesced into an invisible vortex. The ferocious explosion energy, intermingled with Killian's completely uncontrolled desperation energy and the life core energy of the withered giant tree, seemed irresistibly drawn toward him. It transformed into raging torrents, surging madly toward Lin Xuan's body. No, this is impossible. What are you doing? Killian's remaining consciousness let out a final, horrified shriek within the energy deluge, only to be utterly consumed and annihilated. Lin Xuan paid him no heed. His entire focus was absorbed in guiding and transforming this immense energy. The energy torrents flowed through his body as a conduit, precisely directed by the core into the newly opened space of the Dark Dimension transformation. An unfathomable process of forging and reconstitution was underway. Boom! 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 The laboratory on the third underground level had completely collapsed, heavy layers of rock and reinforced concrete crumbling in succession. The power of the chain explosions transmitted outward from within, escalating in intensity, resembling the most violent volcanic eruption, erupting entirely from beneath the Ten Commandments gang's base. Chapter 90. The Man Behind the Curtain. The creation of the infernal grasp has reached completion within the shadowy realm of the abyss. Lin Xuan's entire consciousness is immersed in this data furnace, an intricate construct forged by the mighty core. A colossal data furnace operates at breakneck speed, channeling the chaotic energies from the outside world through his body as a unique conduit. An unceasing flow of energy is drawn in, transformed, and redirected. Catastrophic energies, the core essence of decaying life, and explosive forces are meticulously stripped, purified, and reconstituted here, ultimately metamorphosing into usable foundational building blocks. Core Command. Energy Influx Progress 67. Composite Energy Stream Analysis in progress. Separation of catastrophic mutant energy characteristics. Decoding of decaying life core data, as Lin Xuan senses the reconstitution of these energies. The surging power threatens to disperse his consciousness. Yet, his will is as unyielding as iron, firmly governing the entire process. Core Alert. Anomalous energy influx path detected. Analysis. External interference of unknown origin briefly contacted the energy vortex. Interference has dissipated, energy flow stabilizing. Lin Xuan furrows his brow slightly. External interference? Could someone be observing all of this? However, there is no time to ponder this matter now. At the center of the data furnace, the intricate data chain of the decaying life core, resembling a withered giant tree, is being flawlessly analyzed and dismantled by the core. Core Report. Decaying life core analysis complete. Data structure. Mechanism for thermal energy absorption and transformation of ancient flora anchoring in space. Core characteristics. Exceptional thermal resistance. Self-circulating energy mechanism. Semi-immortal repair functionality. Lin Xuan's thoughts begin to drive the entire construction process. First, utilizing the previously analyzed properties of URU metal as a framework, he constructs a nanostructured shell suitable for his right arm. Then, employing his knowledge of rune matrices, he delineates intricate energy circuits. Finally, he infuses the data of the decaying life core as the primary source of propulsion. A menacing nanostructured right arm, radiating a dark golden luminescence and brimming with explosive power, gradually solidifies within the furnace. Core Notification. First component of the God-slaying set infernal grasp under design construction. Material fusion rate. 94. Energy stability. 89. Functionality testing passed. Warning, high-energy thermal source control system requires fine-tuning. With a mere thought, Lin Xuan continues to refine the control system's adjustments. Each nano-unit, every energy circuit, and each rune anchor point achieves a state of perfect equilibrium under his guidance. Core Confirmation. Final calibration of infernal grasp completed. Basic functions unlocked. 1. Limitless thermal control, capable of extracting, storing, and releasing various forms of thermal energy. 2. Vitality enhancement. Contact with wounds can activate accelerated healing. 3. Material decomposition. Can decompose most substances at high temperatures. 4. Energy shield. Capable of forming a thermal barrier. 5. Abyssal connectivity. Serves as a conduit for energy guidance within the shadowy realm. Hidden functions awaiting unlock as this novel creation manifests. An indescribable sense of accomplishment surges within Lin Xuan. The first component of the god-slaying armament, the infernal grasp, has finally come into being. Meanwhile, upon the highlands to the northeast, the alarms on Tony Stark's armor no longer emitted sharp sounds, but rather resembled a mournful wail. Jarvis, analyze the energy form. What on earth is this? On the screen, the terrifying energy erupting from the center of the Ten Commandments gang's base did not disperse chaotically as anticipated. Instead, it coalesced into an immense vortex of energy, visibly spiraling inward towards the absolute epicenter of the explosion. "Sir, I'm unable to provide an accurate analysis," Jarvis responded, his voice tinged with rare confusion, as this energy form did not conform to any known physical models. The energy was not dispersing, it was converging. Pepper Potts stood beside Tony, her complexion pale with fear as she beheld the cosmic marvel of the energy vortex. Her voice trembled slightly with shock. "This is akin to artificially creating an accretion disk for a miniature black hole." Natasha Romanoff gazed at the whirling vortex with solemn blue eyes, a hint of barely perceptible concern flickering within them. She stared at the frenzied rotation of the energy, biting her lower lip. "He always manages to achieve feats that transcend our understanding," she murmured, her tone a blend of admiration and subtle emotional turmoil. Yet this time, Dr. Banner stood at a distance, and even in a relatively calm state, he could sense a terror emanating from the vortex that could unsettle the Hulk. The epicenter. He's still inside. Banner's voice was strained. Tony activated his thrusters, preparing to soar towards the vortex. We cannot just wait. Banner abruptly interrupted. The energy readings are changing. The rotation of the vortex began to decelerate, and the terrifying gravitational pull gradually weakened. It seemed as though some force from the center was consuming the entire vortex. Just as the underground laboratory succumbed to a fiery ruin, and the dust had yet to settle, a figure clad in an ancient silken robe emerged silently from a shadowy corner untouched by the explosion. Adorned with several peculiar metallic rings, each shimmering with different ethereal glows, he exuded an aura of transcendent detachment. He was the true master of the Ten Commandments gang, the genuine Mandarin, with profound eyes that seemed to pierce through the facade of matter. The Mandarin directed his gaze towards the core of the energy vortex. Had you not been so eager for success, you might have avoided prematurely revealing your presence, he murmured to himself, his voice carrying a barely perceptible note of astonishment. He could distinctly sense that at the vortex's center, a young man harbored within him several distinctly different yet immensely powerful energies, the pure force of the mind, the ferocious might of thunder, a uniquely vibrant healing energy, and even a terrifying energy akin to that produced during the annihilation of pure matter. This bore a remarkable similarity to the multiple abilities bestowed upon him by the 10 rings on his hands. The Mandarin slightly raised his right hand, gazing at the 10 rings, and murmured, "Fascinating to master multiple energies at such a young age." As he further perceived, Lin Xuan not only possessed these energies, but had also managed to initially fuse these disparate powers to a certain degree during previous battles. Even he could not help but slightly narrow his pupils. The residual energy fluctuation from the blade storm had yet to dissipate entirely. The exquisite energy manipulation techniques contained within left Masterman in awe. Such talent and means this young man possessed. He attempted to draw closer to the center of the energy vortex. Merely the tide of energy diffusing from the periphery presented him with immense resistance and peril. His gaze shifted and fell upon Aldrich Killian, who was nearby, barely clinging to life after being struck by the explosive shockwave. This once self-proclaimed savior was now on the brink of death. Had it not been for the faint energy protection secretly bestowed by Masterman earlier, he would have long since merged with that terrifying explosion and turned to ash. Masterman swiftly made a decision, casting aside any hesitation. With a single hand gesture, a gentle force lifted the unconscious Killian. He cast a deep glance at the swirling vortex, which continued to ravenously consume energy. His figure seemed to meld into the shadows, swiftly vanishing into the deeper recesses of the underground ruins, taking the battered body of Killian with him, as if he had never existed at all. Not long after Masterman departed with Killian, the light within Lin Xuan's dark dimensional data furnace reached its zenith. The nano-data model of the grip of Inferno solidified completely and began its materialization. Command: God-slaying set grip of Inferno has completed final forging. Nanomaterial assembly commencing. Biological interface matching. Energy flow calibration. Materialization progress. 100. Warning: initial equipment will cause brief pain. Grip of Inferno is ready. Lin Xuan's consciousness returned from the dark dimensional furnace to reality, feeling the heat and pressure emanating from his right arm. The entire Ten Commandments gang base had already been reduced to ruins. He floated at the center of the explosion, surrounded by the remnants of the vortex formed by the energy he had actively absorbed. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The nano-black armor on his surface automatically adjusted, merging with the newly formed grip of Inferno on his right arm. It was a dark brown weapon enveloping his entire arm, with its surface adorned by orange-red energy circuits resembling molten lava patterns. Lin Xuan gently raised his right arm, savoring this unprecedented power. The grip of Inferno harbored the ultimate thermal control of the Cataclysm virus and the regenerative force of the decaying life core. The few individuals atop the high ground could no longer contain their anxiety and concern. Tony was the first to activate his thrusters, cautiously flying toward the center of the energy vortex, braving the gradually diminishing yet still terrifying residual heat. When they finally beheld the sight at the vortex's center, they were astonished to find Lin Xuan hovering there, completely unharmed, exuding an indescribable aura of strength. What shocked them further was the complete transformation of Lin Xuan's right arm. Tony's helmet retracted, revealing an expression of disbelief. The total energy quantified by Jarvis is sufficient to obliterate a small city. What on earth is happening with your arm? Pepper was equally astonished, gazing at Lin Xuan's transformation. My goodness, Tony, the energy readings on his arm appear quite abnormal. Natasha and Banner, who arrived shortly thereafter, were left speechless at Lin Xuan's seemingly unscathed form. Is this the reason you stay behind? Natasha locked eyes with Lin Xuan, her tone betraying an unmistakable concern. All for this? Banner cautiously approached Lin Xuan, observing, the energy fluctuations suggest this is a product that should theoretically be impossible. Lin Xuan regarded the grip of Inferno, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. It is merely another weapon added to the Godslayer arsenal. He raised his right arm and gently clenched his fist. There remains a long journey ahead. Chapter 91. Inferno Trial? Subsequent plans, as the dust settled and the aftermath waned, Lin Xuan stood at the epicenter of the explosion, gripping the dark brown weapon encasing his right arm. The surrounding energy vortex gradually dissipated, revealing a landscape of utter devastation. Tony, Pepper, Natasha, and Banner gathered around, their expressions a cacophony of astonishment and bewilderment. What about the counterfeit? Lin Xuan inquired, his voice somewhat subdued. Natasha composed herself and replied, Our people have already secured him. He is aboard the Quinjet. But what of Killian? We have not seen him. Before Lin Xuan could respond, Tony Stark interjected with his characteristic flamboyance. Given the magnitude of that explosion and the volatile energy, it's likely the guy didn't even remain in molecular form. He probably vaporized and ascended. Not everyone possesses resilience like Lin Xuan. Dr. Banner nodded in agreement, acknowledging the likelihood of this scenario. Everyone understood that the chances of Killian surviving such a cataclysmic energy burst were negligible. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, recalling the pivotal moment when his consciousness sank into the data furnace of the dark dimension. He had indeed detected a faint external energy fluctuation that neither belonged to Killian nor the explosion itself. At that time, he had been wholly focused on forging the grip of Inferno, leaving no room for further investigation. Now, Lin Xuan commanded within his consciousness for the core to analyze whether any unusual energy residues remained in the explosion's core area during his immersion. Core Directive. Initiate environmental energy residue retrospective analysis. Analysis in progress. Please hold. Processing explosion core data. Filtering anomalous energy bands. Matching known energy characteristic database. Core report. Detection of multiple uniquely characteristic weak energy residues, showing significant deviation from known terrestrial energy systems. Preliminary comparison suggests potential alignment with certain energy characteristics attributed to the legendary 10 rings. One particular energy signature exhibits signs of life, but has rapidly receded. Warning: energy traces are highly unstable and nearing the threshold of dissipation. Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened. Multiple anomalous energies? The 10 rings? Could it be that the true Mandarin had visited and taken something? He pondered quietly. If it is indeed the Mandarin, have I missed a remarkable opportunity to analyze the energies of the 10 rings? However, since he has made his appearance, it is certain that there will be confrontations in the future. Tony Stark observed Lin Xuan's momentary silence. Yet his attention was primarily captivated by the formidable and powerful Inferno grip on Lin Xuan's right arm. The dark brown metallic sheen and the flowing energy patterns stimulated the nerves of Tony, a top-tier scientist. Tony's voice pulled Lin Xuan from his reverie. That new arm of yours certainly does not appear to be hastily crafted. Was that commotion just now intended for it? The glimmer of curiosity for unknown technology sparkled in his eyes. Lin Xuan discerned the inquisitive and astonished expressions of Tony and the others. He smiled slightly, raising the Inferno grip that shimmered with dark brown radiance. Would you like to witness its might? He turned his gaze towards Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner, can Hulk come out to stretch his muscles? I wish to test the combat effectiveness of the Inferno grip. Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement and gravity crossed Dr. Banner's eyes as he nodded. As a scientist, he too was filled with curiosity about this enigmatic new weapon. Sensing Hulk's consciousness, he yearned to personally experience the limits of this power. All right, but we must control the range and intensity. Dr. Banner took a deep breath, and with a suppressed growl, the colossal green figure of Hulk loomed amidst the ruins. Hulk pounded his chest, emitting a thunderous roar, his fighting spirit directed towards Lin Xuan. Tony, Pepper, and Natasha swiftly retreated to a relatively safe height. This should be quite a spectacle, Tony murmured to Pepper as Jarvis began to comprehensively document the impending duel. Lin Xuan did not hastily strike, but instead focused on sensing the integration of the Inferno grip with his own energy. He could vividly perceive the orange-red energy patterns pulsing in synchrony with his heartbeat, as if imbued with life itself. Come on, Hulk. Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened, his form shifting slightly. Let us see whose fist is harder. Hulk grinned widely, exclaiming, Hulk is the strongest. With that, he propelled himself off the ground like a cannonball, charging towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan's right foot stamped down, his figure darting towards Hulk like lightning, the Inferno grip igniting with dark red flames, as though the molten core within had been fully awakened. With each punch thrown, the energy patterns on the surface of the Inferno grip grew increasingly radiant, the temperature soaring sharply as the color transformed from dark brown to blazing red, infused with destructive heat and the corrosive properties of a dire virus. Bang! The Inferno grip collided violently with Hulk's fist, which was the size of a sandbag, sending shockwaves rolling and debris flying. The two forces erupted at the point of contact, generating shockwaves that shattered the remaining fragments of the surrounding ruins. Following the collision, Hulk let out a roar laced with pain. His fist, capable of withstanding tank fire, sizzled and emitted smoke upon contact with the Inferno grip, showing signs of scorching. Banner's consciousness within Hulk distinctly sensed the extreme heat and a peculiar disintegrating force attempting to penetrate Hulk's body. Within the depths of Hulk's consciousness, Banner experienced a profound shock. Not merely a physical jolt, but also an overwhelming surge of terrifying thermal energy and corrosive effects. Hulk's defenses were effortlessly breached at the surface. Feeling the sting of pain, Hulk's fury intensified, and he unleashed a barrage of powerful punches. Each strike contained a formidable force capable of obliterating small structures. Yet, Lin Xuan advanced rather than retreated, meeting each assault with the infernal grasp. With every collision, searing shockwaves radiated outward. Hulk's fist bore numerous burn marks. On the high ground, spectators gasped in astonishment. Tony's electronic visor was inundated with rapidly refreshing data. Impossible. Jarvis, log this data. The instantaneous energy output and thermal effects from that arm utterly exceed my comprehension of the despair virus. This is not even in the same league. Pepper covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. My goodness, Tony, he can actually injure Hulk head-on. She felt that Lin Xuan's strength transcended her wildest imagination. Indeed, she sensed that Lin Xuan possessed a primal and unadulterated destructive force that surpassed Tony's armored suit. Natasha's special feelings for Lin Xuan deepened with a mix of awe and concern. The rapid growth of such power was both astonishing and worrisome. She keenly noticed that after retracting his fists, Lin Xuan's breathing was slightly labored and beads of sweat glistened on his brow. Mastering the infernal grasp was evidently a substantial drain on his own reserves. However, compared to the weakness following previous extreme exertions, this time his recovery rate was markedly enhanced, significantly quicker. Lin Xuan indeed felt the swift ebb and flow of energy within him. The preliminary fusion of the 325 serum data with his own genetics had notably improved his recovery efficiency. Lin Xuan pondered privately. If he could integrate the secondary biological data acquired from the despair virus into his own energy circulation system, the recovery speed could be further amplified. After all, the despair virus itself epitomized a pinnacle of biological energy, harnessing and regeneration. observing the dissipating fury within Hulk following their extreme clash. In the return of clarity to Banner's gaze, Lin Xuan spoke. Dr. Banner, Hulk, let us conclude today's encounter. The initial test of the infernal grasp has met expectations. Hulk glanced at his charred fists and then at Lin Xuan's dark brown arm, letting out a grunt that signified acquiescence. Subsequently, his massive form began to shrink rapidly, the green skin fading away, transforming back into the slightly fatigued yet exhilarated Dr. Banner. He took a breath. I concede to a stalemate. This weapon of yours is simply astonishing. Tony Stark descended from the heights, his visor retracting to reveal a complex expression of admiration, envy, and keen interest. Not just astonishing, it's utterly ludicrous. You always manage to produce something that defies all logic. Lin Xuan smiled slightly, glancing at Banner, Tony, and Natasha. So, what are your plans moving forward? Dr. Banner replied. After this encounter, I have some new ideas. He paused, his expression turning serious. I intend to establish a clinic dedicated to the study of dissociative identity disorder, or rather, to explore the coexistence of consciousness and unique physiological forms. I believe this endeavor will not only aid others in similar circumstances, but also enhance my understanding of the Hulk. Perhaps it will expedite the completion of the comprehensive training program for the Hulk we previously discussed, allowing for a genuine meeting of minds. Tony immediately interjected, Excellent idea, Banner. You need not worry about research, funding, or facilities. Stark Industries will provide unwavering support. Name your price. He patted Banner on the shoulder before turning to Lin Xuan. On that note, I have a small request. The multi-elemental conversion sentry you provided me with is exceptionally useful. Could you possibly create 3 more? Just in case. Lin Xuan nodded affirmatively. Certainly. I will begin manufacturing them upon my return. The core technology of the sentry was not overly complex for him. The key lay in the customization of the energy module. Natasha spoke up. My task is straightforward. Escort the actor portraying Mandarin back to S.H.D. for further interrogation. Additionally, we must follow up on the aftermath of this incident and the eradication of the remaining forces loyal to Killian. She glanced at Lin Xuan, adding, They will likely take a keen interest in your infernal grasp. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment, realizing that he would once again be under scrutiny. Nevertheless, he resigned himself to the situation. Finally, Lin Xuan articulated his plan. I need to enter seclusion for a period to thoroughly process and assimilate these advancements. Chapter 92. Secondary Biological Data Fusion. Lin Xuan enters seclusion. After everyone shared their plans, Lin Xuan finally expressed his decision. I need to enter seclusion for a period to thoroughly process and assimilate these advancements. Tony Stark dramatically spread his arms, his expression a mix of shock and exasperation. Here we go again. Lin Xuan, is your existence solely defined by going into seclusion or traveling to seclusion? Give a genius a break. Even they need rest. Pepper gently nudged Tony and turned to Lin Xuan, concern evident in her eyes. Don't mind his nonsense. But do take care of yourself. Each time I see you, you seem more different than before. Dr. Banner's eyes sparkled with the inquisitiveness characteristic of a scientist. Your improvements after each period of seclusion are exponential. I am increasingly fascinated by the energy metabolism and evolutionary mechanisms within you. Theoretically, there is a limit to human energy conversion efficiency, yet you seem to consistently transcend that limit. Natasha stood quietly to the side, a flicker of complexity crossing her gaze. There was both relief at Lin Xuan's continuous growth and a subtle hint of concern coupled with habitual resignation. Their eyes briefly met. She imperceptibly shook her head, yet a faint smile graced her lips. Lin Xuan simply smiled in return. Adapting to new abilities requires time, and the gains from this period are particularly significant. After a brief exchange, everyone prepared to depart, boarding the Quinjet to return to New York. On the aircraft, Lin Xuan did not pay attention to the false Master Manda, who was being escorted. In his view, that was merely a puppet pushed to the forefront. Incapable of grasping the true core secrets, he quietly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in his seat, beginning to reflect on the gains of this journey. His mind sank into the dark dimension, and instantly, his consciousness space presented a structured, data-driven form. To his astonishment, Lin Xuan discovered a three-dimensional projection model labeled God-Slaying Armory had materialized within the dark dimension. Neatly arranged upon it were the Dark Star Battle Axe, the Sword of Judgment, and the newly added Grip of Inferno. Though they were merely data models, each emanated a distinct energy wave that was profoundly stirring. Lin Xuan's thoughts stirred as he brought up his status panel. Host, Lin Xuan, status, mild energy depletion, rapid recovery in progress. Physique, super soldier, gamma factor initial fusion with thunder power preliminary harmonization. Endured high-dimensional energy baptism. Slight potential enhancement. Data fusion, 325 serum data, 30. Decaying life core data, 25. Desperation virus data, 40. Master technology, nanoparticle battle armor, black armor, destroyer, data model. Concept strike, prototype data, sealed for analysis. Special abilities, excitement, gamma factor activation, passive and active guidance. Thunder power, preliminary mastery. God-Slaying Armory, Dark Star Battle Axe, Sword of Judgment. Grip of Inferno, technology points, 600 points. Lin Xuan noted several key changes as the data fusion section now displayed detailed percentages for the first time. The data from the 325 serum, decaying life core, and desperation virus were all in the process of fusion. This elucidated why his recovery speed had markedly improved, transitioning from a state of mental exhaustion to mild energy depletion. Prompt from Xiongxin. Data pack analysis for this operation is complete. 1. The first component of the God-Slaying armament, Grip of Inferno, has been successfully forged and is ready for equipping at any time. 2. Secondary biological energy circuit model, derived from deep analysis of the desperation virus, unlocked. 3. Deep analysis of decaying life core data completed. Enhancing vitality recovery mechanism efficiency by 25. Lin Xuan's attention was immediately captured by the unfamiliar term secondary biological energy circuit model. He promptly requested Xiongxin for a detailed explanation. Xiongxin analysis. The secondary biological energy circuit model is a profound deconstruction of the core energy transformation mechanism within the desperation virus. This model can theoretically be employed to optimize the host genetic structure, enhancing energy affinity and recovery efficiency. Once fully integrated, it is expected to boost the host's energy recovery speed by 200 and increase energy storage capacity by 150. Warning: this model is extremely complex and requires gradual integration within a secure environment. Suggestion: the next phase should be seclusion, focusing on this as the primary research target. This clarified why the optimization had not been triggered immediately after the previous battle concluded. Lin Xuan contemplated that this upcoming period of seclusion would not only involve familiarizing himself with the Grip of Inferno, but would also necessitate dedicating substantial energy to this endeavor. He then reflected on the entire operation aimed at annihilating the Ten Commandments gang's base in Afghanistan. Although the process was perilous, the rewards were immense. However, it did not seem to trigger the lucrative crisis missions akin to those from the previous Battle of New York. It appears that the conventional extermination tasks yield limited technological points. Nevertheless, the value of the infernal grip and secondary biological data far exceeds mere technological points. He quickly found solace in this realization, for the enhancement of strength was paramount. The Quinjet landed smoothly on the tarmac, following the reconstruction after the New York conflict. The area now exuded an even greater sense of advanced technology. The tempered glass exteriors reflected sunlight, while intelligent electronic screens adorned various locations. Energy shield systems were ingeniously concealed in every corner, ever prepared to counter any impending crisis. Lin Xuan, Tony, Banner, and Pepper disembarked first. Natasha, meanwhile, accompanied the Foam Masterman and his escort, preparing to transfer to the SHLD headquarters. Before parting, Natasha gazed deeply at Lin Xuan, hesitating to speak. Her slender fingers gently curled a lock of her vibrant red hair, ultimately whispering, "Stay safe, and don't push yourself too hard." She sighed inwardly. Lin Xuan's rapid growth was both astonishing and worrisome. The perilous energies, the unknown technologies, and increasingly formidable foes loomed like invisible swords above him. Lin Xuan responded with a tranquil smile and a nod. watching as Natasha's aircraft gradually faded into the horizon. Upon entering the building, Tony eagerly led Lin Xuan and Banner to his private laboratory on the top floor. The equipment here was even more advanced than during Lin Xuan's last visit. The holographic projection system had been upgraded to the 4th generation. The energy analyzer was now equipped with quantum detection capabilities, and the number of intelligent robotic arms surrounding the workstation had doubled. All right, Lin Xuan, regarding those 3 floating sentinels, Tony rubbed his hands together, his eyes brimming with anticipation. I'm eager to hear your thoughts. How do they differ from the last ones? Lin Xuan remained succinct, mentally communicating with the Xian core to retrieve relevant technical data. Commencing his design and construction at the workstation, he closed his eyes for a few seconds, raising his right hand. An imperceptible surge of energy emanated from within him, resonating subtly with the molecules in the air. The knowledge of runic matrices and dark dimension energy was skillfully interwoven. Tony and Banner observed in astonishment. This, Tony exclaimed wide-eyed, is unlike any energy manipulation I've ever witnessed. It's as if you're communicating directly with atoms. Meanwhile, Dr. Banner was more focused on Lin Xuan's physiological state. His brainwave frequencies oscillated in an astonishing pattern, akin to operating dozens of parallel neural networks simultaneously. Before long, 3 floating sentinels, radiating different energy hues, hovered in midair, entwined with delicate arcs of electricity, intermittently releasing blue-white sparks. Their cores condensed high-energy lasers, leaving faint trails of red energy beams in the air. Emitting a gentle aura of vitality, the surrounding atmosphere became notably fresher. This is unlike anything I've seen before, Tony promptly noted. The energy conversion efficiency has improved by at least 60%, and the form is much more compact. Lin Xuan nodded. Having absorbed certain characteristics from the energy conversion system of the Abyss, he integrated a more efficient nanomaterial conductive circuit. He delegated control to Tony, incorporating thunder, flame lasers, and healing to fulfill your needs. Furthermore, these elements could synergize, automatically forming an energy resonance array when combined. Tony eagerly took the controller, commencing performance tests. 3 sentinels whirled rapidly in the air, shifting positions and coordinating their combat. Their power multiplied several times compared to their previous singular functionality. My goodness, this is simply... Tony stammered with excitement. Wait, you did this in front of me within an hour? After a deep breath, he recalled having labeled Lin Xuan a monster. He retracted that statement, declaring him the monster of all monsters. After fulfilling Tony's promise, Lin Xuan politely declined Tony's dinner invitation. I require an entirely quiet laboratory to commence my digestion. Tony immediately grasped his intent and personally escorted him to another highly confidential, top-tier research facility. This is specifically prepared for you, equipped with energy shielding and absolute privacy. How long will you need? A week? A month? Lin Xuan pondered momentarily, uncertain. It depends on the situation. Tony nodded. You're always welcome to emerge whenever you wish. Gratefully, Lin Xuan entered the laboratory, isolating himself from the external clamor. He settled cross-legged, the inferno grip on his right arm shimmering with a dark brown glow. He first immersed his consciousness into this god-slaying weapon, sensing the latent power and potential within, before turning to prepare for the analysis of the enigmatic secondary biological energy circuit model. Core prompt. Analysis of the secondary biological energy circuit model is ready. Warning. Fusion process is expected to be highly painful. Suggestion. Complete basic energy tuning before proceeding with stepwise fusion. Taking a deep breath. Lin Xuan's gaze turned resolute. Let us begin. Meanwhile, at SHIELD headquarters, Natasha handed over the captured agent to Nick Fury and provided a detailed report of the operation. Fury's single eye sparkled with intensity, and the wrinkles on his forehead betrayed deep contemplation. After hearing the report, he rubbed his temples and sighed heavily. That kid Lin Xuan always stirs up such a commotion. He picked up the communicator on the table. I can foresee the Security Council inundating my communicator with calls again. Natasha pursed her lips, softly stating, sometimes I ponder what heights he truly wishes to achieve. Fury regarded her thoughtfully, It seems he has piqued interest, not only from the World Security Council, Agent Romanov. Chapter 93. Developments on all fronts. Gene Enhancement. Level 3 Super Soldier. In the laboratory, Lin Xuan sat cross-legged, taking a deep breath as his consciousness fully descended into the dark dimension, initiating the analysis of the mysterious secondary biological energy circuit model. Core prompt. Analysis of the secondary biological energy circuit model is ready. Warning. Fusion process is expected to be highly painful. Suggestion. Complete basic energy tuning before proceeding with stepwise fusion. Let us begin. Lin Xuan's voice resonated with determination. In that instant, countless delicate threads of energy surged forth from the dark dimension. These threads exhibited the distinct orange-red hue characteristic of the desperation virus, yet they were purer and more aggressive. Like living entities, they entwined with the energy of the dark dimension, permeating every inch of his skin. Lin Xuan experienced a searing pain that rapidly penetrated from the surface of his skin to his very marrow. He gritted his teeth as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. This agony surpassed all expectations, as if each cell were being reforged in a blazing furnace. The threads of energy coursed within Lin Xuan's body, slowly intertwining with gamma energy and the power of thunder. The initial repulsion was intense, with the three energies colliding and igniting a tempest within him. Time passed incrementally. Lin Xuan's breathing gradually steadied, and the initial excruciating pain began to transform into a peculiar tingling sensation. It felt as though every cell was rejoicing, greedily absorbing this newfound power. Intriguingly, he could distinctly perceive that his genetic strand was being restructured and optimized in an arcane manner, advancing towards a higher echelon. As his consciousness deepened, Lin Xuan glimpsed the essence of secondary biological energy, a supreme mechanism of combustion, transformation, and regeneration. The formidable nature of the desperation virus stemmed from this. The Killian team had merely scratched the surface. Yet, with the system's assistance, Lin Xuan reached the core. Unbeknownst to him how much time had passed. When the first phase of energy fusion began to stabilize, an alert resonated within his consciousness. Core prompt. Gene optimization has been completed. Significant enhancement of host gene structure stability detected, with a remarkable increase in energy affinity. Due to the unexpected catalytic effect of gamma energy during the optimization process, this gene reinforcement far exceeded expectations. Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. The catalytic effect of gamma energy? This was an unforeseen variable. Cellular vitality enhancement achieved a new pinnacle, surpassing the initially anticipated growth trajectory. Energy conduction efficiency enhancement. The speed of energy circulation within the body is remarkably swift, exceeding expected improvement levels. Lin Xuan could distinctly feel that every cell within him was operating in an entirely new manner, more efficiently, more powerfully, and more harmoniously. Comprehensive assessment. The host genetic level has preliminarily reached the standard of Tier 3 Super Warrior, theoretical peak. Warning. This standard is based on current known data of cosmic civilizations and may contain certain evaluative discrepancies. This evolution has stabilized, with further deep fusion and development possible. Core prompt. Preliminary fusion of secondary biological energy circuit model consumes 200 technology points. Current balance of technology points, 400. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging yet solid power within him. This strength was distinct from mere physical enhancement or energy manipulation. It resembled a fundamental metamorphosis of life itself, a radical leap in energy utilization efficiency. Tier 3 Super Warrior? He murmured to himself. Although he did not fully comprehend the specific implications of this title, he could keenly sense that he was no longer the same person he had been before his seclusion. Lin Xuan rose, stretching his limbs. He could sense each muscle brimming with explosive power, yet remarkably light and agile. This sensation was more harmonious than ever before. He contemplated the characteristics of this secondary biological energy, its ultimate combustion, transformation, and regeneration. Suddenly, a daring thought flashed through his mind. The properties of this energy bore a resemblance to the thunder power I have tentatively mastered in certain aspects. Both are forms of wild and pure energy, albeit manifested differently. Thunder power is outwardly explosive, while secondary biological energy burns inwardly. Since thunder power can serve as a supplementary computational core for the Xiongxin, Lin Xuan's eyes brightened with a novel conception forming in his mind: a multi-core computational architecture. Could this optimized secondary biological energy construct a new auxiliary core for the Xiongxin? He immediately plunged into the dark dimension to validate this audacious hypothesis. Within the dark dimension, the Xiongxin revealed a complex energy matrix structure, where the dual core composed of thunder energy was already operating stably. Lin Xuan carefully guided a portion of the secondary biological energy towards the Xiongxin, observing its reactions. Initially, the secondary biological energy surged like an uncontrollable wild horse, rampaging around the Xiongxin. As Lin Xuan continuously adjusted his guiding methods, this energy gradually formed an orderly spiral flow. This is promising. Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled. He discovered that the high combustion characteristics of secondary biological energy perfectly compensated for the shortcomings of thunder power in sustained computation. Thunder power is suited for explosive calculations, while secondary biological energy is more appropriate for continuous, in-depth analytical computations. The two complement each other. Xiongxi notification: energy infusion detected. Analysis: energy type, secondary biological high combustion energy, compatibility. 87 recommendation: construct an isolation container to prevent energy interference. In another laboratory within Stark Tower, Tony and Dr. Banner were deeply discussing the complete training program for the Hulk Sage provided by Lin Xuan. Banner adjusted his glasses, excitement flickering in his eyes. This program was not merely about consciousness unification. It was essentially a sophisticated algorithm for consciousness mapping and behavioral logic construction. Tony furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment. Then suddenly his eyes lit up. Wait, what if we apply the core logic of this algorithm to artificial intelligence? Banner excitedly interrupted. Exactly. This could be the key to creating a truly self-aware entity with emotional logic capable of empathizing efficiently with humans. The two exchanged glances, each seeing a strong desire for exploration reflected in the other's eyes. This is even more challenging. Banner clenched his fist, proposing to first develop a new framework based on this theory before considering medical applications. Tony, unable to contain his enthusiasm, called forth a holographic projection. Jarvis, prepare the new project folder, Codename Ultron prototype. Jarvis responded promptly. At your command, sir. Shall I notify Mr. Lin Xuan to participate in this project? Tony and Banner exchanged smiles. Tony replied, not for now. Let him focus on his seclusion. We'll prepare some groundwork and surprise him when he emerges. Deep within a hidden valley in Afghanistan, in the dimly lit laboratory, the true masterman observed a writhing, struggling mass within a glass container. This substance, akin to molten lava, radiated an intense and unstable heat, emanating an orange-red glow, a fusion of Aldrich Killian's residual consciousness and the energy of despair. I need power to resurrect. I seek vengeance. Killian's voice echoed intermittently, laden with anguish and fury. Standing before the container, Masterman's lips curled into a barely perceptible sneer as he gently twirled an ancient ring in his hand. With the meager remnants of despair, energy you possess now, Lin Xuan could easily crush you, he intoned in a low voice. Recalling Killian's familiarity with Lin's formidable abilities to absorb and transform diverse energies. The energy form of Killian thrashed violently, colliding angrily against the walls of the container. Masterman narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with temptation. However, you are not without your chances. He approached the container with measured steps, lowering his voice. I can guide you, enabling you to attempt the fusion of various types of energy, much like he does. Yet, this process will be 1,000-fold more agonizing than any experiment in despair you have ever endured. A single misstep could lead to your utter annihilation. He gazed intently at the energy mass. Do you dare? Any cost for vengeance. Killian's consciousness roared with madness. I demand his death. Masterman smiled faintly. opening the container and retrieving a shard of crystal radiating an eerie glow from his pocket. Then, welcome to true purgatory. At the headquarters of SHIELD, within Nick Fury's office, the holographic projection displayed the World Security Council's 5 members engaged in a heated debate. Director Fury, we have reviewed the report on Lin Xuan no less than 10 times. One council member slammed the table, exuding frustration. He is like a magnet for trouble. He's present at every major crisis. The chaos surrounding Killian, the downfall of the Ten Commandments gang, and the emergence of that formidable new arm were all cited as reasons for concern. Another member's expression turned grave. We have reason to suspect that his uncontrollability is escalating sharply. Has he already evaded SHIELD's grasp? A third member questioned. Is it possible he himself is a latent threat? Fury stood before the projection, a glint of sharpness flashing in his single eye. He surveyed the 5 members and spoke gravely. Gentlemen, I urge you to choose your words with care. He approached the control panel, calling forth a series of data. Lin Xuan's presence has indeed coincided with some dramatic events, yet each time he has stood on the side of protecting civilians and resolving crises. Fury retrieved Natasha's assessment report, stating, as for his uncontrollability, Agent Romanoff has been responsible for liaising with him and evaluating his actions. She believes that although Lin Xuan's power is growing rapidly, his objectives are clear. He is assisting us, not creating crises. Fury locked eyes with the council members. To extend him a measure of trust is also to grant ourselves an opportunity. The council members exchanged glances, clearly not entirely convinced. A female member interjected, Director Fury, your optimism is concerning. We expect far stricter monitoring measures instead. Chapter 94. The Emergence of the Mighty Core. A mysterious substance? In the shadowy expanse of the dark dimension, energy hung suspended like mist, while intricate streams of data and energy waveforms danced upon the walls. For the past 2 months, Lin Xuan had fixated on a singular objective, to seamlessly integrate the secondary high-energy bioessence into the Xiongxin system. The 37th attempt had once again met with failure. He rubbed his temples, his brow furrowed in concentration. Within the isolation container, a swirling mass of orange-red energy writhed violently, at times coalescing and at others dissipating. No matter how he adjusted the parameters and guidance methods, each time the energy circuit neared closure, the newly forged link would invariably rupture. A theoretical compatibility of 87. Yet in practice, it eludes stable fusion. Lin Xuan murmured to himself. The Xiongxin exhibited a complex matrix of energy structures, with a dual core powered by the might of thunder operating stably, radiating a brilliant blue luminescence. However, that swirling mass of orange-red bioenergy seemed utterly discordant with the entire system. Where lay the problem? Lin Xuan scrutinized the flow patterns of energy intently. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Balance. We require balance. We lack an intermediary force to harmonize. A spark of inspiration flickered in his eyes. The serum energy 325. What if it were introduced? A revelation dawned upon him. Could the 325 serum energy serve as a stabilizer between the former two? If he were to construct a 4-core energy circulation system, might success finally be attainable? It was as if a new path had been unveiled within the labyrinth. 4-core equilibrium, rather than a forced tri-core amalgamation. Without further hesitation, Lin Xuan promptly issued a directive to the Xiongxin. Xiongxin, based on the current dual-core architecture, attempt to integrate the secondary high-energy bioessence with serum energy 325 and construct a novel 4-core computational cluster. Xiongxin directive. Host request received. Commencing structural upgrade simulation. Upon the issuance of the command, Lin Xuan sensed the Xiongxin plunging into an unprecedented realm of intense computation. Data cascaded like waterfalls, various energy models rapidly constructed, tested, refuted, and reconstructed. 3 minutes later, the Xiongxin responded. Simulation complete. Objective: construct a stable 4-core computational architecture. Core structural modules. Primary core, fundamental computation and logical directives. Thunder Auxiliary Core, Explosive Parallel Computation and Energy Analysis. Secondary High Energy Auxiliary Core, In-Depth Persistent Analysis and Data Mining. Serum Energy 325 Auxiliary Core, Multi-Core Stability and Energy Harmonization. Projected computational power enhancement significantly elevated. Structural Stability Risk Assessment, Medium-High, compared to the tri-core attempt. The feasibility of the four-core balance theory is considerably greater. Technology points consumed, 300. Current technology points balance, 400. Warning, the complexity of the four-core structure is exceedingly high. The upgrade process still carries risks of energy backlash. Please confirm, host. Lin Xuan perused the notifications without a hint of hesitation. Confirm, commence the upgrade. The moment the command was issued, energy surged violently, and Lin Xuan closed his eyes, immersing himself entirely in this perilous transformation process. Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory in London, Jian Foster was diligently calibrating her invention, a spatial anomaly detector. Alongside her intern Daisy Louise and assistant Ian Busby, amidst the remnants of a crumbling factory. "Hey, Jian, how long are we going to linger in this desolate place?" Daisy fiddled with the device in her hands, her boredom palpable. London boasts countless splendid locales. Why must we be here in this dilapidated factory? Without lifting her gaze, Jian concentrated intently on adjusting the instrument's parameters. "Because my detector indicates that spatial anomalies have manifested here." "You mean we might encounter that muscular blonde handsome again?" Daisy teased, raising her eyebrows and causing a faint blush to bloom on Jian's cheeks. "Enough of that, Daisy. This is a serious scientific endeavor." Suddenly, Ian exclaimed, "Jian, look. The space over there seems to be distorting." The readings were perplexing. Jian furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the display, which suggested that space itself was folding. Daisy tossed an empty soda can into the factory center. Moments later, the can inexplicably reappeared several meters away, as if it had traversed an invisible portal before clattering to the ground. Jian retrieved her car keys from her pocket. "Daisy, let's try this." Daisy accepted the keys and hurled them towards the area where the can had vanished. The keys, too, disappeared, only to re-emerge from an even more peculiar angle, landing with a thud. "Did you see that?" Jian exclaimed, pointing excitedly. "Spatial discontinuity. Ian, document the data. The spatial barriers here are remarkably thin, even exhibiting localized overlaps. This surpasses all my theoretical understanding." She cautiously approached the area where the spatial distortion was most pronounced, as if an invisible force beckoned her closer. "My goodness! Jian, do you see that?" Daisy cried out. Jian, brimming with excitement, extracted her instrument to record the data. "This is beyond anything I've theorized." Her eyes sparkled with the fervor of a scientist. "This energy fluctuation pattern is unprecedented." She edged closer to the center of the spatial distortion, irresistibly drawn by a mysterious force. Daisy shouted from behind, "Jian, don't get too close." But Jian was oblivious. As she crossed an invisible energy barrier, an ancient stone pillar loomed before her, adorned with a pulsating mass of dark red, liquid-like substance. The substance seemed to sense Jian's presence, writhing more vigorously. "What is this?" Jian reached out, eager to investigate the peculiar material. Just as her fingertips were about to make contact, the dark red substance erupted violently, transforming into countless tiny particles that surged into her body like a tidal wave. Jian felt an icy, penetrating energy invade her, and darkness enveloped her vision as she lost consciousness, collapsing weakly to the ground. "Jian!" Daisy screamed, rushing forward, closely followed by Ian. Unbeknownst to them, Jian had absorbed an ancient cosmic force, ether particles, into her very being. At S.H.I.L.D. headquarters, Natasha Romanoff had been closely monitoring Lin Xuan's condition. Her brow furrowed in concern. Reports indicated that the heavy alloy door had remained firmly shut for 2 months, with no signs of activity. "Still no change?" The voice of Nick Fury echoed from behind. "Yes, Director." Natasha turned around. Ever since he had mentioned the need to digest the enhancement, she had remained in seclusion. Fury approached her side. "The Council has been increasingly anxious. They believe Lin Xuan is evolving too rapidly. Natasha scoffed lightly. Those individuals sit securely in their conference rooms. Of course, everything appears as a threat to them. At that moment, an agent hurriedly approached. Agent Romanoff, emergency situation. Reports from London indicate the detection of unidentified energy fluctuations, possibly related to Asgard. Natasha immediately adopted a defensive stance. Specific location? An abandoned factory. Eyewitnesses claim to have seen spatial anomalies. Just as Natasha prepared to take action, alarms suddenly blared throughout the monitoring room. All screens began to flicker with red light. What is happening? Fury demanded sharply. Technicians frantically typed away at their keyboards. An energy explosion has occurred at Stark Tower. The source is the laboratory where Lin Xuan is located. The scene shifted to a room on the top floor of Stark Tower, where energy fluctuations were so intense that they distorted the surrounding air. Natasha and Fury exchanged glances, both reflecting surprise and concern in their eyes. Inside the laboratory, Lin Xuan remained immersed in the dark dimension. He felt his consciousness stretched to its limits, coordinating between 4 distinct energy cores. Countless data streams emerged, creating a magnificent spectacle within Lin Xuan's mind. 4 different energies interwove and fused, forming a complex and intricate energy matrix. Each step was akin to walking on thin ice. Lin Xuan cautiously guided the flow of energy, ensuring they operated on precise trajectories. The life energy of 325 neutralized the conflict between thunder and secondary biological energy, creating an unprecedented harmony. Time slipped away unnoticed. When all energy flows finally stabilized, the prompt from the core resonated. Energy circuit for the 325 life energy core module is being constructed. Energy circuit stabilized. Secondary high-energy core module has successfully reconnected under the influence of 325 energy. Connection stabilized. 4-core synchronization calibration initiated. Energy circulation system test passed. Logical operation unit integration passed. Data link optimization completed. Core command. 4-core computational architecture upgrade successful. Core stability is good. Comprehensive computational capacity significantly enhanced. Energy analysis and multidimensional perception abilities greatly amplified. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, returning from a deep meditative state. He could distinctly sense the transformative changes within the core. The speed of his thoughts and the precision of his energy perception had reached an entirely new level. Is it successful? Is the 4-core stable? He murmured, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just then, core alert. Intense and highly unusual energy fluctuations detected. Energy nature analysis. Unknown, containing highly dense energy attributes, resonating faintly with the fundamental laws of the universe. This presents immense beneficial value for the host's current evolutionary direction. A strong recommendation urges the host to investigate and attempt to acquire it. High-density energy attributes? A jolt ran through Lin Xuan's mind. This description immediately conjured images of a cosmic marvel that existed solely in legends. The immense supplementary value of the Xiongxin and the pressing recommendation made it clear to him that this was no ordinary energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached the floor-to-ceiling window of the laboratory. With a thought, the black nanoparticles enveloping his body swiftly coalesced into black armor. Lin Xuan leaped through the window, transforming into a streak of black light as he sped towards his destination. This scene was witnessed firsthand by the arriving Tony Stark, who stood frozen in place, watching the shadow that swiftly vanished into the sky. A flicker of astonishment and envy crossed Tony's eyes. 2 months had passed, and yet again, a significant leap had occurred. He decided to follow. Chapter 95. The entrance to Vatefheim? Ether particles. Lin Xuan transformed into a bolt of black lightning, tracing a graceful arc through the skies of New York. The nanotech suit conformed closely to his body, its streamlined design enabling his flight to be swifter than ever before. Xiongxin once again confirmed the target location. Xiongxin directive. Target location confirmed, an abandoned industrial area in East London. Energy fluctuation intensity continues to increase. Waveform characteristics closely resemble known cosmic marvels. Warning, decreased spatial stability detected. Acceleration to destination advised. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, his mind racing with thoughts. 2 months of seclusion had sharpened his sensitivity to cosmic energy. The high-density energy characteristics detected by Xiongxin closely matched a certain cosmic marvel etched in his memory: ether particles. The term flashed through his mind. If it indeed pertained to ether particles, then Jane Foster would undoubtedly be the key. He recalled critical information. The Dark Elves had once utilized a concealed spatial passage to invade Asgard, and the Earth entrance to that passage lay within similar abandoned grounds. Xiongxin, prepare for a full-spectrum energy scan, focusing on spatial folds and dimensional rifts. Xiongxin directive, scanning array ready, energy detectors calibrating. 4-core computational architecture has completed self-check. Performance boosted by 317. Spatial anomaly detection module loaded. Lin Xuan accelerated his flight, the black armor glimmering with a subtle yet mysterious sheen under the sunlight. Meanwhile, at SHIELD headquarters, Natasha Romanoff suddenly received 2 urgent alerts. The first, Lin Xuan had concluded his seclusion and was rapidly departing from Stark Tower, with his flight trajectory indicated. The second, a significant and unexplained spatial energy anomaly had emerged in an abandoned industrial park in East London, with energy levels rapidly escalating. Numerous reports from the surrounding area mentioned the brief disappearance of objects, signal disruptions, and sightings of phantoms passing through walls. Natasha's green eyes widened in alarm. A multitude of thoughts raced through her mind. London, spatial anomalies, Lin Xuan. She softly uttered his name, a wave of indescribable emotions washing over her. It had been 2 months. What perilous adventure was the man who always surprised her about to encounter once more? She promptly dialed Fury's intercom. Director, I request the mobilization of the rapid response team. I need to head there immediately. Romanoff, does this pertain to Lin Xuan? Fury's voice resonated through the communicator. It is highly likely. He has just concluded his retreat and headed straight there, and there are reports of spatial anomalies. After a moment of silence, Fury replied, approved. Bring Coulson's team and keep me updated on the situation. Natasha was unaware of what Lin Xuan had discovered this time, but she was certain that his presence at such anomalous sites heralded some impending crisis. This time, she resolved to arrive at the scene before him. Above the abandoned factory, Lin Xuan streaked through the sky like a black meteor, landing precisely in the central clearing of the factory. The nanotech armor swiftly retracted, revealing his chiseled visage. Core AI alert. Detected 3 human life signs, one of which exhibits abnormalities. Warning, high-intensity energy fluctuations detected within the anomalous life form. Conducting precise analysis. Lin Xuan's gaze immediately fixed upon Jane Foster, who lay prostrate on the ground, alongside the bewildered Daisy Louise and Ian Busby. Who are you? Daisy asked, her voice tinged with caution as she instinctively shielded Jane. I am here to assist, Lin Xuan replied succinctly, then crouched down to assess Jane's condition. Core AI. Initiate a comprehensive scan. Core AI command. Acknowledged. Life sign scanning in progress. Anomalous energy response. Analyzing. Warning. Highly active unknown energy detected. Conducting precise comparison with ether particle characteristics in the database. Spatial scanning array activated. Commencing deep spatial fold scan within a 500-meter radius centered on the host. Dimensional interface detection in progress. Jane Foster's complexion was ashen, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, her brow occasionally furrowing as if she were experiencing some form of torment. Lin Xuan's hand hovered a few centimeters above Jane, distinctly sensing the unusual energy fluctuations emanating from within her. What transpired? Lin Xuan inquired, lifting his gaze. Ian stammered, we were testing Dr. Foster's spatial anomaly detector when she was suddenly drawn to some red substance, and upon approaching it, that thing. It entered her body. Daisy interjected. She lost consciousness immediately. It's been nearly 4 hours. Lin Xuan nodded, maintaining his focus on the scanning results. Core AI alert. Energy comparison complete. Confirmed as high-purity ether particles with a match rate of 99.7. Warning, ether particles are undergoing some form of fusion with the life energy of the host. Foster. Spatial scan complete. Anomalous spatial point detected deep within the factory's subterranean structure. This point exhibits typical dimensional weakness characteristics, possessing the potential to access other dimensions. However, it is currently disturbed by intense dark energy, making it impossible to ascertain the specific destination. Recommendation: mark all high-energy response points and spatial anomalies to construct a three-dimensional battlefield environment model. At that moment, a familiar red and gold figure descended from the sky. It was Tony Stark. As his steel armor descended, it emitted a faint mechanical sound. The faceplate opened, revealing that iconic, confident visage. "Hey, Lin Xuan." Tony approached. "You burst in here like your behind's on fire, not even bothering to greet anyone." Lin Xuan replied tersely, "Tony, something has happened to Jane. She may have been injected with some exceedingly dangerous cosmic energy. There's likely a spatial gateway connecting to another dimension here." Tony's expression shifted to one of gravity. He glanced at the unconscious Jane, then turned back to Lin Xuan, his eyes filled with incredulity. "A spatial gateway? You can directly perceive that?" Tony spread his hands. "I recall during the last battle in New York, we only managed to open that massive rift thanks to the Tesseract. You never showed any particular interest in spatial physics after that." He scrutinized Lin Xuan from head to toe. "What extraordinary ability have you acquired during your 2-month seclusion? You haven't awakened some remarkable spatial talent, have you?" Just as Lin Xuan was about to respond, Jane Foster suddenly emitted a pained groan and slowly opened her eyes. Confused, she surveyed her surroundings, and when her gaze landed on Lin Xuan, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. "Lin Xuan, what are you doing here?" Struggling to sit up, she pressed her temples. "I feel terrible, as if I'd been run over by a truck. How long was I unconscious?" Daisy quickly replied, "Doctor, you've been out for nearly 4 hours. We were all about to go mad with worry." Just as Lin Xuan prepared to explain the situation to Jane, a muffled sound resonated from the sky. A cascade of multicolored light descended upon the factory grounds, and as the brilliance faded, Thor, wielding Mjolnir, materialized. He rushed towards Jane. "Jane, I sensed through Heimdall that you were in peril." Thor knelt, gently lifting Jane into his arms, gazing at her with deep concern. "Are you all right?" Jane weakly nodded, and Thor, unable to restrain himself, pressed his lips against hers. After confirming that Jane was temporarily unharmed, Thor then noticed Lin Xuan and Tony, his eyes widening in surprise. "Lin Xuan, Stark, I didn't expect to find you both here." He scrutinized Lin Xuan intently, his brow furrowing slightly. "Lin Xuan, your aura is even more potent than when we last met in New York." Jane feebly added, "Thor, he seems to have grown significantly stronger." Just as Lin Xuan was about to respond, a cacophony of sirens blared from outside the factory. Several police cars surrounded the premises. A number of officers cautiously entered, weapons drawn, and shouted, "Those inside, you are surrounded for suspected illegal entry into private property. Raise your hands and cease any resistance." Tony rolled his eyes. Just in time, Earth's finest. As Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir, a familiar figure emerged from behind the police. Natasha Romanoff arrived with a team of S.H. Evans. Her red hair gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, and her black combat suit accentuated her perfect silhouette. The moment she laid eyes on Lin Xuan, her heart involuntarily quickened. After 2 months apart, he appeared even more enigmatic than before. That powerful and mysterious aura was now more palpable than it had been 2 months ago. She swiftly suppressed the tumult within her heart, presenting her credentials to the leading officer, and said, "Officer, do not be alarmed. We are agents of S.H. ELD. What is transpiring here pertains to matters of national security, and we are now officially taking over. We appreciate your prompt response." The police officers exchanged glances but complied with the order, withdrawing from the perimeter. Once the external interference was alleviated, Lin Xuan, Tony, Thor, Natasha, and the now conscious Jane gathered together. Natasha observed the intimate gestures between Thor and Jane, which stirred memories of her own delicate relationship with Lin Xuan. Approaching Lin Xuan, she softly remarked, It has been 2 months since we last met, and you are already embroiled in new troubles? Her tone was teasing, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of concern. Alert. Host. Final confirmation regarding the energy within Jane Foster. High-purity ether particles. Warning. Ether particles are undergoing profound integration with the host's life form, with the fusion rate accelerating. Spatial scan completed with precise localization. A significant spatial weak point exists deep within the factory's underground structure. This point exhibits typical characteristics of a dimensional portal, yet is currently disturbed by intense dark energy. Hypothesis: this portal is highly likely to lead to Svartalfheim or another dark dimension. Recommendation: immediate action is advised to stabilize the spatial portal or seal the entrance. Lin Xuan surveyed the group and solemnly declared, "The situation has been confirmed. Jane indeed contains ether particles. I have located the entrance to the Dark Elves' lair." At this revelation, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Thor's expression darkened instantly, his grip on Mjolnir tightening until his knuckles turned white. Moreover, how could Lin Xuan directly pinpoint the entrance to Svartalfheim? Even Heimdall would find it challenging to achieve such precision in Midgard. Ether particles. Impossible. They should have been sealed within an inaccessible dimensional space. Chapter 96. Two paths diverged. The operation commences. Lin Xuan stood calmly in place, facing the astonished gazes of his companions. He began to speak slowly. "Thor, is it possible that there exist some exceedingly unstable spatial connection points between Midgard and Svartalfheim?" He gestured towards the depths of the factory. These connection points have been dormant or sealed for an extended period, making it difficult for even Heimdall to detect them. Jane may have inadvertently activated this dormant node during a specific cosmic convergence. Lin Xuan approached Jane, his tone gentle yet filled with conviction. Her ability to touch it signifies its existence. We simply were unaware of the entrance before. Standing beside Natasha, Phil Coulson's inner turmoil rivaled that of the others. Though his body had been restored to perfection with Lin Xuan's aid, even feeling better than before his injury. The young man before him spoke of cosmic concepts and spatial nodes in a manner both unfathomable and profound. Coulson gazed at Lin Xuan, perceiving him as an enigmatic being cloaked in human guise. 2 months prior, he was merely a formidable consultant with advanced technological insights. Now, he seems to have grasped certain mysteries of the cosmos. Tony stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with the unique curiosity characteristic of a scientist. The dormant spatial node had been inadvertently activated. He suddenly laughed aloud. This sounded more plausible than aliens directly digging holes, yet it was undeniably more surreal. "Are you suggesting that there has been a ticking time bomb beneath our feet?" He approached Lin Xuan and patted him on the shoulder. "In just 2 months, not only have you grown stronger, but you have also become a spatial physicist? I recall you had not previously shown a particular interest in this field." Thor furrowed his brow, his fingers lightly tapping Mjolnir. "If what you say is indeed true, it certainly elucidates why Heimdall failed to provide an early warning. Such a concealed passage is indeed difficult to guard against." His gaze towards Lin Xuan now bore a greater respect. "Lin Xuan, your insights are astonishing. Even in Asgard, few possess such a profound understanding of cosmic space." Natasha stood nearby, her expression increasingly complex as she regarded Lin Xuan. This man consistently presents theories that upend conventional understanding. And often, he is correct. This evokes both admiration and an indescribable pressure within her. "You always perceive what eludes our sight," Natasha murmured, her emerald eyes glimmering with inquisitiveness. "This ability transcends mere training." Coulson nodded to himself, profoundly agreeing. The SHIELD possesses the world's most elite intelligence network and analytical teams. In the presence of Lin Xuan, they all seem somewhat primitive. Jane, visibly shaken, grasped Thor's arm tightly. "So, am I the one who opened Pandora's box?" Her voice quivered slightly. "I merely intended to study spatial anomalies, never anticipating such a monumental upheaval." Daisy and Ian exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the superhero's discussion, sensing that the situation was far more grave than they had imagined. Lin Xuan contemplated internally. Since this spatial passage has been activated, It may not be so easy to completely close it. The Dark Elves will not simply relent. However, crises often accompany opportunities. If managed well, this incident might yield valuable insights from the ether particles or the Dark Elves technology, significantly enhancing our strength. System prompt. Task triggered to prevent the Dark Elf invasion crisis. Task description. The Dark Elf Malekith intends to plunge the universe back into darkness by harnessing the ether particles within Jane Foster. Task objective. Prevent the Dark Elves from acquiring the ether particles and ensure the safety of the 9 realms. Task reward. 1,000 technology points. A glimmer of determination flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes. The reward for this task was notably substantial, indicative of its perilous nature. Jane Foster composed herself and began recounting her detailed experiences within the abandoned factory. I indeed felt a powerful allure, as if something were summoning me. She closed her eyes, recalling the moment when that crimson substance emerged so abruptly, as if it had seeped from the very walls. Before she could react, she opened her eyes wide, her expression grave, as if it possessed its own consciousness. Her description further convinced the onlookers of Lin Xuan's deduction that the spatial node had indeed been inadvertently activated by her. Moreover, ever since that entity entered my body, I have felt strangely altered. She raised her hand, confessing that at times she could sense its flow within her. Upon hearing her account, Thor glanced at her pallid complexion. Jane, the medical capabilities of Earth may not suffice to address the ether particles within you. I must take you back to Asgard immediately to seek the counsel of my father and our most esteemed physicians. They may possess the means to separate the ether particles. He turned to Lin Xuan and Tony, his tone heavy. This is our only hope. Lin Xuan nodded. Thor, the correctness of your decision is a matter for another time. This situation is far-reaching and cannot be resolved by one alone. He surveyed the group. We can split into 2 teams. You take Dr. Jane to Asgard for treatment, while Tony, Natasha, and I will devise a strategy to address this spatial passage and guard against a potential assault by the Dark Elves. Tony raised an eyebrow. I like this plan. However, how do we handle a spatial passage? Seal it with concrete? Lin Xuan paused, his expression growing serious as he added to Thor. If Asgard confirms that Dr. Jane indeed harbors ether particles, you must immediately enter a state of high alert. The Dark Elves' thirst for the ether is beyond comprehension. They are likely to invade Asgard at any cost to seize it. Lin Xuan fixed his gaze on Thor's eyes. Thor, especially ensure the safety of your mother, Queen Frigga. She may become a prime target. Also, be vigilant regarding the prison situation. Thor's expression instantly turned grave, tightening his grip on Mjolnir. Why do you specifically mention my mother? Coulson, listening from the sidelines, felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Xuan's words transcended mere analysis. They bore the weight of prophecy. How could he know the potential vulnerabilities within the Asgardian royal family? What secrets did Lin Xuan harbor? Without directly answering, Lin Xuan turned his wrist, retrieving a small, exquisite item from the dark dimensional space and handing it to Jane. Jane, this is a miniature, disposable multi-element defensive drone. It is equipped with modules for thunder, flame, and energy shields. Jane accepted the tiny metallic device, no bigger than a thumb, which glimmered faintly with blue light. Though its energy was limited and incapable of recharging, it might prove useful in a critical moment. Take this just in case, Lin Xuan explained. Simply throw it and shout activate to engage it. Tony examined the compact, yet evidently high-tech drone, whistling in admiration. Cool. You always seem to have new toys up your sleeve. He squinted at Lin Xuan. But how did you even factor in the Queen of Asgard? Could it be that you're truly a prophet from another time? Though Tony's words were spoken in jest, they prompted everyone present to turn their gaze towards Lin Xuan, eagerly awaiting his elucidation. With a calm smile, Lin Xuan replied, "It is merely an analysis based on the tactics of the Dark Elves. They tend to target the most vulnerable yet valuable assets of Asgard. Queen Frigga is not only a member of the royal family, but also a formidable sorceress and one of Thor's most cherished individuals." His explanation, while seemingly rational, only deepened the gravity of Thor's expression. Jane, having taken the Sentinel, felt the pure energy it contained and expressed her gratitude to Lin Xuan with utmost sincerity. "Thank you, Lin Xuan." I will handle it with care. She carefully stowed away the sentinel, her astonishment at Lin Xuan's foresight and technological prowess rekindled. Particularly, his warning regarding Frigga tightened her heart. Thor grasped Jane's hand firmly and nodded deeply at Lin Xuan. I shall carry your warning back to Asgard. Regardless of the Dark Elf schemes, Asgard will respond with full resolve. Natasha regarded Lin Xuan with a penetrating gaze. This man was not only powerful, but also possessed a disturbing level of insight, even contemplating potential court intrigues. This deepened her curiosity and admiration for him, while simultaneously instilling a flicker of concern regarding the extent of his knowledge. How much did Lin Xuan truly know? How did he come by such information? Thor, without further delay, led Jane to the center of the clearing, declaring, "Everyone, we must depart immediately." Jane's condition is dire. He lifted his gaze to the heavens. Heimdall, open the Bifrost. As Thor called out, a cascade of vibrant light descended from the sky, enveloping Thor and Jane. In a dazzling flash, the two vanished, leaving behind intricate patterns resembling runes upon the ground. Coulson turned to Daisy and Ian, advising, "You two should leave this place. What follows may be perilous." Daisy, with reluctance etched on her face, protested, "But this is Jane's research. We want to know what is happening." Under the escort of Coulson and other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Daisy and Ian departed the scene, albeit unwillingly. Lin Xuan watched them leave before turning back, his aura sharpening slightly, clearly preparing to investigate alone. Warning, spatial anomaly scan complete. Faint traces of dimensional passage detected. Alert, though currently dormant, this passage may be reactivated at any moment. Recommendation, conduct further exploration to gather additional data. At that moment, Tony Stark interrupted Lin Xuan's actions. You can't possibly intend to confront that ominous surprise party alone, can you? My armor is not just for show. I'm exceedingly curious about the new tricks you've cooked up during your retreat. Natasha Romanoff stepped forward, standing alongside Lin Xuan. Her red hair remained striking even in the dimly lit factory. Tony is right. We are in this together. I certainly don't want to miss out. I want to see how you handle this. She tilted her head slightly, locking eyes with Lin Xuan, the complexity of emotions in her gaze perhaps understood only by them. Lin Xuan glanced at his companions, Tony and Natasha, and suggested, "Shall we pay a visit to the Night Elves?" Chapter 97. Cooperation from Within. The Dark Elves conspiracy, the trio hurriedly navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the derelict factory, descending deeper into the underground. The long-abandoned stairs creaked ominously, while dust danced in the dim air. "I wonder why such places are always the preferred haunts of dark creatures," Tony jested, as a small lighting device beneath his helmet illuminated the path ahead. "Is there a tradition among malevolent beings to shun the light?" Leading the way, Lin Xuan maintained a steady and resolute pace. Ahead, at the end of a descending staircase, he announced, his voice echoing in the vast underground space. The three finally arrived at a spacious chamber deep within the subterranean depths. In the gloom, a distorted play of light and shadow unfolded before them, as if the air were stirred by an unseen force, yet no discernible entrance materialized. Natasha stood quietly to the side, observing this unusual phenomenon. "This passage lies dormant, like a half-open door," Lin Xuan remarked slowly, his gaze fixed intently on the warped space. Jian inadvertently touched it, causing a brief activation, but it has since returned to slumber. Standing before the distorted space, Lin Xuan fell into contemplation. Xiongxin alert. Analyzing the structural integrity of the spatial passage. Preliminary conclusion. This is a naturally occurring multidimensional weak point, currently in a metastable state. Warning, energy fluctuations detected at the opposite end of the passage, indicating the Dark Elves may have sensed it. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow. Waiting for passive activation was perilous. Should the Dark Elves take action first, the situation could spiral out of control. It was imperative to seize the initiative. This spontaneously activated dormant node could remain closed for an indeterminate period. The Dark Elves may already be aware of its presence. Turning to his companions, he asserted, "We cannot afford to wait idly. We must take proactive measures to gain the upper hand. Do you have confidence in stabilizing it?" Natasha inquired keenly. Lin Xuan nodded. The passage is currently unstable. I intend to attempt infusing it with energy to accelerate and stabilize its opening. Xiongxin command. Analyze current spatial node structure. Spatial topology analysis in progress. Coordinates of dimensional convergence point locked. Energy flow diagram constructed. Analysis complete. Calculating energy injection threshold for the dark dimension. Critical value determined. Injection of a unit of dark dimension energy required to stabilize the passage. Warning. Excessive energy may lead to uncontrollable expansion of the passage. Insufficient energy will fail to reach the activation threshold. Xiongxin command. Construct energy guidance matrix. Guidance path optimization in progress. Stability feedback loop established. Construction complete. Xiongxin alert. Attempt to inject a controlled amount of dark dimension energy to activate and stabilize this spatial passage. Lin Xuan raised his palm, with his index and middle fingers slightly together. A surge of dark energy, imperceptible to the naked eye, began to coalesce at his fingertips, continuously gathering and compressing. Tony watched in astonishment, his face beneath the helmet filled with disbelief. Natasha remained silent, merely gazing at Lin Xuan's confident and focused profile. In those profound eyes sparkled a heart-pounding radiance, a commanding aura that left her momentarily breathless. Step back a little, Lin Xuan murmured, gently directing the gathered energy towards the distorted expanse. Meanwhile, in the frigid silence of Svartalfheim, within the remnants of a colossal, ancient black ship, the air in the long silent hall was thick with the essence of death. Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, awoke from his protracted slumber, a flicker of eerie light glimmering in his heterochromatic gaze. His pallid visage was etched with dark patterns, and a chilling smile graced his lips. The ether, his voice was hoarse and ancient, echoing through the vast hall. I sense its awakening. Soldiers clad in ancient armor emerged like phantoms from shadows, their eyes shimmering with the same spectral light. Malekith rose slowly, his slender fingers caressing the metallic ornament upon his chest. Algorim, for countless days and nights, I have dreamt of this moment's arrival. The universe shall once again succumb to darkness. His most loyal lieutenant, Algorim, stood waiting at the twisted stone pedestal in the hall's center. Tall and imposing, his gaze burned with loyalty to his master and a thirst for vengeance. My lord Malekith, we have lain dormant for far too long. Algorim's voice was deep, laced with suppressed fury. These guardians believe us extinct. They shall perish in their arrogance. A hint of appreciation flickered across Malekith's face. You speak wisely, Algorim. A direct assault on Asgard is no simple task. Yet if we have an insider, the dynamics shift dramatically. He turned to Algorim, his eyes glinting with cunning. We require a wedge, one potent enough to rend their defenses from within. Algorim immediately grasped Malekith's intent, kneeling without hesitation. I shall be that wedge, my lord. Permit me to offer everything for you and our kin. Malekith handed him a dark stone, imbued with an ominous aura. It emanated a murky energy, as if it could devour the surrounding light. This is the final curse stone, Algorim. It will bestow upon you unparalleled power, but at the cost of your life. For our kin, for the glory of darkness, I willingly accept. Algorim clutched the stone tightly, refraining from deploying it immediately. He understood that this power must be unleashed at the most critical juncture, in the most unexpected place for the enemy. Excellent, Malekith nodded. You shall lead a small band of warriors, deliberately captured by the Asgardians. Once ensnared in their prison, it will become the starting point of our plan. There, you will unleash the curse's power, sow chaos, and pave the way for our main fleet's assault. When the fires of war ignite in Asgard's prison, it shall mark the moment of our coordinated strike to reclaim the ether, restoring darkness to the universe. Malekith's voice brimmed with vengeful delight. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Algorim's eyes. I shall not fail in this mission, my lord. The destruction of Asgard will commence from their prison. Meanwhile, the resplendent Asgard stands tall. Thor, accompanied by the pallid Jane Foster, traverses the Rainbow Bridge to the realm of the gods. Within the grand medical hall of the Celestial Palace, Odin observes Jane, surrounded by the physicians of the divine realm. His brow furrowed in concern. Guards clad in golden armor stand solemnly at the hall's sides, maintaining an air of dignity. Thor, you have brought a mortal to Asgard, potentially carrying unknown dangers. Odin's voice booms through the hall like thunder. You know this contravenes our rules. Father, the situation is dire. Thor implores urgently. She may be harboring the lost ether particles within her. Ether particles? A flicker of astonishment crosses Odin's single eye. Impossible. I buried them deep in an unreachable place. After meticulous examination, the chief physician, Lady Air, gravely reports to Odin, Your Majesty, what Prince Thor says is indeed true. This Midgardian possesses ether particles within her. They have begun to merge with her life force, and forceful separation could prove fatal. Thor is shaken by the precise diagnosis. Lin Xuan's judgment is astonishingly accurate. From the spatial nodes to the ether particles and Jane's condition, he immediately recalls Lin Xuan's warning concerning his mother. Father, Thor steps forward, sharing Lin Xuan's analysis and caution with Odin. Do you remember the friend I mentioned from Midgard? Lin Xuan. He was the first to deduce that Jane contained ether particles. He also warned us that the Dark Elves might invade Asgard, with the potential target being Mother. Jane weakly adds, that Lin Xuan provided me with a defense device that could play a crucial role in emergencies. He also mentioned the need to pay attention to the prison. Odin, upon hearing Thor's account, displays a rare sense of astonishment. A mortal from Midgard not only knows of ether particles, but can also foresee the movements of the Dark Elves. Quite remarkable. He even pointed out that Frigga might become a target. The prison? What troubles could arise from that? Who exactly is this Lin Xuan? How can he assist Asgard twice? Odin muses softly, his gaze deepening, particularly at this moment when a mere earthling can see through so much. He approaches the window, gazing into the distant starry expanse. If the opportunity arises, I would be intrigued to meet this earthly friend. Odin turns, sweeping his staff. Reinforce the palace guard, especially at Frigga's lightning palace. There must be no lapse in vigilance. Begin a thorough inspection of the prison. Back on Earth, deep within an abandoned factory in London's underground, Lin Xuan exhales sharply, channeling the dark dimension energy from his palm precisely into the distorted light. The space begins to tremble violently, the surrounding walls quivering slightly. Dust cascading from the ceiling. A swirling passageway, emanating a shadowy glow and unfathomable depths, gradually takes shape and stabilizes. The interior of the passage remains shrouded in profound darkness. Lin Xuan withdraws his hand, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. It worked. Warning, the spatial coordinates on the other side of the portal have been confirmed to be Svartalfheim. Anomalous energy fluctuations detected, indicating that the Dark Elves may have sensed our presence. On the other side of the portal lies the lair of the Dark Elves, Svartalfheim, Lin Xuan remarked, a shadow of gravity passing through his eyes. Natasha and Tony fell into a momentary silence, their gazes fixated on the dark vortex before them. Lin Xuan took the initiative. Stepping forward, he turned to Tony and Natasha, his gaze resolute. Are you ready? Tony activated his shoulder-mounted weapon, a grin spreading beneath his helmet. I've been itching to get started. Let us hope their technology isn't too outdated. Natasha reflected on her countless moments spent with Lin Xuan, the battles they fought together, the subtle exchanges of glances. Now, she would stand shoulder to shoulder with him once more. I'm always ready, she replied succinctly, her eyes fixed ahead. Lin Xuan inhaled deeply and stepped into the shadowy portal, his figure swiftly engulfed by the distorted light. As they traversed the seemingly endless tunnel of time and space, an extraordinary sensation enveloped their bodies. In the next instant, they found themselves within a vast cavern, dark and damp, saturated with the scent of decay. Strange black rocks surrounded them, their surfaces adorned with a dark red, moss-like substance. The sky of this planet exuded an unnatural gloom. We have arrived. Chapter 98. The Assault. Astonished Spicy Chicken? Upon their arrival in Svartalfheim, Lin Xuan and his companions immediately felt the unique energy fluctuations of this world. The atmosphere was steeped in decay and ancientness, starkly contrasting with Earth, as if the entire planet whispered tales of primordial darkness. Lin Xuan drew in a breath, a surge of indescribable wonder swelling within him. This was his first venture beyond Earth, and the thrill of exploring the unknown quietly unfurled in his heart. "Good heavens!" Tony exclaimed dramatically, his Iron Man helmet retracting. He surveyed his surroundings, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Lin Xuan, this place is truly untouched by civilization. But how did you manage this?" Neither Jarvis nor I could decipher the principles behind it. His tone was filled with astonishment and intrigue at the method of their transportation. Lin Xuan offered a brief explanation, his gaze sweeping the environment. The teleportation merely utilized the natural properties of spatial nodes, complemented by a touch of energy catalysis. Natasha's emerald eyes sparkled with astonishment as she quietly assessed Lin Xuan's silhouette. Every time Natasha stood by, her gaze brimming with wonder, she quietly observed Lin Xuan's back, her heart swirling with complex emotions. She gently flexed her wrist, the cold touch of the Fong of lightning keeping her alert. This is the homeland of the Dark Elves, evidently steeped in at least 5 millennia of history. The trio cautiously ventured along the cavern's expanse. As they neared the cave's mouth, faint glimpses of the dim light from the outside world became visible when suddenly a powerful wave of energy erupted ahead. A blinding light flared at the entrance, coalescing into an unstable energy vortex. He gazed intently at the radiant glow, a stirring within him. This fluctuation bore a resemblance to a forcibly activated teleportation array. Xiongxin alert. High-intensity directed spatial energy fluctuations detected. Type analysis. Unidirectional spatial teleportation forcibly activated. Energy characteristic match, originating from the energy core technology of the Dark Elf Mothership. Target direction analysis. Coordinates of the Asgardian star domain. Xiongxin deduction. The Dark Elf leader Malekith is transmitting critical units or items to Asgard, highly likely related to their invasion plan. Recommendation. Interfere with the Dark Elf's teleportation scheme promptly to thwart subsequent troop transport. Lin Xuan's expression sharpened. Indeed, it was the Dark Elf's teleportation. As the glow dissipated, the entrance returned to tranquility, yet the residual energy waves in the air remained distinctly discernible. The trio emerged from the cave, discovering that they were situated on the slope of a colossal black mountain. In the distance below, the remnants of the Dark Elf's immense mothership, resembling a city, were faintly visible, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. They were indeed preparing to strike Asgard, utilizing some form of teleportation to directly transport key figures, aiming to undermine from within. This aligned with his suspicions. Standing on the mountainside, Lin Xuan resolved that since they had arrived, it was time to sow chaos and attempt a surprise assault on their gathering point. At the very least, it could buy Asgard some time and breathing space. "I am fond of this plan," Tony exclaimed, brimming with combat fervor, eager to let them taste their greeting. The armor swiftly enveloped his entire form, the golden red plating strikingly vivid against the dim surroundings. 2 multi-element switching sentinels flickered with the glimmers of thunder, laser, and healing energy. Without hesitation, Tony soared rapidly towards the Dark Elf mothership below. "Tony!" Lin Xuan shook his head helplessly, and a surge of black nanoparticles enveloped him, swiftly forming a streamlined suit of nano-black armor. He wrapped an arm around Natasha's waist and whispered in her ear, "Hold on tight." Concurrently, a disposable multi-element defensive floating sentinel, similar to the one given to Jane Foster but more inclined towards defense, appeared in his hand for emergencies. He handed the sentinel to Natasha, and before his words had fully escaped, he launched into the sky, pursuing Tony. Meanwhile, within the core command chamber of the Dark Elf mothership, Malekith stood before the central console, his pale face adorned with black markings, his mismatched eyes radiating an ominous glow. He had just completed the teleportation of Algrim and was preparing to issue a full-scale assault on Asgard. Suddenly, he sensed several unfamiliar yet extraordinarily powerful energy fluctuations rapidly approaching. Malekith's heterochromatic pupils constricted sharply, an expression of disbelief crossing his face. "What energy is this? It does not belong to Asgard." He gripped the controller tightly, his brow furrowing. How had they arrived in Svartalfheim? Could it be Asgard's reinforcements? No, the characteristics of this energy are peculiar, more akin to those mortals from Midgard. A flicker of astonishment and murderous intent coursed through his mind. Regardless of who dared to intrude upon his domain and disrupt his plans at this moment, they must perish. Malekis abruptly turned, barking into the communicator, First Patrol Fleet, intercept those unknown intruders at once and annihilate them. Several crescent-shaped dark elf fighters swiftly soared from the mothership, slicing through the dim sky towards Lin Xuan and his companions. The battle erupted instantaneously. Tony's repulsor blasts and sentinel lasers wove through the air, accurately bringing down several enemy aircraft. The crimson-golden figure traced elegant arcs across the sky, each strike accompanied by his signature taunts. Lin Xuan deftly maneuvered Natasha onto an injured enemy craft. Natasha acclimated swiftly to the battlefield environment, her weapon, the Fong of Lightning, glinting with lethal intent in close combat. Each dark elf warrior daring to approach her fell swiftly. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan shone as the most radiant presence on the battlefield. His right arm, the Grasp of Inferno, had long since activated. The dark brown, menacing metallic arm, enhanced by nano-black armor, appeared even more formidable, pulsating with streams of crimson energy. With each swing, the Grasp of Inferno unleashed devastating heat and formidable impact, causing dark elf fighters to burst apart like mere paper before him. A larger warship attempted a surprise attack from the side against Natasha, who was engrossed in combat. Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened. He accelerated instantaneously, delivering a powerful punch to the ship's energy core. The immense force resulted in a cataclysmic explosion, engulfing the entire vessel in a fireball. Tony, watch out for those large warships, equipped with heavy weaponry on your right. Lin Xuan warned over the comms. Don't worry, my scanner is crystal clear. Tony responded confidently. Behold my new trick. The arc reactor on his chest blazed with brilliant light, harmonizing with two hovering sentinels to unleash a potent beam that pierced through 3 large warships in an instant. Malekis watched this unfold through the battlefield monitoring system. The contempt on his face had vanished, replaced by profound shock and fury. These 3, his voice trembled slightly with rage, particularly regarding the one clad in black armor. His power is formidable. The source of these energy attacks seems to be linked to him. He noted that while the red-haired woman performed admirably, she was evidently the weakest link among the trio. Concentrate fire on that woman. I will make them pay a bloody price for their recklessness. He would not permit anyone to disrupt the revenge scheme he had meticulously orchestrated for a millennium. In an instant, the battlefield dynamics shifted dramatically. Nearly 20 warships abruptly altered their attack vectors and launched a collective onslaught towards Natasha's position. A barrage of energy beams and explosives descended from all directions, forming a net of death. Though Natasha exhibited extraordinary agility, the sheer density of the assault cast a shadow of concern in her eyes. She swiftly activated the defensive Sentinel Lin Xuan had provided her, the dark red energy shield barely withstanding the initial wave of attacks, though its energy depleted rapidly. Natasha, Lin Xuan's heart tightened at the sight. Analysis. The current attack density exceeds the ordinary defense Sentinel's capacity. Prediction. The defense Sentinel will exhaust its energy in 57 seconds. Recommendation. Immediate high-speed rescue. Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened, as the grip of Inferno radiated a more blinding crimson glow. At the moment when the defense Sentinel's shield was on the brink of collapse, he shielded Natasha behind him, with the grip of Inferno positioned before them. The menacing dark brown arm erupted with an even more torrential surge of intense energy, forming a solid, weighty barrier of dark red heat. Dense energy rays bombarded the barrier crafted by the grip of Inferno, producing a crackling explosion. As the smoke and energy residuals dissipated, Lin Xuan floated steadily in the air, the energy patterns on the grip of Inferno growing increasingly luminous, emanating searing heat. A dangerous gleam ignited in Lin Xuan's eyes. After confirming Natasha's safety, his gaze swept toward the attacking warships. You are courting your own demise. His right arm, wielding the grip of Inferno, abruptly lifted, the dark brown metallic sheen swiftly transforming into a blazing red, now fully activated. The orange-red energy patterns on the surface of his arm pulsed rhythmically, as if breathing. "Taste this spicy chicken shreds," Lin Xuan roared, forcefully swinging the grip of Inferno forward. A colossal, fan-shaped crimson shockwave erupted from the grip, infused with the uniquely corrosive high-temperature energy of the dire virus. This shockwave was not merely a physical assault. It resembled a cataclysmic torrent of scorching heat. "Tony, Natasha, evade that heat." Lin Xian's voice carried a deep timbre. My heavens! The scanning system in Tony's armor flickered wildly with high-temperature alerts. "Jarvis, the temperature readings are off the charts. This thermal radiation could roast my armor." The temperature and energy characteristics of this energy source are highly unstable and possess strong corrosive properties. "It is advised to maintain a safe distance," Jarvis cautioned. Where the crimson shockwave passed, the dark elven aircraft appeared as though they were blocks of ice thrown into a furnace. Within mere seconds, nearly 20 warships disintegrated under the grip of Inferno's devastating force, leaving no intact remnants. Only the silhouettes of the three remained amidst the air distorted by extreme heat. Malekith stood dumbfounded in the control room, his pupils constricting violently, disbelief etched across his pale visage for the first time. "What power lies within that arm?" he muttered, his voice tinged with fear. "This destructive heat and corrosion are unlike the divine might of Asgard." Malekith clenched his fist tightly, swiftly recalibrating his strategy. "Prepare for a second round of spatial transmission immediately. Since we cannot easily annihilate them for now, we must expedite our primary objective. Asgard must pay the price." Chapter 99. The War Begins. Invasion of Asgard. Lin Xuan slightly adjusted his breathing. The energy patterns on the grip of Inferno in his right arm faded somewhat from their red brilliance, reverting to a dark brown. He could sense the fierce flow and consumption of energy within him, akin to a calm following a tempest of energy. "This depletion is rather significant," Lin Xuan mused with a slight furrow of his brow. The grip of Infernal Abyss leans towards elemental energy attacks. In contrast, the pure physical armor penetration of the Dark Star Axe, combined with the amplification of gamma rays, may result in lower energy consumption. The Sword of Judgment represents an assault at the conceptual level. It appears that the selection of the Nano Godslayer armament is crucial when confronting various adversaries. Warning: the high power output of the grip of Infernal Abyss results in significant energy consumption. Recommendation: engage in energy replenishment or a brief respite. Alert: Dark Elf Mothership Energy Core detected charging at high speed. Analysis: the target's energy fluctuation characteristics align with the prelude to large-scale spatial transmission or the activation of a Mothership-class weapon. Energy waveform matching degree 873. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. It seems Malekith intends to directly seize the ether particles from Asgard. Natasha gracefully landed on a floating rock beside Lin Xuan and Tony, her breath steady yet her eyes vigilant. "What shall we do? Should we pursue?" Lin Xuan surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the enormous dark elf mothership in the distance. The flagship began to emit peculiar energy fluctuations, its surface adorned with myriad dark red energy patterns. "We have considerably weakened their pursuit capabilities," Lin Xuan mused, and with Thor's preparations in Asgard, "we should gain some buffer time." He turned to Tony and Natasha. "For now, let us rest and explore this area. There may be unexpected discoveries." Tony soared to Lin Xian's side, his helmet retracting to reveal a hint of fatigue and excitement. "This has indeed been exhilarating. The energy sources of these alien ships possess intriguing characteristics, and I have instructed Jarvis to record them." Tony abruptly interjected, curiosity lighting his face. "And by the way, why did you refer to their leader as spicy chicken shreds? It sounds like a dish." Lin Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. "During the battle, I overheard their communications, and the leader introduced himself while cursing. It sounded quite fitting, don't you think?" Tony's eyes gleamed. "Next time I see him, I shall call him that too. I hope he doesn't actually resemble a plate of chicken drenched in sauce." Natasha chose not to partake in their jest. Standing aside, a flicker of contemplation crossed her eyes. Had Lin Xuan not intervened in time during the recent skirmish, the consequences could have been dire. She resolved to grow stronger and to seek ways to do so. Perhaps Lin Xuan could provide her with some guidance. This sense of reliance stirred complex emotions within her, yet the desire for strength prevailed. Her gaze unconsciously lingered on Lin Xuan, captivated by his composed demeanor and the calmness he exuded when facing formidable foes. "Natasha, are you all right?" Lin Xuan noticed her silence. She quickly adjusted her demeanor. "I'm fine. I was merely pondering what other wonders we might explore here." Lin Xuan nodded. "Let us head in that direction. There seems to be an ancient complex ahead." He pointed toward a shadowy area where spire-like structures emerged. "It resembles an ancient altar, perhaps tied to the history of the Dark Elves." The trio advanced toward the architectural site, the surrounding environment growing ever more sinister. Crimson moss enveloped the ground and stones, occasionally emitting a faint phosphorescence. Tony instructed Jarvis to scan the surroundings. Intriguing, these structures appear to possess a history exceeding 5 millennia. "This might well be the original sanctuary of the Dark Elves," Lin Xuan murmured. He sensed an ancient and potent energy emanating from the central region of those enigmatic edifices. In Asgard, at the periphery of the celestial prison, Thor, clad in his battle armor, personally oversaw the defenses, his brow furrowed in concern. Odin had commanded an escalation of vigilance, particularly concerning the prison area and the depths of the palace. Loki, confined within an energy cell, observed the bustling Thor with a hint of mockery. "Oh, my dear brother, what is it that has you so fraught? Are you afraid of those prisoners escaping? Or perhaps of my own escape?" Thor halted, turning to face Loki. "This is not the moment for jest, Loki. We are confronted with a genuine threat." Loki raised an eyebrow, surveying him with keen interest. "A threat? Something that can render the mighty god of thunder so anxious? I am most curious to know the identity of this formidable foe." Thor inhaled deeply. "The Dark Elves. They have returned." The smile on Loki's face momentarily faltered, a glimmer of an unusual hue flashing in his eyes before he resumed his characteristic nonchalance. "Dark Elves? I had thought them mere monsters from Father-S bedtime tales, long consigned to the shadows of oblivion." Thor's countenance grew more grave. "They are far more fearsome than the legend suggests. Worse yet, the long-lost ether has resurfaced, and it has infiltrated Jane's body." Loki's brows ascended further, his tone tinged with incredulity and unabashed derision. "Jane Foster? Your mortal girlfriend from Midgard? She has become the vessel for such a cosmic artifact? Fate certainly revels in its cruel jests." He paused, seemingly struck by a thought. "So, you brought her to Asgard? What a foolish act of inviting wolves into the fold." Thor clenched his fists. "She is here in Asgard, in grave danger, as the Dark Elves' target is the ether particle within her. Moreover, Lin Xuan is the one who has alerted us to all of this." Instantly, Loki's expression shifted. The mere mention of that name vividly recalled the devastating defeat in the Battle of New York. He fixed Thor with an intense gaze, sharp as a blade. "Lin Xuan? That mortal from Midgard? How could he possibly be aware of the Dark Elves and the ether particle?" "This is precisely what astonished Father as well," Thor replied gravely. Lin Xuan not only foresaw the invasion of the Dark Elves and the ether particle, but he also warned us that once the Dark Elves arrive in Asgard, their ultimate target, besides the ether, is likely to be Mother. Every expression of mockery and suspicion on Loki's face froze in an instant. An intricate and difficult to conceal emotion flickered deep within his eyes. In a moment, that emotion rippled like a stone cast into a deep pool, swiftly cloaked once more by his usual mockery and indifference. Just then, a guard approached in haste. In a hushed tone, Thor reported to his companions about Her Majesty the Queen's bolstered defenses, declaring that troubles had indeed arisen. Not only was his own safety in jeopardy, but Asgard was also at risk of incurring tremendous calamities. At that moment, Jane Foster was indeed ensconced with Frigga in the innermost sanctum of the palace, surrounded by the most elite guards of Asgard, with every passage and magical nexus fortified against potential threats. The heightened state of vigilance and thorough searches had yet to reveal any definitive signs of intrusion, which only served to heighten Thor's impatience. Despite previous warnings from Lin Xuan, the prolonged alertness had begun to cause Asgardian warriors to let their guard down. Just then, Vandal rushed in. "Prince Thor, An energy outpost has detected a suspicious individual attempting to approach a secret passage to the palace. Thor's expression hardened as he gripped Mjolnir tightly. Lead the way. Outside the energy outpost of Asgard, the guards had successfully surrounded a dark elf warrior. The dark elf was tall and imposing, with a stern visage and eyes gleaming with hatred. This was Algrim, the elite warrior sent by Malekith through the teleportation array. He had not anticipated being discovered so swiftly. Asgard's defenses exceeded his expectations. The original plan had been to infiltrate stealthily and create a breach for the subsequent army, but that now seemed impossible. Upon Thor's arrival, Mjolnir at the ready, he declared, "Surrender, Dark Elf. You are encircled." Algrim let out a cold laugh. Without hesitation, he produced a black stone emanating a sinister aura from within his cloak. "For Lord Malekith, for the glory of darkness," he shouted, pressing the stone into his chest. In an instant, his body began to contort and swell, a pained howl erupting from the depths of his throat. His muscles surged like molten lava, and fiery red patterns erupted upon his skin. The surrounding guards instinctively took several steps back. Moments later, standing in place was no longer Algrim, but a colossal, terrifying warrior radiating a crimson glow, a cursed warrior. "What sorcery is this?" Thor exclaimed in astonishment. The cursed warrior wasted no time. Charging fiercely at the Asgardian guards attempting to encircle him, his immense power tearing a gaping hole in their ranks. Several guards were sent flying, crashing into distant structures. Thor roared in fury, brandishing Mjolnir as he advanced. The power of thunder enveloped the hammer, colliding with the cursed warrior's crimson energy in a deafening explosion. Just as Asgard descended into chaos due to the emergence of the cursed warrior, the sky suddenly darkened. A colossal dark elf mothership tore through the fabric of space. Appearing above Asgard, Malekith stood on the bridge of the mothership, coldly observing the turmoil unfolding below. Due to the interference caused by Lin Xuan and others in Svartalfheim, he was forced to alter his infiltration strategy, opting for a more direct yet perilous assault. "Release the black hole grenades," he commanded icily. Dozens of black spheres erupted from the mothership, cascading like raindrops toward the celestial palace. These were the black hole grenades. Upon contact with the architecture or energy shields, they unleashed a formidable gravitational force, tearing apart and consuming everything in their vicinity. Malekith mused to himself, "The pests of Midgard are indeed troublesome. Yet these black hole grenades are a feast prepared for Asgard." He held the conviction that, in the face of absolute power, any struggle would be futile. The invasion of Asgard and the acquisition of ether particles remained his primary objective. First, seize the ether particles, and then it would not be too late to deal with them. Chapter 100, The Intricate Maneuver. Why does Lin Xuan's presence seem to permeate everywhere? The Thunder God's hammer collided with the crimson energy of the cursed warrior, erupting in a thunderous cacophony. Thor moved with the speed of lightning, continuously changing angles to attack this peculiar foe. The power of thunder entwined around Mjolnir, each swing conjuring a tempest of lightning. Although Argrim had transformed into the cursed warrior, greatly enhancing his strength, he still found himself retreating in the face of a prepared Thor. Thor was astounded, had it not been for Lin Xuan's precise warning, allowing him to prepare in advance. Asgard would likely be facing devastating damage at this moment. He recalled the detailed defense deployment and enemy intelligence Lin Xuan had sent via a special communication device days prior, filling him with gratitude. It was this information that fortified Asgard's defenses to an impregnable state. The foresight of brother Lin Xuan had saved Asgard. On the bridge, Malekith observed the battlefield's real-time imagery with a chilling gaze. The dark elf mothership hovered above Asgard, and what should have been a sweeping invasion encountered unprecedented resistance. "This is impossible." He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. How could they be so well prepared? It was as if they knew we were attacking Asgard. Reports from the front lines crackled through the communicator. "My lord, the black hole grenades are underperforming." Asgard was indeed prepared. Worse still, Argrim's cursed warrior form cannot easily defeat Thor. A twinge of unease crept into Malekith's heart. 5,000 years ago, even with a vast army at their doorstep, They had not succeeded. Today's ambush had also been thwarted. At that moment, a roar erupted from the battlefield, clearly transmitted to the bridge through the Dark Elf's detector. Malekith! Thor soared into the sky. Mjolnir aimed at the Dark Elf mothership. My brother Lin Xuan has long since seen through your schemes. Since you have come, do not leave. Surrender your life. Lin Xuan. Malekith felt as if struck by lightning, his pupils constricting sharply. This name belonged to the one who had just launched a surprise attack on the army. The enigmatic powerhouse clad in nano-black armor, wielding devastating thermal weaponry. A terrifying notion surfaced in Malekith's mind. This individual not only possessed extraordinary strength, but also the ability to foresee the future. Otherwise, how could Asgard be so well-versed in all of the Dark Elves' tactics? Where did this person come from to calculate everything so meticulously? Malekith gritted his teeth. The long-perfect revenge plan was being thoroughly disrupted by an unforeseen variable from an unknown origin. After 5,000 years of waiting, was it all to be in vain? No, absolutely not. Malekith struck the control console with fervor, bellowing, "All units, at any cost, assist Algrim in seizing the ether particles." Algrim was hurled back several meters by Thor's thunderous strike, crashing into the palace wall behind him. Rising from the rubble, the crimson energy patterns across his body glowed ever more vividly. In a low growl, he proclaimed his devotion to the glory of the Dark Elves. Suddenly, Algrim abandoned his direct confrontation with Thor and charged deeper into the palace. He sensed the faint oscillations of the ether particles, an integral component of Malekith's grand design. Dozens of dark elven warriors surged forth from all directions, valiantly attempting to impede Thor's pursuit. The god of thunder unleashed his might, swiftly toppling a swath of foes. Yet this brief delay offered Algrim the opportunity he sought. This is bad. He is heading towards Frigga and Jane. Thor soared into the sky, seeking a shortcut to intercept. Algrim shattered through line after line of defense, racing towards the heart of the palace. All guards attempting to thwart him were flung aside or fell by his overwhelming strength. Within the sanctum of the palace, Frigga held Jane Foster closely, her expression grave. Surrounding them were Sif, Vandal, and other Asgardian warriors, weapons at the ready, prepared for battle. "Protect Jane. The enemy may breach our defenses at any moment," Frigga commanded in a low tone. Jane Foster leaned weakly against Frigga's embrace. A sudden, thunderous crash erupted from outside, as the doors were violently struck, cracks appearing across the metallic surface. Sif and Vandal immediately positioned themselves before the Queen and Jane. "Prepare for combat," Sif cried out. Another resounding impact shattered the doors entirely, and a towering figure stormed into the hall. Algrim radiated a fierce, crimson glow, his gaze fixated on Jane Foster. "Ether particles," he murmured, his voice rife with desire. Without hesitation, Sif and Vandal charged forward. The clash of their weapons against the cursed warrior's hardened skin resonated with a piercing metallic clang. Yet their assaults proved nearly futile against this enhanced foe. Algrim delivered a devastating punch, sending Sif flying, while Vandal attempted a flanking maneuver, only to be knocked to the ground with a swift kick. Within mere moments, the trio of warriors lay vanquished. Frigga drew her dagger, positioning herself protectively before Jane. "You shall not touch her." Algrim had succumbed to madness, his energy patterns igniting with fiery intensity. He summoned all his might, unleashing a powerful strike aimed at Frigga and Jane. Time seemed to slow in that moment. Just as the lethal blow was about to land, the multi-elemental defensive floating sentinel suddenly illuminated with a dark red glow. A solid dark red energy shield promptly enveloped Jane and Frigga, precisely blocking Algrim's devastating onslaught. The collision of energies generated a shockwave that shattered nearby stone columns and ornaments. Algrim was pushed back several steps by the force of his own rebound, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What kind of defense is this?" he roared, astonished that it could withstand my full-force strike. Jane Foster's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at the device before her. It emanated a steady, crimson glow, forming a shield that stood resolute. The object bestowed by Lin Xuan was truly formidable. Aboard the mothership, Malekith bore witness to this scene through a sensory link shared with the cursed warriors. He recognized the familiar energy fluctuations, identical to the force that had decimated his fleet at Svartalfheim. Once again, it was Lin Xuan's technological creation. He was filled with rage. Why was his shadow omnipresent? The atmosphere on the bridge was intensely grave. A lieutenant cautiously reported, "My lord, the Asgardian defense forces are adjusting their positions. They are preparing to counterattack the mothership." A profound sense of defeat and helplessness washed over Malekith. Lin Xuan's shadow loomed over every meticulously planned step he took. Analyzing the current situation, they not only failed to seize the ether particles, but also faced the possibility of total annihilation. This was no place to linger. Malekith decisively issued a retreat order to all Dark Elves, commanding an immediate return to Svartalfheim. "But my lord, Algrim is still here. He has fulfilled his mission." Malekith interrupted. "His senses have confirmed the location of the ether particles. We shall seek a more opportune moment." The Dark Elf mothership began to alter its course, and numerous small fighter crafts returned to the mothership. The space teleportation device activated once more, creating a massive vortex in the sky. Thor finally arrived deep within the palace, witnessing Algrim obstructed by a mysterious shield. Seizing the moment, he struck the cursed warrior with his hammer, sending it flying from the hall. "Jane, mother, are you unharmed?" Thor hurried forward. Frigga nodded. "Thanks to your brother Lin Xuan's defensive device given to Jane, the consequences would have been dire otherwise." Thor gazed at the sentinel still radiating light before Jane, filled with gratitude for Lin Xuan's foresight that had once again saved them. Vandal rushed into the hall. "Prince Thor, the Dark Elves are retreating. Their mothership is initiating a space jump." Thor's brow furrowed. The enemy's retreat did not signify the end of danger. The ether particles within Jane remained a significant threat, potentially endangering her life at any moment. His resolve crystallized in an instant. "Jane, I must take you to Svartalfheim. We need to pursue the Dark Elves. Asgard cannot save you. Only they can assist in extracting the ether particles. Sif stepped forward. "We shall accompany you." Thor shook his head. "No, Asgard needs you to remain and defend. I will take Jane and rendezvous with Lin Xuan." Vandal exclaimed in surprise. "Lin Xuan is also in Svartalfheim?" Amidst the chaos, a figure observed everything. Loki, reflecting on the events that had just transpired. He had escaped from the ruins of the prison, employing stealth magic to evade all patrolling guards and the tumultuous battlefield. The figure moved through the shadows of the Asgardian palace. At that moment, the weighty words of Thor echoed in his mind. Lin Xuan warned us, the Dark Elves' target, besides the ether, is likely our mother. A sense of inexplicable anxiety compelled him, urging him to disregard his own predicament and hasten towards the queen's side. However, when he finally stealthily infiltrated the depths of the palace and approached the hall where Frigga and Jane Foster resided, the sight before him caused his pupils to constrict. Algrim's ferocious assault was being steadfastly repelled by a dark red energy shield. Frigga and Jane remained unharmed, concealed behind a pillar. He observed Algrim's frustrated roars as he was pushed back by the arriving Thor, ultimately retreating in disarray, following the mass exodus of the Dark Elves. He overheard the panicked and chaotic discussions of the fleeing Dark Elf soldiers. What kind of defense is that? It can withstand even the full-force strike of a cursed warrior. Once again, it is the creation of that Midgardian, Lin Xuan. His inventions are so terrifying that even Lord Malekith seems powerless against him. A complex expression flickered in Loki's eyes. Lin Xuan, a name that haunted him like a nightmare. The devastating defeat in New York. His meticulously planned invasion of Earth had been utterly shattered by the one who bore that name. He made a decision, quietly following Thor and his companions. Whether it was the Dark Elves daring to target the Queen or Lin Xuan, Loki whispered this name, questioning how he always seemed to see through everything. Chapter 101. A Turning Point of Fate? Interdimensional transport deep within the ancient ruins of Svartalfheim. Lin Xuan's hand caressed the altar, his fingertips sensing the residual energy fluctuations. The evening sun's rays streamed through the gaps in the dilapidated structures, casting a golden halo around him. The air was thick with dust and the essence of an ancient civilization. The situation in Asgard should have stabilized by now. Lin Xuan slightly tilted his head and addressed Tony and Natasha, who stood behind him. "Are you certain?" Tony inquired, retracting his helmet to reveal a slightly skeptical expression. Those spicy chicken guys are no easy foes. Can Thor and the others truly handle them? Absolutely, Lin Xuan replied confidently with a smile. I provided Thor with strategies against the Dark Elves. Furthermore, Jane is equipped with my specially designed miniature multi-element defensive sentinels. Those are sufficient to withstand a full force strike from a cursed warrior. Tony scratched his nose, seemingly accepting this explanation, yet feeling a tinge of irritation. Lin Xuan's foresight was always both admirable and envious. Natasha stood silently beside them, observing Lin Xuan's profile. She recalled the sudden ambush they had faced just days ago upon arriving in Svartalfheim. The Dark Elf surprise attack had been overwhelming. A beam of energy was hurtling towards her face. In that critical moment, the small defensive sentinel had unleashed a dark red energy shield, successfully blocking the deadly assault. Now, knowing that Jane Foster possessed similar protection stirred a complex array of emotions within Natasha. You always seem to foresee everything, don't you? She murmured, her tone laced with both admiration and a subtle hint of concern. Lin Xuan did not respond immediately. His gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating on the distance. On the periphery of this dimly lit architectural complex, a uniquely shaped, jet-black spire stands out conspicuously. It resembles a dark spear piercing the sky, in stark contrast to the surrounding ancient structures. What is that? Lin Xuan inquired, his brow slightly furrowed as he pointed toward the black tower. The spire emanated a peculiar energy, radically opposed to the ancient energy flow of the area, imbued with an essence of both absorption and repulsion. Let's investigate, Lin Xuan declared resolutely. The trio approached the obsidian spire, each step amplifying the oppressive atmosphere around them. Tony activated a comprehensive scan of his armor. Data streams rapidly cascading within his visor. The spatial parameters here are rather peculiar. Jarvis, please document in detail, he noted. He discerned that the technological style of the tower starkly contrasted with that of the Dark Elves, exhibiting distinct technological characteristics. This was not constructed by the Dark Elves. Tony asserted the technological features are entirely different. Natasha remained silent. Yet her extraordinary intuition was in a frenzy of alarm. A tremor of unease, originating from the depths of her soul, enveloped her. She had faced death on countless perilous missions, yet never had she experienced an atmosphere as profoundly desolate as this. It felt as though the very flow of time had been distorted. Lin Xuan, she warned softly, something is amiss. Lin Xuan halted, standing approximately 50 meters from the Black Tower. In a grave tone, he remarked, this appears to be an independent, forcibly embedded energy singularity. At that moment, a frantic warning from his core resonated in his mind. Core alert. A highly concentrated unknown energy field detected ahead. Energy characteristic analysis failed. There exists a significant divergence from known cosmic energy systems. Warning. This energy field is extremely unstable, harboring highly concentrated spatial folding and directional transition properties. Severe disturbances in spatial structure detected. Distortion in progress. Maximum threat level. Recommendation. Host must evacuate this area immediately. Repeat. Evacuate at once. Lin Xuan's complexion paled, a chill gripping his heart. Retreat. We must leave immediately. Yet it was too late. The black spire seemed to have been stirred. It erupted in a blinding beam of pale yellow energy, enveloping Lin Xuan entirely. An invisible yet overwhelming force instantaneously ensnared him, rendering him immobile. The biological energy within his body, along with the energy flow from the dark dimension, appeared to be forcibly crystallized. Lin Xuan, Tony's repulsor cannon charged in an instant. While Natasha gripped her weapon, the lightning fawn. They rushed forward in sheer terror, attempting to shatter the beam and rescue Lin Xuan from its grasp. However, as their hands neared him, it was as if they passed through an illusion. Under the pale yellow illumination, Lin Xuan's figure rapidly became ethereal, blurred, and increasingly faint, as though on the verge of vanishing from this dimension entirely. Do not worry, Lin Xuan's voice emerged, fragmented and distant, as if transmitted through countless distorted time and spatial planes, laden with intense interference. I shall return. The words barely left his lips when the pale yellow light suddenly retracted into the black spire, leaving the space utterly devoid of presence. Lin Xuan had vanished without a trace. Beneath Tony's iron mask, his countenance turned ashen, fists clenched tightly. His repulsor was erratic, flickering erratically in response to his shock and fury. Damn it! Where has Lin Xuan gone? Jarvis, initiate a complete scan. Natasha suppressed the rising tide of panic and helplessness within her. Yet the slight tremor in her fingertips betrayed her true emotions. Tony, that was no ordinary teleportation. Her voice was unervingly calm, but the fear and concern that flickered in her eyes were unmistakable, suggesting a form of interdimensional transfer. The two exchanged glances, and, for the first time, bereft of their team's pillar, they felt an unprecedented sense of urgency and confusion amidst the alien ruins. We must devise a method to locate him, or, at the very least, discern the nature of this phenomenon. Tony activated his suit, preparing to approach the Black Tower for inspection. Suddenly, above the dim skies of Svartalfheim, familiar spatial reemerged. A colossal shadow descended like a curtain, the dark elf's mothership tearing through the fabric of space, its menacing form materializing. Well, this is just splendid, Tony remarked sarcastically, gazing at the behemoth in the sky, lamenting the absence of their anchor while the enemy returned with renewed vigor. The mothership of the dark elves advanced slowly, drawing nearer to the desolate area. Searchlights emanating from the vessel swept the ground, seemingly on a quest for something. We need to find a place to hide. Natasha swiftly assessed the situation. Without Lin Xuan, the two of us stand no chance against an entire fleet. Tony nodded in agreement, yet his gaze remained fixated on the Black Tower. It was likely that Lin Xuan had been transported by that entity, and their appearance was no coincidence. Malekith undoubtedly understood the secrets of this tower. The two swiftly concealed themselves amidst the nearby ruins. Watching as small dark elf crafts began to descend from the mothership, Natasha gripped her weapon tightly, her expression grave. If they truly know the secrets of this tower, perhaps we can glean clues to retrieve Lin Xuan from them. Tony paused, then suddenly spoke. What concerns me more is where Lin Xuan might end up. If this is indeed an interdimensional teleportation device, it means he could be cast into any dimension or universe. Furthermore, Tony's voice fell to an almost inaudible whisper, devoid of any recorded coordinates. Beneath the vast, empty skies of Svartalfheim, the black spire continued to stand silently, a cold witness, while Lin Xuan's figure had completely vanished from this realm of time and space. Meanwhile, in the endless void, Lin Xuan's consciousness felt as though it had been torn into a myriad of fragments, only to be forcibly reassembled by some unseen force. He sensed himself being swept into an infinitely spiraling vortex, traversing the crevices between countless dimensions. Time lost all significance here, and space contorted into formlessness. Core alert. Dimensional leap in progress. Host biological data is undergoing high-intensity scanning. Warning. Unidentified energy detected attempting to interfere with host core database. Initiating emergency defense protocol. Dimensional transition direction is forcibly locked. Destination. Unknown. Lin Xuan attempted to respond, but found himself unable to control any of his senses or thoughts. His consciousness felt as though it were suspended at a peculiar moment in time. All his senses were elongated, compressed, distorted, and then reassembled. Countless unfamiliar scenes from various worlds flashed before him like a revolving lantern, only to vanish swiftly. At one moment, he seemed to hear a faint, weary voice of a young girl. That voice pierced through endless dimensions and time, resonating deep within the recesses of his consciousness. Is it you again? I hope this time you will not disappoint me. Grow up quickly. I'm waiting for you. Your brother needs you too. Chapter 102. An encounter in the spirit realm? A mysterious space. Amidst boundless chaos, Lin Xuan's consciousness resembled a fragile boat, tossed about in the turbulence of dimensions. Here, time lost its significance, and space twisted into formless shapes. His consciousness was torn apart and reformed, compressed and stretched, enduring the agony of countless deaths and rebirths. In this infinite void, he felt as if he had drifted for a millennium, or perhaps merely an instant. Suddenly, Lin Xuan awakened. He discovered himself in a completely unfamiliar space. As he surveyed his surroundings, he sought any familiar reference points. This place stood in stark contrast to the eerie darkness of the dark elf stronghold, Svartalfheim, suffused with a soft and sacred pale yellow glow. Each breath of air seemed to be composed of pure angelic energy, imbued with a calming essence. Cautiously, Lin Xuan sat up, attuning himself to this strange environment. There were no discernible boundaries, no visible ceiling or floor. Everything appeared to be crafted from that pale yellow light. Where am I? He extended his hand, fingertips brushing against the surrounding luminosity, feeling a flow of warm and pure energy. Lin Xuan closed his eyes, attuning to his bodily state. There was no evident pain, yet every cell in his body felt as though it had undergone a tumultuous reorganization, leaving an indescribable sense of unfamiliarity. Tony, Natasha. Memories surged into his mind. His last recollection was in Svartalfheim, where the Black Spire had suddenly erupted with a beam of pale yellow light, enveloping him. The terrified faces of Tony and Natasha were the last images he beheld. I must leave here at once. He became alert. Xiong report status. After a moment of silence, familiar data streams began to flow slowly in his mind. Xiong response. Energy levels critically low. Core database suffered unknown energy impact during previous dimensional transition. Some functional modules temporarily locked. Data link unstable. Current available functions. Basic analysis. Energy perception. Limited data storage. Advanced functions. Temporarily inaccessible. Recommendation. Replenish energy quickly. Repair core database. Lin Xuan felt a heavy weight in his heart. Without the full support of Xiong, his situation in this unfamiliar space became increasingly perilous. What troubled him even more was the safety of Tony and Natasha. The Dark Elves might have returned to Svartalfheim. Without his presence, the two would face a formidable threat. And what of Thor and Jane Foster? He was uncertain whether they had joined Tony and Natasha. Is it possible to analyze the fundamental information of this space? Lin Xuan inquired. Insufficient energy. Only basic scanning is feasible. He forced himself to regain composure and began to assess the current situation. Taking a deep breath, he sensed the flow of energy surrounding him. This energy was remarkably pure, unlike any he had ever encountered before. It bore no resemblance to the characteristics of gamma rays or the despair virus, nor was it akin to Thor's godly power. This energy exuded a divine aura. Xiongxin, attempt to absorb and analyze the energy in this place. Warning, unknown energy type. Absorption risk is undetermined. Was the risk level? Based on preliminary analysis. Risk level, moderate. This energy leans toward the positive. No discernible corrosive or erosive properties detected. Commence absorption, regulate the flow, and be prepared to cease at any moment. He guided the energy while recalling the voice of the girl he had heard during his consciousness drifting. Is it you again? I hope you won't disappoint me this time. Please grow up quickly. I'm waiting for you. Your brother needs you too. The weariness and anticipation in her voice were perplexing, as if he were the answer to a long-awaited question. Who was this brother? Why did she mention another? Was there another version of himself before? Xiongxin alert. Commencing absorption of surrounding energy. Warning, unknown energy type. Attempting adaptation and conversion. Conversion progress. 102540. Lin Xuan felt Xiongxin working diligently to transform the surrounding energy into a usable form. This process was significantly slower than usual, yet it was progressing steadily. Energy conversion complete, 65. Partial functions restoring. With the initial replenishment of energy, Xiongxin's functionalities gradually revived. Xiongxin report. This spatial structure is stable. Energy attributes lean towards sacred and order. Energy purity exceeds any known cosmic energy samples. No discernible exits or dimensional weak points detected. Basic spatial parameters have been recorded. Warning, the host's current state is unsuitable for forced spatial breaches. Forcing a breach may result in the host's consciousness collapsing or becoming permanently lost in the dimensional crevice. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow. Was he to be trapped here? He rose to his feet, embarking on an exploration of this peculiar space, hoping to uncover some clue or exit. However, regardless of the direction he took, the surroundings exhibited no discernible change, as if he were merely treading water. This is not an ordinary spatial prison, Lin Xuan murmured to himself. It resembled more of a dimensional waiting room. Just as he pondered his next move, a melodious voice resonated behind him. "You are awake." Lin Xuan spun around abruptly, his muscles tensing instantly as he readied himself for combat. A woman stood quietly not far away. She was adorned in an extraordinary silver-white armor, its lines fluid and graceful, radiating a pearlescent sheen. The surface of the armor was etched with intricate runes, unfamiliar to Lin Xuan, glimmering with a faint light. Her beauty was breathtaking, her features delicately sculpted like a work of art, her skin so fair it was nearly translucent. Her pale golden eyes gazed at him calmly, their depths seemingly containing the mysteries of the universe. Most striking were the ethereal wings of light that flickered behind her, composed of pure energy, gently undulating with her breath. Lin Xuan scrutinized this unexpected visitor with caution. From her, he sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation. He remained vigilant, aware that the girl before him exuded a presence akin to that which he had encountered through the analysis of the Xiong core, yet purer and more elevated. Xiong core alert. Extremely high energy fluctuations detected. The energy level of the counterpart far exceeds the host's current threshold. Recommendation: remain alert. Avoid direct confrontation. Lin Xuan refrained from speaking hastily, choosing instead to wait for her to take the initiative. This sensation was both familiar and foreign to him. If his body had undergone numerous enhancements to reach the pinnacle of a super soldier, then this girl seemed to have transcended that stage entirely, achieving a form of existence at a higher echelon. Within him resided gamma factors, the power of thunder, and the fusion of the despair virus, yet in her presence, they felt as primitive as a steam engine compared to a quantum computer. The girl broke the silence with a gentle smile. "There's no need to be anxious. I am Lu Qingge, and you may consider me as one who has come to assist you." She paused, her gaze penetrating as she looked at Lin Xuan. "I am here to help you reclaim your true power and fulfill the mission that remains unfinished." Lin Xuan did not respond immediately. Instead, he observed Lu Qingge's every move with caution. His instinct for combat warned him that this seemingly youthful girl possessed the power to obliterate him in an instant. "You know who I am." It was not a question, but a statement. Lu Qingge nodded. "Lin Xuan from Earth. Yet you are more than merely the Lin Xuan of Earth." "What do you mean?" Lin Xuan furrowed his brow. "You still do not comprehend your true identity and mission." Lu Qingge said softly, "But that is of little consequence. What matters is that you have begun your journey of self-evolution, which is far better than I anticipated." Lin Xuan decided to tentatively reveal some information. "I was transported here by a black tower." Lu Qingge corrected him. "The Tower of Dimensions. It is one of the relics left by the Dimension Walkers, designed to seek and transport individuals with specific energy signatures." Lu Qingge's expression shifted slightly. "What the Dark Elves know is merely the tip of the iceberg of legend. The Dimension Walkers are beings older than the cosmos itself, traversing countless parallel universes to safeguard the balance of the multiverse." Lin Xuan pondered this information. "So that tower chose me and brought me here. The question is, why me?" "Because you possess the key," Lu Qingge remarked, "a key capable of unlocking the gates to higher dimensions." "Xiongxin?" Lin Xuan instinctively inquired. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Qingge's eyes. "You're already aware of so much." Lin Xuan felt a wave of dizziness, as if something deeply buried within his memories was stirring to life. Xiongxin alert. External energy detected attempting to resonate with the core database. Unknown protocol attempting activation. Defense system initiated. Lu Qingge seemed to notice Lin Xuan's abnormality. She gently shook her head. "It is not yet time. Your Xiongxin is protecting you, which is a good thing. It understands that you are not prepared to accept the entire truth." Lin Xuan steadied his mind and gazed intently at Lu Qingge. "Then, what is it that you wish to obtain from me?" "Not to obtain, but to bestow," Lu Qingge corrected. "I aim to assist you in your evolution and unlock your true potential." "Why?" Lu Qingge's voice suddenly took on a grave tone. "Because the multiverse requires you. Something is awakening, entities that ought not to be stirred. We must be prepared. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xuan resolved to cooperate for the time being. What must I do? With a graceful motion of her hand through the air, the surrounding space distorted abruptly, and countless points of light converged to form a three-dimensional star map. This is a simplified model of the multiverse, she elucidated. Each point of light represents a universe. The universe you inhabit is merely an insignificant fragment amongst them. Lin Xuan beheld this magnificent spectacle, his heart filled with awe. Luching pointed to a particularly luminous area at the center of the star map. And this, she continued, is the source of all universes, known as the source point. Her expression turned serious. Some entities from higher dimensions are attempting to erode the source point. Should they succeed, the entire multiverse will collapse. Chapter 103, Super Gene Evolution? Angelic energy. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow. That sounds troublesome. Luchinga's smile faded, her expression shifting to a complex one as she gently shook her head. Revealing too much at this juncture would not benefit you. Some knowledge carries immense risk. Premature exposure will only divert you from your destined path. She gazed intently at Lin Xuan, her thoughts racing. This Lin Xuan was more intriguing than any she had encountered before. If only he could become my ally. Her eyes sparkled, and a sly smile graced her lips, infused with a youthful mischief. Lin Xuan, I perceive your exceptional aptitude. Your future achievements are boundless. I can assist you in further optimizing your genetic structure, even allowing your Xiongxin to undergo a complete metamorphosis, unleashing its true power. All I require is your agreement to one condition. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, what condition? Luchinga straightened her posture, her tone imbued with a blend of pride and anticipation, as though bestowing a momentous gift. It is quite simple. From now on, you shall accompany me and consider yourself my, let us say, junior apprentice. I will guide you, sparing you from many detours, and in the future, we may even explore the mysteries of the source point together. Lin Xuan listened attentively. He paused slightly, then revealed a peculiar smile. Speaking calmly, yet with an undeniable conviction, he said, I appreciate your goodwill, but the path of Lin Xuan is one I prefer to tread alone. Luchinga's smile faltered slightly, her pale, golden eyes flashing with a moment of astonishment before transforming into a barely perceptible irritation. His unyielding demeanor left her somewhat vexed. Reflecting on her brother's exhortation and the current predicament, she ultimately conceded. With a tone laced with resignation, Luchinga asked, Are you prepared? I will guide the energy and assist your core in achieving its initial awakening. This process may be somewhat painful, so brace yourself. She extended her hand once more. This time, her palm radiated a purer and more refined pale golden light. Indeed, this was the energy of angels. Remember to stay true to your heart and not to lose yourself amidst the torrent of power. Lin Xuan nodded, resolutely meeting her outstretched palm. An immense energy, as vast as a sea of stars, surged into his body from the point of contact. This time, it was not a tentative probe, but a violent infusion. Core warning. Detection of ultra-high energy divine energy influx. Activating core module forcibly. Warning. Warning. Host body is under sudden increased pressure. Gene chain exhibiting unstable fluctuations. Lin Xuan let out a muffled groan, feeling as though his body were being torn apart. Gritting his teeth, his consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse under the excruciating pain and tumultuous data stream. He exerted all his strength to maintain a fragile grasp on the energy, striving to find a semblance of balance amidst the chaos. At that moment, the three divine weapons in his dark dimension, the god-slaying star axe, the sword of judgment, and the grasp of inferno, suddenly vibrated in unison, emitting a faint glow, as if resonating with the surging energy. Lin Xuan felt his consciousness being drawn into a profound vortex, surrounded by endless darkness and flickering runes. He glimpsed fragmented images, scenes not belonging to his memory, magnificent wars, collapsing galaxies, and a solitary figure. Just as his awareness began to blur, he heard the final prompt from the core. Core prompt. The prototype of the god-slaying armory resonates with external energy. attempting to decode the divine energy sequence. Database reconstruction in progress. Original data fragments detected. Codename, Void Controller. Attempting reconstruction. Progress 15. Lu Qingge observed the flickering light emanating from Lin Xuan, as well as his pained yet resolute expression. A hint of complexity flickered in her pale, golden eyes. She floated quietly not far in front of him, scrutinizing his current state. Finally, she found Lin Xuan once more. In her heart, she silently recited, her voice tinged with a sense of relieved exhaustion. Having traversed so many fragments of time and expended so much of the source power left by her brother, she hoped that this time, history would not repeat itself. Her gaze penetrated Lin Xuan's being, directly discerning the deepest layers of his genetic structure and energy core. Her brother had once remarked that Lin Xuan had ventured into that realm before him, yet chose to await future adventures, safeguarding certain significant elements. Lu Qingge's attention traversed every intricate detail of Lin Xuan. Her brow furrowed slightly, only to gradually relax. She meticulously observed the transformations within Lin Xuan's physique, a flicker of barely concealed astonishment glimmering in her eyes. This Lin Xuan has autonomously evolved to such an extent? Lu Qingge mused, acknowledging his reputation as a pioneer who might have brushed against the fringes of the divine river civilization, as mentioned by her brother. Not only had he initially condensed his divine form, but he had also chaotically amalgamated energy characteristics akin to the Dino system and those of secondary biological engines within him. This eclectic and multifaceted evolutionary trajectory resonated well with his established style. His physical strength was nearly equivalent to that of a Tier 3 warrior under our angelic civilization standards, achieved without any external systematic guidance. In her perception, Lin Xuan's body resembled an unrefined raw gem. Though coarse, it harbored astonishing potential. Moreover, the embryonic form of the Godslayer armory had already manifested 3 weapons. She noted the projections of the 3 weapons within Lin Xuan's dark dimension: the Dark Star Battle Axe, the Sword of Judgment, and the Grasp of the Flame Abyss. The Dark Star Battle Axe leaned towards sheer physical penetration and energy amplification, while the Sword of Judgment seemed to encompass a force targeting the realms of spirit and concept. The Grasp of the Flame Abyss was adept at controlling and unleashing high thermal energy, indeed, quite impressive. This was far more resilient than any version she had previously encountered in fragments of other cosmic dimensions. It also exhibited a greater sense of autonomous evolution. Yet, Lu Qingge's gaze grew profound once again. The genetic lock had not been entirely undone. Thus his divine potential remained unfully awakened, rendering it imperfect. She keenly detected flaws within Lin Xuan's genetic chain. The absence of crucial angelic gene fragments hindered the unlocking of his genes. Although the Godslayer armory had taken shape, it lacked the essential dark matter computer as its driving core. Without this, efficient energy computation and immediate strategic analysis were unattainable, let alone the application of true concept rewriting and the power of anti-void. She sighed gently. Perhaps it was precisely this imperfection that spared him from the direct annihilation by those cleaners, preserving a glimmer of hope. After all, a target brimming with potential yet not fully matured is far more tolerable than a fully formed threat. Let us adhere to the established norms, Lu Qingge contemplated. She gradually intensified her energy output, her voice serving as a guiding light piercing through layers of fog. Do not be deceived by appearances, Lin Xuan. Seek the origin of your power. The true strength of the Xiongxin lies not in mere calculations and analyses, but in the mastery of concepts. The concept resonated within Lin Xuan's consciousness as he grasped the term amidst the chaos. Xiongxin Core Protocol activated. As Lin Xuan stood before the newly unveiled vista, it was as if a magnificent door had slowly swung open, revealing a realm of possibilities. He beheld a myriad of data streams, intricately woven together in a manner he had never witnessed before. They transcended the cold binary of zeros and ones, taking on a profound significance. At that moment, Lu Qingge abruptly withdrew her hand, causing the radiant aura enveloping Lin Xuan to recede sharply. He stumbled backward, collapsing to one knee. gasping for breath as sweat drenched his garments. "How do you feel?" Lu Qingge inquired, her voice tinged with fatigue, yet her gaze shimmered with an extraordinary brightness. Lin Xuan lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance. "I feel as though I have glimpsed an entirely new world. Core report. Preliminary evolution completed. Core database partially unlocked. Void controller reconstruction progress. 15. Angel gene fusion degree. 10. He could even vaguely perceive the essence of the sacred energies surrounding him." Lu Qingge nodded slightly. "This is merely the beginning. The potential within your core is far beyond what you have experienced thus far. You must explore and master it on your own, seeking knowledge in the time and space that surrounds you." She cast a glance at Lin Xuan and added, "The genetic lock within you has not been fully unbound. Although you have evolved close to the third-tier divine body, you are unable to harness higher-level energies. Your god-slaying weapon requires a true dark matter computer as its driving core." Lin Xuan rose to his feet, though weariness still clung to his body. His spirit soared with exhilaration. "A dark matter computer? Something akin to yours?" Lu Qingge smiled enigmatically. "Mine is no ordinary dark matter computer. However, that is a discussion for another time. What you need most now is to adapt to your newly acquired powers and find a way to depart from this place." Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened. "You know the way out?" Lu Qingge's eyes drifted into the distance, as if penetrating the luminous space before them. "This realm is known as the projection of the angelic sanctuary. It is unstable. Periodically, the dimensional barriers weaken. That presents your only opportunity for escape." She paused briefly and continued, "However, whether you seize that opportunity depends solely on you." No sooner had she spoken than Lin Xuan sensed an ephemeral quality to Lu Qingge's presence. "Are you leaving?" Lu Qingge nodded, her form beginning to fade into transparency. "My energy is insufficient to sustain my presence here for long. Remember, Lin Xuan, grow swiftly. In the future, we may yet meet again on the true battlefield." Her figure vanished completely, leaving behind a haunting echo of her words in the space. "I hope that when we meet again, you will bring me surprises. Do not disappoint me, and certainly do not let him down." Lin Xuan stood motionless, absorbing the vast information Lu Qingge had imparted and the transformation within himself. "The weak points of the angelic sanctuary," he murmured. "Core prompt. Anomalous fluctuations in spatial energy detected. Warning. Duration of the rift unknown. Stability is uncertain." Lin Xuan's expression hardened. Time was of the essence.